After integrating into the civilization of the cosmos, the home planet, in a precarious bid for survival, stumbles along the path of civilization. Countless humans on this planet have also embarked on their journey of evolution. Chapter 1. Rising Winds and Tumultuous Clouds. On July 2nd, 2081, at 1350, in the bustling city of Benhai, the summer sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, rumbling thunder heralding an impending storm. Summer thunderstorms arrive without warning. In a room on the top floor of the Stargazing Combat Hall, a young man gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the darkening sky, where lightning flickered and raindrops began to patter against the glass. The young man moved to the center of the room, placing his hands on the ground, performing a slow and steady handstand. He first executed a two-handed handstand, then withdrew one hand, transitioning into a one-handed handstand on his right. Focus on your breath, he reminded himself as he felt the tightening of his core muscles and the weight of his body pressing against his right arm. For the first 3 minutes, his arm felt at ease, the muscles and tendons being deeply stimulated, but by the 4th minute he began to feel the strain, and by the 5th, the discomfort intensified. Yet, accustomed to such challenges, he persevered for 5 minutes before naturally shifting into a one-handed handstand on his left. I wonder if Dad's back feels any better today. While balancing on one hand, his thoughts drifted to his father. At 60 years old, his father's chronic back injury had flared up again after lifting heavy objects, as his mother had mentioned in a recent phone call. Once this busy period passes, I should return home for a visit, he contemplated. The one-handed handstand was not a technique taught by the national team, but rather a practice passed down from his father. As a child, due to frail health, his father had introduced him to martial arts to strengthen his body, which included the one-arm handstand. Having practiced diligently over the years, it had become one of his 5 core exercises. He trained through the harshest winters and the sweltering summers for 2 decades, persisting even through illness and injury, as he would not abandon his practice without compelling reason. As the saying goes, one who trains in combat but neglects foundational skills will find themselves empty-handed in old age. This foundational training was crucial. Even a brief hiatus of 3 to 5 days would lead to regression in strength and flexibility. After completing his one-arm handstand, he settled by his desk, sipping water while observing the torrential rain outside. The heavy humidity makes my leg ache, he remarked, glancing at his right leg and gently massaging it. I have never ceased my rehabilitation exercises, yet my right leg. It seems irreparable. Had my leg not been injured, perhaps I could aspire to be the world's #1, he mused silently. Injuries are the bane of every martial artist's career, and for him, a broken leg would be nothing short of a nightmare. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. Su Jingming lifted his head and spoke. Xiao Bai, answer the video call. A beam of light coalesced before him, forming a Temporal image. Within it sat a robust and jovial figure behind the wheel, who cheerfully exclaimed, Old Su, we've just departed from the hotel. We should arrive at your starry sky fighting arena in about 20 minutes. Haha, it's been over a year since we last met. Let's make sure to enjoy a drink tonight. Rest assured, De Xiong, I've already reserved a barbecue restaurant, Su Jingming replied, his smile warm as he addressed his childhood friend. It's pouring outside, so please drive carefully. Don't worry about it, the hefty man assured him. The provincial training team is in awe of you. They're eager to witness your marksmanship. Make sure to impart some wisdom to them so they can grasp the gap between themselves and the world's top experts. Today's youth are progressively formidable. It'll be fortunate if I don't falter, Su Jingming chuckled. How could you possibly falter? I actually hope you do. If you stumble, it would signify that our provincial team has produced another prodigy. De Xiong laughed heartily. All right, enough chit-chat, we shall meet soon. See you shortly. Su Jingming waved his hand, dispersing the image in midair. He was set to conduct a 10-day training session for the Jiangnan provincial training team, charging a fee of 50,000 blue star coins, which barely covered the venue costs. However, for the fighting arena, training the provincial team served as both advertising and a means to attract more martial arts enthusiasts to become members. Even retired professional fighters must find a way to earn. Su Jingming mused as he rose to take a shower and change his clothes. While the life of a professional fighter may seem glamorous, the reality is that they earn only a modest appearance fee during their peak years. Those who accumulate over 100 million in their careers are exceedingly rare. Most fighters merely earn enough to make ends meet. The challenge of earning a living post-retirement is even greater. Although Su Jingming is a world-class martial artist, he has only reached the quarterfinals in global martial arts competitions. The income structure in the fighting world resembles a pyramid, with only a minuscule number at the pinnacle. The earnings of the top-ranked fighters are astonishingly high, while those ranked second, third, and fourth experience a steep decline. Su Jingming stood at the entrance of the Starry Sky fighting arena, accompanied by a few staff members, when he spotted an electric bus approaching through the rain. As the bus came to a halt and the doors opened, over 10 members of the Jiangnan provincial training team disembarked in succession. De Xiong. Su Jingming immediately recognized the first to step off, his sturdy friend Liu Chongyuan. "Old Su," Liu Chongyuan exclaimed, striding over with excitement to embrace Su Jingming, delivering hearty slaps on his back. Su Jingming winced, but could only regard it as an unconventional form of massage. Liu Chongyuan stood at an impressive height of 2 meters 3, weighing over 180 kilograms, resembling a towering upright bear. Once a master of martial arts, wielding a shield in one hand and an axe in the other, he once achieved an impressive rank of 39th in the World Martial Arts Alliance during his prime, securing his position at the Provincial Sports Bureau. "This is Coach Su," Liu Chongyuan grinned, "the coach Su you have long yearned to meet." Su Jingming, the gun demon, Su Jingming. It's incredible to see him in person. The provincial team members were visibly excited. As industry insiders, they naturally revered this esteemed predecessor. Su Jingming surveyed the eager young athletes before him, recalling his own youthful vigor. How different he felt now, having traversed the world of martial arts, burdened by injuries that had forced his retirement. He smiled warmly. "Aiken, please take them to select their weapons." "Certainly, Brother Su," replied the young staff member eagerly. "Da Xiong, let's head to the third floor and wait for them," Su Jingming said, sharing a joyful moment with his close friend Liu Chongyuan as they ascended the stairs. The weapon room of the Starry Sky Combat Hall spanned an impressive 500 square meters, brimming with an astonishing array of weaponry swords, spears, axes, hammers, and shields, among others. These were all crafted for martial arts competitions, with swords specifically designed to be dull-edged and encased in cushioning material to enhance safety. The long spears were meticulously labeled with specifications, length, diameter, and weight, with hundreds of them lined up neatly against the wall. It's no wonder this is the premier combat hall in Binhai City. Their inventory is remarkable. Muse the 11 provincial training team members, all of whom were proficient with long spears, hence their participation in Su Jingming's training. Su Jingming is widely recognized among professional martial artists as one of the top 10 in spear techniques throughout history. The specifications for the competition spears were clear, allowing the team members to swiftly select their preferred weapons. "I never expected Su Jingming to appear so ordinary in person. He lacks the intimidating presence seen in videos," remarked a tall man as he tested a spear. "He seems slimmer than on screen," added a youthful boy. "Indeed, he has lost weight," affirmed a burly man. "I've witnessed his matches live before his retirement." According to public records from the Martial Arts Alliance, he stood at 178 centimeters and weighed 93 kilograms. He's definitely lighter now. He must be around 85 kilograms at most. The provincial team members engaged in lively discussion. They understood well that a height of 178 centimeters and a weight over 80 kilograms might seem slightly overweight for an average person. However, for a professional martial artist, characterized by dense bones and high muscle mass, he appeared somewhat leaner. With weight loss, strength is sure to diminish, one mused. I wonder how much of his prowess remains. Some retired athletes, having forsaken training, displayed physical transformations that significantly hampered their abilities. I'm curious to see how I measure up against competitors in the World Martial Arts Championship. But knowing he has lost weight, I wonder how much of his strength is left, the burly man expressed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Having been selected for the national training team himself last year, he had aspirations of competing at the highest levels of martial arts. But now he felt disheartened. How much of the formidable gun demon remained? Even if one's strength has diminished, experience remains. The tall man beside him chuckled. "Guiding us should still be sufficient. Perhaps we won't even engage in actual combat," murmured the youthful boy. They had often witnessed the older generation of coaches offering guidance, yet few had the opportunity to spar with them. On the third floor of the Starry Sky Combat Hall, there stood a martial arts arena that conformed to international competition standards, measuring 20 meters in length and width, surrounded by a 6-meter-high wire mesh. As the provincial training team entered this level, they spotted Coach Liu and Su Jingming standing there. "Form a line," Su Jingming instructed, his tone familiar. Years ago, he too had been a member of the Jiangnan provincial team before being selected as a core member of the national team. The 11 team members, each wielding a long spear, lined up neatly and orderly. Perhaps Su Jingming's strength had diminished since retirement. yet his past accomplishments commanded respect from these athletes, who naturally adhered to his directives. From today onward, I shall be your coach. The training camp lasts 10 days. Today's session will be in the afternoon, but starting tomorrow, it will be from 9 to 11 in the morning. Su Jingming's gaze swept over them. I expect no one to arrive late or leave early. Yes, the 11 team members responded in unison. Well, as we meet for the first time, let's step onto the arena and test your skills. I wish to assess your abilities, Su Jingming declared, so I may tailor my coaching accordingly. Step onto the arena for a test. The team members exchanged glances, a mixture of surprise and delight evident on their faces. Real combat on the arena? Does Su Jingming dare to engage in combat? Their excitement was palpable since Su Jingming was willing to do so. It implied that he retained much of his peak strength post-retirement. Chapter 2. Guidance in Combat. Observing their expressions, Su Jingming discerned the thoughts swirling in the minds of these young individuals and smiled. I have reviewed your profiles currently. There are 11 long spear practitioners in the Jiangnan provincial team, and all have gathered here. Among you, 3 are high school students who have been specially recruited. You 3, step forward in turn and don your armor. In martial arts competitions, donning armor, helmets, and neck guards is mandatory. Cold weapon combat, while not using sharpened edges, still involves the terrifying force of impact despite protective layers. Engaging without professional equipment could prove fatal. Su Jingming donned his armor and helmet, peering through the facial mesh at the team members. Step into the arena, he instructed, holding his long spear as he walked through the wire gate into the arena, followed by the 11 team members and Coach Liu. In formal competitions, only 2 contestants should occupy the arena, yet this was merely a guidance session. The 20-meter by 20-meter space. For Su Jingming, it was unnecessary to have such a large area to instruct the provincial team members, thus allowing others to enter and observe. Without the obstruction of wire mesh, the spectators could see more clearly. Take note, if your marksmanship reaches even half the caliber of Coach Su, you could advance to the World Martial Arts Championship, team leader Liu Chongyuan remarked. The other team members held their breath in anticipation, acutely aware that witnessing a master like Su Jingming in action was a rare opportunity. A young man, also adorned in armor and wielding a long spear, stepped forward to face Su Jingming, standing 10 meters apart. Activating the referee system, Su Jingming stated. Above the arena, shadows coalesced into a colossal visage that loomed over the competitors, intoning the match commences. In contemporary martial arts competitions, intelligent referees preside, equipped with cameras capable of slowing time by 1,000-fold, ensuring infallible judgment errors have yet to occur. Come forth. Su Jingming regarded the youthful contender, Feng Yu, who had been specially recruited, a high school student whose abilities were deemed lackluster compared to his peers, yet his immense potential warranted focused cultivation. Be cautious, coach. During competitions, many competitors cannot withstand my strike. The youthful Feng Yu exuded confidence. Impress me by managing to touch me first, Su Jingming jested. With unwavering confidence, Feng Yu surged forward with remarkable speed, a ferocious advance that brought him within striking distance in mere strides. He transitioned his momentum into a thrust with his spear, the air tearing apart with a shrill whistle. This piercing thrust, practiced 500 times daily, was executed with utmost fervor, a skill honed since he commenced training at the tender age of 12. After 5 years, this thrust was so swift it could pierce even the thickest armor. Even though the competition spear had a rounded tip and was enveloped in a cushioning layer, the impact still exceeded 800 pounds of force. Boom! The sound of the thrust slicing through the air was unmistakable, yet Su Jingming merely retreated a single step. The spear tip halted a mere 20 centimeters from Su Jingming, never making contact. Feng Yu was momentarily taken aback, swiftly altering his technique into a flurry of thrusts, each tip a significant threat aimed at Su Jingming. Yet Su Jingming evaded with the grace of a nimble cat, effortlessly sidestepping each assault, leaving Feng Yu's strikes futile. A high school student from the provincial team, Su Jingming reminisced about his own youthful days, recalling how he too had once been so inexperienced. Isn't he supposed to be severely injured, his footwork weak? Why can't I touch him? I'm always just 20 or 30 centimeters away. Feng Yu, frustrated, continued his relentless assault, his spear work dazzling yet ultimately ineffective against Su Jingming. After a flurry of dozens of strikes, Su Jingming finally retaliated, raising his spear. In that fleeting moment of contact with Feng Yu's ferocious thrust, Su Jingming's spear momentarily blurred before unleashing a terrifying burst of power. Bang! The resounding thud echoed a testament to the collision of their weapons, as Feng Yu's spear was sent flying from his grasp. Feng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands trembling around the weapon. He stared at his spear, which lay a distance away. With at least 200 pounds of grip strength in one hand, how could it slip away with just a single touch? Just moments prior, he had gripped the spear with both hands after a mere collision. His hands went numb, and the weapon was cast away. Your technique is overly flamboyant, your footwork is weak, and your spear play is mediocre, Su Jingming assessed. Such an opponent did not merit the full extent of his prowess. Yet he understood that in martial arts competitions, complacency could lead to lifelong regret. I must confess, I am not well-versed in marksmanship, chuckled the head coach Lu Chongyuan, but this lad's footwork is lacking to us. It appears akin to slow motion. Feng Yu looked at Su Jingming with a hint of confusion. Coach, even if my footwork is poor, with a spear over 2 meters in length, how could I possibly fail to touch you? Your arms and spear are of limited reach, Su Jingming elucidated. The maximum distance of your attack is fixed. Based on your footwork, one can ascertain the furthest range your spear can reach by maintaining a proper distance. You will find it impossible to make contact. This is a fundamental skill for professional athletes. The maximum attack distance is fixed. By maintaining distance, I cannot make contact? Feng Yu murmured, recalling the moment he sensed Su Jingming's effortless movements, while his own attempts at marksmanship had yielded no results. The essence of footwork lies in 3 facets: neural response, spatial awareness, and a control of bodily balance, Su Jingming articulated. Your proficiency in these areas is rather rudimentary. As Coach Lu mentioned, your footwork, in the eyes of professionals, resembles slow motion. This lad has only recently joined the provincial team after his college entrance examination, Lu Chongyuan interjected. He possesses raw talent, but his footwork requires rigorous practice. Feng Yu pressed on. Coach Su, what flaws do I possess in my marksmanship? He acknowledged his weakness in footwork, but held unwavering confidence in his shooting skills. Your marksmanship, strictly speaking, only the initial thrust embodies the full force of your bodily momentum, which can be deemed professional level. However, your skills in thrusting, slicing, and blocking are significantly lacking, Su Jingming stated. Weapon combat is no child's play. It is a perilous endeavor, where severe injuries and disabilities can occur. As their coach, it is my responsibility to clarify their shortcomings. The other 10 team members felt the weight of Su Jingming's presence, their eagerness palpable. Bang! The second high school student's spear flew from his grasp the moment it clashed with Su Jingming's. Despite all efforts to hold on and absorb the impact, it proved futile. Bam! 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 One spear after another was sent soaring. The provincial team members were left in stunned silence. Even the 2 seasoned competitors, Huang Feng and Zhang Qi, who had previously participated in national training camps, found themselves powerless before Su Jingming. For the other members, Su Jingming required only a single thrusted defensive maneuver and their spears were sent flying from their hands, utterly unmanageable. Is this the spear demon? The World Martial Arts Championship has been held for nearly 30 years, and when it comes to spear techniques, Su Jingming is widely recognized as one of the top 10 in history. Though they had imagined such prowess, encountering it firsthand revealed an insurmountable gap. The spear demon Su Jingming is best known for his legendary technique, shadowless thrust. Yet against us, he need not even resort to such extraordinary moves. If one's marksmanship could reach even half of his, it would suffice to secure a place in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The team members' eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor. Only through personal experience can one grasp the sheer terror of marksmanship that ranks among the top 10 in history. They even believed that the gun magician Su Jingming might still retain his peak strength, or perhaps be even stronger than in his prime. 2 hours later, after today's preliminary training, I trust everyone is aware of their own shortcomings. Su Jingming addressed the provincial team members, who were all brimming with enthusiasm, convinced that this training was immensely valuable. In the coming 9 days, we will emphasize a particular foundational training each day. Once the training camp concludes, you must continue to practice daily. Mastery of marksmanship requires years of dedication. The strength of your entire body must naturally flow into each shot, which demands both insight and relentless practice, Su Jingming articulated. Yes, coach, the 11 team members replied in unison, clearly in awe of Su Jingming and filled with admiration. All right, you are dismissed, he nodded. You all may take the vehicle back to the hotel, instructed the team leader Lu Chongyuan. Understood. The team members responded, each setting down their weapons and departing in small groups. Chun, please escort Coach Lu for a moment, Su Jingming said. Xiong, I need to wash off this sweat and change into fresh clothes. Let's meet downstairs later at the barbecue restaurant next to the training hall is my favorite in Binhai City. Oh, I look forward to it. Lu Chongyuan, resembling a bear in stature, also expressed anticipation, as these professional athletes trained rigorously and had hearty appetites, all having a fondness for meat. Su Jingming hurried to shower, although he was a coach. He was drenched after 2 hours of training. Yet he had grown accustomed to it, as it was common in martial arts training to be soaked and wrung out repeatedly. After finishing his shower and changing into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, he stepped outside and spotted a middle-aged man smoking at the door. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Su Jingming exclaimed with surprise. The individual before him was Fong Xinglong, the owner of the Shinkong Martial Arts Hall. The Shinkong Martial Arts Hall is a premier facility in Binhai City, spanning over 11,000 square meters. Su Jingming, as a professional martial artist, could not afford such an establishment. He had been invited to serve as the hall's master. Fong Xinglong, whose primary business is in liquor sales, is a billionaire with a profound love for martial arts and weaponry, willing to invest significantly in the martial arts community, and is quite renowned, having trained under the formidable fierce tiger, Lu Hai. Since the inception of the World Martial Arts Tournament nearly 30 years ago, Lu Hai has served as the national team coach for 2 decades, with most national team members regarding him as a mentor. During the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament, Lu Hai was already 45 years old. As a veteran martial arts master, he was ecstatic about such a grand event, having advanced to 5 consecutive tournaments to compete against experts from around the globe. In the earlier days, due to inadequate protective regulations, the competition was far more perilous than it is today. Lu Hai secured 3rd place twice, 2nd place twice, and achieved world champion status once. After claiming the world title, he announced his retirement and, at the age of 50, took on the role of national team coach, only declaring his retirement at 70. Su Jingming was once a key member of the national team and a cherished disciple of Lu Hai. Fong Xinglong, an amateur fighter, held an immense passion for combat sports and sought every opportunity to study under Lu Hai. "Jingming," Fong Xinglong said, puffing on a cigarette and glancing at his dear friend. "Have you offended someone?" "Who have I offended?" Su Jingming inquired. Fong Xinglong looked intently at Su and uttered a name. "Cheng Zihao." Su Jingming comprehended the situation entirely and calmly asked, "Brother, has he approached you?" "Yes," Fong Xinglong nodded. Su Jingming acknowledged, "I do have a conflict with him." "You, a professional martial artist who made the provincial team in high school and later joined the national team, have been entrenched in the martial arts world for years. How could you possibly have a conflict with Cheng Zihao?" Fong Xinglong was perplexed, as the two belonged to entirely different spheres. Su Jingming chuckled. "Life is, after all, replete with infinite possibilities." "Stop joking around," Fong Xinglong said, his concern mounting. "Is there no way to resolve your conflict with him?" "It cannot be resolved," Su Jingming replied, shaking his head. Fong Xinglong extinguished his cigarette and gazed at his junior brother. "Jingming, that is Cheng Zihao? Offending him online is tantamount to being blacklisted." "I am aware," Su Jingming sighed. "The Cheng family, after all." He reflected. The Cheng family controls the Tiger Shark Group, a company valued at over 50 trillion, one of the top 3 internet giants. Indeed, it is formidable. The Cheng family ranks among the top 10 on the list of wealthy families in Xia country, with a fortune exceeding 500 billion. The country's leading live streaming platform, Tiger Shark, was founded over 60 years ago by the legendary figure Cheng Yunxiu. Over the decades, the Tiger Shark Group has not only endured, but has flourished. Today, it has evolved into a colossal conglomerate at the heart of various industries, including e-commerce, music, and gaming, with a market value exceeding 50 trillion. The Cheng family, as the founding lineage, holds an 8.2 stake and maintains voting rights surpassing 50, firmly securing control over the Tiger Shark Group. For 30 years, the company was entirely under the stewardship of its founder, Cheng Yunxiu, and upon his passing, his only son, Cheng Liwei, has overseen it since. Cheng Zihao is the son of Cheng Liwei, now 32 years of age. Online, the Tiger Shark Group ranks among the top 3 giants. Its live streaming platform is number 1. As a martial artist, you cannot fathom the extent of its terrifying influence, Fong Xinglong observed, visibly anxious for his junior brother. "I am well aware," Su Jingming replied with a smile. "Being blacklisted means no further commercial activities, no online promotion, and my reputation would swiftly fade away." For martial artists, fame is paramount. The greater the fame, the higher the income. Although Su Jingming is formidable in martial art competitions, he can only be considered a third-tier player in the annals of Xia country's top martial artists. Master Lu Hai, with his legendary prowess, undoubtedly belongs to the elite tier of competitors. After all, at over 40 years of age, he has consistently ranked among the top 3 in 5 consecutive competitions and has even claimed the title of world champion. The elite ranks are graced by 3 such extraordinary individuals, each a legend in their own right, whose appearance fees for a single climactic showdown exceed 100 million, and their cumulative career earnings are staggering. Historically, top-tier athletes are those who have secured a place in the world's top 3 or have managed to achieve a world championship title before retiring. These individuals frequently remain in the public consciousness, with their peak match appearance fees typically surpassing the 10 million mark. Su Jingming has reached the World Martial Arts competition twice, achieving the 16th and 8th rounds respectively. His highest appearance fee was a mere 150,000, with his peak income stemming from the 8th place prize at the World Martial Arts Tournament. After years of hard work, his total earnings amount to only a few tens of millions, indicating his standing and capabilities. In terms of achievements, he ranks as a third-tier athlete in the history of Xia country. As for his fame, once silenced online, his notoriety can dissipate rapidly. Martial artists need to eat too sometimes. Taking a step back opens up vast horizons, Fang Xinglong advised. Senior brother, Su Jingming replied earnestly, you know that some matters cannot be retreated from. Fang Xinglong paused, nodding slightly, his concern evident. It's one thing to be silenced, but I fear that Cheng Zihao may continue to trouble you. Su Jingming chuckled. At worst, I can return to my hometown of Mingyue City. In Mingyue City, I have over 1,000 disciples in both the Badgerman and Shui Jiaomen. Let's see how he can create issues for me. Moreover, in modern society, surveillance is omnipresent. What can he do? And what do you plan to do upon returning to Mingyue City? Fang Xinglong pressed further. He'll open a martial arts school and provide high-end personal training that will suffice for my sustenance. Su Jingming replied. After all, I'm a master of firearms. My skills can sustain me anywhere. Fang Xinglong shook his head slightly. In a second-tier city like Mingyue, earning $1 million a year would be a commendable feat. What I've accumulated over the years, the interest and dividends are quite substantial, Su Jingming reassured him. Senior brother, you need not worry about me. Su Jingming was prepared for the fallout. With Cheng Zihao earning slightly less was a minor concern. Influenced by his father from a young age, he became a disciple of the 2 prominent traditional martial arts schools in Mingyue City, Badgerman and Shui Jiaomen. Since the World Martial Arts Tournament ascended to become the premier fighting event globally, traditional martial arts in the country have once again flourished, with various weapon combat techniques being rediscovered. In modern society, the number of schools a disciple joins is of little consequence. Su Jingming's father, a martial arts blogger in his youth, traveled the globe exploring various fighting styles. He had joined over 10 martial arts schools domestically, gaining genuine transmission from the Badgerman lineage. After settling in Mingyue City, he established the Badgerman there. With numerous martial arts schools across the nation, the Badgerman, with its orderly inheritance, boasts hundreds of branches throughout the country. Su Jingming, the heir of the 8 Extremes sect in Mingyue City, and a disciple of the head of the Stamping Foot sect, has established a martial arts school to take on apprentices and engage in high-end personal training, ensuring his livelihood. Perhaps returning to my hometown to diligently practice my marksmanship is more suited for me. If I could reach a higher realm, I would be able to make a comeback and strive for the title of world number 1, Su Jingming contemplated. He has never relinquished his dream of becoming the best in the world. His master, Lu Hai, in his 40s, had consecutively entered the World Martial Arts competition for 5 years and ultimately claimed the title of world champion. At just 29, how could he possibly give up? Securing the title of world champion would not only yield a prize of 500 million, but would also attract global attention. Official media would inundate the public with coverage, something that the likes of Cheng Zihao could not suppress. As for now, as a retired professional athlete without sufficient achievements, being sidelined is inevitable. Senior brother, what did Cheng Zihao want to discuss with you? Su Jingming inquired, gazing at Fang Xinglong. Cheng Zihao sent word to me, asking me to dismiss you. Fang Xinglong replied, a hint of shame in his voice. Jingming, you know that I am in the liquor business, and a significant part of my sales channels comes from the Tiger Shark Group's live streaming and e-commerce platforms. Much of the promotion also goes through Tiger Shark. Although it is frustrating, I cannot afford to offend Cheng Zihao, as the company is not solely mine. Senior brother, I understand your predicament. Su Jingming nodded. His livelihood relies on his skills. With nearly 30 years of being in the global top 10 for marksmanship, he is not worried about being unable to make a living. It's merely a matter of eating a little more or a little less. However, his senior brother, Fong Xinglong, is a businessman, and his liquor company is the foundation of his career, making him more constrained in front of Tiger Shark Group. Once the provincial team training concludes, I will depart, Su Jingming stated. Fong Xinglong appeared somewhat weary. Can you tell me what exactly your conflict with Cheng Zihao is? I prefer not to discuss it. Su Jingming shook his head. I can only say that he is a madman. A madman? Fong Xinglong pondered, nodding slightly. Fine, I shall not press further this time. It is my fault for putting you in this situation. It is not your fault, senior brother rather. It is I who has implicated you. Su Jingming understood Fong Xinglong's character well, generous and sincere. His integrity is beyond question. Otherwise, he would not have accepted the invitation to become the master of this fighting gym. Senior brother, I must go accompany team leader Lu for dinner. I'll take my leave now. If anything arises, we can discuss it over the phone, Su Jingming said with a smile before departing. Fong Xinglong remained standing, watching Su Jingming leave. Cheng Zihao, he murmured softly. Having navigated the business world to amass a fortune of billions by his early 40s, he is inherently proud. He is passionate about martial arts and weaponry, having lavishly constructed the Shinkong fighting gym out of love for the sport. Yet, with a mere word from Cheng Zihao, he is compelled to dismiss his junior brother. How could he not feel frustrated? I cannot afford to provoke him, Fong Xinglong whispered to himself, feeling the weight of his frustration. After years of experience in the business realm, he understands the necessity of yielding when required, but such subjugation is a rare occurrence for someone of his stature. Cheng Zihao, disregarding the rules and resorting to underhanded tactics, will inevitably face consequences, Fong Xinglong mused. He was also contemplating how he could assist his junior. Among his circle of friends, fewer than 10 were truly close, with Su Jingming being one of them, and he certainly did not wish to see his junior suffer such a significant loss. In the dim twilight, at a row of villas on the eastern outskirts of Binhai City, Su Jingming pushed open the door. In the bedroom, a slender woman clad in pajamas reclined against the backrest, donning oversized glasses and gripping a game controller in each hand. Jingming, wait for me to finish this game, the pajama-clad woman said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The glasses were virtual, featuring both immersive and reality modes. The reality mode rendered parts of the game scene transparent, allowing her to observe the outside world. You should exercise more. Meow meow, lying around like this isn't good for your health, Su Jingming remarked. All right, I know, the woman replied casually, her hands continuing to move energetically. Su Jingming felt a sense of helplessness. This pajama-clad woman was none other than his girlfriend, Li Miao Miao. Chapter 4. Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao. Part 2. Su Jingming departed from the bedroom and made his way to the basement, which spanned over 100 square meters. Along the walls were 3 long spears, and Su Jingming casually picked one up. The spear was a silvery gray, measuring approximately 2.5 meters in length, with a cushioning layer at its tip. Although he appeared relaxed while chatting with his senior brother Fong and enjoyed a casual dinner with his close friend Lu Chongyuan that evening, an inner fire simmered within Su Jingming. Xiao Bai, initiate training monitoring, Su Jingming commanded. Received, Xiao Bai responded. Illuminating lights flickered on in the basement as cameras began to operate. Su Jingming gripped the spear firmly, and with a decisive motion, he unleashed a resonant sound as the spear reverberated in his hands. His stance was unconventional. Instead of the traditional grip where the right hand holds the tail and the left hand supports the shaft, Su Jingming held the shaft with his right hand and the tail with his left. With swift strides, he propelled forward, exerting immense force as he thrust the spear. Thrust, thrust, thrust. The spear flew forth like a flurry of arrows, as if 7 or 8 projectiles were aimed to pierce through all adversaries ahead. Each thrust tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. The wall's illuminated data displayed speeds of 182 meters per second, 186 meters per second, 179 meters per second, and 181 meters per second, precisely measuring the peak velocity of each thrust. Suddenly, Su Jingming thrust the spear forward with tremendous force, producing a deafening crack as the spear blurred in motion. The wall's data flashed, 253 meters per second. This was Su Jingming's renowned technique, the shadowless thrust. Those within the circle understood the terrifying velocity of such a strike when an opportunity arose in close combat. Executing this thrust would be insurmountable even for the world's top experts. In 2 swift steps, Su Jingming approached a suspended heavy sandbag. With a twist of his waist, Akin to a massive gear turning, he channeled his entire strength into his arms. The spear swept across the sandbag with the force of a cannon. The 300-kilogram weight of the heavy sandbag, specially customized to be extraordinarily heavy, swung ominously from its suspension. Boom! A deep, resonating sound echoed. The wall's data showed 625 kilograms. It was this terrifying force, exceeding 1,000 pounds with every casual strike, that sent the provincial team members' spears flying upon impact. Su Jingming continued to move, each thrust pouring out his pent-up energy into the heavy sandbag. Each sweeping strike and powerful impact reverberated with a resounding thud, causing the 300-kilogram sandbag to sway violently. The wall's data displayed 656 kilograms, 689 kilograms, 630 kilograms. Suddenly pausing, Su Jingming lunged forward, his body resembling a cannonball. The spear merging seamlessly with him as the tip struck the sandbag. Boom! The heavy sandbag was propelled along the suspension track and slid to the opposite end. Lifted high into the air, the wall's data illuminated a new figure, 1,138 kilograms. This was another of Su Jingming's formidable techniques, the mountain shatter. From a young age, guided by his father, Su Jingming mastered the 8 extremes and practiced the 6 harmonies long spear. In contemporary society, martial arts schools absorb each other's essence. Similar to the techniques of inch power and whole body power, which many schools incorporate. At the age of 20, during the World Martial Arts Championship, Su Jingming's right leg was shattered by a shield strike from his opponent. Following this, he dedicated himself to recovering while fervently honing his spear techniques. During his university years, Su Jingming studied physics and analyzed traditional martial arts techniques through this lens. He firmly believed that all forms of exertion are rooted in scientific principles. The human body's bones, joints, and muscles function as levers, bearings, and power sources. With a profound foundation accumulated from a young age, he delved into a deeper understanding of force generation from a physics perspective, continually experimenting with subtle adjustments to his techniques. Ultimately, he developed the shadowless thrust, based on the traditional Siyuan Jin technique, and created the mountain break using the force application methods of Bejiquan. Moreover, his skills in other techniques such as intercepting, seizing, collapsing, and slicing were all significantly enhanced. With such prowess, even with a leg injury and considerable limitations in mobility, Su Jingming made a remarkable comeback at the age of 25, re-entering the international martial arts competition and advancing to the quarterfinals within a year. The significance of footwork can be said to constitute half of the practical application in combat. Despite his considerable deficiencies in footwork, Su Jingming's exceptional skills allowed him to reach the top 8, demonstrating the formidable nature of his techniques. He was even ranked among the top 10 martial artists in terms of spear techniques by the World Martial Arts Alliance, earning him the moniker Spear Demon. However, that competition also made Su Jingming acutely aware that, with a compromised leg, unless there was a transformative change in his spear techniques, achieving the title of world champion would remain an elusive dream. The more competitions he participated in, the greater the toll on his injuries. Following the tournament, he announced his retirement. At the peak of his career at the tender age of 26, Su Jingming stepped away from the sport due to his injuries. In the basement, beads of sweat glistened on his face as he approached the wall and gently placed his long spear down. Gazing at the 3 training spears before him, he fell into silence, pondering the futility of his prowess in a society where martial arts had been reduced to mere sport. Confronted with the pressures from Cheng Zihao, he felt he had no choice but to endure. Dressed in pajamas, Li Miao Miao descended the stairs and noticed Su Jingming, glistening with sweat. What's the matter? Normally, after a day of training at the dojo, Su Jingming would return to rest and seldom practice with the spear again. Observing his silhouette against the wall, she sensed that his mood seemed rather dismal. "I'll talk to you later," he said, turning off the lights as he led her to the living room on the first floor. In the living room, he called out, "Xiaowu, bring 2 bottles of juice." As he settled onto the sofa, Li Miao Miao joined him and inquired, "Jingming, what happened?" At that moment, a female robotic assistant, holding a bottle of juice, approached and handed one to each of them. The butler robot Xiaowu was quite familiar with the juice preferences of her master and mistress, capable of performing household chores, cooking, engaging in conversations, and even serving as a bodyguard. Xiaowu had achieved a level of intelligence comparable to that of a luxury sports car. "Spit it out." Li Miao Miao nudged Su Jingming's shoulder as he sipped his drink. "As you suspected, Cheng Zihao has taken action and forced me to lose my job," Su Jingming replied, shaking his head. What a madman, lacking any sense of boundaries in his actions. "Nevertheless, I only came to the dojo because my senior brother invited me. With my spear skills, I could make a living anywhere." "Don't be upset," she reassured him. Li Miao Miao embraced her boyfriend's arm, offering comfort with the words, "It's not worth getting upset over a scoundrel." Su Jingming looked at his girlfriend and nodded in agreement. Li Miao Miao, a prodigious singer, had not signed with any agency and had no manager. She attended the Coastal Music Academy. During her university years, she embarked on her first online live broadcast, performing an original song titled Pear Wood, which unexpectedly went viral. Her voice, pure and enchanting, possessed a unique ability to soothe the soul. Throughout her university journey, she composed over 30 songs, earning millions solely from song downloads. In the music industry, she was a rarity, eschewing participation in any variety shows, lacking an agency or manager, and choosing to live stream her performances just once a month, while occasionally sharing other videos. Alongside her singing, she also posted gaming content. Her favorite game was martial arts, where she played as a catgirl swordswoman, boasting an impressive rank. As a professional martial artist, Su Jingming occasionally played martial arts and met Li Miao Miao, who was playing under a different account. Having never encountered such a formidable player wielding a spear, she promptly sent a friend request and devised various ways to team up with Su Jingming, leading to a budding romance between them. Cheng Zihao was nothing short of a cat. Li Miao Miao expressed disdain, declaring her aversion to marriage while cycling through one girlfriend after another. How could someone like me ever have feelings for him? If I were after fame and fortune, I wouldn't only live stream once a month. Despite never having met in person, Cheng Zihao relentlessly pursued Li Miao Miao, fully aware of her relationship and impending marriage with Su Jingming, yet he persisted. Su Jingming sighed, "Miao Miao, you should simply block him and switch platforms altogether. You could create an account on the Micro-World live streaming platform." Li Miao Miao smiled. "Switching platforms allows me to gradually build my fan base. The Micro-World platform has nearly half the traffic of Tiger Shark, so it's quite decent." Su Jingming remarked. "You're the only one who could so easily abandon an account that took years to amass millions of followers. I earn my living through song royalties. Streaming is merely serendipitous," Li Miao Miao replied, sipping her juice. "In life, the most important thing is to be happy. If I'm not happy, then of course I'll change platforms." Su Jingming felt a swell of emotion. Li Miao Miao, facing threats and temptations, resolutely blocked the offender and switched platforms without hesitation. "In truth, our income is already substantial. We needn't overexert ourselves," Li Miao Miao reassured her boyfriend. Indeed, Su Jingming nodded. They had previously agreed to block all means of contact from Cheng Zihao, opting for the adage out of sight, out of mind. Li Miao Miao then inquired, "Are you planning to return to Minghui City?" Su Jingming replied, "Yes, it would be easy to open a martial arts school there and work as a high-end personal trainer. Are you thinking of coming back with me? We're set to register our marriage on New Year's Day, after all. It would be nice to meet the parents beforehand." Their relationship was strong, and they had mutually agreed to tie the knot on New Year's Day, symbolizing a lifelong commitment. Both families had already met and given their blessing. "If we return to Minghui City, that will signify a long-term stay." Li Miao Miao surveyed the various items in the living room, realizing that many would need to be moved. She also had to bid farewell to her friends in Binhai City. Having been in Binhai since the start of her university journey, the thought of leaving after so many years filled her with reluctance. If only Su Jingming would speak up. "Let us go home. I long to return to my hometown as well," she replied with a smile. "In Minghui City, my parents, grandparents, and both sets of grandparents are all there. I wish to go back." Their bond was indeed fated, having met in the gaming realm, both hailing from Minghui City. "You head back first and tidy up the house in Minghui City, making all the necessary preparations," Li Miao Miao instructed. "I need to say goodbye to my friends and arrange things for my assistants." She employed 2 assistants to manage her business affairs, both of whom would need to accompany her to Minghui City. The logistics of moving and renting had to be arranged. "All right," Su Jingming nodded, acknowledging that his own house had stood empty for several years, though his parents often sent a robot for cleaning. "Go take a shower. You reek of sweat and alcohol." Li Miao Miao chided, her cheeks puffed in irritation. "Didn't you say you wouldn't drink? It was just a Xiong's visit. I hadn't seen him in over a year and only had a bit of beer," Su Jingming replied hastily, retreating to the bathroom. Li Miao Miao settled onto the sofa, her thoughts drifting to the life she would share with Su Jingming in Minghui City, filled with delight. Suddenly, a screen appeared before her, revealing a middle-aged couple. "Dad, Mom?" Li Miao Miao exclaimed joyfully. "Have you had dinner yet?" "We ate earlier," her father responded. "Miao Miao, your uncle is visiting us tonight." "Uncle? Has he stayed away from our home for years?" "He didn't even come to the family gathering during my university years," Li Miao Miao expressed her confusion. Her uncle had a powerful wife, and after gaining affluence, they had looked down upon the Li family, rarely maintaining contact. How could he come for no reason? Her mother scoffed. "He is here for your sake." "For my sake?" Li Miao Miao was puzzled. He wants you to be the girlfriend of Cheng Zihai, the son of the Cheng family, and he is here to persuade us, her mother seethed. That shameless old man wishes to sell his daughter for glory, pushing you into that fire pit. Cheng Zihai is a notorious playboy, proclaiming his aversion to marriage on several entertainment programs. Does he deserve my daughter? Her father added. Your mother and I had a heated argument, sending your uncle away. Cheng Zihai is not fit for a life partner. It is Xiaosu who is truly grounded. Your mother and I fully support you. Thank you, Mom and Dad, Li Miao Miao smiled, feeling relieved by her parents' unwavering support. Miao Miao. Your future husband will be the one to accompany you through life, not us, her father remarked, gazing at her. Your mother and I are aging. So it is crucial for you to choose a good husband. Marriage for a woman is akin to a second birth, as the ancients said. A woman fears marrying the wrong man. Xiaosu is a dedicated martial artist, spending most of his days training since his retirement. From my perspective, he is quite commendable. Indeed, Li Miao Miao nodded in agreement. After a lengthy conversation, Li Miao Miao finally ended the video call with her parents. On the other side of the screen, her father and mother sat in the living room. Darling, please take good care of Miao Miao, her father said. Chenin, are you going to hide your illness from Miao Miao? Her mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Li's father shook his head. You know I have a terminal illness. Even with all the medical interventions, I may only have a year or two to live at most, and the suffering is unbearable. If I opt for conservative treatment, I can live another year or so happily, and that would suffice. My only wish now is for my daughter to have a joyful wedding, without adding any worries to her and her partner. Once they are married, and my condition worsens beyond control, I shall reveal the truth to them in my final month. Telling her now serves no purpose. It would merely burden her with unnecessary distress. He chuckled softly. In this life, it is best to minimize worries and maximize joy. I just hope my daughter experiences more happiness. You always think of others, his wife replied, her eyes still misty. Today, I scolded my elder brother, and he was completely taken aback, unable to believe I dared to confront him. Li's father laughed heartily. The closer one approaches death, the clearer their perspective becomes. Life is simply about finding happiness and joy. That is what matters most. Chapter 5, Master Lu Hai in a towering skyscraper in Pahai City. Cheng Zihao reclined in a gaming chair, donning virtual glasses, when a knock at the office door interrupted him. Come in, he commanded. As the middle-aged man entered and closed the door behind him, he spoke with an air of subservience. Boss. The Xingkong fighting arena in Binhai City has decided to dismiss Su Jingming. I tried contacting him with a different account, but he has blocked me as well. Quite decisive. Cheng Zihao remarked with a pale complexion and a smile. Li Miao Miao has blocked me, and Su Jingming has blocked us too. They certainly share an intriguing bond. Is this what they call a love stronger than gold? Ha ha ha, how amusing. By the way, where's Li Yuanping? He is Miao Miao's uncle. Li Yuanping personally approached Miao Miao's parents, but they clearly favor Su Jingming as a son-in-law and sent him away, the middle-aged man replied. What a useless endeavor. Cheng Zihao frowned slightly. This Li Miao Miao is indeed different from other singers. She seems utterly indifferent to fame and fortune. She has even switched to a new streaming platform. Her latest broadcast was on Micro World. Moreover, she has never signed a long-term contract with us, only streaming once a month. She has never prioritized making money from her broadcasts. She is exceedingly laid back, the middle-aged man added helplessly. Boss, what should we do next? Both Li Miao Miao and Su Jingming are public figures with such obstinate attitudes. Never mind, there are many things I cherish in this world. It is impossible to possess them all. Cheng Zihao shook his head. As for Li Miao Miao, we shall pause our efforts for now. However, continue to keep an eye on her. People do change, and I refuse to believe she will remain indifferent to fame and fortune forever. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. She may be young, in her early 20s, and thus unconcerned about fame, but in a few years, after experiencing the trials of life, she may come to realize the importance of reputation and possibly change her stance. Years later, should one become shallow and pretentious, I may no longer hold them in high regard. Cheng Zihao remarked with a nonchalant demeanor, you may leave. Yes, the middle-aged man replied respectfully before departing. Cheng Zihao's virtual glasses transitioned back to immersive mode. For him, Li Miao Miao was merely a ripple in the expanse of his life, hardly worthy of his consideration. Within this immersive realm, a vast stock market panorama unfolded before him, where the capital market captured his true interest. Why has the stock price of Tiger Shark plummeted by 8 today? I have not discerned any negative news, Cheng Zihao mused, perplexed. Such a significant decline in the shares of Tiger Shark Group, a colossal stock, was indeed rare. His father had commanded that, to mitigate risks, all his investments should steer clear of Tiger Shark Group. Let his father worry about it. Cheng Zihao dismissed the thought. The family's most substantial asset was the 82 stake in Tiger Shark Group, which naturally concerned him. However, according to family tradition, his personal fortune was entirely separate from Tiger Shark Group. As for the steep drop in Tiger Shark stock, after over 30 years of his father, Cheng Liwei's stewardship, Chang Zihao retained great faith in his father's capabilities. In the capital city, within a traditional Chinese villa, only an elderly man resided apart from a robotic butler. This robust elder sat at the dining table, consuming several cloves of garlic, followed by hearty bites of beef and a few mouthfuls of boiled vegetables. He was none other than the legendary figure in the martial arts world, the fierce tiger, Lu Hai. At the age of 45, he participated in the inaugural World Martial Arts Championship, competing against elite practitioners from around the globe. It is noteworthy that only the top 32 ranked individuals were eligible to participate, the majority being around 30 years of age. Thus, Lu Hai was indeed a senior contender. He secured a place in the top 3 for 5 consecutive tournaments, ultimately achieving the title of world champion in the 5th. He served as the head coach of the national team for a remarkable 20 years. In terms of legendary status, only 2 martial artists in the past 3 decades could rival him in Xia country. Regarding seniority, he was the most seasoned, and most elite professional martial artists in Xia regarded him as their master. Now in his 70s, Lu Hai still devoted half of each year to solitary retreat and rigorous training. His daily regimen comprised 5 meals, predominantly beef, supplemented with vegetables. Given the intensity of his training, insufficient nourishment would be untenable. Lu Hai, with his tiger-like eyes radiating an imposing aura, observed the data materializing before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. "This scoundrel dares to bully my disciple?" he exclaimed. Fang Xinglong. The image of Fang Xinglong appeared on the display, who respectfully stated, "Master, I pondered all night yesterday and could not conceive of an alternative, which is why I brought this to your attention. My junior has been in the provincial team since high school, dedicating years to martial arts like a hermit. Who would have thought Cheng Zihao would resort to bullying him? My junior has been reticent in my presence, but upon inquiry, it seems to be related to his girlfriend. Matters of love can indeed be troublesome. How many young lives have been derailed by such romantic entanglements?" Lu Hai shook his head, resembling a man in his 70s, who still secluded himself for half a year. Avoiding all company, matters of love, and the mundane world would only impede his speed of action. "Master, do you have a solution for my junior disciple's predicament?" Fang Xinglong inquired, fully aware of his master's extensive network. "As for a commercial conglomerate, what can I possibly do? Let me ponder this." "You need not concern yourself with it," Lu Hai replied. "Indeed, Master, I shall heed your words," Fang Xinglong responded dutifully. As the luminous screen faded, Lu Hai remained seated, contemplating while gnawing on tender beef, feeling that even the taste of the meat had lost its allure. This young lad, Jingming, was still too physically frail. Had he trained for 3 more years, he would not have suffered a leg injury that jeopardized his future in the world martial arts competition. Lu Hai sighed inwardly, pondering how Jingming's exceptional marksmanship talent had led to his rapid ascent in world rankings, resulting in an untimely entrance into the global martial arts arena that ultimately harmed him. Attaining the highest level of the world martial arts competition at merely 20 was indeed premature. With his abilities, had he entered at 23 or 24, he would have had a chance to claim the world title. Securing such a prestigious accolade would have spared him from his current plight. Lu Hai reflected, recognizing that he, too, was merely a martial artist, and aiding his disciple was not a simple task. "Old Gua," Lu Hai called out. The luminous screen materialized, revealing an elderly figure with grizzled hair seated at a desk. "Brother Hai, what is it?" The elder, a man of considerable influence himself, still showed deference to Lu Hai, who was 3 years his junior, addressing him as Brother Hai due to their decades-long camaraderie. "Old Gua, regarding the national key cultivation list." Lu Hai set aside the beef in his hand. "I possess a recommendation slot, and I have decided to propose Su Jingming." "Su Jingming?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding. "You have the right to recommend, but it ultimately requires approval. This list comprises only 20 individuals. 12 positions are allocated to martial arts masters, while 5 are designated for other fighting disciplines, leaving just 3 slots. To be candid, Su Jingming's qualifications are somewhat lacking for this competition. Jingming is only 29 this year, with immense potential. Despite his severe leg injury, he reached the top 8 in the world martial arts competition. Without the injury, he could have contended for the world title," Lu Hai asserted. "We are aware of these facts, but I must inform you that his chances for the 3 available slots are quite slim. Are you certain you wish to recommend him?" The elder inquired. "Most of my favorite disciples over the years have achieved top 3 placements in the world and earned the title of martial arts master. Only Jingming and Xiao Tong are unfortunate cases," Xiao Tong has long since abandoned martial arts, yet Jingming has remained steadfast, unwavering in his dedication through the years. Such tenacity deserves cultivation. Very well, Brother Hai, please compose a detailed letter of recommendation promptly, preferably by today, so that I may forward it to the selection committee. The elder instructed, acknowledging that success ultimately rested with the higher authorities. Understood, Lu Hai nodded. As the luminous screen dissipated, he resumed chewing on the beef. Musing. Throughout the history of the World Martial Arts Competition, the Xia Nation has produced a total of 12 individuals who have achieved top 3 standings. Among these 12 individuals, I am the eldest, and there is one who is disabled, several whose figures have become misshapen, and even one who has been afflicted with cancer. Yet, all 12 have been included in the cultivation list. Disability, cancer, and age, are these truly criteria for cultivation? The higher-ups claim it to be a remarkable opportunity. Yet the specifics remain undisclosed. It is unclear what this grand opportunity entails. Lu Hai pondered that if Jingming could also become a member of this list, it would indeed represent a chance. Lu Hai's perspective is rather straightforward. When a disciple encounters difficulties, it is essential for them to grow stronger, for then the troubles dissipate, and may even transform into burdens for others. Chapter 6, Yang Qingxua Part 1. Su Jingming was unaware that his master, Lu Hai, had recommended his name. He was currently transitioning his responsibilities at the Martial Arts Academy, and once the training camp for the Jiang and provincial team concluded, he would be able to return to his hometown, Mingwei City. In the afternoon, Su Jingming trained in his exclusive room at the academy. Gripping a solid steel rod with a diameter of 4 centimeters and a length of 3.2 meters, the rod danced through the air, tracing arcs upwards, downwards, leftwards, and rightwards, each trajectory merely a fragment of a circle. This steel rod, a solid round bar commonly used in industry, weighed a formidable 64 pounds, making it ill-suited for combat, yet excellent for developing strength and overall power. Suddenly, a beeping sound pierced the air. Su Jingming set down the steel rod, picked up a towel to wipe away the beads of sweat, and glanced at the name displayed on the screen. Xiao Bai, answer the video call. The holographic image coalesced in midair, revealing a young man. Ashua. Su Jingming beamed with joy, delighted by the rare initiative shown by his friend in calling him. The young man, named Yang Qingxua, was Su Jingming's closest companion. They attended the same university and were both members of the martial arts team. Having been assigned to the same dormitory where Su Jingming occupied the upper bunk while Yang Qingxua took the lower. In their freshman year, Su Jingming secured first place in the National College Martial Arts Championship, while Yang Qingxua claimed 7th. Su Jingming joined the national team in his first year, and Yang Qingxua followed suit in his second. The two bunkmates spent several years together in the national team, training side by side and sharing a dormitory, fostering a brotherly bond that surpassed even that of blood relatives. Can I call you if I have nothing to say? Yang Qingxua chuckled, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. His reserved nature was well known among those familiar with him. Ashua, have you gained quite a bit of weight? Su Jingming inquired. Taken aback, Yang Qingxua had previously been quite slender, but now he appeared to have put on some weight, his once sharp gaze now dulled. Well, my child is about to start elementary school this year, so it's only natural for me to gain some weight, Yang Qingxua replied. Indeed. Your child can already run errands, while I remain unmarried, Su Jingming teased. You, getting married right at the legal age, sure makes things awkward for us older brothers. Yang Qingxua chuckled, but said little else. So what prompted you to call me today? Su Jingming smiled and inquired. During our university days, many of my close friends from the national team dispersed across the country after parting ways. It's quite normal to stay in touch once every year or two. There are indeed matters at hand. Yang Qingxua hesitated briefly before replying. Brother Su, I find myself in a predicament and need to borrow some money. Borrow money? A knot tightened in Su Jingming's heart. It wasn't the monetary aspect that troubled him. Rather, he was concerned for Ashuo, once a key player on the national team. After retiring, he secured a decent income at the Hebei Provincial Sports Bureau. How could he be reduced to borrowing money? What has transpired? Su Jingming asked. My mother is hospitalized, and the costs for the specialized medication beyond insurance are quite substantial, Yang Qingxua explained. How much do you need? Su Jingming inquired further. 1 million. Yang Qingxua responded. It may take me a year to repay you. Su Jingming nodded. All right, I will transfer it to you immediately. Yet, his thoughts wandered. Ashuo had once been a leading athlete, even competing in a World Martial Arts Championship, albeit eliminated in the group stage. The prize money was merely the basic 1 million. His appearance fee was not high, yet after years of hard work, he had saved a few million. Now, seeking a loan from him suggested he was in dire straits. When Su Jingming lent money, he prepared himself for the possibility of non-repayment. he would not be so generous with ordinary friends. But Yang Qingxua was his closest companion since childhood. As he continued the call, Su Jingming operated the interface on his screen, accessing his financial platform where stocks, insurance, and savings were clearly listed, swiftly arranging the transfer. Has it arrived? Su Jingming asked. It has, Yang Qingxua responded, feeling a surge of relief. Money indeed bolsters one's courage. The strain of financial scarcity is arduous. Thank you, Brother Su. Ashuo, I have a business trip to the capital today. I will stop by your place in Tianjin to have a chat, Su Jingming said. Please send me your address. Today? Yang Qingxua was taken aback. When will you arrive? Approximately around 5 o'clock, Su Jingming calculated. I'll still be at work. Let me give you my company's address, Yang Qingxua replied, sending the information. Su Jingming glanced at the address, Jessen Fitness Club. He was somewhat astonished. You have left the Hebei Sports Bureau? Yes, I have moved on, Yang Qingxua affirmed. Brother Su. I must attend class now. I'll see you later. Indeed, we shall have a good conversation, brother, Su Jingming replied, gently swiping his hand, causing the screen before him to dissolve into sparkling points of light. With his smile fading, Su Jingming stood silently. Ashuo seemed to be in a precarious situation. Having left the sports bureau for a fitness club, which was hardly a renowned martial arts gym. Once a national team mainstay, why would he settle for a fitness club? As professional martial artists, how much could they truly showcase their skills there? Resolute, Su Jingming purchased a high-speed train ticket to Tianjin, where the train reached speeds of 600 kilometers per hour, allowing him to arrive in just 2 hours. The business trip to the capital was merely a ruse. Su Jingming was genuinely concerned for his dear brother, thus making the special trip to Tianjin to see Yang Qingxua, utilizing a ride-hailing service. He arrived at the train station in 15 minutes. Soon, Su Jingming boarded the train, heading directly towards the northern city of Tianjin. At precisely 4:53 p.m., Su Jingming arrived at the entrance of the Jessen Fitness Club in Jimin City. Upon his arrival, he gazed up at the spacious establishment before stepping inside. The receptionist greeted him warmly, saying, "Welcome. I am Su. Here to see Yang Qingxua," Su Jingming replied, having made an appointment. "You are looking for Coach Yang? Please take a seat over here," the receptionist said with enthusiasm, guiding Su Jingming to the waiting area and offering him a glass of water. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Jessen Fitness Club, Yang Qingxua was conducting a fitness class for a group of female members. After completing a set of boxing exercises, the participants were left breathless. "All right, take a 2-minute break," Yang Qingxua announced. "Coach Yang, I heard you participated in the World Martial Arts Championship?" One curious member inquired. As their enrollment was influenced by his impressive credentials, the martial arts competitions were known to be categorized into levels, with the pinnacle being the World Martial Arts Championship, where only the top 32 ranked martial artists in the world were eligible to compete. "Yes, I participated in the 26th World Martial Arts Championship," Yang Qingxua replied with a smile, recognizing this as one of the most significant achievements on his resume. "Wow, Coach Yang, could you teach us some self-defense techniques?" Another member asked. "As vulnerable women, we find ourselves at a disadvantage against men with ill intentions. Do you have any easily learnable techniques that can effectively counter stronger males? Easy to learn? Techniques that weaker women can use against stronger men?" Yang Qingxua pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Very well. I shall teach you a particularly practical move." The female members listened intently. "First, follow my instructions and lift one leg to stand on one foot," Yang Qingxua directed. All the participants managed to balance on one leg, albeit with occasional instability. "Now, jump on one leg," he continued, demonstrating a gentle hop. The women, clad in fitness shoes, began to bounce effortlessly. "Isn't this quite simple?" Yang Qingxua asked. "I jump rope 1,000 times every day, so of course, this is easy," the members responded, including those who were heavier, all finding the exercise manageable. "Who cannot hop a few times?" Yang Qingxua remarked, noting their average weight of around 100 pounds. "I weigh more than that," a larger lady chuckled. "In other words, your single leg strength can easily support over 100 pounds, and you can still jump," Yang Qingxua explained. "With a powerful push-off, one can achieve a jump force exceeding 200 pounds. The women nodded, absorbing his words. "Now, extend your leg outward," Yang Qingxua instructed. Jumping on one leg involves pushing downwards, while lifting your leg means pushing forward, utilizing the same muscle engagement. Is it the same muscle engagement? The women wondered aloud as they lifted their legs, kicking toward a sandbag, which swayed with a loud thud. They were astonished by the results. Previously, I struck the punching bag, resulting in pain in my fists and wrists. Kicking it caused discomfort in my feet, yet the bag remained steadfast. This time, however, it moved. It was akin to pushing off the ground. Did I exert such force? Female members, upon their initial encounter with the punching bag, found it surprisingly effortless and impactful. This technique is known as the proper kick. Practice it daily but limit yourself to 20 repetitions. After a month, the power will flow smoothly, allowing even women to deliver kicks weighing 200 to 300 pounds with ease. Yang Qingshuo remarked, "Yet this is not the entirety of what I wish to teach. Pay close attention. When you lift your leg to kick, do not use the entire sole of your foot. Instead, utilize the ball of your foot, close to the toes." Yang Qingshuo casually executed a kick, the ball of his foot striking the bag with a resounding thud. Typically, whether in sports shoes or heels, one can generate at least 200 to 300 pounds of force using just the toes, delivering a far more penetrating impact. I comprehend that with the same pressure, a smaller contact area naturally results in greater intensity. A female member noted that compared to the entire foot, the pressure exerted by the toes could be tenfold greater. Indeed, the intensity is significantly amplified. Yang Qingshuo chuckled, revealing the intricacies of traditional martial arts techniques. Although your foot may not possess the hardness of a professional athlete's, we typically wear shoes, whose soles are often harder than those of trained fighters. A kick delivered with the toes can strike a person's thigh, causing immense pain. One female member's eyes sparkled at the thought of kicking a man in a sensitive area. Yang Qingshuo cautioned, self-defense should only be exercised in genuine danger. This is not merely a playful kick. Even if it does not strike a vital area and merely lands on the abdomen, most men would find it intolerable. This technique essentially simplifies the foot jab. Human legs are utilized daily. The average person can walk for hours, yet no one can walk on their hands for the same duration. Yang Qingshuo stated that the strength of human legs is inherently superior to that of the arms. Even women possess leg strength that can rival that of a strong man's arms. Can their leg strength truly match that of a strong man's arms? One female member remarked, noting that their arms are often thicker than her thighs. Can you stand on one leg for a few minutes, or even hop? Yang Qingshuo questioned. Ask those strong men to lift over 100 pounds with one arm for several minutes. How many could manage that? Do not underestimate your leg strength. Although a strong man's arms may be thick, in terms of muscle efficiency, they cannot compare to the thigh muscles of women, Yang Qingshuo asserted confidently. As a professional martial artist, he understood the potential of leg muscle strength. Humans are upright creatures, and the legs are inherently much stronger than the arms. Women, when harnessing their leg strength, can easily handle men who lack combat skills. Coach Yang, a client named Su is here, a staff member at the fitness center announced. Yang Qingshuo immediately recognized that Su Jingming had arrived. In the reception area, Su Jingming sat, sipping plain water and observing the fitness center, noting its commendable decor and spaciousness. Brother Su, a familiar voice called out. Su Jingming looked up to see Yang Qingshuo approaching with a smile. It is widely acknowledged that Su Jingming, though young, has swiftly become a mainstay of the national team. However, Yang Qingshuo, who was even a year younger, was once the youngest member of the first team. The once delicate youth has now succumbed to the passage of time, gaining weight and even sporting a few strands of gray hair, his gaze reflecting a hint of fatigue. "Ashua, Su Jingming, let us take a seat inside," he said as he rose. Yang Qingshuo led Su Jingming into a small reception room partitioned from the main area. He returned shortly with a platter of snacks and poured 2 glasses of water. "Brother Su, I truly appreciate your assistance this time," Yang Qingshuo remarked as he settled into his seat. Su Jingming, however, noticed that Yang Qingshuo wore a glove on his right hand, prompting him to inquire, "What happened to your hand? It's the middle of summer, yet you're wearing a glove." Yang Qingshuo's expression momentarily froze before he shrugged it off with a smile, removing the glove to reveal a prosthetic limb. Though the synthetic skin mimicked a real hand, a closer inspection would reveal its true nature. "Your hand?" Su Jingming exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. "It's a prosthetic," Yang Qingshuo replied with a chuckle as he donned the glove once more. "Last year, a piece of scaffolding fell from a tall building. A little child was standing below. You know, I'm a professional martial artist, so my reflexes are trained. I dashed over and caught the child just in time. My right hand was crushed while blocking the impact, and I had no choice but to amputate." "How could this happen?" Su Jingming was taken aback. "I was fortunate. It nearly struck my head instead," Yang Qingshuo said, shaking his head. "The iron frame fell from several dozen meters above. Had it landed on my head, I would have lost my life. Losing a hand is a small price to pay compared to saving that child. Moreover, prosthetic technology has advanced significantly. I can still perform simple tasks like carrying trays or pouring water." Su Jingming nodded slightly. "So, you left the sports bureau?" "It was an act of valor," Yang Qingshuo explained. "The sports bureau even offered me a reward for it, encouraging others to follow my example. However, without my right hand, I was ultimately deemed unsuitable to continue as a professional coach, so I was transferred to an administrative role. The salary is lower, around 10,000 a month. Having once ranked 19th in the world of martial arts, finding a job with a salary in the tens of thousands is not difficult, which is why I decided to venture out. Su Jingming understood. Most positions in the sports bureau offer modest salaries. Only esteemed coaches with specialized skills command high salaries. Take my master Lu Hai, the national team coach. His annual income is in the millions. In the provincial team, professional coaches typically start at 50,000 a month. Administrative roles, however, are just ordinary positions within the sports bureau, and the compensation cannot compare. Ashua, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Su Jingming offered. Your willingness to lend me money has already been a tremendous help, Yang Qingshua replied with a smile. What I wish for most is to see you married soon. How old are you now? You're already 30 this year. 19 years old. Su Jingming quickly corrected. We count age by the lunar calendar in our hometown, Yang Qingshua noted. Su Jingming blinked. You need not worry about my marriage. I am getting married in a few months. That is wonderful news. Who is the lucky person? Yang Qingshua pressed. Li Miao Miao. Su Jingming responded. Su Jingming remarked. Please keep this to yourself. In a few months at the wedding, you must attend. Li Miao Miao. Is she the one with the enchanting voice, or is it a namesake? Yang Qingshua inquired. It is indeed her, Su Jingming affirmed with a nod. Miao Miao and I are quite inexperienced regarding marriage and parenting. As someone who has traversed this path, I hope you can encourage your little you to converse with Miao Miao more. Yang Qingshua, slightly embarrassed, lowered his gaze and took a sip of water. I have divorced you. Divorced? Su Jingming was taken aback. Yes, it happened earlier this year, Yang Qingshua confirmed with a nod. Su Jingming began to comprehend the situation. Last year, Ashua had become disabled, a once professional martial artist who wielded a long spear. With his right hand impaired, he could no longer handle the spear, rendering him incapable of serving as a professional coach, and his future prospects and income would undoubtedly diminish significantly. This might indeed be a reason for the divorce. The divorce rate is quite high nowadays, Su Jingming remarked. Here, it's approaching 50%, Yang Qingshua replied, shaking his head. Being alone has its advantages, sparing one from many troubles. Su Jingming nodded, sensing the bitterness that lingered in Ashua's heart. By the way, I will soon be leaving Binhai to settle back in my hometown, Su Jingming said as he engaged in casual conversation with his close friend, discussing life and some industry gossip. Half an hour slipped by in this manner, and during their conversation, Yang Qingshua appeared relaxed, as if he had returned to his university days, to the time spent training with the national team, an era filled with carefree dedication to martial arts. Brother Su, I should be heading back. Yang Qingshua glanced at his watch and said, I need to prepare dinner for my son. Please attend to your matters, Su Jingming replied. Also rising. It's rare for you to visit. I should have treated you to dinner. Yang Qingshua expressed a hint of embarrassment. Haha, I too must head to the capital. Take care of your son, Su Jingming responded. Su Jingming subtly understood that Ashua had lost his father at a young age, and now his mother was gravely ill in the hospital. Raising a child alone must indeed be fraught with challenges. I'll take my leave now, Su Jingming stated as he boarded a ride-sharing smart vehicle at the entrance of the Jiasen Fitness Center. Yang Qingshua, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, watched Su Jingming depart before donning his helmet and riding an electric scooter homeward. Those self-driving smart cars had become widespread and could be owned without a driver's license. Yang Qingshua had long since sold his vehicle. Half an hour later, after stopping by the market to buy some groceries, Yang Qingshua returned home. It was a spacious 200-square-meter flat, considered quite nice in Jimin City, purchased years ago for 5 million. Father, a young boy, lying on the sofa and wearing virtual reality goggles, excitedly removed the goggles and rushed over to embrace his father. Tao Tao, did you enjoy the game? Yang Qingshua inquired with a smile. The summer vacation is perfect for playing, the boy exclaimed, and this morning, I even played math and language games. I've conquered level 55 in math addition and subtraction and reached level 22 in the language phonetics game. That's impressive, Yang Qingshua kissed his son affectionately. The boy nestled close to his father, relishing the moments spent together. I'll go prepare dinner for you, Yang Qingshua announced. Okay. The young boy obediently returned to his seat, donning a virtual headset. Beside the sofa stood a robot, the boy's sole companion at home. I could only afford the most economical model of a basic intelligent robot. And with little time to spend with my son, I had to rely on the robot for company. In the kitchen, Yang Qingshua glanced at his son engrossed in the game. A wave of guilt washed over him. The basic intelligent robot could merely tidy up, supervise his son, and engage in simple conversations. Beyond that, it was incapable. Tasks such as cooking were far too intricate for its limited capabilities. My only option was to strive to maintain a semblance of normalcy in my son's life. Yang Qingxua surveyed the household. Following his divorce, their assets had been divided equally. Although he still resided in the house, he owed his ex-wife a staggering $3,900,000 in cash. All available cash and properties had been mortgaged for $2 million, handed over to her. To compound matters, his mother was gravely ill, unable to assist with childcare, and the costs for her treatment were exorbitant. He had already maxed out the mortgage on his home and sold his car. Now he was drowning in debt. Yet he had to persevere. Beep, beep, beep. Yang Qingxua pressed his watch, and a holographic image materialized, revealing a weary, middle-aged woman in her 50s, who was none other than his mother. Xiaoxua, she spoke, her voice faint. I've researched extensively online, and it appears I suffer from a genetic disorder, a rare condition. The special medication merely prolongs my condition. There is no cure. It would be best if I return home to spend quality time with my grandson and find some joy. So you can also have a bit of peace. Mother, please don't worry. I've signed a long-term contract with the company. Finances will be stable, Yang Qingxua reassured her. Just focus on your treatment. Leave everything else to me. I'll visit you around 8 tomorrow morning. Xiaoxua, his mother felt a deep compassion for her son. In just over a year, he had faced disability, lost a promising job, gone through a divorce, and amassed considerable debt, all while single-handedly raising a child and caring for her. She contemplated an end to her suffering, yet she understood her son's character. Such an act would only inflict lifelong pain on him. Mother, I must return to cooking. Tao Tao is still waiting for his meal, Yang Qingxua said. All right, his mother replied before ending the call. Yang Qingxua placed a lid on the pot, and the flames danced beneath it as he stared silently. How had my life come to this? He pondered. He had once been a favored child of fortune. If only he had heeded Su Ji's advice, focused on martial arts, and avoided early romance and marriage, he could have achieved greater heights in the world martial arts competitions, leading to a more lucrative future, thus escaping his current predicament. As he reminisced about the past, he recalled falling in love in his freshman year, his first love. After joining the national team, he maintained a virtual connection with his ex-wife, their affection flourishing until he married at the legal age of 22, soon welcoming a child. Though he had dedicated himself to martial arts, he had to concede that love, marriage, and fatherhood had diverted much of his energy, ultimately curtailing his potential. It is worth noting that he was merely a year younger than Su Jingming. Had circumstances been different, he could have easily rivaled him. I am not as dedicated as Su Go. During my time with the national team, I didn't suffer any life-threatening injuries. While Su Go endured a broken leg, yet managed to rise again years later, advancing to the quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Championship. His marksmanship has earned him global recognition, placing him among the top 10 historical marksmen, thus acquiring the title of Gun Demon. I too practice shooting, Yang Qingxua reflected silently. I am content with my current situation and wish to spend more time with my wife and son, lacking the level of sacrifice Su Go has made. Time cannot be reclaimed. Regrets and frustrations are futile. I must press on step by step. Yang Qingxua lowered his head, glanced at his watch, and a holographic screen popped up. He clicked on it to begin making payments. Water bill, electricity bill, gas bill, virtual network fee, his son's milk expenses, and the monthly loan repayments. His career seemed devoid of hope, burdened by heavy debts, with elderly family members above and young ones below, relying solely on him. He is the cornerstone of this family. Yang Qingxua looked up and saw his son, Yang Tao, sitting on the living room sofa, wearing virtual glasses, his slender frame evident. Tao Tao, I may not be able to give you much, but even if it costs me my life, I will ensure you grow up happily and can support yourself in this society. The savory aroma of meat from the simmering pot gradually wafted into the living room. Dad, it smells so good. His son, Yang Tao, sniffed the air joyfully. I made your favorite spare ribs. They'll be ready soon, Yang Qingxua replied with a smile. Su Jingming, seated on the high-speed train back to Binhai City, gazed out the window. How could this happen? He understood Yang Qingxua's current plight. Feeling both heartbroken and powerless, disabled, his career shattered, and his entire family relying on him, all Su Jingming could do was lend a hand where possible. But life must still be faced by Qingxua himself. Qingxua, keep fighting. Su Jingming thought silently. Life, at times, is beyond resistance. One can only endure quietly. Chapter 8. Returning to hometown several days later, the training squad from Jiangnan province returned, and Su Jingming left the Starry Sky Martial Arts Hall, preparing to head back home. In the afternoon, at Binhai City's North High-Speed train station, he thought to himself, one must take good care of oneself in Binhai City. Su Jingming embraced Li Miao Miao as they parted ways. Li Miao Miao, wearing a mask, was accompanied by a female assistant. Although Su Jingming had twice reached the World Martial Arts Championship, once making it to the top 16 and once to the top 8, he had made few public appearances. Thus, few could recognize him on the streets. Li Miao Miao was different. She had a massive following, and even with her infrequent live streams, she maintained millions of fans. Without her mask, she would likely be recognized instantly. I estimate it will take another 2 or 3 days to finalize everything here, and then I can return. Li Miao Miao mentioned. Sister Kong has already gone to Mingyue City. They've secured their rental. Sister Kong was one of Li Miao Miao's 2 assistants. Xiaozong, you must take good care of your boss over the next few days. Su Jingming instructed the petite assistant beside him. Understood, Xiaozong immediately replied, standing tall. Su Jingming nodded with a smile and embraced his girlfriend once more. Send me a message when you get home, Li Miao Miao urged. All right, I'm off, Su Jingming said. Turning around, shouldering his backpack, and passing through the checkpoint to board the high-speed train. Li Miao Miao, along with her assistant, watched Su Jingming's figure fade into the corridor before departing. On the high-speed train, Su Jingming sat comfortably in his seat, with a holographic screen hovering 3 feet in front of him. This luminous display was only visible from his angle. From other perspectives, the brightness diminished and the image distorted. Dear friends and family, I am now settling in Mingyue City. I warmly welcome you all to visit. I shall ensure your stay is delightful. Su Jingming posted a message in his social circle, and soon, replies began to flood in. Safe travels, brother. Read a comment from Fang Xinglong, the owner of the Starry Sky Combat Arena. Old Su leaving Binhai? Inquired Hung Fong, a close friend and former teammate from the national team. Finally returning to Mingyue City. The brothers have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, exclaimed Zhu Tong, a junior from the 8 Extremes sect in Mingyue City. Come back soon so we can meet. Added Dai Tongdao, the leader of the toe-poking sect, who was also one of Su Jingming's 2 mentors during his youth. I hear Mingyue City is a stunning place. I must visit when the opportunity arises, commented Mick Chi, a world-class martial artist from abroad, who had studied in Xia country and was fluent in Chinese. A great master is returning home. We must celebrate with a feast. Many old classmates wish to see you, wrote Wu Wei, a high school friend. As time passed, more and more messages appeared. They included old classmates, relatives, teammates from provincial and national teams, as well as some unfamiliar martial arts friends from the global martial arts community, along with agents, coaches, and former disciples. Su Jingming smiled as he read the messages, responding warmly to each friend. In the capital city, within a traditional villa, Lu Hai was enjoying his 3rd meal of the day while glancing at the social circle on the holographic screen. During his annual retreat, he often checked the social circle during meals to stay informed about the outside world. Jingming has left Binhai and returned to Mingyue City? Lu Hai mused, realizing it was due to the pressure from Chung Zaheo of the Tiger Shark Group. The list of candidates for the National Key Cultivation Program appeared on the screen. Lu Hai lightly tapped the display, observing the names, and shook his head in resignation. He had reached out to several old friends, but despite his efforts, Jingming was still eliminated from consideration. The list comprised 20 individuals, 12 martial arts masters, and 5 from various combat disciplines. Only 3 slots were available for competition, which would be filled by 2 professional martial artists and 1 professional Sanda fighter, the latter being a Grand Slam champion. The 2 martial artists included one who had achieved 4th place in a world martial arts competition, and another who had reached the world's top 8 3 times, both boasting superior records compared to Jingming. This selection was exceptionally competitive, and Lu Hai's role was merely to recommend. He had done his utmost. As the scenery outside the window whizzed by, Su Jingming lifted his gaze to behold the view, having only engaged in conversation within his social circle for a brief moment. He had already entered the territory of Mingyue City. The journey from Binhai City to Mingyue City took merely 35 minutes by high-speed train. Home at last, Su Jingming thought, feeling elated as he gazed out at the countless weeping willows lining the riverbanks. The picturesque landscape of the Jiangnan water towns was truly refreshing. While Mingyue City may not compare economically to Binhai City, the economic hub of Xia country, it far surpassed it in terms of livability. The entire city seems as though it has been constructed within a park, exuding a leisurely pace of life. Many elderly individuals from across the nation have relocated here to enjoy their retirement. Mingyue City, I have returned. Exiting the high-speed train station and boarding an autonomous intelligent vehicle, Su Jingming headed straight for his parents' residence, a villa community rich in history where he had lived until the age of 18. As Su Jingming strolled through the pathways of the villa complex, the cobblestones beneath his feet bore the marks of time. Some were original stones, while others had been replaced by the property management due to damage. A wall bore faint traces of graffiti that caught his eye, prompting him to reach out and touch it. This graffiti was a remnant of his childhood, a drawing made when he was 5 years old on the wall of his neighborly Dainou's home, still faintly visible after all these years. Walking down this path, memories flooded back of his younger self, carrying a backpack to school, with his father accompanying him. Back then, robots were not as advanced. His mother was responsible for cooking, while his father managed the school runs. In the blink of an eye, 2 decades had passed. Reaching the familiar gate, Su Jingming gently pushed it open, finding it unlocked. He stepped into the front yard, a modest 30 square meter space where he had spent countless hours practicing martial arts as a child. "Dad, Mom," Su Jingming called out. "Jingming is back," came the joyful response from within. As he opened the door to the living room, he found his parents already up, his mother in pajamas and slippers. His father in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, quite casual for the summer heat. "Jingming," his mother exclaimed, embracing him warmly. "I missed you so much. Is Meow Meow not with you?" "Meow Meow will return in a couple of days," Su Jingming replied with a smile. His father stepped out, scrutinizing Su Jingming before asking, "Where are your weapons?" "They've been shipped. There's a lot of heavy equipment, so they won't arrive until tomorrow, all delivered to the new house," Su Jingming explained. His father nodded in understanding. Su Jingming's father, Su Hong, stood at a height comparable to his son, but was significantly more robust. A formidable figure who had established the Baji Gate in Mingwe City. He specialized in Baji martial arts, practicing stance exercises daily, which involved striking tree stumps with various parts of the body, arms, chest, shoulders, and back. He also focused on one-arm inverted stances, a challenging practice that could be simplified to 2-arm inversions or even push-up stances, which also trained the legs with techniques like fishing for the moon beneath the sea. The diverse skills of Baji martial arts were designed to imbue every part of the body with immense strength, fierce as a bear or tiger. Su Hong embodied this, his formidable presence radiating an air of dominance. "Dad, you need to lose some weight," Su Jingming remarked. "You've crossed the 200-pound mark, haven't you?" "I'm at 210 pounds, Su Hong replied, shaking his head. "There's no way around it. I'm getting older, and my back injury flares up often. I have to be careful with my practice. I only train for about 2 hours a day, and with that, my weight has crept up. I used to maintain around 190 pounds. With less practice time, you should eat less," his mother interjected, "but you just keep eating and eating. How can you not gain weight?" Despite her age being hinted at by wrinkles and a few strands of gray hair, Su Jingming's mother possessed a figure that many younger women would envy. Su Mu is an artist who, in her youth, traversed the globe alongside Su Fu. Eventually, they settled in Mingwe City. "I have grown accustomed to indulgence, and I simply cannot control it," Su Fu chuckled. "You were just too combative in your youth." Visiting various martial arts schools around the world, and often engaging in sparring at each stop, Su Mu responded, shaking her head. "I sustained many injuries back then. I could endure it when I was young, but now I certainly feel the toll. Aches and pain seem to plague me frequently. Jingming, you should take heed of this. Prioritize health over combat in the future. Indeed, martial arts and weaponry can be quite perilous," Su Fu concurred, recalling the time their son, at the age of 20, suffered a broken leg in a global martial arts competition. They had been in the audience, utterly alarmed. "Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I have returned to settle in Mingwe City. Who would I spar with?" Su Jingming laughed. "Is Jingming back?" A voice called from upstairs. "Grandfather?" Su Jingming exclaimed joyfully. "Your grandfather knew you were returning today, so he came over early. He took a nap upstairs this afternoon," Su Mu explained. "Perhaps he heard us chatting." Su Jingming set down his backpack and walked into the villa's courtyard, spotting the white-haired elder descending the stairs, his steps still steady. "Grandfather," Su Jingming approached the staircase. "Isn't it wonderful to be home? Mingwe City is far more beautiful and comfortable than Binhai City," the elder said, his eyes crinkling with delight upon seeing his eldest grandson. "This time, I intend to stay. I want to spend more time with you, grandfather." Su Jingming felt a pang of affection for his grandfather, Su Gushun, who had risen from a rural background. In his youth, he was a professional esports player, known by the moniker Nameless Master. Back then, it was all about mobile games. Grandfather had once achieved significant success, earning a substantial income during his career. After retiring, he became a gaming streamer, accumulating wealth over the years, which established a solid foundation for the Su family. However, grandfather was now 88, and his health was deteriorating. "Come, let us enjoy some fruit," Su Mu called, bringing in 2 large platters filled with grapes, bananas, and watermelon. "Enjoy the fruit," the elder said cheerfully, sitting down and offering Su Jingming a slice of watermelon. "Taste the local watermelon. These are all from our hometown." "I'll serve myself, grandfather," Su Jingming replied, taking a seat and reaching for the watermelon. He fondly recalled how, during his childhood, his grandfather often took him out to play. Back then, his mother was still quite young, and his father was in his prime, often training a group of disciples in martial arts. Now, grandfather had aged, his face wrinkled and marked with age spots. His mother also had more gray hair and could not hide her wrinkles. Although his father remained robust, at 60, he had begun to show signs of aging. The cycle of life, birth, aging, illness, and death, was inexorable. Su Jingming pondered, I have grown up, yet my parents have aged. And my grandfather seems to diminish with each passing year. Returning home, he felt the warmth of family, yet he was acutely aware of the relentless passage of time. These fruits were freshly bought by your father this morning. They are the finest available, Su Mu remarked. They are indeed delicious, Su Jingming said, smiling brightly as he enjoyed the treat. Chapter 9. Global livestream. Having returned to Mingyue City for several days, Li Miao also came back from Binhai and moved her belongings into the new home. The new residence is a standalone villa located in the suburbs of Mingyue City. Although its location cannot compare to my parents' old home, its size is considerably larger. The basement of the villa spans an impressive 200 square meters, which Su Jingming has transformed into a professional training room. The villa's yard covers 800 square meters, part of which has been developed into an outdoor martial arts practice area. For instance, a large wooden post stands firmly in the yard, measuring 40 centimeters in diameter and 3 meters in length, with 1 meter embedded underground and 2 meters above ground. Dressed in a tank top and shorts, Su Jingming practiced barefoot, stepping forward to strike the wooden post with both palms. With an explosive burst of speed, he approached the post as if he were a ferocious tiger, and then he forcefully struck the wooden post. Bang! The 40-centimeter thick post trembled violently from the impact. Following this, Su Jingming retreated a step before launching himself forward once more, his palms colliding with the post again. After 10 strikes, he switched techniques, employing shoulder rams, back strikes, and elbow thrusts. Each impact resonated through the post with intense vibrations. Jingming, why not join my parents and me for dinner tonight? Li Miao, donning virtual reality glasses, leaned against the doorway of the living room, observing Su Jingming's training in the yard. Sure, he replied. But when do you plan to move in here? What's the matter? Are you feeling lonely at night all by yourself? Li Miao teased, casting a sidelong glance at Su Jingming. It can be quite solitary indeed. Su Jingming paused his training and turned to face Li Miao. You look so pitiful, she chuckled. I've only just returned to Mingyue City a few days ago. I want to spend time with my parents. She added that being around her parents 24 hours a day could also be bothersome, as young people need their space. During the day, she stayed at the new house, while at night, she would go to her parents' place to chat with her mother. In a few days, my parents will start to find me bothersome as well, she said. And then I'll come over. All right, Su Jingming nodded. By the way, I need to accompany my grandfather to the hospital tomorrow, so I probably won't be around during the day. Then I won't come over tomorrow, Li Miao said, returning to the living room and immersing herself back into the virtual network. Su Jingming resumed his training. Suddenly, Li Miao, seated on the sofa in the living room, displayed an expression of shock as she browsed through the news in the virtual network. Jingming, something major has happened, she exclaimed, startled by her outburst. Su Jingming halted his training and stepped into the living room, asking, what's wrong? Quick, take a look, she said, gesturing with her hand. A holographic screen materialized in the air above the living room, displaying a video. 195 nations across the globe have simultaneously announced a press conference to be held in 3 days, at 9 p.m. Beijing time on July 21st. This event will be broadcast live by all participating countries. At 9 p.m. Beijing time, it would be 8 a.m. in the metropolis, 1 p.m. in Fog City, and 10 p.m. in Edo, synchronized across all time zones worldwide. This must be significant, an event of great importance. The last time there was such a commotion was when the 195 nations formed the Blue Star Alliance. Regarding this forthcoming press conference, no information has been divulged thus far. The greater the secrecy, the more significant the matter appears to be. Short videos glide across the screen one after another. The entire online community has erupted in a frenzy over the sudden news, with countless netizens expressing their opinions. Indeed, it is a momentous event. Su Jingming solemnly stated that it could potentially impact the fate of humanity on a global scale. There are far too many nations worldwide. Li Miao nodded in agreement, noting that while there are 195 countries, some smaller nations scarcely measure up to a mere town in our Xia country. The simultaneous announcement by 195 nations conveys a strong message. The last time such gravity was observed was during the formation of the Blue Star Alliance to explore the Firefly planet. When humanity first set foot on the Firefly planet, nations worldwide fervently advanced their space technologies, vying to develop it. Ultimately, the 195 nations united to form the Blue Star Alliance to collaboratively explore the Firefly planet. Su Jingming acknowledged that the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance for the exploration of the Firefly planet was the most significant event of the past few decades. This time, the purpose remains a mystery. Discussions abound online, yet no information has been disclosed, maintaining an air of utmost confidentiality. Li Miao is also keenly interested. The level of secrecy is exceedingly high. Su Jingming feels a sense of anticipation for the live broadcast in 3 days. The entire globe is abuzz with excitement for this press conference, with a substantial portion of online discourse focusing on the impending event. Such a magnitude of activity has only occurred once in the past century, the formation of the Blue Star Alliance. What could this be for? As the days pass, we arrive at July 21st, 8:55 p.m. in the capital of Xia country. The global live broadcast is about to commence. The nature of this significant event remains unknown. At Su Jingming's new home, his grandfather, his parents, the parents of Li Miao, and both Su Jingming and Li Miao have gathered in the living room. The screen already set to the global live stream. In the capital, at Lu Hai's residence, a large family is also assembled, awaiting the live broadcast. Dad, do you know what this global live stream is about? Lu Hai inquired. Despite the gathering, he was equally in the dark, responding, I'm not sure. The level of secrecy is quite high. Lu Hai reassured them, don't worry, the official announcement will come in a few minutes. We will know soon enough. Although Lu Hai was uncertain, he had heard from above that the upcoming national priority cultivation list was related to the global live stream on July 21st. What could this global live broadcast entail? The Cheng family has also come together. The head of the family, Cheng Liwei, along with his wife, their eldest son Cheng Zitong and his family, and their second son Cheng Zihao are all present. Dad, with your network, you don't know anything about this press conference? Cheng Zihao asked, casually perched on the sofa, munching on a banana, astonished. His father, Cheng Liwei, is the head of the colossal Tiger Shark Group, valued at 50 trillion, wielding influence that may surpass that of some small national leaders. If even he is unaware of this secret, it is evidently classified to an extremely high degree. I do not know, Cheng Liwei replied gravely. I have inquired, and although it is said that 195 countries are announcing simultaneously, in reality, the vast majority of national leaders are uninformed. Only the 32 member states of the alliance are privy to the secret. The Blue Star Alliance generally reaches decisions through discussions among the 5 major council nations. And even significant matters that determine the fate of the world can be settled by the 32 member countries. As for the smaller nations, they merely wave flags and shout. Lacking any decision-making power, their role is solely to comply with the alliance's resolutions. If global human destiny is affected, it inevitably influences the fate of our Tiger Shark Group. Cheng Liwei stated, pay close attention to this press conference. Cheng Zitong and Cheng Zihao also observed intently. When the Blue Star Alliance was established, international communication greatly improved, allowing the Tiger Shark Group to reap the benefits and extend its reach into numerous countries worldwide. A formidable group must align with global trends and act accordingly. At this moment, nations such as Xia, Roma, the Eagle Federation, India, and Sakura, among others, are all tuned into this live broadcast, regardless of time or wealth. A significant portion of the global populace is engaged with this event. All forms of entertainment on the internet have ceased, and every streaming and video platform, along with all official media, displays only one program: this global live press conference. Even various large screens and advertisement displays on the streets are showcasing this event. At this instant, it is nearly impossible for anyone living on this planet to remain unaware of the broadcast. It is about to begin. Su Jingming, Li Miao, and their entire family are gathered in the living room, watching the live stream on the screen. In the broadcast, representatives from 195 countries have taken their seats, with the current Secretary General of the Blue Star Alliance, Angus, occupying the main position. I am honored to host this press conference, for it shall be recorded in the annals of human history, Secretary General Angus stated with a smile. He spoke in Roman. Yet all media within Xia broadcasted his words in Mandarin, while in Sakura, the translation was provided in Japanese. Each nation heard a common language. Chapter 10. Living in a good era over 40 years ago, in 2036, humanity first set foot on the planet of Firefly, Angus continued, and astonishing discoveries were made there. Until now, these findings were classified, but today I can reveal some of them to the global populace. Rising to his feet, Secretary General Angus gestured towards a massive projection behind him, displaying scenes of a dilapidated colossal steel city on Firefly. This was the ruin of an underground city. Remnants suggest it spans 36 kilometers in length and 25 kilometers in width, resembling a gigantic subterranean fortress. Angus stated, then waved his hand again, and the screen shifted to reveal a human-like sculpture. This sculpture, created 30 million years ago, bears a striking resemblance to humanity. This too was discovered on Firefly, Angus remarked. Without further elaboration, he gestured once more, unveiling a more breathtaking scene. Deep within a Grand Canyon lay a colossal, pristine spacecraft, shattered into two segments. This spacecraft measures 5.8 kilometers in length, and it is estimated to have crashed and broken apart 1 million years ago. Secretary Angus stated that upon our discovery, the fractured spacecraft was ensconced within a canyon. After excavating it from the debris and conducting minimal maintenance, we found that the vessel remained remarkably pristine, untouched by decay. The technological marvels contained within this spacecraft are truly beyond comprehension. After a brief pause, Angus continued, while the world erupted in fervent speculation. What is this? Such a colossal steel city? Is it indeed a spacecraft, measuring 5.8 kilometers in length? After 1 million years, the materials remain immaculate? What kind of technological prowess is this? What innovations lie within this spacecraft? The sculpture, dating back 30 million years, retains its original form. The material is astonishing, and it resembles a human figure. Did humanity once inhabit Mars? People across the globe were awestruck and engaged in fervent discussions. After a moment of silence, Secretary Angus reviewed his notes and lifted his gaze once more, stating, Mars represents a treasure for all humankind, which is why in 2056, we established the Blue Planet Alliance to collaboratively explore Mars. We set foot on Mars in 2036, and by 2056, the global community had united under the Blue Planet Alliance to harness the technological advancements from Mars for the benefit of all humanity. Angus smiled, remarking that technologies such as virtual reality glasses originated from the virtual helmets found on Mars. He retrieved a silver-gray helmet from a nearby box, explaining that while the virtual glasses achieved a mere 30% immersion, the virtual helmet technology, after immense investment, had finally been mastered by our Blue Planet team. Donning the virtual helmet connects the brain's neural pathways to the device, allowing consciousness to enter a virtual realm. Angus elaborated that first, the immersion could reach nearly 100%, simulating touch and smell, enabling absolute virtual representation of the human body. Viewers of the live broadcast were left astounded. Nearly 100% immersion? Second, once immersed in the virtual world, the body is in a state of rest while the mind experiences a dreamlike state. This allows individuals to utilize their sleep time to enter the virtual world, significantly enhancing our available hours for productivity. In addition to daytime learning and work, we can engage in scientific research and entertainment during the night. Secretary Angus smiled, proclaiming that technology is transforming humanity. Our sleep time can now be fully utilized. Is this the essence of technological advancement? Entering a virtual world during sleep? Su Jingming, Li Miao Miao, and their family were left in awe. In my youth, we were still in the mobile gaming era. Is it possible that we have had a virtual world for merely 60 or 70 years? At 88, I can witness this day? Mr. Su was astounded. The virtual helmet is not our greatest achievement from Mars, Angus continued. Today's conference places the virtual helmet second. The foremost revelation is human evolution. Evolution? The global audience listened intently, intrigued that the virtual helmet was merely a secondary discovery, while human evolution ranked first. From Mars, we have unearthed ancient technologies, including methods for genetic evolution. Angus remarked that after years of experimentation, we must express our gratitude to the volunteers who sacrificed their lives in the name of research. They are the true heroes of humanity. Behind him, a screen illuminated with the images of individuals, men and women alike. A profound silence enveloped the global audience. Did many volunteers perish in the pursuit of this experimentation? Through years of trials, we have discovered a method of genetic evolution with a 100% success rate, applicable to all humanity on our blue planet. Genetic evolution may sound astonishing, yet its principles are remarkably simple. Much like a boxer who, through rigorous training, develops superior strength and agility, their offspring, influenced by hereditary genes, are born with an innate advantage. This exemplifies the subtle evolution of genetics. It has long been acknowledged that exercise fortifies the body, reduces the risk of numerous diseases, and promotes longevity. However, these are merely rudimentary conclusions drawn from our daily habits. Secretary Angus stated that if technology could advance to monitor human genetics and summarize the genetic changes prompted by exercise across millions, even billions of individuals, the resultant evolutionary framework would be nothing short of extraordinary. This genetic evolution method, discovered on Mars, has been confirmed through our trials to be suitable for Earth's inhabitants, yielding 10 distinct evolutionary techniques. The screen behind him displayed 10 tomes, each inscribed with alien script. Behold the cohort of experimenters we invited 6 months prior. Secretary Angus gestured towards the luminous display. The enormous screen revealed thousands of individuals, men and women, young and old, some disabled, some frail, and others robust, alongside the elderly nearing the end of their lives. All wore silvery gray helmets, reclining on individual beds. Over half of them were terminally ill, with 1/5 being disabled. Secretary Angus explained that mastering the evolution technique is no simple feat. It often leaves the body utterly exhausted, and incorrect movements can be detrimental. Thus, these volunteers learned within a virtual helmet, ensuring they fully mastered the techniques in a simulated environment before applying them in reality. Remarkably, within just 3 months, this cohort underwent a metamorphosis, as Secretary Angus enthusiastically proclaimed. In the footage, individuals with disabilities, some missing limbs, were observed as their severed appendages gradually regenerated, ultimately restoring them completely. Many elderly participants, over time, saw their gray hair return to a lustrous black, their wrinkles vanishing, and their youth restored. Terminally ill patients gradually regained their health, their complexions vibrant. Their genes had evolved, transcending into a new realm of existence, Secretary Angus noted. In a 100-meter sprint test, the previous global record stood at 932 seconds. Angus focused intently on the screen, where 8 participants prepared to race. With the sound of a gunshot, they launched forward like cheetahs, their forms a blur as they swiftly reached the finish line. The fastest among them clocked in at an astonishing 513 seconds. These 8 individuals had only practiced the genetic evolution method for 3 months, yet their average time was just over 5 seconds. Secretary Angus declared. On the screen, a young individual grasped a barbell, its rod thicker than that of an Olympic weightlifting bar, yet the substantial weight plates on either side bent the hefty bar. Nevertheless, with a surge of strength, the young man effortlessly lifted it above his head. Without any formal weightlifting training, an ordinary young person raised a 1,000-kilogram barbell with ease. The screen displayed someone leaping over a high bar, soaring to a height of 3 meters and 9 centimeters. Secretary General Angus proclaimed, "Jump higher, run faster, lift heavier." The resilience of the human body has become formidable. Severed limbs can regenerate, and diseases once deemed terminal are now mere trifles for evolved humanity, easily vanquished by our enhanced immune systems. All known terminal illnesses can be eradicated by our evolved bodies. Most significantly, lifespans have dramatically increased. We ascertain that evolved humans will generally live between 160 to 200 years. Human lifespan has effectively doubled. Upon hearing this, people around the globe erupted in excitement. All terminal illnesses can be eradicated. Severed limbs can regrow. In a living room in Tianjin, Yang Qingxua, holding his son while watching the live broadcast, stared in disbelief. "Can my illness truly be cured? Will my hand be able to grow back?" he murmured. A small screen beside him flickered to life. Xiao Shua. Did you hear? Severed limbs can regrow." In the video, a person who had lost both legs saw them restored. "You only lost a hand. It will surely grow back," his mother exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. The thought of her son no longer being disabled brought her immense satisfaction, even in death. "Mom, your illness can be cured too," Yang Qingxua replied, overwhelmed with emotion. "Yes, my illness can be cured." His mother nodded vigorously. "Our family will be whole again. Thank you for this era. Thank you." Yang Qingxua glanced down at his son, who had dozed off during the live broadcast. He kissed his son gently. The child opened his eyes, bleary and confused, glanced at his father, and fell back asleep. "Is Tao Tao asleep?" his mother inquired. "All entertainment has been paused. There are no cartoons, and Tao Tao is waiting until he feels sleepy," Yang Qingxua chuckled. His mother nodded. "Let him rest well. From now on, our family will thrive." "Thrive," Yang Qingxua echoed with a smile, feeling a surge of hope for the future. The Su family was equally exhilarated. All terminal illnesses can be cured? Severed limbs can regrow? Lifespan of 160 to 200 years? The news left the entire family in a daze. Su Jingming turned to his aging parents, his father already 60, his mother showing strands of gray, and his grandfather, an impressive 88. Could these cherished family members live beyond 160 years? "Son, your leg injury will surely heal," his mother exclaimed, embracing Su Jingming. "People with severed legs are regrowing them. Your minor injury is nothing in comparison." Su Jingming nodded. "However, future martial arts competitions will certainly differ from the past. Even an ordinary person will be able to lift over 1,000 kilograms with both hands. This marks a new era," old Master Su lamented. "In my youth, we were still using computers. My father and his generation played computer games. In my youth, I entered the era of mobile phones. Now, as I reach middle age, we find ourselves in the age of virtual reality glasses. Humanity's lifespan has doubled, and I am fortunate to live in such a remarkable time." Indeed, We are privileged to inhabit this extraordinary era. Beside me, Li Chunin and his wife exchanged glances. Father, mother, we can remain together and live to be over 160 years old, Li Miao Miao exclaimed joyfully, embracing her parents. Our family is united. Li Chunin and his wife smiled, their eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 11. The unique virtual world game. Li Chunin turned his attention to the live broadcast. He was afflicted with a terminal illness, and this was his chance for transformation. However, is there a threshold to learning the gene evolution method? As everyone likely knows, mastering this method is arduous. A single misstep may prove detrimental to one's health. The experimenters are trained within virtual helmets. Secretary Angus smiled and announced, "Now, I declare the collective resolution of the Blue Star Alliance. Every human on Blue Star, upon reaching the age of 6, may receive a virtual helmet free of charge. Within this virtual realm, all humans can freely choose from 10 methods of evolution." This announcement stirred excitement among Li Chunin, Yang Qingxua, and many others, igniting fervor across the globe as countless individuals cheered. For young children suffering from terminal illnesses, even those under 6 may apply to receive a virtual helmet. Secretary Angus continued. Within the virtual helmet, we have created a singular virtual world game to facilitate the learning of evolutionary methods. The difficulty of creating this game surpasses that of constructing a city inhabited by millions. By integrating the crystallized wisdom of civilization from Firefly Planet, we birthed the game entitled Life Evolution. The Life Evolution game not only teaches the gene evolution method, but also collects data on players' physical evolution. As billions of evolution data accumulate and refine, we believe that one day, humanity will craft even more potent evolutionary methods, enhancing our strength and longevity. Secretary Angus proclaimed that within the game world's personal spaces, individuals may engage in learning and research, emphasizing that if we unite our efforts, we shall grow stronger and journey further amidst the vast cosmos. Technology transforms humanity. From this day forth, we step into a brand new era. Secretary Angus proudly declared that the distribution of virtual helmets would be completed by all nations within 3 days, and the Life Evolution game would officially open on July 25th at 9 p.m. Beijing time. The final note varied by region. In Sakura country, it would commence at 10 p.m. Edo time on July 25th. In India, at 6:30 p.m. Peacock City time. In the Eagle Federation, at 8 a.m. Metropolis time. And in Rome, at 1 p.m. Fog City time on July 25th, excitement surged globally. In Xia country, Mingyue City, Jiangnan province, Su Jingming's household received the notification regarding the national arrangements for collecting virtual helmets. The nation has issued an announcement, Li Miao Miao exclaimed. Beside him, the elderly Mr. Su also examined his screen and chuckled. The press conference has just concluded, and the news has already been dispatched. The efficiency is indeed remarkable. Su Jingming likewise perused the information. Detailed arrangements were available nationwide, including in Mingyue City, where the locations for collecting the virtual helmets across various counties and districts had already been announced. Collection would commence tomorrow at 1 p.m., with 12 designated points in the Xiqing district. After reviewing the details, Su Jingming suggested, "Let us submit our application now. We should choose the nearest collection point, the gymnasium. We can select the same time slot." The entire family present promptly submitted their applications, swiftly confirming the gymnasium as their collection point. On the evening of July 22nd at 5 p.m., the Su family found themselves queuing at the gymnasium in Xiqing District, Mingyue City. As each family had a designated time slot, they waited merely 3 minutes before it was their turn. The virtual helmet was in his embrace, igniting a mix of curiosity and anticipation. This was a novel item. While humanity had long envisioned it, they were now on the brink of genuine interaction, nearing complete immersion in the virtual realm. It was truly astonishing. "Let us head home," Su Jingming declared, accompanied by his father, mother, grandfather, and Li Miao Miao along with her parents. They departed together, while hundreds continued to stream into the gymnasium, entering and exiting, each departing with a box in hand, their faces aglow with joy. At that moment, across the entirety of Xiagua and indeed the globe, people of diverse hues were collecting their virtual helmets. With the world holding its breath in anticipation, the clock finally struck 9 p.m. on July 25th. "Aishua, the time has come. Let us do our best." Su Jingming connected via video call with his friend. "I never imagined I would have a chance to grow my skills like this," Yang Qingxua replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I'll see you in the game." After ending the call, Su Jingming entered his bedroom, where Li Miao Miao was also on a video call with her 2 female assistants. "Everyone, let us give it our all." The game Life Evolution is set to be played by nearly all of humanity on Blue Star, and its popularity will far surpass any game in history. Our studio's battlefield will be this virtual game. Yes, boss, the two assistants, Sister Kong and Xiao Zhang, responded in unison. Let us embark on the battlefield, Li Miao Miao declared, clenching her fist, with her assistants mirroring her gesture before she ended the call. Su Jingming observed this scene, unable to suppress a chuckle. What is so funny? Li Miao Miao glanced at him, cradling the red virtual helmet in her arms. The technological sophistication of this helmet was exceedingly high, even with mass production. Its cost would be at least several thousand. Contemplating the staggering expense of distributing 70 billion units globally for free was mind-boggling. Su Jingming nodded. Such a monumental event. And yet, astonishingly, there was no prior leak before this press conference. This is indeed a grand initiative, benefiting all of humanity by not only doubling lifespans but also maximizing our nighttime hours. People will effectively utilize 4 times the amount of time they previously had. Moreover, Li Miaomiao continued, this has led to the creation of an unprecedented game. With 70 billion people eligible to collect a virtual helmet once they turn 6, tell me, who would refrain from logging in? Without logging into the virtual helmet, one would forfeit the opportunity of fourfold existence, stated Su Jingming. Hence, the players of this game encompass nearly the entirety of the globe. Li Miaomiao, brimming with excitement, reclined and exclaimed, enough talk. Let us hasten into this realm. I am eager to behold the fully immersive virtual world. Curiosity enveloped Su Jingming as he lay on the bed, grasping the silver-gray helmet atop the nightstand. Ready to embark on the journey. The virtual world. Li Miaomiao echoed, equally enthusiastic. Exchanging a glance, Su Jingming and Li Miaomiao donned their virtual helmets simultaneously. At that moment, countless individuals around the world adorned their helmets, entering the virtual realm. Su Jingming initially felt the metallic surface of the helmet pressing against his scalp. A slight tingling sensation coursing through him as his consciousness swiftly descended into the depths of the experience. Boom. Su Jingming, welcome to the realm of life evolution. Chapter 12. A new beginning. Su Jingming gazed in astonishment at his surroundings. It was an ethereal expanse, where a young man clad in a green robe smiled and stated, I am your game guide. I shall vanish once you have mastered all functionalities. A game guide? Su Jingming inquired, examining the figure before him. Unable to resist touching his own body, muscles taut, scars from training evident, and even the remnants of previous injuries. It was identical to his physical form in reality. The virtual helmet can scan your physical self, ensuring a 100% virtual experience, the green-robed man assured. Su Jingming marveled inwardly. The current medical scans indeed capture every detail down to the cellular level. Yet such advanced technology is now accessible in a personal virtual helmet? It made sense. The Blue Star Alliance had invested considerable time to conquer the technology of virtual helmet production. Greetings, Su Jingming. In the realm of life evolution, your game alias is automatically set to Su Jingming, the guide announced. Is it only permitted to use one's real name? Su Jingming asked, astonished. Indeed, the guide nodded. This virtual world is divided into 3 primary spaces: personal space, task space, and combat space. The task space is currently inaccessible. You may utilize only the personal space and combat space. Personal space and combat space? Su Jingming inquired with curiosity. Please select your personal space location. With a wave of his hand, the guide unveiled an expansive map, illustrating a world 3,600 times the area of Blue Star. You may choose any unclaimed area. Red markers indicate occupied territories. As Su Jingming scrutinized the map, he swiftly manipulated it with his hands, magnifying it rapidly. What a vast game world. He marveled, soon selecting a breathtaking snow-capped peak with a glacial lake at its summit. Confirmed. Personal space locked, the guide affirmed. Henceforth, each time you log in, you shall appear directly within your personal space. With a swift motion, the surroundings blurred, and the guide led Su Jingming into a rapid descent towards the expansive world below. In this boundless game universe, countless meteors cascaded down, representing the myriad players of Blue Star. Atop the snowy peak, beside the glacial lake, a quaint wooden cabin materialized, with Su Jingming and the guide appearing beside it. The wooden cabin is your dwelling. The man in the blue robe gestured towards it, stating that the area within 100 meters surrounding the cabin is your domain. No one may enter this space without your permission. Su Jingming cast his gaze across the icy lake to the other side, where another wooden cabin had descended, accompanied by a female player and a woman in a red robe. In the blink of an eye, 5 wooden cabins had appeared around the lake, albeit separated by at least 200 or 300 meters, just barely visible to one another. The mountain peak was indeed frigid. Was the temperature simulated so realistically? Su Jingming promptly opened the cabin door, stepped inside, and felt considerably better after shutting the door behind him. Gazing through the window at the picturesque scene of the icy lake, He couldn't help but marvel. The environment is truly breathtaking, 100% virtual, yet so astonishingly real. In reality, constructing a residence in such a beautiful setting would be quite challenging, even if the cabin felt a bit small. You may opt to purchase a larger residence. Simply access your personal panel to make a selection, the man in blue advised. Su Jingming understood, observing the detailed descriptions that materialized on his personal panel. With sufficient funds, could his dwelling truly expand? 100, 1,000, 10,000, and the maximum being 10 million? 10 million for a residence atop the clouds? Su Jingming was taken aback. A celestial abode in the clouds offering a panoramic view of the earth. Surely, some affluent individuals would be willing to invest in such a luxury. With a gentle tap, Su Jingming transformed his modest cabin into a grand Chinese-style residence spanning over 1,000 square meters, complete with a courtyard of 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, the perimeter of which remained under his dominion. You have a message from Li Miao Miao, a prompt notified Su Jingming. Miao Miao, he answered the call. Jingming, this game world is astonishingly realistic. If you send me an invitation, I should be able to appear directly by your side, Li Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly. The man in blue elaborated. The initial settings for your friend list include everyone from your contacts, social circles, and bank transfer records as provisional friends. You may contact them directly. However, they can only come here upon your invitation and their consent. Once they leave, they need not seek your approval to return to their personal space. Su Jingming glanced at his friend list. I had no idea I knew so many people. Isn't that the lady selling fruit at the entrance of the neighborhood? He proceeded to invite his father, mother, grandfather, Li Miao Miao, and his girlfriend's parents all at once. Soon, one by one, figures began to materialize at the courtyard entrance. Jingming invited us. The scenery here is delightful, though a bit chilly. Su's grandfather, father, mother, and Li's parents appeared, with Li Miao Miao shivering slightly. Su Jingming swiftly opened the door. Jingming, how did you end up with such a grand dwelling? Mine was merely a small cabin, Su Hong said, stamping his feet as he entered. It requires funding, Su's grandfather remarked, having donned a down jacket, while exploring the myriad functions available on his personal panel. I just took a look and discovered numerous features, including options to purchase clothing, residences, and various amenities such as spectating platforms and training grounds. Father, you're quite adept at this, Su Hong chuckled. Are there truly so many functions? Li's parents expressed their astonishment. To learn the evolution technique, one must visit the training ground. Old Master Su is highly skilled. After completing his training, he can evolve physically and enter the combat space to engage in various battles. Those who have undergone evolution and honed their combat techniques will possess an advantage during confrontations. The Blue Star Alliance likely aims to collect data on our physical transformations post-evolution to facilitate the development of new evolutionary methods. However, I would be content to live to the age of 160. Who would have thought that in my old age, I would encounter such a remarkable opportunity? Living a long life is indeed a blessing, allowing one to experience this splendid era. What is the observation platform? Li Miao Miao inquired. Clicking to explore and watch the live broadcasts, players can choose to live stream their martial training sessions and combat scenarios. Grandfather, you are truly impressive. The gaming world has only just opened, and you have already grasped so much. During my time playing mobile games, I had achieved mastery by the age of 18. And after retiring to become a gaming streamer for many years, I could predict the intricacies of games with my eyes closed. Old Master Su chuckled. But this gaming world is truly extraordinary. The personal space offers numerous operational features. One can converse over tea face-to-face even from thousands of miles away. Work and study can be conducted here, and schools can teach their students within this realm, utterly surpassing traditional social media platforms. Indeed, video chat software cannot compare to this gaming universe, Li Chanin nodded in agreement. Moreover, the previous live streaming platforms are nearly obsolete. A career shift is imperative. Old Master Su lamented. Having lived for so many years, I have witnessed the transformative impact of technology on society time and again, but this change is monumental. Li Chanin remarked, Old Master Su, since the Blue Star Alliance has undertaken this initiative, they must have prepared numerous contingency plans. Ordinary individuals like us need not overthink. For us, this is an unprecedented opportunity. Let us hasten to practice the evolutionary methods. Su Hong laughed. Many are likely already training. Let us go, we must practice. Old Master Su exclaimed, vanishing into thin air and returning to his personal space. One by one, they all dissipated. I'm heading back. Li Miao Miao was the last to depart, fading back into her personal space. Su Jingming then opened his personal panel to meticulously examine the functionalities of his personal space. Within this personal space, one can read, It contains all textbooks for compulsory education, numerous supplementary materials, and even some cutting-edge scientific resources. Su Jingming browsed and randomly selected several physics books, which aligned with his university studies. The books materialized on the shelves. This virtual gaming realm transcends mere entertainment. It can host meetings, connect friends, and facilitate reading, studying, and even conducting research. Su Jingming marveled at the plethora of features available. He navigated to the training arena, selected to enter, and the scenery around him transformed. He found himself in a picturesque valley adorned with verdant mountains and flowing waters. This is the training arena. A young man in a green robe stated. The training arena can assist you in honing your skills, such as practicing genetic evolution methods and developing combat techniques. Various training partners are available. You can set their differing strengths and freely adjust the environment of the training arena. Su Jingming gently tapped the panel, and immediately, 10 books gracefully floated down before him, their covers adorned with Chinese characters. These are the 10 methods of evolution. Please study them carefully, said the man in the blue shirt. Su Jingming settled in to read. The 10 methods comprised 5 tailored for males and 5 for females. Of course, in the vastness of Blue Star, there existed individuals with unique attributes who were particularly suited to the opposite sex's methods of evolution. After half an hour, Su Jingming had perused all 10 methods. The texts were minimal. The essence of these methods lay in a complex series of exercises, best learned through virtual instruction. Each method bore the name of an animal. The 5 male-oriented methods were titled Xian Gui Evolution Method, Tian Mang Evolution Method, Yingbao Evolution Method, Zhu Xiong Evolution Method, and Bao Hu Evolution Method. The names alone hinted at the distinct inclinations of these methods. To his astonishment, each evolution method had a compatibility rating. The Xian Gui Evolution Method boasted a compatibility of 71, the Tian Mang Evolution Method 98, the Yingbao Evolution Method 82, the Zhu Xiong Evolution Method 91, and the Bao Hu Evolution Method 93. In contrast, the compatibility ratings for the 5 female-oriented methods were all below 50. Compatibility is a result calculated based on your physical reality and can serve as a reference, the man in the blue shirt explained. Ultimately, it is you who must practice the methods and make your choice. Within the game world, one could practice any evolution method, and even if one made numerous mistakes, causing their body to weaken or strengthen, a reset to their original state was possible. The man in blue solemnly cautioned. However, in reality, there is no such remedy for regret. Once you determine your evolutionary path in the real world, you must continue along that trajectory. I understand. Su Jingming nodded slightly, inquiring. Will these 5 evolution methods be able to heal my leg injury? All 5 methods can facilitate the regeneration of severed limbs. Your minor injury can be completely healed with just a day or 2 of practice, the man in blue replied. Su Jingming nodded thoughtfully. The evolution of life is truly marvelous. This is the allure of technology. With that, Su Jingming accessed his personal panel and initiated the virtual instruction for the Xian Gui evolution method. A spectral figure materialized in the canyon, commencing the first genetic evolution method before Su Jingming. He resolved to experiment with the methods, starting from the one with the lowest compatibility. Each movement demanded precision and speed, force, and rhythm, all synchronized with breath. As Su Jingming began to practice, he quickly realized the daunting challenge ahead. The movements accelerated, and so did his breathing. Synchronizing with his breath, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, and a fiery sensation enveloped his skin. Ultimately, he reached a critical point in his practice and could no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You have already sustained an injury, remarked the man in blue. This is more extreme than any training method I've ever encountered, Su Jingming gasped, clutching his chest. He tapped on his personal panel to restore his body to its peak condition. In the realm of gaming, one need not fear injury, for one can effortlessly restore themselves to their prime state at any moment. The training here is so profound that it can even induce genetic alterations, ultimately leading to an ascension to a higher echelon of existence. The man in the azure robe remarked that the challenge is indeed formidable, which is precisely why you are required to learn within this virtual domain. Once more, Su Jingming endeavored. Again and again, he repeated the entire sequence of movements, transitioning from a slow pace to a rapid one, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, his heart racing with the intensity of a powerful pump. Despite numerous setbacks, Su Jingming persevered until the 6th attempt. With a huff, he concluded the final move, blood trickling from his nostrils, a testament to his struggle, but ultimately, he succeeded in executing the entire routine. Congratulations on mastering the Xian Gui evolution technique to the initial level. Achieving this in merely 6 attempts is truly remarkable, the man in the azure robe proclaimed. Su Jingming couldn't help but reflect on his own prowess as a top-tier martial artist, realizing that even with his precise physical control, it took him 6 attempts to reach the foundational standard. How many attempts would it take an ordinary person? 100? 300? He was taken aback to discover a new subsection labeled Combat Power Panel appearing beneath his personal interface. Player, Su Jingming Genetic Evolution Technique, Xian Gui Evolution Technique, Initial Level 1. Practice time insufficient for 1 day. Potential for enhancement, physicality, 12. Average value for an adult male who has not learned an evolution technique is 5. Skills, none. Please engage in practical combat to determine skills. Basic combat power, none. Please engage in practical combat. Practice time insufficient for 1 day. Potential for enhancement? Su Jingming pondered over the text. In this gaming universe, one does not need to toil endlessly as in reality. As long as one commits to mastering the technique, one can elevate their physical limits. The man in the azure robe explained, you may attempt to enhance your abilities. Practicing the Xian Gui evolution technique 3 times a day, with at least an hour's interval between each, would yield transformative results. After 39 days of diligent practice, his physical index would evolve to 39. After 51 days of training, his body would reach its ultimate evolution, attaining a physical index of 53. To further enhance his physique, he must elevate the Xian Gui evolution technique to the intermediate level. With a mere click, Su Jingming felt an undeniable transformation within himself. His chest and back broadened significantly, and he appeared considerably more robust. His limbs grew stronger, exuding an immense power with every movement. He picked up a pebble from the canyon and, with a swift motion, hurled it with the force of a massive machine in perfect synchronization. The pebble sliced through the air, creating a shockwave that crashed against a distant rock face, shattering it into fragments, leaving Su Jingming momentarily startled. Picking up another pebble, he exerted a slight pressure with his right hand, and with a crack, the stone crumbled into dust, the fragments cascading through his fingers. Could I truly attain such strength in reality? Su Jingming whispered. Just as your combat power panel indicates, with 3 daily practices, after 51 days, your physical form in reality can evolve to this level, the man in the azure robe affirmed. This is the evolution of humanity. Can one select any weapon or armor within this training ground? Su Jingming surveyed the myriad functions of the training ground, where one could select weapons and armor, engage in sparring, and explore diverse combat scenarios. The blue-clad man elucidated that nearly every cold weapon from the annals of Blue Star's history was available here. Su Jingming gestured, and a long spear materialized from the void. Heavier, make it heavier still. The training ground was specifically designed to assist in cultivation, allowing for the weight of weapons to be freely adjusted. With a deft thrust of his right hand, the spear sliced through the air. Following this, Su Jingming wielded the spear with both hands, stepping forward as his robust left arm propelled the spear ahead, resulting in a flurry of thrusts that left multiple spear shadows suspended in the air. The execution of his spear technique felt somewhat awkward. Observing his now brawny arms, which had doubled in girth, he realized his physique had become significantly more imposing, yet it also felt unwieldy. Resetting his body to its real form, Su Jingming gently tapped, and his physique swiftly transformed back to the state he possessed upon entering the game. He became leaner, with his leg injury and scars returning. He then commenced the virtual instruction of the next evolutionary technique, the Shadow Leopard Evolution Method. Across the globe, countless individuals were diligently studying various evolutionary techniques. Within the training ground, Su Jingming rapidly mastered 4 additional evolutionary methods. After practicing 5 times, he elevated the Shadow Leopard Evolution Method to its initial stage. With 3 years of training, he had become significantly leaner and remarkably agile, capable of sprinting 100 meters in just 5 seconds. After 3 sessions, both the Giant Bear Evolution Method and the Violent Tiger Evolution Method were perfected. The Giant Bear Evolution Method had the most profound effect on his physique, and upon reaching his physical limits, Su Jingming stood at an impressive height of 1.98 meters, exuding immense strength, akin to a towering bear. Upon maximizing the Violent Tiger Evolution Method, his stature reached 1.85 meters, and he had grown more robust. Merely practicing once allowed him to master the Sky Python Evolution Method, a testament to its 98 compatibility, remarked the blue-clad man. On his personal panel, Su Jingming extended the practice time for the Sky Python Evolution Method to 982 days, pushing his body to its utmost limits. His height increased by just 1 centimeter. Yet his muscles had become significantly more toned, brimming with resilience, as if his spine were a mighty dragon, effortlessly transmitting his physical force. Let us test the spear, he declared, standing before a rocky cliff. With a mere flick of his spear, he left a trail of spear shadows, the spear tip rapidly puncturing the canyon wall, unleashing over 30 thrusts in the blink of an eye, forming a pentagram of holes upon the rock surface. Su Jingming gazed at the cliff with satisfaction. The simulations in the virtual realm are indeed remarkable. The Sky Python evolution method is truly the most suited for me. Among the 5 evolutionary methods, the Giant Bear evolution method excelled in sheer strength, while the Mystic Turtle evolution method was unparalleled in physical resilience. The Violent Tiger evolution method showcased a balance of strength, physique, and agility. The Shadow Leopard evolution method was the swiftest and most agile. However, the Sky Python evolution method, with its unparalleled resilience and seamless integration with his being, stood out as the most compatible. Su Jingming nodded in agreement, recognizing that while all 5 methods had reached their initial stages, only the Sky Python evolution method could elevate his physical indices to 63, compared to 60 for the Violent Tiger evolution method and the others, which lingered in the 50s. If one were to cultivate a method of evolution with a lower affinity for women, it is likely that the physical index would diminish further. As long as one has not commenced practice in reality, the virtual realm can be reset at any moment. Su Jingming contemplated, for the time being, he would adopt the Heavenly Python evolution method in practice for a few days before making any further decisions. Chapter 14. The reality of cold weapon combat. The martial arts arena allows for gradual exploration. The man in the blue shirt remarked, "Next, I shall elucidate the combat spaces within the entire game world." Su Jingming nodded in acknowledgement. The realm of life evolution is primarily divided into 3 significant sectors: personal space, task space, and combat space. With a flourish of his hand, the man in the blue shirt conjured an image before them, revealing 5 figures selecting their weapons and armor. In the combat space, after 5 individuals choose their armaments, they enter a map to engage in life and death struggles against 5 adversaries. Victory is claimed when one side is entirely vanquished. As he spoke, the man waved his hand again, and the scene transformed into an ancient town. The town was enveloped in a gentle drizzle. A total of 10 individuals were scattered throughout the town. Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the rain, aimed at an enemy. The foe, hidden atop a rooftop, sensed the danger too late. The arrow struck with such swiftness that he had no time to react. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced through his skull, and in that instant, he dissipated into a wraith, exiting the map. Kill! A robust man charged forth, heading directly towards the archer who had loosed the arrow, simultaneously hurling his spear. One after another, spears flew from his grasp. He bore 2 full satchels of them upon his back. The archer, gripped by fear, attempted to flee while shooting arrows in return. However, his frantic shots at the moving target were utterly inaccurate, failing to find their mark. Mid-escape, he was impaled through the chest by a spear, his leather armor punctured, and he too transformed into a phantom, vanishing from sight. How dull, merely relying on ranged attacks. A towering man, clad in heavy armor that left only his head exposed, sat in the town's center, drinking from a jug. His voice boomed across the town. "If you have the guts, come face me in a one-on-one. You lumbering bear. I shall meet you." A female swordsman in red light armor boldly stepped forward. The scene of cold weapon combat, with arrows, spears, great axes, long poles, and sharp swords, stirred Su Jingming's blood. This was the very embodiment of the martial arts and weapon combat he had pursued for the past 20 years. The most perilous combat mode unfolded before him. In the realm of reality, martial arts combat is laden with safety measures. It lacks the uninhibited thrill present here. Su Jingming was exhilarated. This was truly the stage most suited to his abilities. The combat space allows 5 teammates to engage in a melee with 5 opponents. The man in the blue shirt explained, "You may opt for heavy armor, but your agility will be significantly hampered. Alternatively, if you choose lightweight armor, your defense will be compromised. Each choice comes with its own trade-offs. Ranged attacks, close combat, ambushes." The man in blue chuckled, as the game has only just begun. The combat skills displayed are relatively rudimentary. This battle, freshly broadcasted, is considered quite decent. However, it still harbors many challenges. 5 against 5, the essence lies in teamwork. Of course, if you possess enough strength to single-handedly vanquish all 5 opponents, that would indeed be impressive. The man in the blue robe chuckled, remarking that high-level battles feature the most elite warriors from the entire Blue Star. In such clashes, mastery of cold weapon combat techniques, strategic acumen, and teamwork are of paramount importance. Su Jingming nodded and inquired, "Is it 5 against 5? No one-on-one?" "Not at the moment," replied the man in blue. "The core gameplay mode of this virtual game is designed for teams of 5, engaging in cold weapon duels." Su Jingming understood, his eyes alight with fervor. Every martial artist yearns for such thrilling scenarios of cold weapon combat. Moreover, The beauty of the game lies in the fact that even in death, one merely faces a defeat in a match. Each player is categorized into tiers based on their abilities. The man in blue continued. The weakest tier is the star level, followed by the silver moon level, the sun level, and at the apex, the divine level. Star level players are novices, while silver moon players possess a foundational combat power threshold of 150. Sun level players require a threshold of 400, and divine level players boast a threshold of 1000. To advance to a higher tier, there are two methods. One must either achieve full stars in the preceding level and meet the foundational combat power requirement, or exceed a foundational combat power of 120 to directly partake in a ranking match, which upon success, elevates one to the new tier. For instance, a novice player with a foundational combat power of 480 may participate in the Sun level ranking match at their first battle, and if successful, they immediately become a Sun level player, bypassing the gradual ascent from star level. The man in blue elucidated. Su Jingming nodded slightly and glanced at his personal combat power panel. Player, Su Jingming Gene Evolution Technique. Heavenly Python Evolution Technique. Beginner Level 5. Training duration, 982 days. Non-upgradable. Physique, 63 skills. Marksmanship, Level 2, 71. Footwork, Level 2, 11. Foundational combat power, 756. My marksmanship and footwork? Su Jingming expressed mild surprise. When you practiced marksmanship in the martial arts arena, the virtual game automatically assessed your proficiency in both marksmanship and footwork, the man in blue explained. How is the foundational combat power of 756 calculated? Su Jingming asked. The stronger your physique, the higher your physical index. Skills encompass various combat techniques. A robust physique, combined with formidable combat skills, determines your foundational combat power, the man in blue clarified. Su Jingming nodded slightly, gazing at the marksmanship on the panel. Is a global top 10 marksmanship only rated at level 2, 71? Marksmanship must be honed in real combat to gradually improve. It is not an easy feat conversely. I have only practiced the Heavenly Python Evolution Technique once, leaving ample room for improvement. Su Jingming resumed his training. He practiced the Heavenly Python Evolution Technique repeatedly. While the game guide, the man in blue, stood silently by. After an extensive period of practice, Su Jingming received a sudden prompt. Li Miao Miao is inviting you. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he paused and gently accepted the invitation with a click. In an instant, Su Jingming found himself on a picturesque beach, where a splendid structure awaited him. Li Miao Miao, barefoot on the sand, smiled and said, Jingming, what do you think? This entire island belongs to me. How much did it cost? Su Jingming inquired with a grin. 100,000. Li Miao Miao remarked that she had specifically chosen a small island, as larger ones would have been far more expensive. You've been in the game for 6 hours now. Surely you've grasped the fundamentals. Have you watched the live stream? She inquired. Not yet, Su Jingming replied, as he diligently practiced the Tianmong evolution technique. As a professional martial artist, it was normal for him to spend several hours honing his stances and various techniques. The Tianmong evolution technique was far superior to any basic training. It fundamentally transformed one's muscles and bones, elevating one's very essence and potentially doubling one's lifespan. Thus, he was wholly engrossed in his practice. You absolutely must watch the live stream, Li Miao Miao insisted, guiding Su Jingming to open the observation platform. The platform showcased a plethora of live scenes, and the excitement was palpable. The live streams are incredibly popular, she noted, promptly selecting one. An elderly man was seated, articulating his thoughts with eloquence. Below him, countless seats were occupied, with hundreds already in attendance. Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao materialized in 2 of those seats. Some spectators departed, as comings and goings were quite commonplace. The elder spoke. Every time revolutionary technology emerges, it brings profound changes to human society, often marking pivotal moments for many to alter their destinies. The advent of virtual world gaming will bring about transformations more comprehensive than ever before. In the past, live streams were mere videos. Now, I stand here speaking while you listen below. We can even interact one-on-one in close proximity. The martial arts arena allows for the customization of settings. Thus, the scene could be transformed into a study, a stage, or a concert hall. This will fundamentally reshape the live streaming market and revolutionize the educational sector, opening vast new industries, he expounded. As he concluded, Li Miao Miao and Su Jingming vanished into thin air, while other players entered the live stream room. In another live stream, Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao appeared, occupying ethereal seats amidst a gathering of hundreds of players. Before them lay a snowy expanse, where 10 individuals were engaged in a fierce battle with cold weapons. We are spectators on this snowy battlefield, and we have the ability to zoom in on the distant combat, Li Miaomi remarked. Su Jingming attempted to adjust the view, and the scene rapidly magnified. Bringing it to the closest distance felt as if he were merely 3 meters away from the fierce skirmish. Clang. A woman wielding a shield with her left hand deflected an axe, while her right hand thrust a sword into her opponent's throat, causing him to dissipate into a mere shadow and exit the battlefield. How exhilarating! Su Jingming marveled. Where else can one experience such authentic thrill as in the World Martial Arts Championship? This is true live streaming, Li Miaomiao reflected. Listening to music was akin to being seated beneath a stage where the singer performed. Attending a class was like occupying a seat while the teacher lectured. Witnessing a battle was akin to being present in the heat of the moment, observing up close. Chapter 15. The times have changed. All live streaming platforms pale in comparison to those of the virtual world, Li Miaomiao asserted. The traditional live streaming platforms are doomed in reality. The Tiger Shark Group will surely decline. A coldness glimmered in her eyes, though she did not voice it. Her animosity towards Cheng Zihao was palpable. Cheng Zihao had first tempted her with incentives, then resorted to threats. How many could withstand the pressure from the Cheng family of the Tiger Shark Group? Time and again, Li Miaomiao awoke from nightmares, drenched in fear. The other party even coerced her parents through her uncle, which infuriated Li Miaomiao even more. She cherished her parents deeply and did not wish for them to be entangled in this turmoil or to worry about her. Despite her anger, the enormity of the Tiger Shark Group compelled her to endure. She relinquished her live streaming account, which had amassed tens of millions of followers over the years, and transitioned to a new platform, completely blacklisting her adversary. This was the only course of action available to her, as she possessed no substantial evidence and dared not retaliate. The Tiger Shark Group was destined to decline, a realization that Su Jingming also grasped. During that period, the pressure brought by Cheng Zihao was overwhelming. The coercion of his girlfriend by Cheng Zihao would infuriate any man, yet without evidence, he found himself powerless. He too was subjected to pressure from the other side, but he could at least block them. Fortunately, Miao Miao consistently stood by his side. Her nightmares at night pained Su Jingming, who felt helpless. Ultimately, he was compelled to leave Mihai City, appearing carefree while actually feeling quite disheveled. He was also silenced online. He had once believed his life would be spent running a martial arts school in his hometown. And unless he could make a comeback to claim the title of world champion, it would be difficult for him to rise again. However, times had changed. Humanity had entered the realm of the virtual world. Cheng Zihao's days of arrogance were over, Li Miaomiao stated. She looked at Su Jingming with a smile, yet, Jingming, your future is destined to be 100-fold, 1,000-fold broader than the past, truly boundless. Oh, Su Jingming pondered. Consider this, in 2036, humanity first set foot on the luminous Mars. Subsequently, within a few years, virtual helmets were discovered on that very planet. By 2052, the first global martial arts competition was held, vigorously supported by nations and incessantly promoted by various media, quickly elevating it to the premier combat event worldwide. With some legendary fighters commanding appearance fees in the hundreds of millions. Su Jingming nodded, acknowledging that the global martial arts competition had not existed long ago due to its high danger, yet in 2052, nations worldwide promoted this event, leaving many puzzled. Moreover, this virtual world game centered around melee combat, Li Miaomiao added, and it would be embraced by nearly everyone on Blue Star. Reflecting on the past, everything became clearer. 30 years ago, nations had already begun preparations for the virtual world game life evolution, Li Miaomiao explained. Over the past 3 decades, various fighting styles from around the globe had been unearthed and reintroduced to the stage. I have researched that before the global martial arts competition, weapon-based combat was quite niche. Traditional martial arts such as Bajikwan, Xingyi, and Tai Chi primarily focused on physical conditioning and practiced primarily hand techniques, while weaponry had already declined. It was the global martial arts competition of the last 30 years that rejuvenated these arts. 30 years had nurtured the embers, which in the realm of life evolution would ignite completely. Li Miaomiao asserted, enabling the people of Blue Star to learn the art of melee combat more swiftly. Su Jingming nodded in agreement, finding it easier to comprehend the past. It is worth noting that in 2056, the nations of the world formed the Blue Star Alliance. Li Miaomiao remarked, the inaugural World Martial Arts Competition took place in 2052. The significance of martial arts weapon combat evidently prompted various nations to expedite their collaboration, leaving no time for alliances to be formed. I even feel that the immense global effort invested signifies that this endeavor transcends mere entertainment. She speculated, perhaps this virtual world game is indeed worthy of such international commitment. Su Jingming nodded and gave her a thumbs up, stating, Miaomiao, I believe you are absolutely correct. I am merely conjecturing. Li Miaomiao smiled and added, regardless, If humanity worldwide engages in this game, the future of martial arts weapon combat will be boundlessly promising. Jingming. Achieving a place among the top 10 in this virtual world game would be far more illustrious than being the world champion of the past. She continued. The game's popularity far surpasses that of previous competitions, making it even more challenging. Su Jingming responded, in previous world martial arts competitions, a total of 32 participants from around the globe took part. Over the past 30 years, only 522 individuals have graced the world stage of martial arts. Including various levels of competitions within the Martial Arts Alliance, there are over 20,000 registered professional martial artists worldwide. In nearly 3 decades, that number remains just over 20,000. Now, however, 70 billion individuals are vying for supremacy, each learning evolutionary techniques and engaging in dozens, if not hundreds, of life and death battles daily to break into the top 10, making it far more difficult than achieving world number 1 in the past. Do you have confidence? Li Miao Miao gazed at the man she admired. Their first real-life encounter had been in a combat arena, where she was captivated by Su Jingming's intense focus as she witnessed him practicing with a firearm from a distance. Absolutely, Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. I have already gained a competitive edge, and now, being in the same virtual world game, how could I lack confidence? Moreover, the more skilled individuals there are, the more exhilarating the realm of cold weapon combat becomes. More exhilarating? Li Miao Miao inquired. Do you not feel your blood surge at the sight of cold weapon combat? Su Jingming contemplated the snowy battlefield, where the last fighter, drenched in blood, stood victorious, laughing heartily as his team triumphed. Li Miao Miao, witnessing this, experienced an epiphany. She thought, perhaps it is only through a genuine passion that Jingming has maintained his rigorous training even 3 years post-retirement. In this era, he is destined to shine with brilliance far exceeding that of the past. I, Li Miao Miao, possess exceptional taste, having chosen the most outstanding man. With this thought, she smiled contentedly. What are you smiling about? Su Jingming inquired. I smile at the prospect of you becoming world number 1, while I become the first lady of the world, Li Miao Miao teased. Oh, then I must strive diligently. Being the best among 70 billion is no easy feat, Su Jingming chuckled. At 4 o'clock in the morning, 7 hours after the virtual world game Life Evolution officially opened, in Penghai City, within the skyscraper of the Tiger Shark Group, Cheng Zihao and Cheng Zitong were in the elevator, ascending. Brother, what do you think Dad wants from us? Cheng Zihao whispered, his expression filled with unease, having been urgently summoned from the virtual world game. Second brother, Cheng Zitong murmured, one must discern the prevailing circumstances. Following the globally broadcast press conference, the Group S stock price, which had been in a continuous downturn for over a month, plummeted once more. Although the group hastily suspended trading, the advent of the virtual world game. Surely you have experienced it, haven't you? Cheng Zihao nodded. There is no comparison, currently. All live streaming platforms have been utterly overwhelmed by the world of Life Evolution. It is entirely virtual. How can we compete? Cheng Zitong shook his head, declaring that this was beyond human resistance. We cannot withstand the tide of this momentum. Has Father sought us out? Cheng Zihao inquired. Father has been at the company these past few days. He hasn't even stepped outside, replied Cheng Zitong. Wait a moment, listen more and speak less. Ding. The elevator halted at the 153rd floor. As the doors opened, a vast office was revealed. The brothers Cheng Zitong and Cheng Zia stepped out, immediately spotting their father. Cheng Liwei, seated at a distant desk, his hair nearly entirely white, and his face considerably aged, as he focused intently on the documents displayed on the screen. Father. Cheng Zitong approached, and Cheng Zihao obediently added, Dad. You've arrived. Cheng Liwei looked up at the two of them, announcing, I have news for you both. The family trust will be completely bankrupt within a few days. Chapter 16. The Cheng family bankrupt? Both Cheng Zitong and Cheng Zihao were taken aback. Father, has it truly come to this? Cheng Zitong asked. Cheng Zihao, more agitated, exclaimed, Dad. When virtual reality glasses were introduced, they also greatly impacted many internet companies. Our Tiger Shark Group emerged stronger after the initial shock. This time, the virtual world cannot defeat us. We can infiltrate it. There is no opportunity left. Cheng Liwei, his face drawn, gently shook his head. This situation is markedly different from the last time with the virtual reality glasses. Previously, the technology was released first, followed by long-term licensing to multiple companies, allowing us to prepare. However, this time, the Blue Star Alliance has directly distributed virtual helmets. The virtual world is now open to everyone, thoroughly disrupting the prior online market. For over a month, the Group S stock price has been declining, and after the press conference, it has plummeted further. Although trading is temporarily suspended, once it resumes, it will likely fall again, and the market capitalization will dip below 1 trillion. Cheng Liwei stated calmly that several banks have already frozen the family trust assets, demanding early repayment. Will the market capitalization truly fall below 1 trillion? Both Cheng Zitong and Cheng Zihu were now acutely aware of the dire situation. The family trust holds 82 of the Group S shares, which are now valued at less than 100 billion. Are we insolvent? Cheng Zitong pressed on, Father, what about the family trust's other investments? The family has established itself in the internet sector, and the family trust primarily invests in that industry. In light of this upheaval, most valuations will be slashed by 2/3, with some companies facing imminent collapse. Cheng Liwei explained that the family trust originally had assets of 900 billion and liabilities exceeding 300 billion, which seemed secure. However, now those assets may be worth less than 200 billion. Such a disparity? Cheng Zihu was even more bewildered. His comfortable life depended on the family trust and the Tiger Shark Group controlled by the family. There is no remedy. The emergence of the virtual world is beyond human resistance. Cheng Liwei shook his head and chuckled, finding it absurd that such a significant matter had escaped his notice. Clearly, the Blue Star Alliance had little regard for the fate of the internet company. The Tiger Shark Group would not face demise, given its robust asset profile. Cheng Zitong remarked. Yet our family S82 stake is likely to be seized by the bank shortly. Rest assured, your assets and the family trust assets are entirely insulated from this situation. Cheng Liwei gazed at his two sons, stating that as the family trust manager, he bore the consequences. However, they would remain unaffected. They should lead a more low-key life henceforth. After all, without the Tiger Shark Group, the Cheng family would be left rather ordinary. Cheng Zitong and Cheng Zihao fell into silence. Gone. All gone. Cheng Zihao trembled slightly, looking at his father. Dad, over the years, you've given my brother around 5 billion, yet I've only received 20 billion. This isn't fair. Second son. This has all been in accordance with the family trust's regulations, Cheng Zitong replied. Dad, this is unfair. Cheng Zihao pleaded, his gaze fixed on his father. Unfair? Cheng Liwei met his gaze. First, your elder brother is older than you. The family trust issues the first cash disbursement when you turn 22, followed by annual distributions. You are younger, thus you receive less. Who can you blame? Second, the stronger the investment and management skills, the more the family trust will augment the allocations. Your investment acumen pales in comparison to your brother's. Who is to blame for that? Third, the substantial hole you created previously was filled by me, to the tune of several billion, not to mention the personal favors involved. Where is the injustice toward you? But I have lost everything. Cheng Zihao looked at his father in despair. I'm bankrupt. What more do you want? Cheng Liwei pointed toward the door, commanding, get out. With reddened eyes, Cheng Zihao stared at his father. Get out. Cheng Liwei reiterated, gesturing emphatically. Cheng Zihao turned and left, leaving only Cheng Liwei and his eldest son, Cheng Zitong. In the office. Dad, the second son is just anxious, Cheng Zitong murmured. Though you've provided him with 20 billion over the years, his investment skills are inadequate. And he likely has little left. Knowing it has all vanished, he has become frantic. Remember this, Cheng Liwei instructed, fixing his gaze on his eldest son from today onward. Do not give your younger brother a single penny. Cheng Zitong was momentarily taken aback. What if he starves on the streets? Let him starve. Cheng Liwei replied coldly. The Cheng family is no longer what it once was. We can no longer afford to lose. Understood, Cheng Zitong acknowledged. In Cheng Zihao's office, chaos ensued as he violently smashed every object within reach. Old man, you're truly ruthless. Cheng Zihao gritted his teeth, then gently tapped his watch, seething, now, immediately. Get in my office. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man, still damp from his hair, entered the office, exclaiming, Boss. I was still in the virtual realm when I received your message and rushed here as swiftly as I could. Hurry, tell me. How much money does my investment company have left? Cheng Zihao pressed. There's a little over 120 million in cash, the middle-aged man promptly replied. The rest consists of various investments. And how much are those investments worth? Cheng Zihao inquired. Many are angel investments. There is no way to exit them in the short term. The middle-aged man remarked that certain investments in the online industry might be doomed to fail, as the influence of the virtual world is overwhelming. I inquired whether these investments could be liquidated, sold, or mortgaged, and how much could be salvaged. Cheng Zihao asked. Perhaps around 100 million, the man mused, barely enough. I invested 500 million, and this is all that remains? Cheng Zihao refused to accept it. The online industry is currently in dire straits, the middle-aged man lamented. Moreover, we have our 3 companies, with so many employees on board, and our monthly expenditure is approximately 20 million. Our cash reserves can sustain us for only about 6 months. Only 6 months? Cheng Zihao murmured, his lips turning pale. Fortunately, The chairman had assisted in resolving the last significant deficit, ensuring the company remained stable for the time being. The middle-aged man added, "When we filled that hole last time, the chairman explicitly stated that you were not to incur any more debts externally." "Don't mention him," Chung Zaheo said, sitting in his chair, clutching his head. "Get out. I need to think clearly." "Yes, boss." The middle-aged man obediently exited. "Only 6 months of cash left? The family trust is gone." Chung Zaheo's eyes were bloodshot as he unconsciously tugged at his hair. What to do? What to do? The virtual world loomed large. Su Jingming anticipated that the Chung family would be facing a grim situation, yet he was preoccupied with his own pursuits. Currently engaged in the training arena of his personal space, exploring the training partner function. In the training arena, nestled within a verdant canyon, 3 bandits approached from different directions. Launching an assault on Su Jingming. Armed with a spear, he remained calm and collected. As the bandits closed in within 3 zhang, Su Jingming charged towards the swordsman on his right. "Kill." The bandit grinned, lunging forward. With a swift motion, Su Jingming's spear darted forth like a striking serpent, piercing the swordsman's neck before retracting. The swordsman dissipated into thin air. The remaining 2 bandits, undeterred, became even more frenzied in their assault. Su Jingming merely stepped aside, his spear striking twice as each bandit succumbed, one shot through the heart, the other through the forehead, dissipating into the void. The basic combat power of the training partners, rated at 800, indeed rendered them relatively weak, suitable only for familiarizing oneself with marksmanship. Su Jingming felt no challenge. His control over distance and reaction time made his shooting akin to an art form, effortlessly dispatching the virtual training partners conjured by the arena. Suddenly, a faint hum caught his attention. Glancing across the training arena, he spotted a robust middle-aged man observing him, whose piercing gaze was reminiscent of a tiger, exuding formidable presence. "Master?" Su Jingming pondered, uncertain. "Ha ha ha, surprised to see me looking younger?" Lu Hai laughed heartily. "Congratulations, Master. Over the years, the global martial arts community has speculated that if you participated in the World Martial Arts Competition at the age of 30, you would undoubtedly be the greatest champion ever. Now, with human evolution, you can fulfill everyone's expectations," Su Jingming replied with anticipation. Lu Hai was a legendary figure worldwide. At 45, he was considered quite old in the fighting realm, his condition significantly diminished compared to his 20s. Master Lu Haijin began participating in martial arts competitions at the age of 45, consistently achieving a top 3 finish, with his final appearance culminating in a world championship title. The strength he possessed at his peak has long been a topic of speculation. "The past is inconsequential," Lu Haijin remarked. "Jingming, across 30 years of professional martial arts events, there have been merely over 20,000 registered professional martial artists worldwide. Today, we face competition from a staggering 7 billion individuals. In the virtual realm, one is impervious to injury and fatigue, can select training partners at will, and engage in life-and-death battles. Their rate of advancement surpasses ours from the days of physical training by at least tenfold. In a month or 2, we professional fighters still hold an advantage. However, in just 6 months, we will be utterly overwhelmed." Lu Haijin gazed at Su Jingming. "Yet, this is the most opportune era for martial artists. Never before have we encountered such a multitude of practitioners." "Indeed," Su Jingming nodded. "The global populace is learning cold weapon combat like never before. We already possess a solid foundation. Seizing this opportunity could propel us to greatness." Lu Haijin looked earnestly at Su Jingming. "Jingming, do not squander this era." "Yes," Su Jingming replied, equally invigorated, yearning to carve out his own niche in this age. "By the way, have you attained your rank? Have you reached the divine level?" Lu Haijin inquired. Chapter 17. Rank Assessment. "I have yet to be ranked," Su Jingming explained. "I have been diligently training in the martial arts arena. While rigorous practice is crucial, engaging in life and death battles is equally vital." Lu Haijin questioned, "Is your foundational combat power sufficient?" "Indeed," Su Jingming affirmed. Glancing at his personal combat power panel. Player. Su Jingming Gene Evolution Method. Heavenly Python Evolution Method, Intermediate 20, Training Duration, 735 days. Cannot be enhanced. Body, 115 skills. Marksmanship, 2nd level 75. Footwork, 2nd level 16. Shield Technique, 2nd level 62. Foundational Combat Power, 1380. Having trained for nearly 8 hours in the martial arts arena, his practice of the Heavenly Python Evolution Method had reached the intermediate stage, elevating his physical capabilities to their zenith. With the evolution of his body, aspects such as strength, speed, and neural response underwent significant transformation. Thus, Su Jingming selected training partners in the arena to thoroughly familiarize himself with his shield technique and marksmanship. ensuring he could fully exert his prowess. As long as your combat power is adequate, that suffices, Lu Haijin nodded. Aware that the threshold for divine level foundational combat power stands at 1000. To enter the divine level directly through the rank assessment, one must achieve a foundational combat power of 1200, which remains a formidable challenge. After your retirement, you haven't neglected your shield technique, have you? Lu Haijin inquired. During my time in the national team, I had many teammates to practice with. Since retiring, the opportunities for training have diminished significantly, Su Jingming replied. But I ensure to practice several times each week. Practicing the shield technique is greatly beneficial for mastering one's physical strength, Lu Haijin remarked. This is a lifelong commitment. One must not become complacent. The disciple understands, Su Jingming responded, having practiced marksmanship since childhood. After joining the national team, Master Lu Haijin taught him the shield technique, which is rooted in the lineage of Tai Chi. Quickly pursue your ranking. There are already 31 individuals who have attained the divine level. Our nation, Xia, is teeming with hidden talents. Lu Hai felt a profound sense of emotion and promptly ended the communication. Has it already reached 31? Su Jingming hesitated no longer and clicked on his personal panel, directly entering the battle space. Upon his initial arrival in the battle space, he found himself enveloped in a void. From this emptiness emerged a man clad in a blue robe, who said, Su Jingming, welcome to the battle space. Your foundational combat power has reached 1380, surpassing the threshold of divine level foundational combat power by over 20. Would you like to proceed to the divine level ranking match? Very well. Su Jingming nodded. The battle space is divided into 5 distinct environments: a town, a forest, an urban setting, a snowy expanse, and an ancient battlefield. Please select one of these environments as your ranking match venue. After a moment's contemplation, Su Jingming replied, the forest. Please select your equipment, the man in blue instructed. You may carry a maximum of 2 weapons, and no protective gear may be worn on your head. Is it mandatory for the head to remain exposed? Su Jingming inquired. Indeed. Even if you don heavy armor, your head must remain unprotected, the man in blue affirmed. This is a rule established by the virtual world's game mechanics, making the head the most vulnerable target during combat. You must take care to protect it. Su Jingming nodded in understanding and gently tapped to begin selecting his equipment. Having practiced extensively in the training ground, he was quite adept. He opted for a set of lightweight protective armor, form-fitting and non-restrictive to his movements. Once selected, he donned a dark red suit of protective armor and sturdy, lightweight boots. He chose 2 shields, each with a diameter of 60 centimeters, relatively light for his needs. Su Jingming strapped the dual shields to his back and reached for a long spear. The spear weighed 36 kilograms, a manageable weight for him. His complete equipment comprised a snug, lightweight protective suit, including the boots, weighing a total of 55 kilograms. The twin shields weighed 30 kilograms, and the spear added another 36 kilograms. For Su Jingming, whose physical index reached 115, this indeed constituted a relatively light load. The heavier armors weighed several hundred kilograms, offering significantly greater defensive capabilities. Those who practiced the mystical turtle evolution and giant bear evolution techniques were better suited for such heavy armors. Let the ranking match commence, Su Jingming declared as he clicked to prepare. Instantly, 5 maps materialized before him in the void, and he plummeted directly into the forest map. The rain-soaked forest presented a muddy path. Su Jingming descended from the void, stepping onto the muck and surveying his surroundings. In the distance, beneath a large tree, he spotted a scruffy man sitting cross-legged on the grass, a sword at his waist. Upon Su Jingming's arrival, the disheveled man lifted his gaze. Another one who fears not for his life, the scruffy man muttered to himself, a faint smile crossing his lips as he slowly rose to his feet. Dressed in simple cloth, armed with nothing but a sword, Su Jingming scrutinized his opponent. Clad in armor while the man bore only a sword gave Su Jingming a considerable advantage. Although his opponent seemed at a substantial disadvantage in terms of equipment, he might possess formidable strength. If both his strength and equipment were lacking, the challenge would be minimal. Since you've come seeking death, allow me to escort you on your journey, the scruffy man declared, his movements blurring as he charged towards Su Jingming with astonishing speed. Su Jingming remained composed, standing still as he awaited his opponent's approach. The distance closed rapidly. Su Jingming grasped the hilt of his spear with his left hand while holding the shaft with his right, preparing to strike. As the disheveled man approached, his figure twisted with an uncanny grace, and his sword flashed. The clang of metal resounded as the sword met Su Jingming's spear, yet the spear, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, quivered slightly before unleashing a formidable force that sent the disheveled man hurtling backward. He deftly pushed off a nearby tree trunk, executing a somersault to land at a distance, his hand trembling around the sword's hilt. Such swiftness and agility. Su Jingming observed, acknowledging that his own movements paled in comparison. The disheveled man fixated on Su Jingming and began to advance cautiously once more. He too sought to deliver a lethal strike. Yet with a sword measuring nearly 3 feet and relying on the length of his arm, he needed to close the distance sufficiently to reach Su Jingming. However, with Su Jingming's spear extending to a length of over 2 meters, the disheveled man found himself outside his own attack range yet already within Su Jingming's. Such is the advantage of weaponry. Previously, the disheveled man had been compelled to strike Su Jingming's spear, needing to cleave through it before closing in. In a swift motion, the disheveled man circled around Su Jingming, moving at a remarkable speed, delivering rapid strikes akin to flashes of lightning, each colliding with the spear in search of an opening. While his footwork surpassed Su Jingming's and his swordsmanship was commendable, his equipment was woefully inadequate. Su Jingming recognized this. The conventional approach to combat would involve leveraging his equipment superiority to vanquish him. However, that was unnecessary, as the disheveled man once again patiently probed for an opportunity. Su Jingming's spear moved with sudden intent. A peculiar whistling sound sliced through the air as a blurred shadow of the spear tore through the atmosphere, creating a shockwave. The spearhead was upon the disheveled man before he could react. In a panic, he swung his sword to block, but his efforts were in vain. His throat was already punctured, the spear tip withdrawing with lethal precision. Clutching his throat, the disheveled man collapsed. This was my signature move, the shadowless thrust, thought Su Jingming. Entering my attack range left you no chance to defend. Your speed may have surpassed mine, but my spear was swifter. After defeating the disheveled man, the world of the rain-soaked forest began to dissolve, and Su Jingming returned to the realm of void. In this void, a slow-motion replay of the kill materialized in mid-air, Su Jingming's spear, tearing through the air with blinding speed, creating a wave that parted as the spear pierced the disheveled man's neck, while the man's sword was only halfway through its arc, clearly lagging behind. Battle score, 98 points. Rank, Divine Level 1 star. Alongside this, a personal combat power panel appeared for Su Jingming. Player, Su Jingming Gene Evolution Method, Heavenly Python Evolution Method, Intermediate Level 20, Training Duration, 735 days. Non-upgradable, Body, 115 skills. Spear Technique, 2nd Level 75, Footwork, 2nd Level 16. Shield Technique, 2nd Level 62, Base Combat Power, 1380 Combat Bonus, 20 Total Combat Power, 1656 so there is an additional combat bonus, and an increase in combat power? Su Jingming realized, no wonder it was referred to as base combat power. It is only when combined with the combat bonus that one's true strength is revealed. Indeed, timing during battle and the utilization of various factors were of utmost importance, a truth Su Jingming understood well. Congratulations! You have passed the ranking match with an almost perfect score. The young man in the azure robe smiled and said, I have one more piece of news to share with you. As of this moment, the virtual world game has been open for 8 hours and 36 minutes. And there are a total of 32 divine-level players from the Summer Kingdom. Su Jingming nodded. Indeed, there were quite a few faster than himself. And the Summer Kingdom was truly a land of hidden talents. Are you ready to engage in battle? The young man in the azure robe inquired. In the combat space, players engage in battles as teams of 5 against another group of 5, amidst various environments such as forests, snowy landscapes, urban settings, quaint towns, or ancient battlegrounds, fighting for their lives. During the skirmish, one can queue solo and allow the game to assign 4 teammates. Or one can invite friends to form a team before entering battle. Queue solo? Su Jingming asked, puzzled. Queue? Indeed, currently there are only 32 divine-level players. Some are training in the martial arts arena, others are watching live streams, and some have chosen to queue only to withdraw afterward. It may take some time to gather a full team of 10, the young man explained. Since today is the first day of the game, the number of divine-level players is too few, resulting in slow queues. In 10 days to half a month, the waiting times will be considerably shorter. Then let us begin queuing, Su Jingming said with anticipation, knowing that those who achieved divine status were certainly not ordinary masters. He pressed the battle button. A prompt appeared. 6 players are ready. Currently, there are 6 individuals in the queue, the young man in the azure robe remarked. The battle will commence once 10 players are gathered. How long do you estimate it will take? Su Jingming inquired. It may require some time. The longest among these 6 has already been queuing for 2 hours, the young man replied. In the early stages, there were also players who queued but then withdrew. You can practice in the martial arts arena, watch live streams, or even log off while you wait. Once we have 10 players, you will receive an immediate notification. Just ensure you log back in within 3 minutes. Su Jingming nodded slightly. Then let us proceed with the queue. Once this battle begins, It will mark the first divine-level showdown in the Summer Kingdom, the young man in the azure robe stated. The first divine-level battle in the Summer Kingdom? Su Jingming pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 18. Live streaming within the virtual world observation platform. In one of the live streaming rooms, hundreds of viewers were watching, including Li Miao, who was focused and listening intently. The strength of a swordsman is 70% determined by your footwork. A man in jeans instructed while demonstrating sword techniques in the martial arts arena. Now, I will virtually summon a sparring partner with a combat power of 500. With a flourish, a bandit wielding a machete appeared, charging forward with ferocity. The sword is an extension of the hand. One must control the distance from the enemy through footwork. The man in jeans moved like a phantom, retreating several steps, causing the bandit to miss with his aggressive slashes. When the opponent swings and misses, they require time to prepare for another strike, and that brief moment is our opportunity to attack. Timing his movements perfectly, the man in jeans advanced swiftly, driving his sword like a venomous snake into the bandit's neck, withdrawing instantly as the bandit dissipated into nothingness. While the sword has many disadvantages among cold weapons, such as its shorter length and insufficient power, its advantages lie in its agility and speed. We must exploit these strengths. The man in jeans elucidated. Suddenly, Su Jingming appeared in the stands and sat beside Li Miao. The observation platform allowed one to choose a live streaming room where friends were watching. Miao, what are you watching? Su Jingming is currently in line. Having practiced for over 8 hours, he feels fatigued and decides to take a short break. He is learning swordsmanship. Li Miao glances at Su Jingming and remarks, I have practiced swordplay for 7 or 8 years as a hobby, and you, a skilled master, have personally taught me. I thought my swordsmanship was quite commendable. Yet in the virtual gaming world, despite my relentless efforts, my basic combat power barely reaches 156, rendering me unqualified for the ranking matches. I spent over 2 hours at the starry level, just to achieve full stars. I have now ascended to the silver moon level, 1 star. However, right after my ascent, I suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Thankfully, this game does not demote players. I currently stand at silver moon level, 0 stars. Su Jingming nods. Take your time, no rush. It is only the first day. The vast majority of players are novices, still at the starry level. Li Miao reflects. The threshold for the day level is a basic combat power of 400, and the divine level requires an astounding 1000 basic combat power. Even at the silver moon level, I have faced 3 consecutive defeats. By the way, this streamer, Song Yao, is an Olympic medalist in fencing and has also participated in the World Martial Arts Championship. Li Miao adds, his teachings on swordplay are quite beneficial. Su Jingming acknowledges, Song Yao is indeed formidable. The man in the denim jacket, who is providing explanations, glances over the audience and spots Su Jingming, offering a slight nod. Su Jingming reciprocates the gesture. He has now reached day level, 28 stars. With a record of 29 wins and 2 losses, his swordsmanship is exceptionally proficient. Li Miao states, in this live broadcast, in terms of swordplay, he should be among the top few. Su Jingming inquires, are there no divine players streaming? Li Miao responds, there are. However, none of the divine players specialize in swordplay currently. It is disheartening, as there are so few divine players. There are only 32 in the Xia country, and merely 3 are live streaming. If we wish to learn swordplay, we can only seek out those at the day level. Su Jingming opens the spectator platform to watch his friends' streams and discovers that 125 of his friends are currently live streaming. You have quite a few friends broadcasting. Li Miao exclaims. Su Jingming replies, professional players also require popularity. Those with higher popularity command significantly higher appearance fees. Many friends, even after retirement, continue to manage their presence and participate in various entertainment activities. Among my friends, there are nearly 1,000 professional players. So having over 100 live streams is not too many. Su Jingming continues browsing the streams and spots a Shua. Yang Qingshua is engaged in a combat live stream, prompting Su Jingming to click on it, enlarging the broadcast. This must be your good brother, Yang Qingshua, Li Miao observes in awe. How impressive. To reach the day level on the first day of the game, only top-tier professional players can achieve this. Day level, 32 stars, requires winning 31 matches consecutively. Su Jingming agrees, he is indeed remarkable. In Yang Qingshua's live streaming room, set in a snowy battlefield, he states, we must leverage our strengths. For instance, I am swift. So I will seek out isolated opponents and eliminate them one by one. Dressed in leather armor and wielding a silver spear, Yang Qingshua dashes through the snow like lightning, heading straight for an opponent wielding a large shield and a hefty hammer. As he runs, he explains his strategy, ensuring that the audience in the live stream can hear him clearly. Given that he is a day level, 32 stars, and a participant in the World Martial Arts Championship. His commentary is rather engaging, drawing a substantial audience of over 1,000 viewers. A brawny man wielding a shield and hammer stood tall and imposing. Yet his speed was lacking. He watched helplessly as Yang Qingshuo closed in, unable to escape. With a swift flurry, Yang Qingshuo's figure moved like a specter, circling the muscular opponent before unleashing a barrage of shots. The shield-wielding giant, a professional-grade expert, cautiously raised his shield to protect himself, yet the disparity in skill was insurmountable. The fifth shot, striking from the side, grazed the edge of his shield and found its mark in the giant's head, causing him to dissipate into nothingness. Impressive. A formidable opponent dispatched in mere moments. How astonishing, boasting a record of 32 victories and a single defeat, truly a monster, single-handedly leading the charge. Yang Qingshuo's combat prowess had been revealed, soaring to 970, far surpassing the threshold of 400 required for the elite level, with few capable of standing against him. The audience marveled in awe, showering him with generous gifts. With a gleam of delight, Yang Qingshuo remarked, "In our battles, we must choose opponents we can easily counter. Take my last adversary, for example. He was clearly a cumbersome type, while we excel in agility and speed. We can strike freely while he struggles to land a hit. Look over there at that dual-wielding foe." Yang Qingshuo's gaze fixed on another opponent in the snowy distance, likely practicing the same technique, the shadow leopard evolution method. Though his speed paled in comparison, and his shorter weapons rendered him vulnerable, we must take advantage of this opportunity and eliminate them one by one before their team consolidates. Later, our numbers will grant us a significant advantage, ensuring an easy victory. Yang Qingshuo swiftly dashed forward. Su Jingming observed with satisfaction. "Ah Shuo, our hero has found his calling. He can earn a living through live streaming. Friends from all corners of the world are competing." Su Jingming glanced at various live streams. While he was less informed about those not broadcasting, the ones that were deeply engaged in combat, he himself had queued for a match. But finding 10 players for a God-tier battle proved challenging. "Where are the God-tier players live streaming?" Su Jingming inquired. "Right here," Li Miaomiao replied, well-versed in streaming. Quickly identifying 3 channels featuring the same ethereal battleground with a prompt. 7 players prepared. Yet, the players are absent? Su Jingming chuckled. "Live streaming can lock onto the combat space," Li Miaomiao explained. "Those who have reached God tier are all products of ranked competitions, boasting foundational combat powers of at least 1,200. They are truly extraordinary. Many competitors from global martial arts tournaments fall short of this benchmark." Su Jingming nodded, his attention drawn to the 3 God-tier players' channels: Zhang Qian, the panda; Wang Yi, the archery champion; and Sun Yuding, the goddess of war. He spoke their names aloud, recognizing their fame. Li Miaomiao added excitedly, "In the past, due to physical disparities, the global martial arts stage was predominantly male. However, today, women possess suitable genetic evolution methods that eliminate their previous disadvantages. On the very first day, a woman ascended to God-tier status. Wang Yi, a 3-time Olympic archery champion, is a true master of her craft. A God-tier archer is a formidable force." Su Jingming nodded in agreement. In the realm of melee weaponry, archers pose a significant threat. The valiant warrior, Sun Yuding, has achieved victory in 2 consecutive women's World Martial Arts Championships. However, the popularity of women's events pales in comparison to that of the World Martial Arts Championship. Li Miaomiao remarked that now is the time to truly prove oneself. The number of female professional athletes is significantly lower than that of their male counterparts. Su Jingming nodded in agreement, noting that the generally lower popularity leads to correspondingly lower incomes, which is quite normal. The World Martial Arts Championship is not confined by gender, allowing women to compete as well. Yet, women do face inherent physical disadvantages, and in the grand arena of the World Martial Arts Championship, it is predominantly the men who shine the brightest. With the advent of genetic evolution techniques, however, women's physical talents are now on par with those of men. Li Miaomiao pointed out that among the 3 elite players streaming live, 2 are female competitors, illustrating this point. "What is that?" she exclaimed, noticing a pinned live broadcast room. Su Jingming also observed the pinned live stream on the viewing platform. "The official live broadcast room of Xia Country?" They both recognized the title. "Let's take a look," he suggested, and with a gentle tap, they entered. As the only pinned live stream since the opening of the virtual world, a deluge of viewers began to flood in. With the stands expanding infinitely, 2 million, 5 million, and the numbers continued to climb. Su Jingming and Li Miaomiao settled into their seats, gazing into the distance. With a light tap, the live scene rapidly zoomed in before their eyes. 3 individuals were seated at the commentary booth. This was the official live stream of Xia Country, hosted by renowned anchor Lu Xian, flanked by 2 middle-aged individuals, 1 male and 1 female. Liu Xian smiled and announced, "Today marks the inaugural broadcast of our official live stream. And beside me are the head coach of the national martial arts team, Huang Yong, and the women's team coach, Qin Yuan." Both Huang Yong and Qin Yuan waved, greeting the audience. "Our viewership has already surpassed 10 million as we just began," Liu Xian beamed, her radiant smile capable of igniting a sensation online. "The official media cherishes her, and for this first live broadcast of the virtual world in Xia country, she has been chosen as the host. We are excited to present the first epic battle that Xia country will host," Liu Xian declared. Chapter 19. The official live stream of Xia country. As the conversation unfolded, the number of viewers in the live stream continued to swell. Li Miao Miao marveled. The virtual world has been open for just 9 hours. And whether practicing genetic evolution techniques or engaging in battles, everyone seems a bit fatigued. Yet, the number of viewers is astounding. The official live stream has already surpassed 30 million. After all, it is the only pinned live stream on the viewing platform. Su Jingming also watched as the viewer count surged. At that moment, Liu Xian at the commentary booth continued, "According to the data I have received, there are currently no players in Xia country who have surpassed the 40-star level of the day cycle. A full 50 stars represent the pinnacle, and thus, the only way to attain divine status is through the ranking matches, which reflect their foundational combat strength, at least 1200. This is indeed quite challenging," Huang Yong remarked. "From my understanding, the foundational combat strength of most ordinary professional athletes hovers around 2 to 300. The elite practitioners of martial arts, capable of competing in graded tournaments, typically possess combat powers ranging from 500 to 800. Those who ascend to the World Martial Arts Championships generally do not exceed a combat power of 1000. A level of 1200, what does that signify? It represents the potential to become a martial arts master," Huang Yong remarked. "Among the current 33 god-level fighters, in my view, they are either renowned figures in professional martial arts, legendary characters from various fighting schools, or extraordinary individuals from the populace." "Extraordinary individuals from the populace?" Liu Xian exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed, hidden talents abound among the common people," Huang Yong responded. "Who could have predicted the prowess of my master, Liu Hai, before he contended in the inaugural World Martial Arts Championship? There are also many female experts," Coach Qin Yuan interjected. "Among humanity, the male and female populations are roughly equal. Currently, there are 10 evolution methods, with 5 available to women, rendering them physically comparable to men. It is foreseeable that in the future, the proportion of female god-level experts may also approximate 50%. I too eagerly anticipate the battlegrounds where masters from diverse fields will compete," Huang Yong added. Suddenly, host Liu Xian announced, "Our live broadcast audience has surpassed 100 million. As of this moment, our nation has produced 33 god-level fighters, and 8 are prepared for the first god-level battle, which will commence shortly. Before we begin, let's discuss the god-level fighters participating in this event. Firstly, we have 3 public figures, Zhang Qian, known as Panda, Sun Yuding, the goddess of war, and the sharpshooter Wang Yi," Liu Xian stated. "Coach Huang Yong, you must be quite familiar with Zhang Qian." "Ah, old Zhang the Panda, the foremost internet celebrity in the realm of martial arts," Coach Huang Yong chuckled. "He previously boasted over 50 million followers online and is referred to as the kaleidoscope of martial arts. His dual-edged spear undoubtedly reflects the caliber of a martial arts master." Beside them, female team coach Qin Yuan remarked, there were many doubts about his capabilities online, as he had never participated in a World Martial Arts Championship. However, this time, achieving god-level status on the very first day of the virtual world's opening proves his mettle. Many found it hard to believe that a major internet celebrity in the fighting domain could achieve god-level status ahead of numerous professional competitors. Yet Zhang Qian accomplished it. Host Liu Xian expressed his anticipation for Zhang Qian's performance in this god-level battle. In the stands, Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao noted the surge in viewership. The number of incoming spectators has exceeded 60 million. Li Miao Miao marveled. "Such rapid growth is astonishing," Su Jingming observed. "Once the battle commences, the influx will only increase. After all, this is the first god-level battle in our nation." Li Miao Miao replied, "Indeed." Turning to Su Jingming, she smiled, "Jingming, I also signed up for this inaugural god-level battle." Li Miao Miao was taken aback. "You too? Are you one of the 8? She inquired. "Yes," Su Jingming nodded. "May I see your personal combat power panel?" "Rest assured, I shall keep it confidential," Li Miao Miao implored, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Su Jingming tapped his finger, revealing the information. Player, Su Jingming Gene Evolution Method, Heavenly Python Evolution Method, Intermediate Level 20, Training Time, 735 days, Non-Upgradable, Body, 115 Skills, Marksmanship, Level 275. Footwork, level 216. Shield technique, level 262. Base combat power, 1380 practical combat bonus, 20 total combat power, 1656. Wow, Li Miao Miao exclaimed. It felt as though she was gazing at a trove of jewels, overwhelmed with excitement. It's only the first day, and his evolution method has already reached an intermediate level? With a base combat power of 1380, he surpasses the threshold of the divine level qualification match, which is merely 1200, by a significant margin. Even a fraction of your power exceeds mine by a great deal. A practical combat bonus of 20? What on earth? Mine is 0. Li Miao Miao examined the panel, then looked up at Su Jingming. Jingming, I have watched numerous live streams, and many streamers openly share their combat power panels. Yours is the most astonishing of all. There are always stronger individuals. After all, 33 people achieved divine level status on the first day, Su Jingming remarked. Jingming, you are bound to become immensely popular. When the battles commence, you and your 9 companions will undoubtedly attract a great deal of attention and numerous fans, Li Miao Miao said. I always knew your future would be 100-fold or 1,000-fold greater than the past, but I never anticipated it would come so swiftly. This is merely the first day of the virtual world's opening. It has only been 9 hours since the launch. On the commentary stage, female coach Qin Yiwen remarked, in the environment of cold weapon combat, the threat posed by archers will be immense. I believe we will soon witness the performance of the divine archer Wang Yi. Aside from Panda Zhangqian, divine archer Wang Yi, and the female war god Sun Yuding. Coach Huang and I are also aware of 2 other divine-level experts participating in the battle, the master of dual blades, Dong Su, and the female hero of the Miao knife, Lian Shuang. Qin Yuan chuckled. I learned this through inquiries among friends. Senior brother Dong Su personally informed me, Coach Huang added. Senior brother Dong Su, now over 50, is a master of martial arts from the older generation. He once secured 3rd place in the 11th World Martial Arts Championship, and many world-class experts have fallen to his dual blades. The female hero Lian Shuang is also the coach of our national women's team, Qin Yuan stated. Many male team members have sought her guidance on the use of the Miao knife, Coach Huang laughed. Achieving divine-level status on the very first day is a testament to one's strength. 9 divine-level experts are now fully prepared. Host Lu Xian suddenly exclaimed with excitement. We're almost there, just 1 more to reach 10. This divine-level battle could commence at any moment. The number of viewers in the live stream continues to rise, surpassing 220 million. Suddenly, host Lu Xian, along with commentators Coach Huang and Qin Yuan, became animated. 10 participants are now complete. Lu Xian's voice rose in pitch. The first divine-level battle is about to begin. Seated in the stands, Su Jingming also received a prompt. 10 participants are ready, and the battle is about to commence. Su Jingming, please prepare your weaponry. Miao Miao, the battle is starting. I must go, Su Jingming said to Li Miao Miao beside him. Hurry, hurry, go, Li Miao Miao urged, brimming with excitement. Su Jingming vanished in an instant. Dad, Mom, come quickly. Li Miao Miao immediately contacted her uncle, aunt, and grandfather, urging them to join the official live stream of the first divine-level battle in Summer Country, where Jingming is also participating. Aunties, uncles, please hurry to the official live streaming room. Old classmates, the first extraordinary battle has commenced. Have you seen it? Sister Kong, Xiaozong, please share this and gather everyone in the official live room. Li Miao Miao eagerly called upon her friends, brimming with excitement. My mother and I arrived early. Li Chunin and his wife also joined their daughter. Miao Miao, Su Hong, along with his wife and the elder Su, have arrived as well. Su's mother chimed in. Did you just say that in this first extraordinary battle, Jingming is also participating? Quick, look ahead, it has begun. Li Miao Miao pointed towards the commentary platform. The curved commentary stage featured host Lu Xian and commentators Huang Yong and Qin Yuan, all now focused on the emerging battle arena. In the battle space, 5 individuals stood on the left, while 5 others occupied the right, selecting their weaponry. All 10 formidable experts had appeared. The left team comprised the mighty Hercules Gao Chong, the Blood Axe King Xiao, the Miao Dao heroine Lian Shuang, the female warrior Sun Yuding, and an elder known as Lu Jianfeng, aged 97, whose name seemed unfamiliar in the martial arts circle. Host Lu Xian expressed surprise, as she could only see each participant's name and age, with no further knowledge of them. Among the 5, the other 4 were renowned, but Lu Jianfeng was a mystery. The national team's coaches, Huang Yong and Qin Yuan, exchanged puzzled glances. They were well acquainted with many in the circle, but had never heard of this name. To become a divine-level player at the age of 97 is indeed remarkable, Huang Yong remarked. Host Lu Xian continued. On the right side, the 5 participants are the sharpshooter Wang Yi, the gun master Su Jingming, the legendary boxing champion Wu Sai, the enigmatic dual-blade Master Dong Su, and our familiar figure, the panda Zhang Qian. As Su Jingming entered the battle space, he spotted his 4 companions, while 5 opponents loomed in the distance. Xiao Su, a middle-aged man with short hair, smiled warmly at Su Jingming. Master Dong, Su Jingming replied politely. Recognizing the enigmatic dual-blade Master Dong Su, who was also a disciple of Lu Hai, though considerably older than him. Our team is truly splendid. Brother Dong. Both you and Jingming are seasoned veterans in the martial arts arena. The plump panda Zhang Qian, a major celebrity in the fighting realm, boasted an extensive network. Wu Sai was a world champion in 2 weight classes. Wang Yi, needless to say, is the goddess of archery. Hello, everyone, Wang Yi smiled, choosing her words carefully. I haven't engaged much in martial arts combat, so please bear with me. The brawny boxing champion Wu Sai chuckled. My weapon is a pair of shields. As boxers, we find shields easier to handle. I'll take the lead in defense to withstand the opponent's attacks. I wield a 3-pointed 2-edged knife. This is my most confident choice, Zhang Qian declared, along with some concealed weapons. Dual blades and concealed weapons, Master Dong Su added. Guns and shields, Su Jingming noted. Bows and arrows, Wang Yi mentioned. Zhang Qian beamed with joy upon hearing this. Excellent. With Jingming and Wu Sai using shields, our team's defense will be significantly strengthened, especially with Hercules Gao Chong on the opposing side. Gao Chong, Su Jingming, Dong Su, Wang Yi, and Wu Sai all regarded this with newfound seriousness. They now beheld 5 individuals opposite them, with their primary focus on the formidable Hercules Gao Chong, renowned for having clinched the title at the World Martial Arts Championship. The Martial Arts Alliance had conferred upon him the title of Hercules. A team member was to select their weaponry first. The virtual game voice resonated, announcing the sequence of weapon selection. Panda Zhang Qian elucidated, we will select 1 by 1. First, 1 from our side, then 2 from the opposing side, followed by 2 from us again, and 2 from them, until only 1 remains on the opposing side to choose. Since both sides can observe each other's weaponry, they may opt for countering armaments. I shall be the first to choose. I can only wield dual shields, declared the heavyweight champion Wu Sai, who soon donned a suit of armor while brandishing 2 shields. In the official live broadcast of the Xia country, as the competition commenced, the viewership surged, reaching an astounding 380 million and still climbing. There are truly many spectators, Su Hong marveled. Both sides were engaged in selecting their armaments. At the commentary desk, host Lu Xin remarked, Wu Sai is a world-class champion at 2 weight categories. His evasive footwork and powerful punches are legendary. He has opted for dual shields. On the opposing side, Hercules Gao Chong and Blood Axe King Qiao made their selections. Gao Chong chose heavy armor, which appeared to weigh at least 300 kilograms. Head coach Huang Yong expressed his astonishment, stating, even in a virtual realm, where everyone's physique has evolved, donning 300 kilograms of heavy armor is still quite the burden. Gao Chong, who had secured the title of world champion at the 22nd World Martial Arts Championship, was famed for his immense strength. Observing his even more robust and imposing physique, it was evident he had trained under the renowned giant bear evolution method, suggesting his power had reached terrifying heights. Qin Yuan remarked, and with his marksmanship skills, the threat level is exceedingly high. Blood Axe King Qiao made his debut at the 12th World Martial Arts Championship and secured 2nd place at the 15th. Huang Yong continued, the final contestant. The venerable 97-year-old Lu Jianfeng has chosen a single sword. He is the only one among the 10 to select merely a sword. The warrior goddess Sun Yuding opted for a combination of shield and sword. In close combat with cold weapons, wielding a one-handed sword can be quite disadvantageous. Lu Xin expressed his surprise and then stated, now, both teams have completed their weapon selections. Coaches, which side do you favor? The left team, Huang Yong replied. The warrior goddess Sun Yuding and Blood Axe King Qiao both wield a shield in one hand and a weapon in the other, making them suitable for direct assaults. Furthermore, Hercules Gao Chong charges head-on. The venerable Lu Jianfeng and the nimble heroine Lian Shuang excel in agility and stealth, capable of executing surprise attacks. Of course, I have high hopes for Gao Chong. I favor the right team, as they have our sharpshooter, the only one among the 10, Qin Yuan stated. Champion Wu Sai and sharpshooter Su Jingming both carry dual shields. Su Jingming has also utilized dual shields in the World Martial Arts Championship. His dual shields were passed down by his master Lu Hai after joining the national team. He possesses exceptional talent in shield techniques and has defeated opponents with dual shields on the world stage, showcasing considerable skill. Huang Yong concurred, with 2 individuals wielding dual shields. They can effectively protect the sharpshooter, allowing him to unleash his full potential. Qin Yuan affirmed, in this battle, I place my faith in the right team. Come on, big grandson. Old Master Su exclaimed with fervor. They often extolled Gao Chong, yet seldom spoke of Jing Ming. Su Mu remarked that among the 10, Gao Chong was undoubtedly the mightiest. Su Fu, being a figure within the circle, commented that his performance in the competition was truly remarkable, while others relied on various strategies. He charged in recklessly, evading nothing. Ultimately, he surged forth to claim the title of world champion. Upon Gao Chong's retirement, his master, Lu Hai, once declared that in the realm of martial arts in Xia country, Gao Chong's dominance with the spear was unparalleled. Do not inflate another's glory. Old Master Su scolded. Have you already faltered before we even begin? The essence of competition is encapsulated in one word: to act. Su Hong quickly smiled and replied, Father, you are absolutely right. Jing Ming's leg injury has healed, and he possesses the potential to challenge for the world title. At least he could match Gao Chong in a test of strength. Old Master Su gazed at the battlefield. What intrigues me most is that elder known as Lu Jianfeng. At 97 years of age, he is a paragon of martial prowess. Uncle, do you know this esteemed elder Lu Jianfeng? Li Miao Miao inquired. I have traveled extensively and visited various sects, yet I do not know him personally, Su Hong replied. However, the Lu family from Song County in Hebei, which is the hometown of Lu Hai, is renowned for their martial arts. There are many practitioners with the surname Lu. The battle is about to commence. Li Miao Miao looked towards the combat space. In the virtual realm, the first divine-level battle of our Xia country is now beginning, announced host Lu Xin with enthusiasm. The map for this duel is set in a quaint town, amidst a gentle, persistent rain. The 10 participants scattered across various locations within the town. Su Jingming, clad in dark red light armor and wielding a long spear while carrying dual shields, appeared on the second floor of an inn. Opposite him were the sword-wielding heroine Lian Shuang and elder Lu Jianfeng, both of whom were likely adept in assassination techniques. We must regroup first to safeguard our sharpshooter, Panda Zhangqian communicated through internal voice chat. Of course, Brother Dong Su may act independently. Understood. The 5 members of the team agreed without dissent. Utilizing the internal map, they could clearly ascertain the positions of their comrades. With a swift movement, Su Jingming descended the inn staircase, exiting through the back door, the fine rain refreshing against his face. He cautiously advanced along the wall, keenly attuned to the slightest sounds. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elusive dual-blade Master Dong Su, slender and agile, practiced the Shadow Leopard evolution technique, clad in leather armor. Gliding through the alleyways in search of prey, the other team had also reached a consensus. Wang Qiao, Sun Yuding, you two will gather with me, commanded Lian Shuang. Elder Lu Jianfeng, you may act freely. It would be optimal to eliminate the sharpshooter before the duel begins. Mighty Gao Chong conveyed this through the team's internal voice chat. With the battle just underway, all participants dispersed throughout the town, presenting an opportune moment for the assassination of the sharpshooter. The heroine Lian Shuang, her figure indistinct, swiftly ascended to the rooftop, cautiously traversing as she sought her target from above. Elder Lu Jianfeng, small and nimble, concealed his sword at his waist and with a few agile turns, vanished within the town. Such incredible speed. In the live broadcast room, host Lu Xin and commentators Huang Yong and Qin Yiwen all noticed the venerable Lu Jianfeng. Huang Yong remarked, among the teams, Dong Su, Lian Shuang, and the old master Lu Jianfeng, all 3 are adept in swift movements. Yet it is evident that Lu Jianfeng possesses the quickest and most agile speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The old master Lu Jianfeng navigated through the town, occasionally pausing to observe. Once he moved, he darted away in an instant, vanishing into an alley within mere steps. Suddenly, Lu Jianfeng halted, his ears twitching, and cautiously made his way into a nearby inn. In a room by the window, he quietly observed, spotting a figure advancing with caution. It was Su Jingming. The gunman Su Jingming has been discovered by Lu Jianfeng, Huang Yong shouted. Su Jingming remained oblivious, perilously unaware of the danger he faced. Chapter 21. Su Jingming and Lu Jianfeng. The venerable Lu Jianfeng was about to strike at Jingming. In the live broadcast viewing area, Su's mother grew anxious, questioning whether Jingming could withstand the impending ambush. An ambush relies on the element of surprise. Su Hong remarked gravely that venerable Lu Jianfeng moves silently and swiftly. Should he strike and Jingming notice too late, he may not have time to react and could be slain by a single sword. Such is the prowess of an assassin. Isn't he the first to be eliminated? Su's mother worried. As long as he can detect the opponent, there is little to fear, Su Hong reassured. Uncle, can Jingming detect the opponent? Li Miao Miao inquired. It's uncertain. Both sides are formidable experts, making it difficult to predict, Su Hong replied, intently watching. Countless viewers in the live broadcast were fixated on the imminent confrontation. Su Jingming, armed with a spear in his right hand, remained vigilant, carefully advancing through the alley. He donned lightweight protective armor and carried a shield, which inevitably produced faint sounds as he moved. In contrast, those clad in soft leather armor, practicing techniques like the Shadow Leopard evolution and Illusion Cat evolution, could tread almost silently. Unbeknownst to him, a lean, elderly figure, Lu Jianfeng, was lying in wait above the alley ahead. Lu Jianfeng remained motionless, his presence nearly imperceptible, only glancing at Su Jingming from the corner of his eye, his breath so faint it was almost non-existent. As if the world around them had fallen silent, Su Jingming remained unaware, pressing forward. As the distance between them narrowed to approximately 3 zhang, Lu Jianfeng narrowed his eyes. In an instant, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning, descending from above the alley. Su Jingming looked up just in time to see a flash of sword light approaching. As he raised his spear instinctively, it swept forward to intercept. The spear's shadow blurred, moving with terrifying speed. Clang! The incoming sword light twisted and struck Su Jingming's spear, utilizing the recoil to propel Lu Jianfeng, slender as a monkey, to leap off the alley wall and vanish from sight. With one failed strike, he had already retreated. Damn! Su Jingming felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He had sensed nothing until the disturbance in the air alerted him to the attack. And had he been a fraction slower, he would have met his end. Previously, whether in training sessions or ranking competitions, his opponents had all been mere virtual constructs. In the realm of the virtual world, it was the first time for Su Jingming to engage in a true duel against a master. As for the martial arts competition in reality, it had always been a straightforward one-on-one battle on the arena. Being targeted for assassination was also a first experience for Su Jingming. Traversing the precipice between life and death left him with a tingling sensation, fortunately. His frequent practice of the shadowless strike allowed him to react swiftly and evade calamity. In the distance, the frail old man, Lu Jianfeng, bore a hint of amusement in his eyes. What a remarkable young fellow. Within 3 zhang, I attempted a stealthy strike, and he managed to respond. The initial clash of this extraordinary battle instantly ignited the official live stream from the Summer Kingdom. Impressive, Huang Yong exclaimed. The assassination was executed beautifully, and the defense was equally splendid. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Xian gestured, initiating a slow-motion replay of the previous confrontation in the elevated area of the live broadcast combat space. Observe how old Master Lu Jianfeng concealed himself. Akin to a withered tree, utterly silent. Su Jingming remained oblivious. As Lu Jianfeng approached, he launched his attack. Huang Yang pointed at the screen. In the slow-motion footage, Lu Jianfeng lunged, transforming into a sword-like figure. It was only at the moment of the strike that Su Jingming became aware. Huang Yong indicated the scene. Noting that at the instant Su looked up, the tip of Lu Jianfeng's sword was merely a zhang away, far too close. At the speed of this strike, it would reach Su Jingming in approximately 0.6 seconds. Although the evolution of martial training has shortened human reaction times, Huang Yong noted, the body still requires time to move. Upon closer inspection, Su Jingming wielded his firearm with one hand, channeling his energy into a swift thrust. Causing the spear to blur in motion, this was a momentary burst of power, as rapid as lightning. Nonetheless, it was insufficient to intercept the sword. His shot was directed straight at Lu Jianfeng's body. Yes, Qin Yuan remarked, if old Master Lu Jianfeng continued his dive, the spear would have pierced through him first. The old man swiftly changed his tactic, the light of his sword pivoting with remarkable speed. It is said that swords are swift, but this was truly astonishing. Striking the shaft of the spear, he utilized the recoil to propel himself away from the wall. Qin Yuan marveled, from the initiation of the strike to his disappearance. The entire sequence lasted a mere 0.68 seconds, less than a second. Absolutely spectacular. Previous global martial arts competitions have never featured confrontations so intricately detailed. One must admit, old Master Lu Jianfeng is indeed formidable. Su Jingming's marksmanship is equally terrifying. He is rightfully known as the gun demon. The interplay between the elder and the youth unveiled a genuine visual feast of peak excellence. Huang Yong expressed his profound admiration, noting that the deeper one delves into the martial combat realm, the more one becomes entranced by such clashes. Is this not a spectacle far more thrilling than any film could offer? In the live stream auditorium, the audience erupted in fervor. Is this truly achievable by a human? If I were Su Jingming, I would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Even if I glanced up, I wouldn't have time to draw my weapon. How could one shoot so swiftly in an instant? Allow me to impart a common understanding. Su Jingming, the gun demon, is renowned globally for his signature move, the shadowless strike, which is celebrated for its remarkable speed. Su Jingming draws his weapon with astonishing quickness, and so too does old Master Lu Jianfeng adapt with equal swiftness. Upon witnessing Su Jingming draw his weapon in an instant, his sword transformed its technique. The clash between both parties was nothing short of extraordinary. From the assassination attempt by the venerable Lu Jianfeng to his swift escape, merely 0.68 seconds elapsed. Is this a mere mortal? Is this a deity? Is this truly a battle of divine caliber? Father, mother, I am frightened. The comments section of the live stream overflowed with a multitude of messages. The host, Lu Xin, was equally exhilarated. This is indeed a divine confrontation, and this is merely the initial exchange of this extraordinary duel. The number of viewers in the live stream surged rapidly, now reaching an astonishing 500 million, an unfathomable figure. What a spectacle! The marksmanship is exquisite. The esteemed Su Guishan, along with the Su couple and Li Miao Miao, previously anxious and breathless, erupted into excitement only after the skirmish concluded. Listening to the commentary from the two national team coaches further ignited their fervor. Jingming's marksmanship is truly magnificent. My eyes can perceive it, yet my hands cannot replicate it, Su Guishan lamented. That exquisite assassination. And that splendid counterattack, the subtle force I taught Jingming has now surpassed my own abilities, Su Hong exclaimed with admiration. How many in the world can reach such a level of finesse? My son, how impressive. Li Miaomiao's eyes sparkled with awe, truly remarkable. As a swordswoman, she believed that the swordsmanship of the venerable Lu Jianfeng was even more formidable than that of the national team's expert, Song Yao. Yet her partner had successfully compelled the old master to retreat. Li Chunan and his wife also observed their future son-in-law in the heat of battle, nodding in satisfaction, their smiles growing ever brighter. In the drizzling little town, the sharpshooter Wang Yi crouched atop the roof of an inn, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Although this inn was not the tallest structure, it provided a commendable vantage point, with the rooftops' angles allowing for her concealment. I have arrived. Su Jingming communicated via the team voice chat as he entered the inn's backyard. I am watching the street in front of the inn, Wu Sai reported. Hidden within a residential building across the street, surveilling a vast area. Jingming and Wu Sai, ensure our sharpshooter-esque protection. I shall be there shortly, Zhang Qian, known as Panda, chimed in on the team voice chat, his portly frame walking at a leisurely pace. I am patrolling within a 200-meter radius of the sharpshooter. The elusive Master Dong Su, famed for his dual blades, was also silently on the lookout. At that moment, a lithe figure darted across the rooftops nearby, and Master Dong Su caught sight of the movement, promptly relaying to his team, I have spotted the Miao Dao heroine, Lian Shuang. Chapter 22. The shot as that agile silhouette zipped past, the corner of its eye caught a glimpse of the stealthy Master Dong Su moving along the wall. Venerable Lu Jianfeng, let us first eliminate Master Dong Su together, Lian Shuang proclaimed as she leaped from the rooftop, swiftly charging towards Dong Su. Dong Su remained stationary, his hands empty, his dual blades sheathed, simply observing Lian Shuang's approach. A slight smirk graced Lian Shuang's lips, her demeanor laced with a hint of cold amusement, as she flickered and changed direction, akin to a nimble cat, before launching herself at Dong Su. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick of his wrist, Dong Su unleashed 3 beams of light. 2 of them missed their target, while the third was deftly deflected by Lian Shuang's Miao Dao. I noticed you were carrying hidden weapons, she remarked. Lian Shuang deftly blocked the flying dagger that had been hurled towards her, and with fury in her heart, she wielded her Miao knife, bringing it down upon Dong Su with great force. In an instant, Dong Su responded, each hand grasping a knife as he boldly charged forward. The clash of blades reverberated like a symphony of steel. The Miao knife, measuring a formidable 1.6 meters in length, seemed to envelop Lian Shuang in a silvery aura as she swung it. Any contact would surely result in grievous injury. However, Master Dong Su, with impeccable coordination, managed to parry her strikes without a single lapse, intent on closing the distance between them. Lian Shuang, on the other hand, sought to maintain a distance of approximately 2 meters, optimal for her Miao knife's reach, while Dong Su aimed to bridge that gap. The two combatants danced with fluid footwork, their blades flashing in a deadly ballet. Meanwhile, in another part of the town, the elderly Lu Jianfeng was hastening toward the scene, merely 2 alleys away. The distance less than 100 meters. Approximately 200 meters away, the skilled archer Wang Yi, perched on the rooftop of an inn, had merely taken a few steps to witness the confrontation unfolding in the alley below. She attuned herself to the gentle drizzle and the whispering breeze, concealed beneath the rooftop. Only her keen eyes were visible, observing the duel from afar, calculating Lian Shuang's movements, as she slowly drew her bow to its full tautness. An arrow poised on the string. Suddenly, she sprang upright, releasing the arrow in a swift motion. Where the arrow flew, it created a high-pressure wave in the air. The sound of clashing blades echoed as Dong Su pressed forward with relentless fervor, while Lian Shuang continuously retreated, her Miao knife slicing through the air. threatening Dong Su with each strike. Yet, something felt amiss to Lian Shuang, instinctively. She turned her head and caught sight of a blurred figure hurtling toward her from several meters away. Although she was quick and agile, the shadow moved with terrifying speed. Boom. Even as she made a desperate attempt to evade, the shadow pierced through her left chest, crashing into the stone pavement beyond, creating a deep crater. Fragments of arrows scattered within the pit confirmed that it had indeed been an arrow. Lian Shuang looked up, faintly spotting a woman holding a bow and arrow atop the rooftop, before the figure vanished from sight. It was she, the archer Wang Yi. Realizing the truth, Lian Shuang's form dissipated into nothingness, vanishing within the town. The Miao knife-wielding heroine Lian Shuang was the first to fall, struck down by a single arrow from the skilled archer Wang Yi. In the official live stream of the Xia Nation, host Lu Xian gently waved his hand to replay the moment of the arrow's deadly flight from a high vantage point within the combat space. The arrow tore through the air, parting it like water, as the drizzle was pierced by its swift passage, the speed utterly terrifying. In that moment, Lian Shuang's confrontation with Master Dong Su appeared to slow to a crawl. When the arrow was merely 10 meters away, Lian Shuang finally sensed its presence, slowly lifting her gaze to see the impending doom. But it was too late. With a velocity that spanned those 10 meters, Lian Shuang's body twisted slightly, and the arrow pierced through her left chest, sealing her fate. The arrow then embedded itself into the distant stone pavement, shattering it and creating a deep pit. While the shaft splintered, the arrowhead buried deep into the earth. This arrow was both beautiful and horrifying. It was an exquisitely executed shot. Qin Yuan, filled with excitement, pointed out that the data indicated this arrow had reached a maximum speed of 432 meters per second, a truly supersonic feat, however. The distance from the tavern to the battlefield is approximately 200 meters. The arrows take about half a second to soar through the air. During that half a second, Lian Shuang was in constant motion. It was still drizzling, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Wang Yi had accurately calculated the impact of the weather, even predicting Lian Shuang's position in the next half second before releasing the arrow. Once the arrow was shot, it was already too late for Lian Shuang to react. Qin Yuan marveled at how brief the time was from when she spotted the arrow to when it struck her. It was even more terrifying than the assassination attempts by the elder Lu Jianfeng. For Lian Shuang to move even a fraction was already an impressive response. Huang Yong shook his head, recalling an ancient saying, "An open arrow is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is difficult to defend against." The most formidable hidden arrow is one that comes from the front, at a distance of 200 meters, with a mere 0.5 seconds. Those with godlike skills like Lian Shuang had ample time to evade. In fact, at a distance of 50 meters, she could have easily avoided it. Yet, at a distance of merely a few meters, it became too close. The difficulty in defending against a hidden arrow lies in the fact that by the time one realizes it, there is no opportunity to evade. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Throughout history, many renowned generals have met their demise at the hands of hidden arrows and cold bolts, while deaths from frontal arrows were exceedingly rare. The success of this shot was due to two factors: Wang Yi's extraordinary marksmanship and Lian Shuang's choice of armor, which was a soft leather armor with minimal protection. Had she been clad in 50 kilograms of lightweight armor or 200 kilograms of heavy armor, it would have been impossible for a single arrow to pierce through and kill her. Lightweight armor can thwart arrows and protect against blade strikes, while heavy armor not only defends against arrows and blades, but also against heavy axes and long spears. Only heavy weaponry might have some efficacy. Huang Yong chuckled, noting that in the game, all players share a common weak point: the head. Qin Yuan added that for a sharpshooter, targeting the head while moving at high speed is exceedingly challenging. The commentary in the live broadcast intensified as the epic battle unfolded in the town. With swift movements, the trio of Hercules Gao Chong, Blood Axe King Xiao, and the warrior goddess Sun Yuding advanced together. Lian Shuang had been slain. Sun Yuding remarked solemnly. She fell to a shot from the sharpshooter. The most significant threat to our team comes from the archers. Gao Chong's eyes burned with determination. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 19 centimeters, his robust arms resembled those of a standing bear. This transformation was a result of mastering the giant bear evolution technique. In reality, he stood merely 1 meter and 98 centimeters tall, lacking the intimidating aura he now possessed. Clad in heavy armor, Gao Chong grasped a massive spear, turning to his comrades Blood Axe King Xiao and Sun Yuding. The enemy was previously at that tavern. We need only charge forward. We three must remain vigilant of our surroundings and be wary of her hidden arrows. Blood Axe King Xiao nodded in agreement. Sun Yuding held great faith in her teammates. Gao Chong had previously secured first place in the World Martial Arts Championship, while Blood Axe King Xiao had claimed second. She herself had been crowned world champion in the women's martial arts competition twice. All three were seasoned warriors, adept at face-to-face combat. They had not moved far from the tavern area. I will keep watch over that vicinity. Elder Lu Jianfeng's voice echoed through the team's communication channel. The elderly gentleman observed closely. As we charged directly at them, Gao Chong declared. The trio comprised of the Blood Axe King Xiao, wielding a colossal shield in one hand and a mighty axe in the other, walked on the left flank of the team. The warrior goddess Sun Yuding, bearing a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, traversed the right flank. Gao Chong positioned himself centrally, brandishing a large spear. Thus, they swiftly advanced towards the tavern. Not far from the tavern, an inn housed the skilled archer Wang Yi on the upper floor, while Su Jingming and the panda Zhang Qian also maintained their vigil from above, with Wu Sai monitoring the ground level. Master Dong Su lay in wait at the street corner, exercising utmost caution. As Gao Chong and his companions charged forward, Wang Yi remarked, furrowing her brow. Their speed is astonishing. Clad in armor, both Sun Yuding and Xiao held shields. Sister, do you feel confident? Panda Zhang Qian inquired from the window. They are heavily armored and equipped with shields. Their experience is formidable, Wang Yi replied, shaking her head. We must engage them at close range, ideally within 50 meters, to have a chance of striking their vital points. We cannot allow them to enter the inn. It would be preferable to confront them in an open area. Granting Wang Yi an opportunity to shoot, Panda Zhang Qian suggested. Among them, the most formidable is the mighty Gao Chong, who will confront him. I excel in strength and wield dual shields. I shall hold him off, declared the boxer Wu Sai through the team's communication. I will engage him directly, while you, Panda, take advantage of the situation as it arises, Su Jingming stated. Agreed, it is settled, nodded Panda Zhang Qian. At this moment, the enemy trio had already stormed into the street before the inn. Chapter 23. The 8 Extremes Tiger Pounce. From the second floor of the inn to the left of the tavern, I can confirm that there are individuals present. Elder Lu Jianfeng communicated within the team. However, exercise caution. I have yet to locate the cunning dual dagger Dong Su, who may strike at any moment. That very inn, the mighty Gao Chong charged forth, each step causing the stone-paved road to tremble. If their previous pace was merely hurried, now it was a full-on assault. Blood Axe King Xiao and the warrior goddess Sun Yuding similarly advanced with shields, heading straight for the inn. Gao Chong, let me witness your prowess. Boomed the robust Wu Sai, equally clad in heavy armor and wielding dual large shields, appearing on the street. At this juncture, Su Jingming also emerged to Wu Sai's left, similarly holding a shield, albeit his shields were noticeably smaller, merely 60 centimeters in diameter, and he donned lighter protective armor. His long spear was split into 2 sections and secured on his back. Once Gao Chong engaged in battle, his demeanor transformed into that of a fierce and tempestuous warrior. During the World Martial Arts Championship, from the first match to the last, he charged relentlessly, achieving the pinnacle of victory. Now, in the realm of virtual combat, he had liberated himself even further. What a pitiful lot! Gao Chong roared as he led the charge, his spear slicing through the air towards Wu Sai. The strike was reminiscent of the Milky Way reversing its course, an extraordinarily ferocious force. Wu Sai, brandishing his dual shields, accustomed to boxing, believed that with his shields in hand, he could withstand any opponent's assault. Boom! The spear, like the Milky Way in reverse, struck with the fury of Pangu splitting heaven and earth, crashing directly against the shield. Wu Sai felt the impact surge through his shield, sending his body hurtling backward uncontrollably. He could hardly believe it. What on earth? In martial arts weapon combat, his practical experience was negligible, wasn't it? Su Jingming, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. This legendary champion undoubtedly possessed exceptional body control, with his martial prowess and shield techniques sharing commonalities. On paper, his foundational combat strength should have reached at least 1,200. Yet, his practical experience with weaponry was woefully lacking. Could he truly withstand the force of a charge clad in armor weighing hundreds of kilograms, wielding a powerful spear? The panda, Zhang Qian, who had been concealed within the residential area, had no choice but to rush out. In an instant, his 3-pronged double-edged knife transformed into a swirling dragon, blocking the follow-up attack from Gao Chong. Clang! The long spear collided with the 3-pronged knife, bending its shaft. Zhang Qian staggered back 2 steps, but managed to withstand the strike. Thank you, Panda, Wu Sai said, standing up with a hint of embarrassment, acknowledging his lack of experience and pleading for understanding. Quickly lend a hand. Zhang Qian found himself in a difficult position after only a few exchanges. Meanwhile, On the other side, after surrounding Su Jingming, the Blood Axe King Qiao and the warrior goddess Sun Yuding seized the opportunity to form a 2-on-1 assault. Su Jingming, wielding dual shields, took a slight step back as the two approached, angling his shields to disrupt their charge, leaving both Qiao and Sun feeling awkward in their advance. His shield technique, taught by Lu Hai, resembled the principles of Tai Chi, akin to sticky rice candy. Although Sun's strike missed its mark, she still lunged forward like a venomous serpent, while Blood Axe King Qiao swung his axe. Boom. Clang. Su Jingming maintained an impenetrable defense against the two. Defending with a single spear would have been challenging, yet the shields offered substantial advantages in defense. Lu Hai's teachings emphasized leveraging strength and redirecting force, with explosive techniques being secondary. Across the street, the sharpshooter Wang Yi observed the fierce combat unfolding. Gao Chong charged with brute force, pressuring both Zhang Qian and champion Wu Sai in a 2-on-1 scenario. Su Jingming held his ground against the relentless assaults from Sun Yuding and Qiao, remaining unyielding. Gao Chong. Wang Yi drew her bow, an arrow poised on the string. Gao Chong's reckless maneuvers, while powerful, rendered his head's protection weaker compared to that of the warrior goddess Sun Yuding and Blood Axe King Qiao. Her eyes narrowed with resolve. Whoosh. Releasing her grip, an arrow shot forth from the window, tearing through the air with terrifying speed, aimed directly at Gao Chong. Could a person capable of claiming the title of the world's best truly be so reckless? Gao Chong's greatest concern had always been the hidden sharpshooter. How swift! Despite his vigilance, the blurred arrow's trajectory startled him. He barely managed to raise his spear and tilt his head. Thud. The arrow grazed his face, leaving him with a chunk of flesh missing and his right ear obliterated. There. Rather than panic, Gao Chong felt excitement as he spotted the residential area ahead. Charging towards it, the sharpshooter was there. Sun Yuding and Blood Axe King Qiao also turned their attention towards that dwelling, abandoning their engagement with Su Jingming to pursue the same target. Hold them off, Wu Sai commanded, brandishing his dual shields to confront the impending onslaught. Panda Zhang Qian charged forward, joining forces to obstruct Gao Chong. However, with a deft upward thrust from Gao Chong, Wu Sai, wielding dual shields, was unexpectedly sent flying, while Zhang Qian was also forced back several steps by a powerful strike. Zhang Qian grimaced, reflecting on this world of life evolution where the sensation of pain was merely 1%. Otherwise, the mere agony from that arrow would have exposed a flaw in Gao Chong's defense. The reduction of pain to 1% was necessitated by the brutal combat, where many injuries could be severe. Without this mitigation, countless individuals would crumble under the weight of their suffering. Wu Sai and Panda Zhang Qian found themselves unable to restrain the frenzied Gao Chong. Meanwhile, Su Jingming could not single-handedly contain two adversaries. Yet, as Sun Yuding and Wang Xiaozhao charged toward the civilian residence, Su Jingming surged forward with sudden ferocity, simultaneously broadcasting to his team, "Archer, coordinate with me." Boom, boom. In just 2 strides, Su Jingming unleashed the full force of his legs, propelling his speed to a terrifying level. What? Sun Yuding immediately sensed something amiss. She felt the overwhelming ferocity radiating from Su Jingming, akin to an ancient beast lunging forth. The Su Jingming who had previously been defending now revealed his fangs, instilling in Sun Yuding a fear even greater than that of the mighty Gao Chong. Bang! Although her left hand was already raised with a shield, and she was prepared to absorb the impact, in the fleeting moment of their confrontation, Su Jingming thrust his dual shields forward with a tremendous force, perfectly channeling his entire strength into the shields. The collision with Sun Yuding's shield transmitted the full force of the impact onto her. Sun Yuding felt her arm twist under the strain of her shield, followed by a crushing blow to her chest, sending her soaring through the air, blood spilling from her mouth as she succumbed to the shock. Whoosh! At that instant, she spotted an arrow, still launched from the civilian residence. However, as she was hurled backwards, she was unable to evade. The arrow swiftly pierced her neck, her form dissolving into nothingness within the town. The valiant warrior, Sun Yuding, met her demise, after being struck by Su Jingming's dual shields, causing her to spit blood and be thrown aloft. She could only perish before the archer. What? Blood Axe Wang Qiao could hardly believe it. In a single encounter, his companion had been grievously injured. This was not the shield technique taught by Lu Hai. Su Jingming, brandishing dual shields, had deviated from the traditional teachings. Initially, one must adhere strictly to their instructor's guidance when learning the shield techniques. Yet, having achieved an advanced mastery, he naturally paved his own path. What he had learned since childhood was the 8 extremes stab. His father's most cherished technique was the 8 extremes tiger pounce. For 40 years, his father had honed this skill, teaching it to Su Jingming from a young age. This shield technique was his father's signature move. Su Jingming silently proclaimed, 8 Extremes Tiger Pounce. In the official live stream of the Xi'an Nation, Su Hong watched this scene unfold, his eyes welling with tears as he murmured, 8 Extremes Tiger Pounce. In his youth, he had been a martial arts blogger, dabbling in various styles, yet mastering none. However, he had a profound fondness for martial arts. Later, upon discovering the 8 Extremes Tiger Pounce, his admiration blossomed. He invested significant effort, sought a master, and learned the true lineage of the 8 Extremes, even establishing the 8 Extremes School in Minghua City. Every day, he practices numerous techniques, yet a substantial portion of his time is devoted to a singular move. The 8 Extremities Tiger Pounce. My son, he explains. The essence of the 8 Extremities Tiger Pounce lies in the word pounce. It encompasses not only the entirety of one's strength but also the forceful momentum that propels the body forward. Su Hong demonstrates the 8 Extremities Tiger Pounce in front of his young son. Regardless of the enemy's moves, with the 8 Extremities Tiger Pounce, I seize the center line, effortlessly pushing aside the enemy's arms and striking their chest. It is said that while a fierce tiger climbing a mountain is formidable, the 8 Extremities Tiger Pounce is even more pure. Master this one move, and no matter the adversary, a single pounce suffices. Su Hong holds an unwavering belief in this technique. Young Su Jingming, though not entirely understanding, trusts his father and diligently practices each maneuver. During his 3 years of retirement, Su Jingming felt his shield techniques lacked ferocity and believed the 8 extremities could be seamlessly integrated, gradually forming his unique style of shield techniques, distinct from his master Lu Hai's. In the official live stream of the Summer Nation, countless viewers were in a frenzy. The battle had been intensely matched, with the mighty Hercules Gao Chong seemingly dominating, even in a 1-against-2 scenario. Su Jingming appeared to be on the defensive against Wang Qiao and Sun Yuding. However, the situation shifted dramatically. The moment Su Jingming revealed his prowess, he instantly inflicted severe injury upon Sun Yuding, sending her flying. Witness this, with just 2 steps. Su Jingming's body erupted with a velocity of 308 meters per second. Watching the slow-motion replay, Coach Huang Yong was filled with excitement, pointing out that if one were to practice the Shadow Leopard evolution method, such speed would not surprise him. Yet, Su Jingming's physique and strength were evidently not derived from the Shadow Leopard evolution method. Yet he managed to unleash such explosive power in an instant. 2 steps, resulting in a terrifying speed. His dual shields resembled the massive paws of a tiger, striking against the shield of the female warrior Sun Yuding. Even with her shield, she was still sent reeling, coughing up blood. Huang Yong shook his head in admiration, exclaiming how remarkable it was. In the World Martial Arts Championship, Su Jingming's shield techniques were never this ferocious, Qin Yiwen remarked. Previously, it was the essence of Tai Chi. Now it incorporates the flavor of 8 extremities, Huang Yong noted. What a ferocious move. Su Jingming is stronger than he was 3 years ago. The comments section of the live stream overflowed with enthusiasm. Incredible. A similarly skilled master. Gravely injured and sent flying? Huang Yong aptly stated that his shields were anything but mere shields. They resembled the powerful paws of a tiger, no ordinary tiger, but a mythical beast. Su Jingming, you should no longer be called the gun demon, but the shield demon. The audience was electrified. In a tightly contested battle, what was needed was a decisive and lethal strike. Chapter 24. The elder Lu Jianfeng. This is bad. Hercules Gao Chong, witnessing another comrade fall, felt a surge of anxiety. The odds had shifted to 5 against 3, and both he and Wang Qiao had to remain vigilant against the archer's arrows, rendering them unable to concentrate fully on the combat. The threat posed by the archer was immense. During the skirmish, any slight opening could result in a deadly shot. Such was the case with Sun Yuding. Had there been no archer, even if she had been struck and sent flying, her teammate, the blood axe Wang Qiao, could have easily intervened to shield Su Jingming, allowing Sun Yuding to recover and rejoin the fray. But with the archer present, Sun Yuding's injury only made her a target. Gao Chong, without resolving the issue of the archer, we cannot secure victory. The blood axe King Xiao Zhao turned to Gao Chong, speaking through the team voice channel. I am clad in heavy armor, and my speed cannot match that of the archer. At most, I can charge to disrupt the enemy's companions. But we must rely on you and the esteemed Lu Jianfeng to pursue the kill, Gao Chong added. He felt a sense of frustration, as he had to conserve his strength during the battle, dividing his attention to remain wary of the archer. Otherwise, he would have already dealt with the mediocre Wu Sai, whose experience with cold weapons was lacking. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from a distant residence, startling Su Jingming, Wu Sai, Zhang Qian, Gao Chong, and Wang Qiao. That was the dwelling of the archer. The old man has made his move, Gao Chong and Wang Qiao confirmed, knowing that Lu Jianfeng had already reached that house. The archer Wang Yi stood by the window, vigilant and ready to unleash an arrow. All other windows were tightly shut and the door secured. No one could hope to intrude without alarming her. However, in this ancient town, most structures were wooden, and this modest residence was no exception. With a thunderous crash, one of the walls suddenly exploded, and a slender figure rushed in, instantly changing direction to pounce upon the archer Wang Yi. The intruder was none other than Lu Jianfeng. In the dimly lit confines of the residence, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a curtain, intercepting the slender form. It was the cunning dual-blade wielder Dong Su. Though Dong Su had been unable to locate the concealed Lu Jianfeng, he understood well that the old master's primary target was undoubtedly the archer. As long as he remained near the archer, he could await the arrival of the esteemed elder. The room was not large. Intentionally chosen to be merely 5 meters in length and width, a space far too confined for such skilled combatants. Upon Lu Jianfeng's entrance, Dong Su immediately moved to intercept him. Yet, in that moment of confrontation, Dong Su felt a tremor within. He was faster than I am. In their first direct engagement, Dong Su recognized the disparity in their abilities. Lu Jianfeng's figure moved like a specter, both swifter and more agile, despite both practitioners employing the shadow leopard evolution technique. As Dong Su charged forward, brandishing his dual blades, he realized that he faced a choice: engage and squander time, or retreat and still delay his advance. As Dong Su surged to intercept, his blade swept through the air. Lu Jianfeng, in a fluid motion, contracted his body and evaded the blade's arc, propelling himself toward the archer. However, Dong Su, a master of martial arts, swiftly adjusted his wrist, redirecting his right blade to strike the compact form. Clang! The strike met with a resonance akin to striking metal, causing Dong Su's expression to shift in surprise. Despite receiving that blow, Lu Jianfeng's form surged forward with even greater speed, reaching the archer Wang Yi in an instant. Wang Yi, upon witnessing the intruder breach the wall, realized escape was futile due to the minuscule distance. In an instant, she drew her bow. However, the assassin was too swift, having changed direction while simultaneously absorbing a blow. Without entangling himself with Dong Su, the assassin closed the distance in less than 2 seconds. With no time for elaborate preparation, Wang Yi could only rely on instinct as she released her arrow. Thud! It struck true, a spray of crimson erupting in the aftermath. Yet the assassin continued to charge. A flash of sword light flickered, and Wang Yi felt a sharp pain in her brow as her body began to dissolve into the ethereal. Faced with these godly masters, she was dispatched with a single strike. Wang Yi sighed in resignation. Her archery skills were indeed formidable, placing her among the elite. However, in close combat, she was perhaps on par with Li Miao. Before such divine experts, one blow was enough to seal her fate. Kill! Master Dong Su's face contorted with rage as he lunged forward, feeling an immense humiliation. He had been on guard, yet he failed to even delay the inevitable assassination of the divine archer Wang Yi. What an extraordinary marksman! Old Master Lu Jianfeng smiled, filled with admiration. His left arm had been completely severed. The force of that arrow had obliterated it. Fortunately, the pain was dulled to a mere 1%. As he glanced at the oncoming Master Dong Su, he realized that the other would not afford him the chance to staunch the bleeding. Swish! Instead of retreating, Lu Jianfeng surged forward, despite the significant impact that losing an arm had on his agility. The two figures intertwined in a blur. The glint of blades was blinding, and the sword light flickered momentarily. Blood poured from Lu Jianfeng's chest as he looked at Dong Su with a smile. Not bad, lad. And then his form faded into the void. What swiftness in that swordplay! How could it be so fast? A trickle of blood finally seeped from Dong Su's chest as he too became spectral, vanishing from sight. In the official livestream of the Xia Kingdom, the old master was simply incredible. 666. First, he eliminated the divine archer, and then severely wounded the cunning dual-blade Master Dong Su. The audience erupted in fervor, and the comment section overflowed with reactions. Host Lu Xin even replayed the assassination in slow motion above the combat arena. After entering the room, old Master Lu Jianfeng had but one objective: to eliminate the divine archer. Coach Huang Yong pointed at the footage, noting that upon entry, he first encountered Master Dong Su's ambush. Master Dong Su's strategy was sound. He indeed managed to intercept Lu Jianfeng's assault. Master Dong Su was astute. His intention not to claim glory but to prevent failure. His 2 strikes were merely to buy time. If Lu Jianfeng defended, he would waste precious moments. If he retreated, it would still be time lost. Yet, the old master contracted his form, shrinking from over 1.60 m to just a few decimeters, deftly evading the 2 blades. I am certain the old master practices Xingyiquan, specifically the monkey style, Coach Huang Yong asserted with conviction. A lifetime of training in the monkey style has rendered his movements astonishing. Qin Yiwen concurred. Master Dong Su is indeed formidable, though his techniques were aged. He quickly adapted as he noticed the opponent's contraction, redirecting his blade to strike Lu Jianfeng. Coach Wang pointed at the scene. That downward slash met with Lu Jianfeng's left arm, which he raised to block. His clothing was shredded, revealing a black metal bracer on his forearm. The old master is equipped with a metal bracer. Though he opted for soft leather armor, his forearm is protected by metal, Coach Wang noted. The bracer absorbed the blow, allowing him to press forward toward the divine archer. At that moment, the divine archer Wang Yi was compelled to release her arrow. Lu Jianfeng, the venerable elder, was in rapid motion, and the assassination came with astonishing swiftness. The archer lacked absolute confidence. However, this final shot would be his last opportunity. The arrow was indeed quite accurate, aimed at the elder's left chest. In slow motion, it was evident that the arrow was on target, and at such close range, it should have struck his left chest. Yet, with a twist of his body, the arrow merely pierced his left arm, shattering it in the process. It was this very twist, a reflexive response upon seeing Wang Yi release the arrow, that allowed him to survive with only a severed arm. Had he not done so, his fate would have been sealed, and Wang Yi would have perished instead. Coach Huang Yong shook his head in admiration, exclaiming the elder's prowess was remarkable. Qin Yuan remarked that the rapid blood loss from the severed arm would severely impact the elder's strength. Master Dong Su would not squander this opportunity. Thus, Lu Jianfeng could not evade his pursuit and charged fearlessly towards the attack. Master Dong wielded dual blades, adept in both offense and defense. However, Lu Jianfeng only managed to unleash a single strike. The moment Dong Su's right-hand blade swung down, Lu Jianfeng retaliated. Although Master Dong's left blade aimed to intercept, it met only empty air, and Lu Jianfeng's sword pierced through Dong Su's heart. The imagery was vivid. Master Dong's right blade sliced through half of the elder's chest, leaving him doomed. Lu Jianfeng's sword struck with the swiftness of a venomous serpent. The speed was astonishing. In an instant, Dong Su's heart was pierced. The two figures dissolved into nothingness, fading away. The sword danced lightly, renowned for its velocity. Huang Yong marveled at Lu Jianfeng's mastery of the Shadow Leopard evolution technique, which surpassed even Dong Su and Lian Shuang in speed. Yet, it was his swordsmanship that was truly formidable. The speed of his blade was unparalleled. Previously, during a surprise attack on Su Jingming, known for his elusive strikes, he had barely managed to defend himself. But Master Dong was unable to counter this time, as Lu Jianfeng was driven by a resolve to deliver that single strike, making him all the more terrifying. It was truly unexpected that on the very first day of the virtual world's opening, a 97-year-old elder could display such fearsome agility and swordsmanship. Remarkable, Huang Yong exclaimed. In the official livestream room of the Summer Nation, the audience had swelled to 63 million, with numbers continuously climbing. In the stand sat a robust middle-aged man, Lu Hai. He was one of the nation's top professional players, with the majority of them being his disciples. The monkey style of his second uncle had been ingrained into him to the core. The burly man smiled with joy. Witnessing his uncle's swordsmanship once more filled him with elation. Lu Hai had been taught by his uncle since childhood and later, due to his exceptional talent, was personally mentored by the master. The master had passed away long ago, leaving his uncle as the sole individual to whom he owed his skills. Now at 97, his uncle had long since entered retirement, spending his days with a hunch, practicing swordplay and maintaining his health. Who could have anticipated that the times had changed? Allowing his uncle to return to his prime, showcasing his abilities in perfect form? Surely, his uncle must be filled with joy as well. Lu Hai felt a rush of happiness, greater than even achieving the title of world champion. Chapter 25. Su Jingming and Gao Chongqing's Zaheo was also in the stands of the official live stream room of the Summer Nation. In reality, after a prolonged period of pent-up frustration, upon learning about the live broadcast of the first divine-level battle in the Summer Kingdom, he astutely sensed a business opportunity and promptly entered the streaming room. Over 600 million viewers? Chang Zaheo gazed in silence as this divine combat presented a visual feast, igniting fervor and awe in countless spectators. Yet, he felt no excitement or joy, only a suffocating sense of defeat, for he had plummeted from the heights of success. Such staggering viewership must be worth an astronomical sum. Chang Zaheo observed the fluctuating viewer count. The Tiger Shark Group had never witnessed such a multitude of simultaneous online spectators in its years of existence. Cheng Zimo too watched the Divine Masters in the broadcast, each captivating the attention of countless viewers, among them Su Jingming. Su Jingming now shone brilliantly, which stirred a sense of discomfort within Cheng Zimo. He dismissed his thoughts and continued to seek opportunities. During the live stream, viewers could also tip any contestant. He gently clicked on the tipping section. Among the 10 Divine Masters, the top tipper was the sharpshooter Wang Yi, undoubtedly a beauty whose archery skills and striking combat scenes attracted many admirers, with tips exceeding 6.52 million. The second was the elder Lu Jianfeng, with tips slightly above 5.5 million. The female warrior Sun Yuding, Gao Chong, Su Jingming, and Zhang Qian each had comparable tips, all around 300,000. The tips for the dual-blade master Dong Su, blood axe Wang Qiao, the swordwoman Lian Xuan, and the boxing champion Wu Sai were relatively modest. Su Jingming's tips ranked 5th. Cheng Zimo regarded this professional martial artist he had encountered before with a slight smirk, merely average. Half of these tips would be claimed by the virtual world's officials. Cheng Zihao pondered, the officials must be raking in profits, a personal space above the clouds. A celestial palace costs a staggering 10 million. These are merely virtual scenarios, yet they yield substantial profits. In the future, humanity will spend half of their daily lives in the virtual realm. The greatest business opportunities lie therein. However, how might I uncover these opportunities? Cheng Zihao scrutinized the ongoing live broadcast. At this moment, host Lu Xian and commentators Huang Yong and Qin Yuan elaborated on the intricate details of the elder Lu Jianfeng's assassination, while his tipping amount continued to rise. In a small town, under a fine drizzle, the dilapidated stone streets bore witness to Gao Chong, Wang Qiao, Su Jingming, Wu Sai, and Zhang Qian, all receiving notifications of their teammates' demise. Ha ha. Gao Chong erupted in laughter. The old man is remarkable. You took down 2 in exchange for 1. The blood axe Wang Qiao chuckled, equally delighted. Both felt a significant burden lifted. During their previous skirmishes, they had to maintain utmost vigilance against the terrifying arrows. The mental and physical toll was immense. Now, they could relax. With no marksman threat, they could truly enjoy the battle. Gao Chong glanced toward Wu Sai and Zhang Qian ahead. Jingming, don't think that wounding Sun Yuding will deter me, Wang Qiao remarked. Su Jingming inspected the dual shields in his hands, noting the scars inflicted by axes. Sun Yuding's sword could not harm this round shield. With a decisive motion, Su Jingming discarded the dual shields, letting them crash onto the ground, while simultaneously retrieving the 2 segments of his gun from behind, locking them together with a swift twist. Su Jingming held a long spear, gazing intently at the blood axe King Qiao. At last, he wielded his weapon. The blood axe King Qiao regarded Su Jingming with a knowing smile. Brother Wang, relying solely on dual shields cannot contend with you. Su Jingming replied with a smile. Oh, is it sufficient to use a spear? The blood axe King observed this young junior, recalling that Su Jingming was merely 18 when he joined the national team. At that time, blood axe King Qiao had already retired, occasionally returning to train with his juniors. However, he was acutely aware of Su's remarkable talent. Having graced the stage of the World Martial Arts Championship by the age of 20, at least I must ensure a greater advantage, Su Jingming stated, intently scrutinizing his opponent. Without the assistance of a skilled archer, facing off against the blood axe King Qiao one-on-one demanded his utmost effort. After all, Qiao had secured the 2nd place in the world and was adept in defense. Prepare to meet your demise. Not far off, Gao Chong was already exhilarated. He cast aside all reservations and unleashed his strength, first executing a violent sweep with his spear, forcing Panda Zhang Qian to retreat repeatedly. Then, he charged forward with great ferocity, thrusting his spear menacingly toward Wu Sai's head. Wu Sai raised his shield to block the impending strike. With a buzzing sound, what began as an aggressive thrust suddenly morphed into a downward slash as Gao Chong exerted force from his abdomen. The spear struck the edge of the shield with a resounding thud, causing Wu Sai to feel a sharp pain in his left hand as the shield crashed to the ground, shattering the stone pavement beneath. After shattering the shield, the long spear, akin to a dragon, swiftly pierced forward. Wu Sai had no time to prepare. In an instant, the spear pierced through his throat. Wu Sai's form flickered and dissipated within the quaint town. The practical combat enhancement is 0, I suppose. Gao Chong scoffed. Defeating an opponent with little experience in cold weapon combat did not provide him with a sense of achievement. Rather, after enduring the tension of the battle, he finally felt a surge of relief. Zhang Qian, who had been forced back by a single thrust, arrived just in time to witness his comrade's demise. So swift, the transition from a thrust to a slash, followed by a piercing attack, had claimed his teammate's life. Now it's your turn, Gao Chong declared, eyeing Zhang Qian. Panda, you must allow me to showcase a few more techniques. Otherwise, I shall not feel satisfied. I certainly won't foolishly withstand your attacks head-on. Zhang Qian, wielding a trident-bladed knife, displayed remarkable agility. Gao Chong grinned broadly and charged forward. Meanwhile, Su Jingming and blood axe King Qiao remained focused, not daring to lose concentration. Wu Sai's lack of experience in cold weaponry had been anticipated. Su Jingming ceased his musings and closely observed the blood axe King Qiao, searching for any potential openings. With a thunderous step, Su Jingming advanced. Here it comes, blood axe King Qiao thought, filled with caution. As the distance closed, Su Jingming's spear momentarily blurred, transforming into a flurry of spear shadows that relentlessly thrust toward Qiao. This was the advantage of long-range weaponry. Blood axe King Qiao, wielding his shield with one hand, concealed most of his body behind it while gripping a massive axe in the other. The axe could easily serve as a substantial shield itself. He exerted all his strength to advance closer to Su Jingming. One was on the offense while the other defended. The defender pressed forward with the shield, while the attacker maintained distance with the long spear. Brother Wang's ability to attain second place in the world was indeed solidified by the combination of shield and axe. Furthermore, he was very familiar with my shadowless thrust, exercising utmost caution to deny me any opportunity. Su Jingming remained composed and patient, meticulously searching for opportunities. At their level, any moment of impatience that revealed a weakness would be swiftly seized by the opponent, leading to utter defeat. While outsiders might not fully comprehend Su Jingming's signature technique, the masters of martial arts had studied it countless times. They understood that the sole method to counter this move was to deny Su Jingming any chance. Once granted an opportunity, should the shadowless thrust be unleashed, the battle would be lost. At that moment, Blood Axe Wang Qiao stood firm like a rock, repelling Su Jingming's relentless barrage of spear strikes without a single chink in his armor. However, trouble loomed. The situation with Panda Zhangqian was deteriorating rapidly. Su Jingming recognized the necessity of taking a risk. If Zhangqian were to falter, he would be outnumbered 2-1 by Gao Chong and Wang Qiao. With an impenetrable defense, there were no openings. Thus, he sought to force a flaw. Su Jingming's eyes blazed as he charged forward. Akin to a beast in full flight, his spear embodying the ferocity of a predator. He targeted not any other area, but directly aimed at the shield in Wang Qiao's grasp. The spear technique was formidable. Boom. Despite being prepared, Blood Axe Wang Qiao was still staggered by the tremendous force of the strike, retreating unsteadily. What a fierce move. As Wang Qiao struggled to regain his balance, Su Jingming surged forward once more, like a general leading an assault, his spear slicing, smashing, and crashing with overwhelming intensity. Each strike resounded against the shield. Boom, boom, boom. Blood Axe Wang Qiao endeavored to stabilize his defense, yet faced with Su Jingming's ferocious spear techniques, he felt as if he were being swept away by a deluge. Teetering on the brink of collapse. My junior brother is so formidable? Suddenly, Wang Qiao caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow from the corner of his eye. Not good. The shadow flashed past the shield, piercing through Wang Qiao's lightweight armor and embedding itself in his chest. It withdrew swiftly. A gaping wound appeared in his chest plate, blood gushing forth. The shadowless thrust. Wang Qiao realized that Su Jingming had found his opening. His body faded into nothingness. Though Wang Qiao wore lightweight armor, it could not withstand the furious thrust of the spear. Only heavy armor could have absorbed such a blow. As his shield faltered under Su Jingming's relentless assault, the lethal shadowless thrust was unleashed, a decisive strike. Su Jingming had no time to relax. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the distance. Gao Chong, armed with a long spear, was watching him intently, while the fallen three-pronged double-edged knife lay nearby. Panda Zhangqian had already vanished. You were quick. I just dealt with Zhangqian, and you have already dispatched Wang Qiao, Gao Chong remarked with a grin. Now it's just you and me. Indeed, it's just you and me, Su Jingming replied, locking eyes with his adversary. Chapter 26, The Pinnacle Showdown, Part 1. In the official live broadcast of Xia Country, the three-pronged double-edged knife wielded by Panda Zhangqian was indeed formidable. Huang Yong pointed at the replay, noting how he avoided a direct confrontation with Gao Chong, leveraging his agility to maneuver around him, launching successive attacks. In the replay, Gao Chong's spear moved like a great dragon, charging with terrifying might. The three-pronged double-edged knife possesses remarkable resilience. Even when it makes contact with Gao Chong's long spear, the shaft bends. Yet, Zhangqian seizes the opportunity to pivot, thrusting the knife with even greater speed, its sharp tip aimed directly at Gao Chong's eyes. Gao Chong swiftly raises his spear to deflect the attack. The knife glides off effortlessly at the moment of contact, only to lunge again, striking continuously. However, Gao Chong, who once claimed the title of world's best, is no mere pretender. His spear techniques have been honed to an extraordinary level. At this moment, Qin Yuan observes that Gao Chong is beginning to employ his devastating spear technique, which relies on instantaneous force. To relinquish momentum is exceedingly challenging. The scene unfolds with Gao Chong executing his technique, unleashing a burst of power just as the spear and knife are about to collide. leaving Zhang Qian struggling to perfectly dissipate the force. Seizing the upper hand, Gao Chong launches a relentless barrage of 12 consecutive strikes. Despite the elegance of Zhang Qian's knife, it ultimately succumbs, a spear piercing through his chest, ending his life. The spear demon, Su Jingming, truly lives up to his moniker. Huang Yong gazes in awe at the replay of the combat, noting that the Blood Axe King Qiao is formidable, and his shield techniques are executed with great skill. Yet, once the spear demon Su Jingming unleashes his full might, he becomes nearly unstoppable. A strike that connects with the shield causes Qiao to stagger back. Losing his balance, a perilous state in combat, Su Jingming seizes the moment, launching a ferocious offensive that exploits the opening in Qiao's defense, delivering a shadowless thrust that seals his fate. Astoundingly, Qin Yuan remarks on how Qiao, merely by losing his balance, fell victim to Su Jingming's relentless onslaught. Qiao, a renowned expert in shield techniques, had once secured the second position in the world, yet a single opening proved fatal. The ferocity of Su Jingming's assault is indeed daunting. A relentless stream of techniques that offers no respite. Huang Yong comments on the sheer terror of even a casual spear technique, particularly the final shadowless thrust, which is virtually indefensible once unleashed. The essence of the shadowless thrust lies in its swiftness, rendering the opponent incapable of reaction. Qin Yuan notes that the human nervous system has its limits when it comes to reaction time. Nevertheless, we must consider the nature of Su Jingming's strike. The reason Qiao lost his balance was due to a direct hit from the spear against his shield, destabilizing him. Qin Yuan points to Su Jingming's earth-shattering technique. Globally, few can withstand such a forceful strike against their shield without faltering, a rarity in the past 30 years. Qin Yuan expresses admiration, affirming Su Jingming's place among the top 10 historical spear techniques. Being among the top 10 does not imply he ranks 10th. Rather, it signifies that their techniques are among the strongest worldwide. While Su Jingming's shield techniques are formidable, his spear techniques are even more fearsome. This confrontation has certainly piqued interest. Qin Yuan anticipates the clash of these divine combatants, now left in the town. One is Gao Chong, and the other is Su Jingming. Their prowess has been previously demonstrated, with Gao Chong having defeated both Wu Sai and Zhang Qian in a 1-on-2 battle, while Su Jingming severely wounded the female warrior Sun Yuding before eliminating Qiao in a 1-on-1. The host, Lu Xian, marvels at the spectacle, stating it is a true clash of titans. Who do you favor? I still lean towards Gao Chong, Qin Yuan asserts, for he has proven his strength through actual combat, having secured the title of world champion without question. Moreover, clad in formidable heavy armor, Su Jingming's spear could scarcely penetrate, necessitating strikes to Gao Chong's head. Conversely, Gao Chong could attack Su Jingming's entire form. The lightweight protective armor was insufficient to withstand the thrust of a large spear. In terms of evasion, Su Jingming, donning lightweight armor, could flee swiftly. However, in this 1-on-1 combat, Gao Chong held the advantage, as Qin Yuan affirmed. I differ from you. I have faith in Su Jingming, Huang Yong remarked. Having spent considerable time on the national team, I have had ample interaction with Su Jingming. At merely 20 years of age, he ascended to the World Martial Arts Championship. If you peruse history, how many have reached such heights at 20? He emerged from the group stage and advanced to the top 16, only to suffer a leg injury from a shield strike. Yet, rather than succumb to despair, he returned 5 years later, stronger than ever, becoming one of the world's top 8. Huang Yong continued, in truth, we all understand that at the pinnacle of skill, the disparities diminish significantly. The gap between the top 8 and the world champion is not as vast as one might think. At that time, Su Jingming secured 8th place while hampered by a leg injury. How formidable might he have been without it? We are about to witness this. Huang Yong chuckled. He has consistently been underestimated by the general public, yet within the industry, he is recognized among the top 10 marksmen in history. It is worth noting that Gao Chong's marksmanship does not even rank among the top 10. Coach Huang, I believe that attaining the world championship requires comprehensive abilities, not merely a place among the top 10 in historical marksmanship, Qin Yuan interjected. Previously, under the intimidation of the sharpshooter, he exerted pressure on Wu Sai and Zhang Qian. I have great confidence in Gao Chong's prowess. As the two commentators debated, the comment section was inundated with a flurry of remarks. Is Su Jingming truly that formidable? Can he best the world's second-ranked fighter in 1-on-1 combat? I was mistaken. You need not be referred to as the shield demon. You remain the spear demon. Your marksmanship is even more ferocious. In a 1-on-1, Su Jingming is impressive, but Gao Chong has taken down 2 opponents. Gao Chong has indeed claimed the title of world champion. This is a tangible achievement. Gao Chong is invincible. His physique surpasses that of Su Jingming. If Su Jingming can defeat the world's second-ranked fighter, he can certainly contend with the first. Su Jingming is undeniably more handsome. Amidst innumerable comments, the amount of donations surged. During Gao Chong's triumph over two opponents and Su Jingming's singular victory over Wang Qiao, their donation totals climbed to first and second place, respectively. Gao Chong's donations reached over 9 million, while Su Jingming's exceeded 8 million. Is Su Jingming truly this strong? Cheng Zihao observed the battle and the fluctuating donation amounts. Furrowing his brow, "Go, Jingming. You can do it." On the stands, Su's mother cheered passionately. After practicing the evolution technique, her hair had turned completely black, and wrinkles had vanished, making her appear youthful, as if in her 30s. At that moment, she cheered for Su Jingming, radiating boundless energy. "You used to cheer for me like this," Su Hong noted, gazing at his wife. "Why don't you compete in the divine-level battles as well?" Su's mother jested. "My experience with cold weapons is somewhat lacking," Su Hong replied, shaking his head. "It's akin to the boxing champion Wu Sai, who, after 2 to 3 decades of boxing experience, suddenly switched to dual shields. Although it was the most suitable weapon for him, he cannot compare to those who have fought with these weapons for years. I still need more practice. Simply state that you have not yet reached the divine level, and that will suffice," Su's mother teased. Coming soon, coming soon," Su Hong remarked. After all, he is the leader of the 8 Extremes sect in Mingwei City. Does he not care for his reputation? "Uncle, does Jingming stand a chance against Gao Chong?" Li Miao Miao inquired. Beside them, Elder Su interjected. "At their level, only through combat will they discern the outcome." Su Hong chuckled. Regardless of who emerges victorious, this confrontation will yield significant insights for both of them. With millions of spectators, a life-and-death duel will catalyze their ultimate potential. After the battle, they can meticulously reflect on the encounter, which will be of tremendous benefit. One must learn from adversity to progress. Li Chainin agreed. Li Miao Miao observed the duel intently. In the town, the rain intensified. Facing an opponent who had once claimed the title of world champion, Su Jingming felt a fire igniting within him. He had toiled for many years to pursue the dream of being the world's best, ultimately forced into retirement due to injuries. Yet, the title of world champion remained his aspiration. In a one-on-one battle, the stakes were life and death. Su Jingming's eyes brimmed with martial fervor. "Aha! Your team is nearly devoid of weaponry experience. Zhang Qian has never participated in a martial arts tournament. His practical skills are lacking. Only you, Su Jingming. Only you can barely be considered a worthy opponent." Gao Chong's eyes glowed with intensity, a testament to the surging vitality coursing through him. "However, this battle, you are destined to lose." Destined to lose? Su Jingming regarded his opponent with a cold demeanor. "You shall soon understand why the World Martial Arts Alliance ranks my marksmanship among the top 10 in history, while you do not. The essence of combat lies in power and speed." Gao Chong seethed. With that, Gao Chong charged forward. Clad in armor weighing 300 kilograms and wielding a massive spear, he surged forward like a colossal bear, shaking the cracked stone ground beneath him with each thunderous step. In mere moments, he resembled a steel tank hurtling towards Su Jingming. Yet, Su Jingming did not evade. Instead, he surged forward as well. In just 2 strides, his speed eclipsed that of Gao Chong. The lighter weight of his protective armor greatly reduced his burden, and the heavenly python evolution technique inherently possessed an advantage in agility over the giant bear evolution technique. Furthermore, having trained in the 8 Extremes since childhood, Su Jingming excelled at explosive bursts of speed. As they closed in on each other, Su Jingming harnessed his momentum to execute a swift downward slash. The spear sliced through the air like an axe aimed at its foe. Gao Chong grinned, resembling a bear wielding a spear, and launched a powerful upward thrust. A downward slash, an upward thrust. Both were head-on confrontations. Neither would yield. Boom. The clash of their spears resonated with a thunderous sound. Su Jingming felt an overwhelming force surge through the spear, causing his hands to tingle. The impact jolted his weapon upwards, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps, each step fracturing the ground beneath him. Gao Chong also sensed the terrifying force transmitted from the downward slash, which caused his spear to uncontrollably crash against the ground. With his armor and weapon weighing over 500 kilograms, he was compelled to retreat 2 steps from the recoil, his vitality surging in tumult. Both warriors locked eyes, each assessing the other. Su Jingming retreated 3 steps, while Gao Chong withdrew 2, yet this does not imply that Gao Chong held the advantage. At times, stepping back can dissipate the force of an impact, resulting in lesser injuries. When faced with a fierce assault, remaining steadfast without retreating means that the full brunt of the force is absorbed by one's body. To compel a proud warrior like Gao Chong to withdraw 2 steps speaks volumes about the ferocity of Su Jingming's marksmanship. Prior to mastering the evolution technique, my single shot could unleash over 1,000 kilograms of impact. Now, as Su Jingming gazed at his opponent, having cultivated the Heavenly Python evolution method. His physical prowess had vastly improved, complemented by remarkable resilience. His spine resembled that of a great dragon, perfectly suited for mobilizing his entire strength. With this single shot, I could generate at least 10,000 kilograms of impact. It was astonishing that Gao Chong could withstand it. Gao Chong fixed his gaze on Su Jingming. Having trained in the most suitable bear evolution method for himself, by leveraging the weight of his heavy armor, he converted his charging force into the might of his lance. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage. The choice of heavy armor served dual purposes. First, for defense, and second, to augment his own mass. The immense weight, when in motion, created a terrifying impact. Weighing in at 300 kilograms was a carefully considered balance for his heavy armor. Any additional heft would hinder his lance technique. Delightful. Gao Chong bellowed with laughter. If you have the ability, withstand it. Come. Su Jingming roared, taking the initiative to charge forward, akin to a warrior of ancient times. Confident in his abilities, he had spent the years post-injury refining his lance technique. Now, facing the mighty Gao Chong provided the perfect opportunity to validate the potency of his skills. Very well, Gao Chong responded, also stepping forward to meet him. The two godlike masters, in unison, eschewed evasion and opted for a pure clash of power. Boom. This time, Gao Chong struck with his lance, while Su Jingming lunged to counter. Both were jolted back several steps, yet without hesitation, they charged once more. Crash. Bang. A tremendous upheaval ensued with each strike, slashes, thrusts, blocks, grabs, and cuts, all executed with full force as they engaged in a relentless series of 9 extreme collisions. During their confrontation, neither dared to disregard the opponent's lance and recklessly attack their body, for a single strike from Gao Chong could pierce through Su Jingming's armor. Conversely, Su Jingming's shadowless thrust could penetrate Gao Chong's skull if given the slightest opportunity. Thus, they were compelled to dismantle each other's offensive momentum. Only by neutralizing the threat of the lance could they seize the chance to vanquish their foe. How to dismantle the opponent's might. Proud as they were, both opted for 9 fierce clashes. What kind of lance technique is this? It's a celestial battle. My heavens, are they demolishing buildings? The official live stream from the Summer Nation had surpassed 700 million viewers, and at this moment, the audience was in a frenzy. This divine clash. If the archer's arrows were sharp and dazzling, and if old master Lu Jianfeng's assassinations were as startling as a white rainbow piercing the sun, then the bout between Su Jingming and Gao Chong resembled the fierce combat of legendary champions in mythology. The walls along the street crumbled with a thunderous roar. Wherever their lances swept, destruction followed. The stone-paved ground had long since been reduced to rubble. With each push off the ground, debris and dust flew, and every shot they fired sent forth howling gusts of wind. This was truly the pinnacle of power in the world. Panda Zhongqian exited the combat arena and made his way to the spectator stands of the official livestream in Xia Country. As he observed the scene before him, he couldn't help but acknowledge that both of them were far superior to him. In the stands, Lu Hai was also watching, nodding in agreement. Over the past 3 years since Jingming's retirement, he had not slackened in his training. His marksmanship had become more refined. Gao Chong's utilization of strength had also grown increasingly natural. They had indeed found worthy opponents. The ordinary spectators were left wide-eyed and fervently excited, while the trio at the commentary booth shared the same astonishment. This was truly remarkable. I have never witnessed 2 individuals capable of such devastating skill. Host Lu Xin was utterly awestruck. This is the art of combat. The artistry of marksmanship, exclaimed Coach Huang Yong. For many years, the formidable Gao Chong had relied on brute force, seemingly employing sheer strength to prevail. Yet, that was merely an illusion. One cannot attain the pinnacle of the world through mere brawn. Gao Chong's mastery in mobilizing his entire body's strength, even the weight of his armor, was nothing short of extraordinary. Huang Yong continued, anyone with knowledge of physics understands that kinetic energy is significantly influenced by mass. Clad in 300 kilograms of heavy armor, coupled with his own substantial weight, each of his charges delivers a terrifying impact. He has perfectly harnessed his own momentum, rendering each of his shots seemingly insurmountable. But Su Jingming has managed to block it, interjected Qin Yiwen. Moreover, he is equally engaging in a counterattack. Indeed, Huang Yong nodded. Su Jingming's bursts of energy are even more ferocious. His speed surpasses all expectations, with a foundation in the 8 extreme stabbing technique. Every step he takes seems to resonate with the earth, and his striking technique is more refined. By selecting the Heavenly Python evolution method, he optimally enhances his explosive power. Beside him, Qin Yuan marveled. I recall when he propelled Sun Yuding away with dual shields. He merely took 2 steps before his speed surged to 308 meters per second. rivaling that of a master employing the shadow leopard evolution method. That is the brilliance of his striking technique. They are both now opting for a direct clash, seeking to overpower one another, Huang Yong declared. In the small town, amidst the streets, Su Jingming and Gao Chong collided once more, both staggering to the side. Their gazes locked on each other. Fatigue was beginning to set in. After 9 direct confrontations, Su Jingming felt his entire body vibrating, a sweetness rising in his throat, his muscles and bones growing weak. The recoil from each encounter was overwhelmingly strong, leaving him somewhat injured. Gao Chong, practicing the giant bear evolution method, naturally possessed great strength and endurance. Su Jingming relied more on his striking technique to hold his ground in these exchanges. But he realized that such a method was taxing on his body. In the long run, he would surely falter. His opponent's physique was inherently suited for enduring such clashes. While he could maintain his footing in the short term, he was acutely aware that he could not withstand the relentless power of Gao Chong for long. Satisfied with the intensity of the match, Su Jingming decided to revert to his preferred combat style, donning lightweight protective armor. He knew that his marksmanship had never been about brute force. My renowned technique, the shadowless stab, is swift, with a flicker of motion. Su Jingming darted to Gao Chong's flank, unleashing a shot as quick as lightning. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Starting to evade? Gao Chong provocatively taunted. Yet he became increasingly cautious. Although his spear was formidable and heavy, his speed paled in comparison to Su Jingming's. The previous exchanges had been a test of strength. Now, it was a battle of speed. Su Jingming spoke as he fired his weapon repeatedly, each shot driven by a pursuit of swiftness, an aspiration for ultimate speed. Whoosh! The tip of the gun danced fiercely, striking at Gao Chong with relentless precision. Thud! 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 Su Jingming's long spear pierced the heavy armor of Gao Chong multiple times, creating tiny punctures, yet it was still far from penetrating the armor completely. If you have the ability, go ahead and pierce through this heavy armor, Gao Chong jested, finding ease in merely protecting his own head with his massive weapon. By paying attention to his own safety, Gao Chong dismissed many of Su Jingming's techniques, only blocking those that threatened his head, while he continued to launch assaults at every opportunity. Boom! Gao Chong charged forward with vigorous strides, unleashing a frenzied assault, causing destruction to the surrounding buildings of the small town. Over the years, he had become accustomed to such a combative style: attack, attack, and incessantly attack. He aimed to overwhelm his adversaries in a tide of aggression. A single mistake was all it took for him to crush them. It was by this very method that he had claimed the title of world champion. This time, he was equally confident he could overpower Su Jingming. Despite Su Jingming's spear merely creating small punctures in the heavy armor, the challenge of piercing through remained significant. Seizing the opportunity, which was fleeting and could be easily missed, Gao Chong would be on high alert. Victory would become elusive. As Su Jingming launched his attacks, he too sought a chance. Death. Like a colossal bear clad in heavy armor, Gao Chong surged forward, embodying an enraged beast, and swung his enormous spear with ferocity towards Su Jingming. Yet, rather than retreating, Su Jingming advanced a single step. In that moment, his body erupted with speed, and the spear lunged forth like the horn of a unicorn, targeting Gao Chong's chest with precision. Gao Chong's eyes glinted with menace. A strike aimed at his chest? If it didn't threaten his head, he could easily disregard it. However, the impact of Su Jingming's strike halted Gao Chong's downward swing, and as he looked down, he found the spearhead had penetrated his heavy armor and pierced his heart. At that instant, Gao Chong felt his strength ebbing away, and the weight of his armor became burdensome. He raised his gaze to Su Jingming, who stood firm, his feet embedded in the ground from the force of the collision, blood faintly visible on his hands gripping the spear. Su Jingming smiled at him. How about this strike? Gao Chong's lips moved as if to speak, but his body transformed into ethereal wisps, dissipating into the small town. Chapter 28. The finale. As Gao Chong vanished, the pouring rain over the ancient town suddenly ceased. In the sky, the sun emerged, casting its radiant light and rendering the rain-kissed town breathtakingly beautiful. Under the sun's glow, only Su Jingming remained in the serene aftermath. He had won. A profound joy surged within him. After 3 years of retirement, he had finally engaged in a truly exhilarating battle in this virtual realm. He had triumphed over Wang Qiao, the former world number 2, and the world champion Gao Chong, seizing a rare opportunity to defeat him. At this moment, as the town crumbled before him, Su Jingming too felt himself becoming spectral, returning to the realm of combat. The first divine battle of the Summer Kingdom had come to a close. The team composed of Su Jingming, Wang Yi, Zhang Qian, Dong Su, and Wu Sai ultimately emerged victorious. During the live broadcast from the Summer Kingdom, as Su Jingming clashed with Gao Chong in a peak battle, The audience count soared beyond 800 million. After more than 9 hours in the virtual realm, people had grown weary of the evolution laws and combat, preferring instead to watch the live stream. Moreover, with the live stream being the sole pinned broadcast, the astounding viewership was further amplified through word of mouth. As Su Jingming fought fiercely against Gao Chong, Huang Yong remarked, "It appears that the situation has stagnated. Gao Chong's devastating strikes cannot seem to penetrate Su Jingming's defenses." Su Jingming faced his own challenges, as the heavy armor before him resembled a tortoise shell, compelling him to aim for Gao Chong's head to secure a kill. They had to wait until their stamina waned, revealing vulnerabilities. Qin Yuan added, "In high-level combat, opportunities are scarce. Neither side grants the other a chance. Typically, a decisive blow is more likely to occur when stamina and condition decline." Huang Yong encouraged everyone to appreciate the thrilling confrontation between these skilled opponents. "What has transpired? What is happening?" Qin Yuan exclaimed. "How could Su Jingming pierce through Gao Chong's heavy armor with a single shot?" Host Lu Xian expressed disbelief, questioning the impossibility of heavy armor being penetrated by a firearm. "Wow, Su Jingming is incredible. What happened? How did this unfold? I couldn't quite see how he pierced through." Many viewers had prepared themselves to patiently enjoy the high-level duel, only to be taken by surprise as Gao Chong was unexpectedly shot through the armor, fatally struck in the chest. No one anticipated such a conclusion. Countless spectators felt their hearts race, their scalps tingling with shock. Brilliant. On the stands, Su Hong and his wife were filled with immense excitement. Jingming. Li Miao Miao gazed at Su Jingming, illuminated by the sunlight, her eyes glistening with tears. She had witnessed his relentless dedication to practice, the sandbags worn beyond recognition. Now he had finally showcased his true prowess. This was the Su Jingming unburdened by injuries, fully revealing his capabilities. Lu Hai in the audience also smiled, remarking, "Indeed, he is grounded and stable." Lu Hai rose, disappearing from the live stream, having seen all that he wished to observe. At the moment Su Jingming pierced Gao Chong's chest, Lu Hai discerned the essence of the encounter. Let us review what transpired. How did Su Jingming achieve such a feat of penetrating heavy armor and defeating Gao Chong? Host Lu Xian waved his hand, initiating a replay of the previous battle scene in ultra-slow motion. Gao Chong charged with ferocity, striking wildly and with great intensity, delivering a powerful thrust towards Su Jingming. Su Jingming's seemingly ordinary advancing thrust was underestimated by Gao Chong, as long as it posed no threat to his head. He felt no need to evade. He merely needed to engage in attack. "Look!" Huang Yong's eyes lit up. Su Jingming's thrust is distinctly different from a conventional stab. The 800 million viewers in the live stream listened intently, with over 99% lacking comprehension of the difference. How did he manage to pierce the heavy armor? Gao Chong practiced the Great Bear Evolution technique, and with his towering height and weight, coupled with the 300 kilograms of heavy armor he donned, he must have exceeded 500 kilograms. Huang Yong remarked that when he charged forward, it was akin to a speeding automobile. A standard thrust with a spear would require a retraction after the initial jab. Failing to withdraw would result in being struck by Gao Chong and having the spear sent flying. However, Su Jingming did not do so. His thrust appeared to be a mere jab, yet, in truth, it resembled a defensive stake. Huang Yong pointed to Su Jingming's stance with the spear, as he appeared to merge with it, embodying the very essence of a steadfast defensive post. Gao Chong's charge collided with this defensive formation. This thrust could be attributed 30% to Su Jingming's own strength and 70% to Gao Chong's momentum. Huang Yong noted that the most crucial aspect was Su Jingming's posture. He stood firm, even amid the fierce collision. His feet merely sank into the ground while he remained resolute. His hands tightly grasped the spear, enduring the impact even as it caused injury to his hands. He diligently maintained his stance, ensuring that the force of the collision was not dissipated, allowing Gao Chong to bear the full brunt of the impact. With the spearhead piercing through the heavy armor, Huang Yong expressed his admiration. It bore resemblance to a counterattack, yet showcased a higher level of skill, demanding exceptional holding technique. Qin Yuan also comprehended this, exclaiming in admiration. With the professional commentary, countless spectators began to grasp the concept. Indeed, it resembled a counterpunch in boxing. Regardless of how formidable a champion might be, a moment's lapse could result in a decisive blow from a counterpunch, as it harnesses not only one's own strength but also the opponent's advancing force. Su Jingming is extraordinary. Remarkable. This surpasses a counterpunch by far. After all, Gao Chong's armored charge typically sends opponents' weapons flying. Despite being struck so forcefully that his feet sank into the ground and bloodied his hands, Su Jingming remained steadfast. His physical stance resembled a stable structure within a building, demonstrating remarkable resilience under pressure. From a mechanical perspective, Su Jingming is impressive. The comments flowed incessantly. Many spectators, amidst their excitement, also rewarded their admired contenders. Observing the 10 competitors in this battle, Su Jingming's received donations had already surpassed Gao Chong's, ascending to the top position. This was the first divine-level battle in Xia country, and throughout the encounter, there were countless unforgettable clashes. The host, Lu Xian, lamented, noting the assassination attempts by the venerable Lu Jianfeng, whether during his initial confrontation with Su Jingming or later when targeting the renowned archer Wang Yi, who first eliminated the archer before replacing Master Dong Su. Such displays left us in awe. Furthermore, one must not grant Wang Yi any opportunity. A mere sliver of a chance would render escape impossible. Lian Shuang fell victim to her cold arrow, while the female warrior Sun Yuding was also struck and subsequently shot after being knocked away by Su Jingming. Undoubtedly, the most dazzling display was that of Su Jingming and Gao Chong. Gao Chong had previously defeated champion Wu Sai and the formidable Zhang Qian before facing Su Jingming in a direct confrontation. The host remarked that Su Jingming first collaborated with his teammates to eliminate Sun Yuding, then engaged in a one-on-one battle against Wang Qiao, culminating in his ultimate showdown with Gao Chong. The confrontation between the two was undoubtedly the most exhilarating clash of the competition. Leaving us in awe with the final decisive blow, remarked Lu Xian. Aside from Wu Sai, who suffered from a lack of experience with cold weapons, the others were well-versed in combat. Huang Yong interjected, asserting that this battle was certainly worthy of repeated viewings. As this extraordinary match concluded, the audience began to gradually disperse, with the number of viewers plummeting from 800 million to 700 million, then to 600 million. Chapter 29. Morning News. Please don't rush to leave. The host Lu Xian, noticing the dwindling crowd, cheerfully announced, "Our official live broadcast will continue for 6 hours. Within these 6 hours, we will showcase all of today's extraordinary matches." After all, on the first day of the virtual world's opening, those who attain divine rank through the qualification matches are the elite of the elite. Their battles will undoubtedly be thrilling. I also urge our vast audience to ensure stability in their real-life work and health. Starting from July 26th at midnight, the online time in the virtual world will be limited. For minors under 16, the maximum daily online time is set at 8 hours. Lu Xian declared. This statement was met with a flurry of comments. Not only is the 8-hour limit imposed, but the use of weapons and armor is also prohibited. Let us battle barehanded. This is unfair. How can we compete with adults in unarmed combat? Countless children exclaimed in outrage. Commentator Huang Yong chuckled from the sidelines. Weapons are merely an extension of the hand. Numerous unarmed techniques are equally significant. Just like the formidable gunman Su Jingming, he honed his skills in Bejiquan from a young age. It is this foundational training that allows him to wield a weapon with such prowess. Engaging in unarmed combat now is merely laying the groundwork. The higher the mastery of unarmed techniques, the quicker one adapts to wielding weapons, Qin Yuan added. For those above 16, Lu Xian continued, the maximum online time for Stardust and Silver Moon ranks is 10 hours. For some level ranks, it is 12 hours. Divine tier experts can remain online for up to 16 hours daily. Therefore, if you wish to spend more time in the virtual world, strive to enhance your strength. I remind everyone that you can also watch our official broadcast on real-world television networks and other media. Although the experience may not be as immersive as in the virtual world, it will save time spent online, Lu Xian stated. After finishing his announcement, he gently tapped a button, and the live broadcast screen shifted to a room where 3 participants were already prepared. For the second divine match, 3 individuals are ready. However, it seems we must wait a little longer, Lu Xian observed. Suddenly, the display changed, indicating that only 2 were prepared. It appears one of the divine experts has withdrawn due to other commitments, Lu Xian lamented. Meanwhile, the audience count had dwindled to over 300 million. My experience with weapons is too limited. I'd rather not embarrass myself. I'll just hold back for now, a burly man muttered to himself, realizing that it was he who had cancelled his cue, thereby causing Wu Sai to lose face. The robust figure before us is none other than the illustrious Xiong Tianshan, the greatest boxing champion in the history of the Xia nation. He has claimed the title of world champion across 5 weight classes, ranging from 122 to 140 pounds, with appearance fees for peak showdowns soaring into the hundreds of millions. He is now also on the national priority cultivation list. Witnessing the embarrassment of young Wu Sai, despite his superior prowess, he muses the need for caution. Let us engage in combat after 3 days of training with cold weapons in the virtual realm. Xiong Tianshan thought to himself. With his leg injury healed, Su Gu has truly become invincible. Yang Qingshua, seated in the stands, marvels at the display. In terms of marksmanship, I am indeed still lacking compared to Sugo. I must strive harder to reach a divine level. With that, Yang Qingshua rises to depart. Old Su, you are truly soaring to great heights, exclaimed a sturdy man who also stood in the stands, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Now free from his leg injury, he has fully unleashed his potential, having even bested Gao Chong, his strength surpassing my own. I too must dedicate myself to improvement. This man is Hung Fong, a close brother of Su Jingming from their days in the national team, and they often engaged in sparring together. Dad, these 10 divine-level masters are all remarkable. But Senior Su shines the brightest among them. He is truly formidable, a young girl remarked in awe. I recognized his immense potential even when he was a child, replied a dashing middle-aged man with a ponytail, who was one of Su Jingming's mentors during his youth. That's why I took him under my wing. Did you see how steady his stance was just now? It's a testament to the foundation he built from practicing footwork since childhood. This exemplifies how great teachers produce exceptional students. This middle-aged man is Dai Tongda, the head of the Choi Jiao sect in Mingyue City, who, having undergone the evolution method, appears considerably rejuvenated, akin in age to Su Hong. Oh, Dad, what is your current combat prowess? Have you reached the divine level? The young girl inquired. Ahem. Dai Tongda shook his head. As the ancients say, a disciple need not be inferior to their master, nor must a master be superior to their disciple. As the saying goes, the blue is born from the indigo and surpasses it. If a disciple excels beyond their master, it reflects the master's skill in teaching. Dai Tongda continued. Increasingly eloquent. Let us not speak of Senior Su anymore, Dad. My combat power stands at 896, and what about you? The young girl turned her gaze to her father. Dai Tongda looked at his daughter, finally vexed. Dai Xiaoqing, your father has toiled tirelessly to raise you alone and teach you martial arts. And this is how you repay me? Just wait. In half a month, once I have mastered my weapons, I shall return to challenge you. And we shall see who possesses greater strength. You will come to realize that your father is indeed your father. With that, he rose and vanished without another word. Dai Xiaoqing rolled her eyes but held a smile, accustomed as she was to their informal rapport, having grown up in a single-parent household with her father. In half a month, he is showing some fighting spirit. She mused silently, recalling her father's decline after the divorce. She had worried for him over the years as his health deteriorated. However, with the advent of the evolution method, her father's transformation and newfound hope in martial arts have revitalized his spirit. This era is truly wonderful, Dai Xiaoqing thought as she too vanished from sight. In the realm of reality, the sun began to rise. At the residence of Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao, both families gathered joyfully for breakfast. Jingming. Su Hong held a deep-fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of soybean milk in the other, gazing at his son. Although you have participated in 2 World Martial Arts Championships, even the finals attracted merely a few 100 million viewers, which pales in comparison to the audience for this live broadcast. The number of viewers from Xia country will certainly not match the scale of this virtual world stream. Su Jingming nodded, acknowledging that over 800 million viewers surpassed any previous media spectacle. You have become an overnight sensation, Su Hong remarked, but quickly added. Do not let this success inflate your ego, as today marks merely the first day of the virtual world's opening. You, as professional competitors, have an advantage due to your years of training. Soon, billions around the globe will enter this virtual realm to hone their skills and wield their weapons. Talents from various fields, such as medicine and technology, the brightest minds on Blue Star, will join as well. The competition will be exponentially fierce. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. The master has also stated that in the initial month, we professional players hold an advantage. However, after 6 months, we may find ourselves overshadowed. It is likely that 99% of professional players will be eclipsed, with only a select few maintaining their prominence amidst billions of contenders. Su Hong gazed at his son, emphasizing, thus, you must not rest on your laurels and become overly arrogant. Such pride will render you indistinguishable from the masses. I understand, Father, Su Jingming replied earnestly. Grandfather, you mentioned my rewards amount to over 15 million, correct? Su Leo Yezai, after strolling around outside, entered the living room and inquired. Indeed, over 15 million, Su Jingming confirmed. But the virtual world's officials will take half. After taxes, I will receive approximately 4 million. Half gone, leaving just over 7 million. With my income, I must pay the highest tax rate, a comprehensive personal income tax of 45. Ultimately, I will take home around 4 million. That is impressive, during my youth. I could not earn such a sum in a year, Su Leo Yezai chuckled. This is the first divine battle in Xia country. Quite extraordinary, Su Jingming replied. How many followers does your account have? Su Leo Yezai pressed on, noting that viewers could follow combatants during the live stream. Over 60 million, Su Jingming stated. Over 60 million followers from a single match? Li Miao Miao interjected, I have created so many songs, yet my total followers barely exceed 10 million. At that moment, the screen on the wall began to display news. This is the morning news. Following the opening of the virtual world, the highest online population in Xia country reached 12.8 billion. The first divine battle recently concluded, featuring the team of gun demons Su Jingming, Archer Wang Yi, Panda Zhang Qian, Dual Blade Dong Su, and Champion Wu Sai, who secured the ultimate victory. The report continued with updates on the second divine battle, now with 7 participants ready. Captivating footage rolled, showcasing Su Jingming piercing Gao Chang's chest with a single shot. Is the 8 o'clock news almost entirely dedicated to the virtual world? Su Hong marveled, truly, times have changed. Chapter 30. The Master S summons within the martial arts arena of the virtual world. Cheng Zihao stood, observing the figures arriving one after another. The management teams of the 3 companies have all gathered, as a middle-aged man stood beside Cheng Zihao. Observing the assembly of executives, Cheng Zihao calmly remarked, it should be evident to everyone that the emergence of the virtual world has rendered the Tiger Shark Group's circumstances quite dire. We can no longer depend on the Tiger Shark Group. We must rely on ourselves. The executives listened attentively, well aware that displeasing the boss, the one who pays their salaries, is not an option. The advent of the virtual world presents both a crisis, Cheng Zihao continued, and an opportunity. I oversee 3 companies, 1 modeling agency, and 2 streaming companies, he elaborated. These companies have signed contracts with a host of beautiful women. Yet many employees have previously squandered their time during live broadcasts. With online viewers numbering only in the single digits, they remain unconcerned, casually chatting with friends who share the same meager audience. They would spend 1 or 2 hours conversing, completing their online hours, and then log off, content with a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000. How delightful for them. Cheng Zihao's expression turned stern. I could overlook this before, but that is no longer the case. These 3 companies must turn a profit. If you fail to do so, each of you should prepare to pack your bags and leave. Boss, what shall we do next? Tiger Shark's traffic has plummeted, one executive inquired. Do you really need to ask? Cheng Zihao replied. As I mentioned, the virtual world is both a crisis and an opportunity. Have you witnessed the first legendary battle in Xia country? Over 800 million online viewers. Simply astonishing. This is the allure of live streaming in the virtual realm. From today onward, our streamers, our beauties, will all transition to the virtual world. I require a minimum of 6 hours of virtual live streaming each day. Those who cannot comply should take their leave. Boss, we still have a live streaming contract with Tiger Shark, the middle-aged man interjected. Rest assured, Lao Zhou. Cheng Zihao reassured him, shaking his head. The Blue Star Alliance countries will soon issue regulations to safeguard the rights of individuals in the virtual world for live streaming. Tiger Shark will swiftly adjust contracts with the streamers. Your task is to devise strategies to make our broadcasts more enticing, to captivate more viewers. I believe we could form teams of 5 beautiful women. A beauty squad would undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, we need to ensure variety. Some beauties should embody a cool demeanor, while others should exude a cute charm. Distinct styles within the beauty squads must be differentiated. The popular teams can challenge other teams within the company to boost the visibility of those with less audience engagement. We also need to recruit capable team members. The company should sign professional martial artists, both male and female. Many of these martial artists, who compete at high levels, earn little, making them easier to contract. A formidable male fighter could lead a team of 4 beauties. Additionally, we could assemble teams of 5 female archers, as archery is an easier skill to master. The management team brainstormed various ideas. Cheng Zihao nodded in satisfaction. I am confident that beauty will always capture attention. Our 3 companies will undoubtedly thrive in the virtual world. I expect you to present me with a comprehensive and executable plan by 8 o'clock tonight. Following that, I will formally announce to all company personnel that we will commence implementation at midnight tomorrow. There is no way around it. Ordinary employees are limited to a maximum of 10 hours in the virtual world each day. Today, the time has nearly exhausted. Yes, indeed, boss. The management team responded in unison. In order to safeguard their own positions, they too must strive. Before long, the management departed, leaving only the middle-aged man by Cheng Zihao's side. Zhou Feng, you have been with me for many years. Cheng Zihao fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man. You should understand that I have no avenue for retreat now. I must take a gamble. If we succeed, both you and I shall prosper. If we fail, you will merely seek another opportunity elsewhere. Rest assured, there are plenty of companies transitioning into the virtual realm now, Zhou Feng affirmed earnestly. However, our 3 companies possess distinct advantages. The hosts and models we have selected are all genuine beauties. In the virtual world, pretense is impossible. Each of them is authentic in appearance. Thus, we are at an advantage. The competition is fierce. We must put forth our utmost effort, Chang Zihao declared. Reflecting on the years observing his father manage the company and the lessons learned from his own experiences, Su Jingming was not on the national key cultivation list. Yet he managed to eliminate Wang Qiao in a one-on-one match and subsequently defeated Gao Chong. A gaunt man with a scarred face watched the live stream, stating, "I have previously mentioned that only results matter. The selected list does not necessarily comprise the most suitable candidates. There are numerous gifted individuals whose achievements are not reflective of their true potential due to various reasons. The authorities also fear favoritism and corruption, hence the strict adherence to results." The scarred man gently shook his head, yet acknowledged the need for his own diligence. Otherwise, if he were to be defeated by Lu Hai's disciple one day, it would be a disgrace. The scarred man, known as Lei Yunfang, is one of the 3 legendary figures in the martial arts community of Xia country. His initial participation in the World Martial Arts Championship resulted in him securing first place in the 3rd edition. After a brief hiatus, he entered the 8th championship, regrettably achieving only 2nd place, having been bested by the legendary competitor from the White Eagle Federation, Kuei Sheng Mills. The following year, in the 9th championship, he faced that old rival Kuei Sheng Mills again in the finals, this time claiming first place, though he announced his retirement due to injuries sustained. Kuei Sheng Mills is regarded as the greatest martial artist from the White Eagle Federation, possessing a flawless physique and impeccable weapon techniques, as well as being the most decorated athlete in the history of the World Martial Arts Alliance, having won first place 4 times throughout his career. Thus, the 2 peak confrontations between Lei Yunfang and this legendary figure have become the stuff of legend within the martial arts community. The master was correct. If Jingjin had not suffered a leg injury, he would have secured the world championship title. The stout and short Tai Lianyun was also intently watching the video of this extraordinary battle. Tai Lianyun is Lu Hai's most esteemed disciple, age 39, having competed in 5 world martial arts championships and clinched first place 3 times. He is one of the 3 legendary figures in the martial arts community of Xia country. However, in terms of fame, Tai Lianyun ranks last among the 3 legends due to the relative weakness of his opponents. Unlike Lu Hai, who achieved remarkable feats during the most brutal eras and trained a multitude of formidable disciples, or Lei Yufang, whose 2 confrontations with Kuei have captivated audiences. How splendid it is that retired veterans continue to emerge. Even among the masses, countless talents will arise. In this era, I too shall prove myself, Tai Lianyun silently vowed. I am the strongest in Xia country. Gao Chong, Wang Qiao, and Dong Su have all faltered. Even the masters of martial arts have met defeat. A venerable elder of 97 years has managed to outshine these martial arts experts. Without progress, one risks being surpassed. Masters such as Yang Qingxua, Heng Feng, Lu Chongyuan, and Dai Xiaoqing, along with the likes of the grassroots practitioners Dai Tongda, Su Hong, and the venerable Lu Jianfeng, are all diligently honing their skills within the realm of the virtual world in the martial arts arena. Su Jingming is engrossed in reviewing the playback of his recent battle, meticulously analyzing his responses. He concludes that when he enters the combat map to rendezvous with his teammates, it would be prudent to wield dual shields. Observing the moment he was assassinated by the elder Lu Jianfeng, he reflects that if he had been equipped with dual shields, he could have shielded most of his body while moving, significantly increasing the difficulty for the assassin. Even if Lu Jianfeng were to be far superior, a slight adjustment of his shields would leave the elder at a loss. The dual shields provide a considerable advantage in safety. During his one-on-two confrontation with Wang Qiao and Sun Yuding, Su Jingming realizes that his overly defensive approach was too conservative. He should have interspersed his defense with some offense. He ponders that, at times, an attack can serve as the best form of defense. As Su Jingming reflects on the challenges faced during the battle, he receives an invitation from Lu Hai to visit his personal space. Surprised by his master's invitation, Su Jingming promptly accepts. In an instant, he finds himself transported to another training arena, where the robust Lu Hai awaits. Master, Su Jingming greets him, a bit taken aback by his master's youthful appearance. Contrasting with the familiar image of his elder, silver-haired teacher, Jingming, Lu Hai smiles. After your victory over Wang Qiao and Gao Chong, are you feeling rather triumphant? Su Jingming grins. Indeed, I am quite pleased. Then let me temper your enthusiasm, Lu Hai declares, extending his hand, wielding a single blade. Choose your weapon and armor freely. Come at me. Master, you are donning just simple clothing and wielding a single knife? Is that not a tad dismissive of your disciple? Su Jingming inquires. Do you not wish to witness the full extent of my prowess and peak condition? Lu Hai replies. No one in the world has seen it. Today, I shall reveal it to you. As Su Jingming's fighting spirit ignites, he recalls that when he joined the national team, his master was already in his 60s, making it impossible for him to engage in a full-scale battle. Even during the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament, his master was already 45. The true measure of his peak strength remains a mystery. Put on your armor and grasp your spear, Lu Hai instructs. Armor against simple clothing? Su Jingming observes. Impressed by Lu Hai's confidence. Then I shall not hold back. With that, dark red lightweight protective armor materializes around him, and he wields a formidable spear. Clad in armor and brandishing a spear, he enjoys an undeniable advantage in equipment. Master, be cautious, Su Jingming warns as he prepares to strike. Wait a moment. Lu Hai interjects, asking, what is your body index? 115, Su Jingming responds. I shall adjust my body index. Otherwise, it would be too unfair for you, Lu Hai says, beginning to manually calibrate his parameters by shortening the training time for his evolutionary techniques, thus naturally lowering his body index. Typically, one pushes their body to its limits, as exemplified by Su Jingming, who is trained for an astonishing 735 days, reaching the pinnacle of physical prowess. However, if the training duration were reduced to merely 100 days, his physical condition would significantly deteriorate. Adjusting the training period to 68 days, his physical index stands at 115, now matching yours, Lu Hai remarked with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Su Jingming's expression shifted. He had trained in the Heavenly Python evolution method, which required 735 days to achieve a physical index of 115 at mid-tier level. Master, can you really attain a physical index of 115 in just 68 days? Su Jingming inquired. Indeed, my Violent Tiger evolution method has reached the advanced tier. Lu Hai replied with a slight nod. Do not be alarmed. I suspect that globally, there are not more than a handful capable of reaching the advanced tier of evolution methods at this time. Su Jingming silently marveled at his master's prowess. He had sparred with Gao Chong and Wang Qiao, and the disparity in their physical abilities was not so pronounced. They all seemed to be at the mid-tier level of their respective evolution methods. A brief advantage in training duration was inconsequential, after all. I have trained for nearly 50 years longer than you. Lu Hai continued, it is only natural to have a slight edge at the beginning. Now that our physical indices are equal, I wield a simple blade. Lu Hai gazed at his disciple with keen interest. If you possess the skill, come and defeat me. Master, be cautious, Su Jingming warned, as he flicked his long spear, which transformed into a great dragon, creating a blurred afterimage as it surged towards Lu Hai's chest. Lu Hai stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade, and struck out with a single sword stroke. The clash resounded. Lu Hai's blade, slicing through the air like a whip, struck the spear, causing Su Jingming to feel it tremble and veer off course. At the same time, Lu Hai advanced, closing the distance between them. Could a single blade truly sever a spear? Although surprised, Su Jingming quickly pivoted the spear, sweeping it horizontally towards Lu Hai. The force of that sweep was such that it could shatter a house. Clang! Lu Hai parried with his blade, momentarily blurring the blade's silhouette. Su Jingming felt as if his spear had become ensnared, its power rendered ineffective. After blocking the spear, Lu Hai took a step forward, swinging his sword. The speed of this strike was astonishing. It is said that the swordsmanship of old master Lu Jianfeng is swift, but Lu Hai's blade was even swifter. Su Jingming attempted to retreat and evade. His legs were fine, and his movements unhindered. Yet, he was simply too late. As he tried to leverage his spear to defend, it was similarly too late. With a swift flash, the blade grazed Su Jingming's chest. Lowering his gaze, he saw that his armor had been sliced through as if it were mere tofu, leaving behind a distinct scar. Staring at the wound on his chest, Su Jingming could only helplessly tap his personal interface to restore himself to peak condition. I concede, he admitted, standing still, filled with confusion. Master, why could you cleave my spear with a single strike when I wielded a long spear against your single blade? Because my strike possesses greater force, Lu Hai replied. I could not budge your blade with my sweeping motion, Su Jingming remarked. All my strength was completely neutralized. My defense surpasses yours, naturally allowing me to dissipate the force of your spear, Lu Hai smiled. The reason I was able to strike you down was due to my speed exceeding that of your spear. You could neither block nor escape. Is the gap truly that vast? Su Jingming felt somewhat dazed. I understand, Master, that you possess great strength, having taught numerous disciples across various schools and weaponry, with remarkable skills to instruct all your students. However, back in the day, I was old and did not truly engage in a full-fledged battle with you, Lu Hai remarked. If I had the same youthful physique as you, I would have easily overwhelmed you young ones long ago. Ah, how exhilarating it feels to regain the sensations of youth. Do not be disheartened, Lu Hai continued, gazing at Su Jingming. After all, I have practiced for nearly 50 more years than you. Moreover, my 2 decades as the head coach of the national team, guiding disciples with various exceptional skills, have yielded immense rewards. While teaching you, you have also influenced me, allowing my techniques to mature continuously. It is through 70 years of growth that I possess the skills I have today. Su Jingming nodded in acknowledgement. Currently, on a global scale, my combat skills may still hold an advantage, Lu Hai stated, but today marks the first day of the virtual world's opening. Whether in the martial arts arena or in life and death battles in the combat space, individuals will experience rapid growth in their skills. In the future, each of you will reach my level of combat prowess, perhaps even surpassing me. I have summoned you today to impart some of my insights, Lu Hai declared, so that you may avoid unnecessary detours and ascend more swiftly. Su Jingming felt a surge of emotion at his master's words. I will not teach only you. I will extend my teachings to several of my favored disciples, Lu Hai added. After all, the future will witness competition between teams. A group of 5 cannot rely solely on one individual. When our nation, Xia, competes with others in martial arts, you all will be crucial core members. From this moment on, pay close attention and learn diligently, Lu Hai instructed, fixing his gaze upon his disciple. What I impart to you is the culmination of my 70 years of martial arts cultivation. Su Jingming listened intently. In the past, I refrained from hastening your growth, fearing it might do you harm. Now, with the advent of the virtual world, you can truly learn. Lu Hai held a knife with one hand, stating, the first lesson I shall teach you is the technique of generating power. Power generation techniques? Su Jingming listened carefully. His own power generation skills were formidable, having birth techniques such as the shadow stab and mountain break. Generating power is the essence of combat. My techniques are superior, allowing me to achieve greater speed and strength with the same physical attributes, Lu Hai explained. It is akin to an adult easily overpowering a child. Su Jingming nodded, acknowledging that even while clad in armor and wielding a spear, he had been bested by his master. This exemplified the vast disparity in power generation techniques. I practiced Xingyi from a young age, later receiving hands-on instruction in Tai Chi from Master Meng. Although I have delved into myriad schools of thought and studied various martial arts across the nation, my core remains rooted in Tai Chi, which harmonizes with all styles. Lu Hai looked at Su Jingming, saying, you should understand that the key to generating power lies in the spine. The spine, like a great dragon, connects the upper and lower body. The transmission of power must be seamless through each segment to unify the body's strength, allowing for a powerful explosion of force. Su Jingming nodded in comprehension. However, Lu Hai continued, as strength advances further, it transcends mere seamless transmission. He gazed at Su Jingming, adding, the body must flow like water. Flow like water? Su Jingming inquired, perplexed. The body should move as fluidly as water does, effortlessly. Lu Hai's body surged rhythmically, reminiscent of a great serpent, with joints and muscles moving with unparalleled fluidity, swaying back and forth, side to side, all occurring effortlessly. When he exerted force, it flowed like water, seamless and unimpeded. Lu Hai struck his palm downward with a resounding clap, creating an explosive sound that reverberated through the air, and the ground was struck by a wave of air, forming a significant crater. His footwork was swift, and with a single motion, Lu Hai became a blur, darting far beyond the speed of the venerable Lu Jianfeng. With a flick of his wrist, his single-edged sword sliced through the air, producing a flash of light that tore through the atmosphere, causing the ground beneath to crack open. His mind and will were wholly integrated into every part of his being, attuned to each nuance, responding instinctively. Lu Hai remarked that with a mere thought, his techniques manifested, achieving an extraordinary realm of speed and power. Su Jingming nodded slightly, absorbing his words. Remember this, your body should flow like water, with your mind seamlessly integrated throughout, allowing you to respond effortlessly in every aspect, Lu Hai instructed. He urged them to practice the shield technique in this state, without merging the 8 extremes into it, focusing solely on the Tai Chi method for strength training, training your bodily control. Once mastery of bodily control is attained, the techniques of exertion will naturally elevate to new heights. Su Jingming comprehended the lesson. Previously, I feared you might practice incorrectly, even injuring yourselves. In the virtual world, however, such fears are alleviated, Lu Hai smiled, adding that what he had just imparted was merely the first lesson. Now he would teach them the second, combat. Chapter 32, Lu Hai's Instruction, Part 2. This encompasses the combat techniques that follow the principle of the body flowing like water, Lu Hai explained. A culmination of years of gradual accumulation that he had mastered effortlessly. He would now impart this wisdom, and in the future, when Su Jingming reached the state of a body like water, he could explore and learn at his own pace. Lu Hai extended his hand, and the sword vanished, replaced by an apple. He gently tossed the apple, which fell and struck his palm, causing a slight sting. You see? When the apple falls directly onto your hand, it can hurt, correct? He tossed the apple again, this time moving his palm downward in unison with the apple's descent, catching it effortlessly. When caught this way, it feels much lighter. Su Jingming nodded, understanding the concept from a physics perspective. This was relative speed. When the hand remained stationary, the apple's full momentum was absorbed by the palm. Conversely, if the palm descended simultaneously, the relative speed could be reduced to 1/3 or even 1/5 of the apple's descent. The impact energy would thus be diminished significantly by the square of 1/3 or 1/5. Lu Hai's eyelid twitched slightly. Physics? What is that? He quipped. Well, you grasp the principle. What I wish to teach you is the mastery of speed in combat. The apple represents the enemy's speed, while your palm signifies your own. By controlling both speeds, you can reduce the enemy's attack power to merely 1/10 or even less. Su Jingming began to grasp the concept, saying, I have previously learned that one technique of neutralizing force involves following the opponent's speed. You are responding passively to their movements. I am speaking of mastering speed. Lu Hai declared, grasping his sword. Let us be direct. Attack me with your utmost speed. All right. Su Jingming extended his hand, grasping a long spear, and immediately advanced to thrust. Clang. Lu Hai effortlessly parried the attack, and in that moment, Su felt as if his spear had become ensnared. Its power reduced to a mere fraction of its potential. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Su unleashed a flurry of thrusts, each executed with remarkable speed. Nearly in the blink of an eye, he unleashed dozens of strikes. Lu Hai stood firm, countering each thrust with his blade, rendering every attack ineffective and immobilized. As if Su were ensnared in a spider's web, his strength rendered futile. Su felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. As Su launched his 58th thrust, Lu Hai simultaneously advanced at an angle. The distance between them closed rapidly, and Su was startled to see a flash of the blade before it pierced his chest. Resigned, Su accessed his personal panel to restore himself to peak condition. Do you understand? Lu Hai remarked, his body flowing like water. When the enemy moves, the water ripples. Sensing the shift and responding accordingly. With your 50+ thrusts, I countered each one, perfectly immobilizing your attacks. This is instinctive awareness, not cerebral thought. If one relies solely on the mind, there would be no time to defend against that many strikes, and each would need to be countered flawlessly. Su nodded in acknowledgement. To strike at the limit exceeds mere neural reaction. Faced with an opponent, if I cannot even exert a fraction of my strength, defeat is assured, he admitted. Lu Hai continued. The previous 50+ defenses were purely reactive. In the final moment, as you advanced to thrust, I too moved to strike. A single blow would have ended you. Counterattack? Su couldn't help but interject. While I advance to thrust, my master seizes the opportunity to counter. With training, the body can indeed flow like water, Lu Hai explained. When the enemy moves, I respond first. In that fleeting moment of their motion, it is challenging to alter one's attack, and it is precisely in that instant that I strike. Can one strike with such speed? Su pondered. The body must require reaction time. I have said before, when the body flows like water and the spirit merges within every part, it senses everything, making every action effortless. Lu Hai articulated. When your spirit integrates with your body, your speed will increase. Su contemplated this. He recognized that while his mastery of the body did not yet reach his master's level, he grasped the essence of Lu Hai's teachings. Mastering speed is not solely about defense. It is equally vital for offense, especially when engaging in combat with a team of 5. Controlling each individual's speed transforms the opponent's tempo into an auxiliary factor in your battle strategy, making each person akin to your chess pieces, thereby significantly enhancing your own strength. To attain my level, you must first embody the fluidity of water, Lu Hai advised. When the heart moves, the body follows. Otherwise, if you cannot adapt to the opponent's speed changes, it will be futile. Su nodded slightly. When the enemy moves, I move first. To follow is to control. To resist is to kill, Lu Hai smiled. This is the essence of Tai Chi. Is this the realm of my master? Su finally comprehended. In the past, he had merely understood that his master's combat skills surpassed his own and outmatched any member of the national team, yet he had not fathomed the depth of that superiority. Only when my body reaches its pinnacle can I truly manifest my abilities, Lu Hai remarked. The 2 lessons imparted by my master are as follows. The first is to master one's own body, achieving a state of fluidity akin to water. The second is to control the speed of one's adversaries, rendering them as mere pawns in your game. Utilize them as you wish, eliminate them at your discretion. True teachings are encapsulated in a single phrase, while false teachings may fill tomes upon tomes. I shall convey these 2 lessons to you. You must grasp them and engage in diligent practice. Yes, Disciple understands. Su Jingming felt a profound expansion of his horizons, realizing the direction in which to advance his combat skills. This is the culmination of my 70 years in martial arts. Beyond this, you must forge your own path. Lu Hai continued. Very well, return now. Time is of the essence. Countless masters worldwide are striving relentlessly. Indeed, Su Jingming replied respectfully, bowing. Thank you, master. Lu Hai smiled. As a master, my greatest joy is witnessing you surpass me. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Su Jingming. Alone in the training ground, Lu Hai stood still. In this era, boundless possibilities exist. He pondered what heights this group of youngsters might reach. He treated his cherished disciples as if they were his own children. These disciples, still relatively inexperienced upon entering the national team, matured under his guidance and discipline, even rising to compete on the highest stages against world-class experts. Yet, some disciples had their martial paths cut short due to injuries or romantic entanglements, which pained him deeply. Now, witnessing many of his disciples with brighter futures brought him great joy. However, he remained their master, and while they labored, he too was progressing. Lu Hai extended his hand, wielding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, challenging them. If you possess the ability, surpass me honorably. Su Jingming returned to his personal training ground, filled with gratitude towards his master. In the global arena, perhaps only his master had achieved such a level of combat prowess. Others were few and far between. Having once claimed the title of world champion, he acknowledged how distant he remained from his master's realm. How many could stand at such a height alongside him? This profound understanding of martial arts was invaluable, yet his master required no payment for such wisdom, freely sharing it with him. Su Jingming silently committed this to memory, realizing the unparalleled worth of such insights in this era of virtual worlds. The second lesson, concerning combat techniques following the mastery of fluidity, was not an immediate pursuit. Su Jingming declared, for now, I must focus on the first lesson, to embody fluidity. Mastering this will enable me to better command my body and unleash its latent potential. Just as my master, with the same physical metrics, surpasses me in strength, speed, and reflexes. He extended his hand, grasping a shield. Let the training commence. Chapter 33. 6 days later, within the virtual world's canyon. On the muddy mountain path, Su Jingming lay sprawled on the ground, his body caked in dirt and stained with blood, gasping for breath. With a gentle touch, he activated his personal panel, restoring his body to its peak condition, and sprang to his feet, invigorated. He picked up a battered pair of shields and, with another light touch, his attire transformed into pristine cleanliness. The imperfections on the shields vanishing, rendering them brand new. How challenging it is, he pondered, to withstand the assault of an adversary with a base combat power of 800. With shields in hand, he braced himself for the onslaught. Suddenly, a multitude of figures surged into the canyon. 100 fierce bandits, each wielding long spears, massive axes, or heavy hammers. The axes and hammers boasted tremendous destructive force, while the spears offered swift, relentless attacks. The 100 bandits, each with a base combat power of 800, charged from all directions. Despite their low tactical intelligence, the sheer volume of their assault made it exceedingly difficult for Su Jingming to withstand the onslaught. Swiftly, he moved, refusing to remain a stationary target. Utilizing his agility, he sought to create a favorable environment amidst the chaos. Yet, as the horde closed in, over a dozen bandits surged directly before him. With a resounding thud, Su Jingming wielded his shields expertly, crafting a defensive technique akin to two spider webs that absorbed the force of incoming attacks. Each strike from the bandits became clumsy, causing them to stumble as he deftly navigated through their ranks, minimizing the number of attackers targeting him. As he simultaneously parried 3 axes and 2 hammers, 3 spears lunged toward him from behind. The sound of the spears slicing through the air sent a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he dodged, narrowly avoiding the lethal thrusts. Kill him! The bandits cried out in frenzy. Constantly besieged by a barrage of axes, hammers, and spears, they too found themselves in a state of disarray, forced to evade and counterattack. Recalling his master's teachings, Su Jingming focused on merging his spirit and will with every part of his body, attuning himself to each movement. Yet, he felt his agility faltering in comparison to his master. His shield techniques lacked the swiftness and finesse required to effectively counter the onslaught. His control over his body was evidently insufficient. I must be faster, more agile. My shield techniques need to accelerate, he resolved, striving to channel his body, envisioning it as fluid as water, sensing every part of himself, and summoning strength from within. Suddenly, a spear pierced through his shoulder from the side. Su Jingming's right arm weakened, and he could no longer bear the weight of his shield. The hammer and axe struck with force, sending him crashing to the ground, surrendering to the inevitable. As the surrounding bandits dissipated, adhering to the simulation's design, their attacks had resulted in their disappearance. Another failure. Lying in the mud. Su Jingming reflected on the encounter, contemplating his shield techniques. After a prolonged moment, he finally activated his personal combat power panel. Player, Su Jingming Gene Evolution Method. Heavenly Python Evolution Method. Intermediate level 75. Practice time, 721 days. Cannot be enhanced. Body, 127 skills. Shooting, second level 88. Movement, second level 62. Shield technique, second level 83. Basic combat power, 1651. Practical combat bonus, 23 combat power, 2030. The virtual world has been open for 7 days. Yet the evolution method has not yet reached a higher level. Progress in shield technique and shooting is also rather slow. Conversely, movement has shown significant improvement. Su Jingming pondered that this might be due to his relatively weak foundation in movement. He had suffered a leg injury at the age of 20, which has hindered his training in various movement techniques. However, the intense training in the virtual world's martial arts arena, especially with the assault of 100 bandits, has greatly enhanced his movement skills. Even an ordinary person, when besieged by 100 foes repeatedly, would see a considerable improvement in their agility after hundreds or thousands of encounters. Is it nearly 7 o'clock? Time for dinner. Su Jingming glanced at his personal panel, noted the time, and promptly exited the virtual game. After dinner, in the living room, Su Jingming and Li Miao sat on the sofa, enjoying post-meal fruits while watching a program on the light screen. You are a renowned master, capable of spending up to 16 hours a day in the virtual world. While I can manage only 10 at most, Li Miao murmured as she nibbled on grapes. You must spend more time with me and not remain lost in that virtual realm. Am I not here with you? Su Jingming replied with a smile. Besides, I believe that with your innate talent, you will surely reach the daylight level in no time. Then, your online time in the virtual world could extend to 12 hours. Daylight level? That's exceedingly difficult, Li Miao sighed. I practice my movement and sword techniques so diligently every day, yet since I reached the silver moon level with 20 stars, I win 1 match and lose 2. It's quite challenging. Reaching the silver moon level only requires 30 stars to max out. It can be accomplished swiftly. Su Jingming reassured her. Moreover, your basic combat power hasn't yet met the threshold for the daylight level, so there is no need to rush. If I teach you for half an hour daily, I am confident that within a month, your basic combat power will reach 400. A month? Li Miao grimaced. If you put in a bit more effort, you could likely achieve it in just half a month, Su Jingming chuckled. The virtual world enhances practical combat skills, and progress is rapid in the early stages. Once you reach your own level, advancement becomes considerably slower. By the way, today, Lei Yunfang finally participated in a divine-level battle. Li Miao remarked. This match was rather sudden, and the official broadcast couldn't keep up. However, the video was released afterward. Did you see it? No. Su Jingming shook his head and smiled. I plan to watch it with you once I log off. Humph, Li Miao pouted, but then manipulated the light screen, which transitioned to a battle video. The 3 legendary masters of the martial arts world in the Summer Kingdom were featured. Tai Lianyun had made his move on the first day of the virtual world's opening, Lu Hai on the 3rd, and surprisingly, Lei Yunfang only made his appearance on the 7th day. Li Miao remarked. In the video, the 10 combatants were selecting their weapons and equipment. Upon seeing Lei Yunfang, the other 9 appeared somewhat astonished. Lei Yunfang is actually only 56 this year, much younger than my master. He participated in the 3rd World Martial Arts Championship, possessing considerable seniority in our martial arts circle, and showcased strength during the competition that surpassed even that of his master, Lu Hai, as he was at the pinnacle of his physical prowess. Su Jingming noted that he is also recognized as the strongest individual from Xia country in the global martial arts arena. Lu Hai, after all, has aged. The senior Lei Yunfang was active on the world stage in his 20s and 30s, exhibiting far greater strength. Li Miao nodded, acknowledging that the senior Lei Yunfang is one of the 3 kings in the world of martial arts. Indeed, Su Jingming confirmed, for nearly 30 years, the 3 most illustrious competitors in the World Martial Arts Championship have been Lei Yunfang from Xia country, the formidable Mills from the White Eagle Federation, and Alan Emelianenko from the Rascal country, collectively referred to as the 3 kings of martial arts. Whenever they participate in the championship, they effortlessly dominate their opponents. It is said in the martial arts community that only a king can defeat another king. For instance, Lei Yunfang and Mills have exchanged victories, while Mills and Allen have also had their share of wins against each other. No one else has ever managed to conquer the 3 kings. Su Jingming lamented that at their peak, the three kings could effortlessly overpower other competitors, showcasing a stark disparity that is difficult for others to achieve. As he spoke, Su Jingming observed the battle displayed on the screen, set against a snowy landscape. In the vast expanse of snow, Lei Yunfang appeared stern, bearing a scar on his face. Clad in simple attire and wielding two blades, he traversed the snow with an uncanny grace. Suddenly, an arrow was shot, but it merely struck the afterimage of Lei Yunfang as he moved. Among the three kings, Lei Yunfang possessed the most formidable agility, making him the most terrifying figure in the global martial arts realm. Su Jingming scrutinized as Lei Yunfang advanced through the snow, suddenly spotting an enemy in the distance. His speed erupted, transforming into a blurred afterimage as he pursued. The enemy was utterly unable to escape. The three adversaries quickly regrouped to confront Lei Yunfang, while an archer concealed nearby readied an arrow. Under normal circumstances, one would first pursue the archer. Li Miao Miao marveled, yet Lei Yunfang charged directly at the trio, disregarding the hidden archer entirely. Such confidence! Su Jingming mused, as he watched the fleeting figure of Lei Yunfang swiftly close in on the three elite masters. In mere steps, he maneuvered among his foes, and flashes of his blades illuminated the scene. The three elite masters fell one by one, each succumbing to a fatal strike. Whether to their throats or through the armor on their chests, slaughtering them was akin to slicing through vegetables. Li Miao Miao inquired, "How do you compare to him?" Chapter 34, Ranking of Xia Country. Su Jingming smiled, fully aware of his limitations. Miao Miao, he is the recognized strongest martial artist in Xia Country, one of the three kings of martial arts. Su Jingming replied, "My strength can only be deemed comparable to Gao Chong, and even that is limited. I doubt that Gao Chong and I together could overcome Senior Lei Yunfang." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Li Miao Miao expressed her surprise. "His evolution technique has already reached a high level, and his agility is at least at Tier 3, Su Jingming remarked, having witnessed Lu Hai's display of agility firsthand. "I must admit, Lei Yunfang's agility is even more formidable. Observe the remarkable agility of the esteemed elder Lei Yunfang as he advances toward the divine archer. Despite the archer's relentless attempts to shoot, none of the arrows find their mark." Su Jingming watches in awe as Lei Yunfang dashes through the snowy expanse, his speed unparalleled, leaving the archer with no option but to shoot while retreating. Of the 6 arrows released, only the 6th, shot from a distance of several zhang, barely grazes the edge of Lei Yunfang's garment, while the others miss entirely. With such audacity, he reaches the archer and swiftly ends the encounter. The once revered divine archer now appears a mere jest in his presence. Li Miao Miao expresses her astonishment. Among the three kings of the global martial arts realm, Lei Yunfang possesses the most extraordinary agility, while the formidable Mi Ersi boasts a monstrous physique, and Alan wields the most exquisite cold weapon techniques. Su Jingming comments that in terms of agility, Lei Yunfang is universally recognized as the preeminent figure in martial arts history, a title he holds with a significant lead. Su Jingming admires this prowess, acknowledging that even in a virtual world, attaining such a level of agility would require considerable time. The battle concludes swiftly, with Lei Yunfang single-handedly vanquishing 4 opponents while his companions seize the opportunity to eliminate the last adversary. Elder Lei Yunfang is indeed formidable, Li Miao Miao nods in agreement. However, she notes that with the virtual world having been open for just 7 days, numerous experts in boxing, mixed martial arts, and other combat disciplines have become proficient with weaponry, showcasing their talents. Remarkably, many female divine masters and numerous grassroots experts have emerged. In just 7 days, the competition has blossomed, she asserts, believing that with time, even more skilled practitioners will rise. The so-called 3 kings of the global martial arts realm are relics of the past. Now, 70 billion individuals are vying for supremacy. I predict that a year from now, at least one of the 3 kings will remain in the global top 10. Su Jingming claps in agreement, remarking, "Miao Miao is right. Even now, there may be those stronger than the 3 of them." Li Miao Miao adds, "After all, in a world so vast, one can never predict where a monster may arise. By the way, there's something novel today." Li Miao Miao deftly manipulates the light screen, and a video begins to play. This is the renowned internet celebrity Wang Xingu's ranking of the top divine masters in Xia Country. She explains, fast-forwarding to the list. "The divine master rankings of Xia Country?" Su Jingming inquires. "Though this list has sparked controversy, it still holds considerable reference value," Li Miao Miao replies. "It is derived from all accessible data on divine battles, compiling the rankings of the most skilled practitioners. For instance, your rank surpasses that of Gao Chong and Gao Li. Today, just after Elder Lei Yunfang's battle, Wang Xingu released this list, which has garnered over 100 million views. It's incredibly popular, Li Miaomiao notes, contrasting Su Jingming's dedication to training with her keen interest in the myriad happenings of the virtual world. You certainly have your finger on the pulse of the news. I learned so much gossip during our dinners, Su Jingming chuckles. The virtual world is of utmost importance. I have also enlisted the help of Kong Jie and Xiao Zhang to gather all significant news, Li Miaomiao responds. Quickly, take a look at the rankings and provide your insights on their fairness. Look, she has placed your master, Lu Hai, at the top. Su Jingming examines the rankings, which feature a total of 36 individuals. Firstly, Lu Hai, possessing the most exquisite skills ever witnessed by the Celestial Maiden, is believed to surpass the three kings of the martial arts realm upon attaining peak physicality. Secondly, Lei Yifeng, one of the three kings of the martial arts world, boasts a movement technique that is unparalleled in its extraordinary nature. Thirdly, Zhou Yi, the most formidable archer, is deeply enamored with archery. After maturing, he renamed himself Yi. The Celestial Maiden learned that after retiring from the national team, he spent many years secluded in the mountains honing his archery skills, becoming utterly entranced by the art. His rapid-fire archery has revealed the terrifying prowess of close-range archers, capable of slaying 5 divine-level experts within a 50-meter radius during an enemy charge. Su Jingming, upon reading this, nodded in agreement. Zhou Yi is indeed a monster, wielding a bow in one hand and arrows in the other, executing swift shots with alarming speed. Li Miaomiao remarked on his quickness, noting that even amidst high-speed movement, he could unleash several arrows with precision, daring to shoot 5 divine-level foes within 50 meters and successfully eliminating them all attests to his remarkable skills. I wholeheartedly concur with the top 3 on this list. Su Jingming continued to peruse it. Fourth, Tai Lianyun, the individual who has secured the most victories for the Xia Kingdom in the World Martial Arts Championship, rose to prominence after the 3 kings had retired. He has, however, faced defeat against more than one competitor in the Martial Arts Championship. The global martial arts community regards him as inferior to the 3 kings, based on his 8 recent divine-level battles. He appears slightly less formidable than Lu Hai and Lei Yinfang. Nevertheless, his proficiency with cold weapons is exceptionally comprehensive, demonstrating a fierce and violent command over the shield and axe. Winning 7 out of 8 divine-level contests, often single-handedly leading his team to victory, underscores his prowess. Fifth, Xiong Tianshan, regarded as the greatest boxing champion of the Xia Kingdom, has claimed 5 world boxing titles across various weight classes. After opting for the shield and axe as his weapons, his strength has progressed rapidly. The latest battle, a pinnacle clash with Tai Lianyun, serves as testament to his might. In that encounter, he managed to entangle Tai Lianyun, ultimately guiding his team to victory. Although his cold weapon skills may be slightly inferior to Tai Lianyun's, his ability to command the team surpasses that of Tai Lianyun, resulting in the latter's sole defeat in the virtual realm. Su Jingming, having watched that live broadcast, affirmed Xiong Tianshan's status as one of the greatest champions in history. Acquainted with the shield and axe, he proved to be a formidable match against senior brother Tai, even leading his team to victory. That confrontation was indeed spectacular. Despite Tai Lianyun's clear advantage in a one-on-one scenario, Xiong Tianshan triumphed as the leader. Li Miaomiao chuckled, suggesting that Tai Lianyun's intellect was thoroughly outmatched. The consensus is that given time, Xiong Tianshan's cold weapon skills will continue to improve, allowing him to eventually surpass Tai Lianyun. Su Jingming nodded and continued to read. Sixth, Zhang Qing, the undefeated goddess of the women's martial arts combat world, has claimed victory in 3 consecutive women's world martial arts championships. Her invincibility led to her retirement. In the virtual realm, she has faced off against the likes of Gao Chong and Yang Yu, triumphing with her dual swords, and has proven advantageous in her encounters with Su Jingming as well. Moreover, Zhang Qing's dual sword technique is breathtakingly beautiful. The Celestial Maiden even believes that Zhang Qing will ascend to the top 3 in the Xia Kingdom in the future. Seventh, Su Jingming, a master of both gun and shield, plays a significant role within his team. In the 15 divine-level battles he has participated in, he has achieved 13 victories and suffered 2 defeats. His encounters with numerous divine-level experts have unequivocally validated his strength. Both Gao Chong and Yang Yu have succumbed to Su Jingming in one-on-one confrontations. His placement in 7th position is a reflection of widespread acknowledgement. Moreover, he is the youngest among the top 10, and the Celestial Maiden believes his future is boundless. 8th, Yang Yu, who has triumphed in the World Martial Arts Championship. His dual gun technique is resplendent, and his movements are as swift as the wind, striking down enemies with ghostly precision. However, he has faced defeat at the hands of Zhang Qing, Su Jingming, and Tai Lianyun, thus securing his position at 8th. 9th, Gao Chong, Also a champion of the World Martial Arts Championship, his strength is still fearsome and brutal. In fact, when he faced Yang Yu, there was no clear victor. Yang Yu's agility made him more advantageous in team battles, which is why Gao Chong is ranked 9th. 10th, Lu Jianfeng, a venerable elder of 97. He is the most terrifying assassin in all of Xiaogua's divine battles to date. An unparalleled archer. Many have met their demise at his hands. Even Zhou Yi, when confronting him, unleashed 3 arrows simultaneously, yet Lu Jianfeng could not evade, ultimately falling to a close-range shot. Due to his slightly inferior performance in direct combat, the Celestial Maiden has placed him at 10th. However, I am an ardent admirer of Lu Jianfeng. His assassinations are simply magnificent. The rankings are accompanied by brief justifications. 36th, Wu Sai, on the first day of the Virtual World's opening, during the inaugural Divine Battle. It was undeniably Wu Sai's moment of humiliation. At that time, he was unfamiliar with cold weapon techniques and lacked sufficient battle experience, merely achieving a layman's victory. Yet, as time progressed, we witnessed Wu Sai's battle experience rapidly evolve, thoroughly proving that his foundation was indeed profound enough to attain divine status from the very first day of the ranking matches. With his skills and experience significantly improved, his placement at 36th seems quite justifiable to the Celestial Maiden. Su Jingming read through the entire leaderboard, nodding slightly. What do you think? Li Miao inquired. Quite fair. Su Jingming replied, acknowledging that he had indeed been outperformed by Zhang Qing in their confrontation. Su Jingming believes that Zhang Qing is undoubtedly the most skilled swordsman in Xiaogua, with his dual swordsmanship being both dazzling and perilous, forcing him into a defensive stance. Those like Yang Yu and Gao Chong, who possess slightly inferior defenses, have all been individually defeated by Zhang Qing. This is merely the 7th day since the virtual world opened. If a month passes, the leaderboard will surely become even more thrilling. Li Miao suddenly noticed the time. Wow, it's already 8:55. The mission space is about to open. The virtual world comprises 3 parts: personal space, mission space, and combat space. According to official announcements, the mission space will officially open at 9 p.m. tonight. Chapter 35, the mission space opens. The opening of the mission space was delayed until now, for reasons unknown. Li Miao remarked, Jingming, what do you think the mission space will entail? From the name, it should assign us tasks, Su Jingming replied. It can't be that simple, Li Miao pondered. Glancing at the clock, she promptly stood up and headed toward the bedroom. Let's not linger here, we must log in quickly. Su Jingming followed suit, and the two entered the bedroom, lying on the bed and donning their virtual helmets. I have a feeling this mission space will hold a great surprise, Li Miao said, turning to look at Su Jingming beside her. We'll find out shortly, Su Jingming smiled, gently touching the activation point of his virtual helmet. The metallic components adhered to his scalp, causing a slight tingling sensation, and his consciousness swiftly descended into oblivion. The personal space of the virtual world, atop a snow-capped mountain. Su Jingming sat leisurely in the living room, opening his personal panel. The task space option remained grayed out, inaccessible, yet a countdown had commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Su Jingming observed the countdown, he realized that, upon its conclusion, both the task space and combat space would be accessible. With a gentle tap, he entered the task space. At that moment, countless individuals across the globe were simultaneously clicking to enter the task space within the virtual realm. Whoosh! Su Jingming found himself suspended high above a world, gazing down at the vast landscape. Is this the task space? Peering into the distance, he perceived that over 99% of the terrain was shrouded in black mist, with only a central area visible, featuring a majestic tower. Like a shooting star, Su Jingming descended before the tower. It must be several thousand meters tall. No building in reality could rival its grandeur. Standing before the tower, he tilted his head back in awe. It appeared far more imposing than any mountain he had encountered in reality. Alone, Su Jingming approached the tower's entrance, where words began to materialize on the wall beside the door. Personal Task 1. Conquer the Starry Tower. The Starry Tower consists of 7 levels. The top 100 individuals who surpass the 3rd level will be listed on the Starry rankings, which will display their names and nationalities. The first place prize is 500 million Blue Star coins, while the 2nd to 10th place winners receive 100 million each. The 11th to 100th places are awarded 10 million each. The rewards for the 4th and 5th levels are equivalent to those of the 3rd. The rewards for the 6th and 7th levels remain undisclosed. Everyone is permitted to attempt the Starry Tower an unlimited number of times. Su Jingming reflected on the text, contemplating that conquering the Starry Tower represents his first personal task, suggesting that there may be subsequent personal and even group tasks in the future. The prizes are indeed substantial. surpassing those of the World Martial Arts Championship. He felt a surge of excitement. In the World Martial Arts Championship, the champion receives $500 million in cash, while the runner-up only receives $100 million, and the prizes diminish thereafter, with consolation prizes for the preliminary rounds. Conversely, the third-level prize of the Starry Tower grants $100 million to each of the 2nd to 10th places, and even the 100th place receives $10 million. A global ranking? Who stands as the world's number 1, and who is the 2nd? It would be unequivocally clear. In the land of cherry blossoms, a long-haired man in a crimson robe gazed at the Japanese characters on the tower wall, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Masters of different fighting styles from various eras gathered together, clearly listing the world's strongest from 1st to 100th, eliminating the need for boastful claims. A bald man, observing the inscriptions in Rakshasa script, thought to himself, I too can demonstrate to the world that I am the mightiest human alive. With nationalities displayed, martial artists from different countries would surely engage in fierce competition. Moreover, with such considerable prizes, 500 million, 100 million, imagine receiving even the smallest sum of 10 million. It would transform my life. Deposited in a bank, it would yield substantial interest annually. With such wealth, I could settle my loans. I must hurry and enter. Perhaps a miracle awaits. The Blue Star Alliance is truly remarkable, offering such generous rewards. Those who act swiftly will reap the benefits, while those who hesitate will miss out. Charge forth. Be the first to arrive. Countless individuals gazed upon the inscriptions on the walls of the Starry Tower, their spirits ignited as they surged into its depths. Su Jingming, Lu Hai, Lei Yunfeng, Gao Chong, Yang Qingxuo, and others all entered the Starry Tower one by one. The first level of the Starry Tower resembled an expansive, boundless grassland. A figure descended, enveloped in a subtle glow. It was Su Jingming. Please select your weaponry, a voice resonated. Su Jingming, familiar with the interface, gently tapped the panel, donning dark red armor and wielding a long spear. In group combat, the dual shields could prove advantageous for teamwork. However, when relying solely on oneself, a single spear sufficed. Eschewing the dual shields significantly lightened his burden. Upon finalizing his equipment, a pack of gray wolves emerged in the distance, over 100 of them lurking in the grass, fixated on Su Jingming as they advanced. A wolf pack? Su Jingming gripped his spear, observing the wolves, each measuring over 2 meters in length and standing about 1 meter at the shoulder, displaying agility far surpassing that of ordinary wolves. Indeed, against evolved humans, typical wolves posed a minimal threat. The pack closed in, naturally spreading out to form an encirclement. With a howl from the lead wolf, the pack launched into a sprint, their forms flickering amidst the dense underbrush, moving with astonishing speed. Their eyes glinted coldly, brimming with lethal intent. Are you here to test my spear skills? Su Jingming chuckled. Stepping forward, in mere moments, his speed surged, rendering his figure nearly indistinct as he ran. As the two sides converged, 6 wolves lunged at him. With a swift motion of his spear, Su Jingming unleashed a flurry of strikes. In an instant, it appeared as though the spear had multiplied into 6. The first 6 wolves to charge were simultaneously pierced, collapsing lifelessly beside him. These virtual foes are significantly weaker than the criminals I encountered before, perhaps possessing a mere 200 base power? Su Jingming mused as he plowed through the remaining wolves, the spear flashing incessantly, each thrust claiming another life. Given their substantial size, the wolves could only mount a simultaneous assault of 8 or 9 at most. With Su Jingming's rapid strikes, he could dispatch them all. If just 3 or 5 approached separately, they would be mere fodder. In just over 10 breaths, the once mighty wolf pack was reduced to 2 fortunate survivors, who, terrified, whimpered softly before fleeing into the distance. Level 1 cleared. Prepare to enter Level 2 of the Starry Tower, announced the voice. At this moment, Su Jingming felt rejuvenated. Even the blood stains on his spear had vanished. The first level was remarkably easy, Su Jingming thought, suddenly recalling his girlfriend. She might find this experience rather unwelcoming, particularly for novices like Meow Meow. For Li Meow Meow, even a single large gray wolf could be quite intimidating. 100 wolves attacking? That would be excessively cruel for beginners. With a breath, the scene before Su Jingming shifted, and he found himself in the second level of the Starry Tower. Chapter 36. Conquering the Starry Tower, so many wolves? Li Meow Meow donned supple leather armor, wielding a small shield in her left hand and a long sword in her right. The shield, merely 30 centimeters in diameter, was only slightly larger than a human hand. At this moment, however, anxiety gripped her heart. The wolves were far too large and swift. Was this truly the first level of the Starry Sky Tower? As she observed the pack of wolves encroaching from the distance, she hastily fled, thinking to herself that she must escape and seek an opportunity. She could not allow these wolves to mount a coordinated assault. The wolves, skilled in their teamwork and swift in their movements, seemed to hunt with the patience of seasoned predators, relentlessly constricting Li Miao Miao's range of motion without ever attacking individually. How cunning these wolves were! She felt a pang of despair, unable to find an opportunity to strike them down one by one. As her space dwindled, 3 wolves lunged at her simultaneously. With a swift leap, Li Miao Miao raised her small shield to fend off the claws of the wild beast while her right hand thrust her sword with precision, piercing the wolf's neck. After all, the virtual world had been open for a week, and every day, Su Jingming had instructed her personally. He had taught her, for now, focus on a single thrust. This is the essence of swordplay. Whether advancing, retreating, or even turning, she must be able to execute that thrust, regardless of her body's movements, or even if she fell. Her left hand held the small shield, for she had not trained with a larger one, which would hinder her sword skills. This modest shield allowed her to defend herself effectively. With agility, Li Miaomiu deftly dodged left and right, the small shield struggling to withstand the onslaught, while her sword struck with remarkable speed, dispatching 3 wolves in rapid succession. Yet, even more wolves surged forward. It was over. As she beheld the throng of wolves closing in, she immediately clicked to exit. Upon her return to the exterior of the Starry Sky Tower, she gazed up at its towering presence, murmuring to herself, is the first level of the Starry Sky Tower truly meant to contend with over 100 wild wolves? What could the third level possibly entail? I wonder how Jingming is faring. The second level of the Starry Sky Tower revealed a primeval forest blanketed in snow. It was freezing. Su Jingming felt the chill penetrating through his armor, invading his body, as he meticulously scanned his surroundings. Ahead, he spotted a massive cave, where 5 gigantic brown bears frolicked at its entrance. The sight of these bears made Su Jingming's expression grow serious. These colossal creatures exceeded 4 meters in length, their muscular backs towering ominously. Their thick, coarse brown fur, developed in the frigid environment, resembled natural armor. A bear of such size, weighing at least 3,000 kilograms, could unleash an impact of over 10,000 kilograms with just a single swipe. Should they charge, the ferocity would be terrifying. Humanity was ill-suited for a direct confrontation with such beasts. Su Jingming observed and assessed. Their thick fur and underlying fat rendered piercing them with a spear a daunting task, necessitating a focus on their vital points. The 5 enormous brown bears turned their attention towards the unwelcome intruder, and with a sudden roar, one of the massive bears charged forward, its bulk belied by its astonishing speed. As the colossal brown bear suddenly charged towards Su Jingming, the other 4 bears rose to their hind legs, merely observing without rushing to attack, evidently believing that their companion was sufficient to handle the intruder. Standing amidst the snow, Su Jingming calmly watched the approaching giant bear. The bear sprinted with remarkable speed, leaping forward as it neared, its massive paw striking downwards. With a swift movement, Su Jingming deftly sidestepped, evading the bear's attack. In that same instant, he thrust his spear forward. The spear, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, pierced deeply into the bear's neck, an area of vulnerability. Yet, Su Jingming felt an immense resistance as the spear penetrated, only breaching the surface without fully piercing through. As he withdrew his weapon to evade the bear's counterattack, he thrust again with even greater speed. This time, the spear tore through the air with a peculiar sound, plunging into the bear's neck with significant depth. Blood gushed forth as he withdrew the spear, and the bear began to collapse, powerless. The ordinary thrust lacked sufficient force to penetrate deeply. It was only with the application of his shadowless thrust that he could slay the bear. Su Jingming assessed the situation, casting his gaze towards the distant cave where the remaining 4 bears, initially dismissive of the intruder, now sensed a formidable threat after witnessing their companion fall to just 2 strikes. Anger surged within them. With a thunderous roar, the 4 bears charged forward, their cries resonating with sorrow. Despite their formidable stature, Su Jingming discerned that he could outmaneuver them, for their speed and agility paled in comparison to his own, unable to counter his shadowless thrust. Yet, at that moment, a deep, resonant roar emanated from the cave, causing Su Jingming's expression to shift. The cave trembled as an extraordinarily massive bear emerged, an enormous specimen measuring 6 meters in length, dwarfing the previous 5 bears, which now appeared as mere cubs in comparison. Could these 5 bears truly be its offspring? Su Jingming pondered silently, his eyes flashing with cold determination. Rather than retreating, he advanced to confront the furious 4 bears. Employing an elusive footwork, he swiftly altered his direction as he approached them, executing a thrust of his spear. In the span of 7 days, Su Jingming had improved his marksmanship and defense, but his agility had seen the most significant advancement. The 4 bears appeared clumsy before him. With a thrust, he drove his spear deep into one bear's neck, evading another bear's furious swipe as it lunged at him. As he dodged, he pivoted for a counterattack, thrusting once more with all his might into another bear's neck. Within mere moments, he had felled 2 bears. Unlike top-tier experts who maintain their distance and defend to prevent him from executing his shadowless thrust, these bears lacked any sense of defense, focused solely on their charge. After dispatching 2 bears, Su Jingming cast a glance towards the approaching colossal bear. The Bear King had arrived, moving with a speed surpassing his own, a formidable adversary indeed. As he traversed the terrain, a swift and unseen strike left a gaping wound upon the neck of a massive bear. Now, only one great bear remained, and sensing danger, it fled towards the Bear King. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly eliminate the remaining smaller bears. Su Jingming paid no heed to the oncoming Bear King. Instead, he pursued the last of the great bears, maintaining a speed that surpassed these formidable creatures. With a resounding crash, he launched a ferocious assault. A devastating blow aimed directly at the bear's head, which had turned in a desperate attempt to defend itself. The Bear King, filled with unbridled fury, charged forward with a deafening roar. Su Jingming, calm and collected, deftly drew his weapon and evaded the Bear King's attack. In terms of physical strength and speed, he was no match for the Bear King. Only his agility and skill offered him an advantage. Su Jingming understood from a young age that in a one-on-one confrontation, losing one's composure could lead to inevitable defeat. To prevail in a direct conflict, one must sidestep their weaknesses and capitalize on their strengths. The Bear King, towering at 6 meters, wielded immense power that could easily shatter an entire area with its enormous paws. Su Jingming utilized the surrounding trees for cover, recognizing that they provided him with a crucial advantage. With a thunderous impact, the Bear King's paw struck a mighty tree, splintering it in half and causing Su Jingming's heart to race with trepidation. The sheer force of the Bear King was terrifying. A single blow could spell his demise. He remained vigilant, seeking opportunities to counterattack. As the Bear King pursued relentlessly, Su Jingming skillfully maneuvered through the forest, evading the bear's strikes. Trees toppled around him, and the snow was sent flying from the ferocity of their battle. Suddenly, amidst the swirling snow, a long spear shot forth with lightning speed. The spear, emerging unexpectedly at close range, collided with the charging Bear King, piercing one of its eyes. However, it only penetrated partially, becoming lodged within. With a swift motion, Su Jingming withdrew his weapon and retreated. The enraged Bear King, now blinded in one eye, grew even more frenzied. Its resilience was astonishing. Su Jingming could hardly believe it. The frenzied Bear King continued its pursuit, while Su Jingming, leveraging the terrain, evaded its attacks and occasionally fired back. The Bear King, ever cautious of its remaining eye, sustained multiple wounds to its neck from Su Jingming's strikes. After enduring an arduous 18 minutes of intense combat, the Bear King finally succumbed to exhaustion. Su Jingming, equally drained, reflected on the grueling battle. 18 minutes of heightened tension and exertion. He had inflicted countless wounds upon the Bear King's neck, ultimately leading to its demise through sheer blood loss. Su Jingming felt a sense of helplessness. The bear's hide was remarkably thick, rendering his attempts to pierce its chest and back ineffective. Glancing around, he noted the numerous trees that had fallen, leaving the snowy ground in disarray. Fortunately, during the 7 days that the virtual world had been open, his footwork had significantly improved. Had he encountered the Bear King on the very first day, he feared he would have been dispatched with a single blow, unable to withstand the onslaught for even a moment. His extensive training, having endured attacks from over 100 fierce bandits, had greatly enhanced his agility. With the 2nd level completed, he prepared to ascend to the 3rd level of the Starry Tower. A voice echoed in his ears. Su Jingming, fatigued yet rejuvenated, found himself restored to his peak condition, his spear and armor immaculate. The scene before him began to shift as he ascended to the 3rd layer of the Starry Sky Tower. Chapter 37. The Rankings. The 3rd layer of the Starry Sky Tower unfolded as a tropical rainforest. Su Jingming cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The rainforest was dim and humid, with robust trees and rampant vines, enveloped in an eerie silence, seemingly devoid of any other life forms. Suddenly, Su Jingming sensed a pair of dusky yellow eyes in the distance, sending a shiver down his spine. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a large feline creature fixated on him. It boasted a coat of pale yellow fur, adorned with striking black stripes, and its enormous head bore a cold, emotionless gaze that scrutinized him like prey. Above its eyes, bold black stripes formed a regal pattern. Standing 2 meters tall and stretching 6 meters in length, its formidable size instilled a sense of dread in Su Jingming. What a magnificent tiger! Though slightly smaller than the Bear King, its aura of intimidation felt even more pronounced. Su Jingming remained vigilant. If the bear was a paragon of brute strength, the tiger epitomized versatility. Its physique, strength, speed, agility, offensive capabilities, and finesse were all remarkably potent. The virtual tiger conjured by the Starry Sky Tower far surpassed its real-world counterparts. At Su Jingming's current prowess, he could easily dispatch a real tiger with a single thrust, potentially slaying a whole pack. Yet, before this colossal beast, he sensed an imminent threat to his life. The tiger approached with an elegant grace, its massive paws softly padding against the ground as it continued to observe its quarry. With a swift motion, Su Jingming brandished his spear and charged forward. The tiger, perceiving the affront, roared in defiance and lunged at him. The disparity in their sizes was stark, yet both were determined to engage directly. In the moment of confrontation, Su Jingming leapt onto a tree, abruptly changing direction, and thrust his spear towards the tiger's neck in a blinding flash. Thud! The tiger's cold gaze met his as its paw struck the spear with immense force. Su Jingming was thrown back, tumbling against the tree, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the encounter. How extraordinarily agile and responsive it was. He felt a twinge of frustration. In an instant, the tiger scaled the tree, relentlessly pursuing Su Jingming. With each evasive maneuver he executed, the tiger effortlessly countered every attempt at retaliation. Why do I feel that this creature is even more agile than I am? Su Jingming relied on his smaller stature and the dense rainforest environment, along with his spear, to maintain a precarious advantage over the tiger. However, after 5 minutes of relentless pursuit, Su Jingming's expression shifted dramatically. From all directions, colossal tigers emerged from the forest. The smaller ones measured 5 meters in length, while the largest exceeded 7 meters. The largest tiger remained stationary, while the others began to close in on him. To contend with so many tigers in the third layer of the Starry Sky Tower, Su Jingming felt a sense of bewilderment. He could hardly contend with a single ordinary large tiger, let alone a multitude of them. As the pack of tigers closed in, 6 formidable beasts suddenly lunged at him simultaneously. With a burst of courage, Su Jingming charged forward to confront one of the tigers. The creature roared fiercely, its claws descending upon him. Yet, Su, brimming with valor, leveraged the length of his spear to strike first, piercing the tiger's neck just as its claws were about to land. The technique known as breaking the mountain proved its might, as his spear penetrated deeply into the tiger's neck. However, the tiger's claws, propelled by their own momentum, tore through Su Jingming's armor and flesh. Both he and the great tiger vanished into thin air, while the remaining 5 tigers rushed forward, emitting furious roars. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Following his defeat, Su Jingming reappeared outside the Starry Tower, having exchanged his life for that of a single tiger. His breaking the mountain had only managed to pierce the tiger's neck halfway. Employing the shadowless thrust might have been futile as well. On the observation platform, Li Miao Miao sat watching the live broadcast of a divine expert attempting to conquer the second level of the Starry Tower. Miao Miao, Su Jingming inquired as he approached. Are you watching the live stream? Indeed, she nodded. The Starry Tower is exceedingly difficult. I could perhaps handle 2 or 3 wolves, but when faced with over 100, I stand no chance. I can't even make it past the first level. With a sigh, she added, Look, this is Sun Yuting's live stream. She is currently battling her way through the second level, having just struggled to slay 5 giant bears before encountering the Bear King. It seems she cannot prevail. Su Jingming turned his gaze to the broadcast. In the scene, the massive Bear King was relentlessly pursuing Sun Yuting, who exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully evading amidst the trees. Her shield had long since been discarded, her left arm hanging limply, with only a sword remaining in her right hand. Sun Yuting, ranked 16th among the divine experts in the Xia Kingdom, was undoubtedly among the elite of the nearly 800 divine practitioners now present, a testament to her prowess. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. In just over 7 days since the virtual world opened, with a population exceeding 10 billion in the Xia Kingdom, the emergence of around 800 divine experts was within his expectations. The national teams, comprising over 300 members across various divisions, alongside numerous combat professionals and skilled fighters from different schools, confirmed the rapid development of talent in this brief time frame. Li Miaomiu remarked on Sun Yuting's adept combination of shield and sword, a formidable display of offense and defense. However, against the Bear King, her shield proved more of a hindrance than a help to her agility. The Bear King swatted her shield away with ease, breaking her arm in the process. Armed only with a single-handed sword, she struggled to penetrate the Bear King's tough hide. Previously, when facing 5 giant bears, she had been able to strike their eyes and skulls, but the Bear King's speed and agility were far superior, rendering her unable to close the distance. Even if she managed to approach, hitting the eyes would be a daunting task. Su Jingming concluded, even if she were to strike the eyes, penetrating the skull seems improbable. I, too, employed the shadowless thrust, and even then, my spear could not delve deeply enough into the eyes. The Bear King's speed is simply too swift. During the live broadcast, Sun Yuding, desperately evading danger, transmitted her voice, audible to all viewers, adorned in an exaggeratedly thick layer of fur. My sword could not pierce through its protective hide and fat, rendering me incapable of inflicting any harm. My injuries were severe. I could no longer endure. A massive tree was shattered by the Bear King, and the splintered wood struck Sun Yuding, who awkwardly dodged while hastily opting to exit. Her body could not withstand any further strain. There were many elite players in the live stream, yet none had successfully navigated to the third level of the Star Tower. Li Miao Miao perused other streams, noting that many high-ranking players could not even contend with 5 large bears, with only the top contenders from Xia country capable of confronting the Bear King. Numerous elite players ascended to God level only after achieving 50 stars in the day class, their foundational combat power barely exceeding 1,000. Su Jingming remarked on the difficulty of confronting a large bear. By the way, how many have fought the Bear King? Among the elite players in the broadcast, only Sun Yuding, Zhang Qian, Fang Yu, and Niu Hao had engaged the Bear King, all ranking among the top 50 in Xia country. Li Miao Miao noted that they had all faced defeat against the Bear King. Its defenses were astonishingly robust, its speed remarkable, and its strength utterly incredible. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. The Bear King is indeed formidable. And you, Jingming? Li Miao Miao inquired. I reached the third level of the Star Tower, but ultimately failed, Su Jingming replied. Did you manage to slay the Bear King? Li Miao Miao asked, both astonished and elated. How did you accomplish such a feat against such a monstrous creature? I battled it for 18 minutes, and the Bear King succumbed to blood loss, Su Jingming reflected. Its hide was too thick for a single fatal strike. I could only cause it to bleed continuously. Li Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly impressive, my Jingming. Pray tell, what lies in the third level of the Star Tower? Tigers, Su Jingming answered. Tigers that surpass the Bear King in prowess. Surpass the Bear King? Li Miao Miao exclaimed in disbelief. Moreover, there are dozens of them, Su Jingming continued, shaking his head. Facing a multitude of large, ferocious tigers simultaneously is simply insurmountable. The disparity is too vast. Li Miao Miao gasped. No wonder the Blue Star Alliance established a reward for those who conquer the third level, and without a time limit. As you mentioned, it may take a considerable duration for 100 individuals worldwide to surpass it. Noticing something amiss with the numerous live streams on the observation platform, Li Miao Miao, an avid researcher of the platform, quickly discerned that some streamers had even altered their broadcast titles. Jingming, swiftly head to the mission space, she urged. What's wrong? Su Jingming had yet to notice, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of streams. The world S#1 has emerged, Li Miao Miao pressed, prompting her own entry into the mission space. In the mission space, Su Jingming descended from the skies, landing before the Star Tower. Beside it, a colossal leaderboard appeared in the night sky, suspended at the same height as the tower itself. Currently, this immense board bore but a single line, Global Number 1, Lu Hai, Xia Country. Chapter 38. The world in a frenzy. Su Jingming gazed up at the towering leaderboard, towering several thousand meters high, with its solitary inscription. At that moment, countless people around the globe looked up in reverence at this name. The world's number 1. Su Jingming looked up, realizing that this was not the World Martial Arts Championship of the past, nor any other fighting competition, but rather a contest in which all of humankind was engaged. His master had astonishingly secured the title of the world's best. Master, I know you are formidable, but you have truly astonished countless individuals. Su Jingming smiled, reflecting on the global supremacy of Lu Hai from Xia Country. In his eyes, there was a mixture of admiration and longing. In the White Eagle Federation, another individual gazed up at the vast starry leaderboard, fixated on the sole name displayed. The starry tower had only been open for 38 minutes, and the venerable Lu Hai had already conquered the third level. He was tall and imposing, standing at 6 feet 5 inches, exuding an intimidating presence. He was none other than the renowned Quizzant Mills, one of the 3 kings of the martial arts world, possessing a physique that could be described as monstrous among humans. My evolutionary technique has reached a high level, allowing me to easily slay that large ferocious tiger in one-on-one combat. Quizzant Mills pondered silently as he scrutinized the leaderboard. When besieged by 6 large tigers, I managed to kill 4, only to be overwhelmed and ultimately slain by the others. The third level of the Starry Tower houses dozens of tigers, including the mightiest of them all, a Tiger King. I have much ground to cover before I taste success. Yet, Lu Hai has succeeded. This elder from Xia Country is indeed impressive. Quizzant Mills held himself in high regard. But Lu Hai's accomplishment of passing the third level in a mere 38 minutes left him genuinely impressed. The gap between them was vast, leaving only admiration in its wake. My evolutionary technique has reached high level 32, and it will take time to elevate further. To overcome this challenge, I must refine my weapon skills. Quiescent Mills contemplated. Then re-entered the Starry Tower to hone his battle axe techniques. How could Liu Hai of Xia country conquer the third level of the Starry Tower so swiftly? Anomaly. A bald man from the Rakshasa nation, renowned for possessing the most impeccable cold weapon skills among humanity, also gazed silently at the singular name on the leaderboard. How did he triumph against the Tiger Horde? When I was slaying 12 tigers, the Tiger King also joined the fray, with the Tiger King attacking alongside the others. It was utterly insurmountable. I was torn apart in an instant. I had always believed that by compensating for my physical shortcomings, I would surpass Quiescent Mills and Lei Yufang, claiming the title of the world's best on the leaderboard. Who would have thought that Liu Hai, this elder, would emerge? In this era, there are truly too many formidable experts. A spark of battle intent ignited in Alan Emalenko's eyes. However, this is precisely the most thrilling epic. Liu Hai. I shall soon surpass you. Liu Hai's name on the leaderboard ignited excitement across the globe. The world's top experts gazed at the singular name on the starry leaderboard, each aspiring to surpass him one day. Meanwhile, the general populace began to celebrate fervently, especially the people of Xia country, who felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Official media and social platforms were inundated with news about Liu Hai. After 5 hours of diligent practice, Su Jingming returned to his personal space to rest. He opened the viewing platform and randomly clicked into a live broadcast. While the entire world sought to conquer the Starry Tower, only one person had successfully passed the third level, our very own Liu Hai from Xia country. The host in the live stream was fervently proclaiming, "The world's best is from Xia country." In this live streaming room, there were merely 9 viewers when Su Jingming opened a second live stream. This time, it featured a beautiful female host. Some viewers might not be familiar with Liu Hai. The host smiled and said, "Allow me to enlighten you all." Liu Hai was a national wrestling champion in his youth, showcasing remarkable talent in the sport. However, his true passion lies in weapon combat, which was rather niche at the time. He self-funded the formation of a team and traveled globally to compete. As she spoke, images of Liu Hai's wrestling days and his competitions were displayed alongside her narration. As Liu Hai aged, he settled into managing his own martial arts school. At the age of 45, the World Martial Arts Competition was officially held. Despite his physical condition being far from his youthful prime, he was filled with excitement and decided to participate. He triumphed in the preliminary rounds, accumulating enough points to advance to the World Martial Arts Competition. He continued to compete for 5 consecutive years, consistently placing within the top 3. After securing first place in the 5th competition, he retired and later assumed the role of head coach for the national team. Su Jingming chuckled as he opened a third live stream. Knowing far more about his master than the female host, Liu Hai is extraordinary, the foremost among humanity. I previously wagered that if a citizen of Xia Nation were to secure the top spot on the Starry Sky rankings, I, Old Wang, would distribute 10,000 red envelopes, each containing 10,000 yuan. I keep my promises. I have already prepared the funds. Look at my balance. 8 zeros, is that correct? I have prepared 100 million in cash, and from now on, I will continuously distribute red envelopes. I calculated that I can draw every 5 minutes, giving away 100 envelopes each time, which will take over 8 hours. A wealthy host commenced the lottery, and the excitement in his live stream surged, placing him among the top 3 in viewer engagement. Impressive, Su Jingming admired, then shifted his attention to the next live stream. If a citizen of Xia Nation claims first place, I will complete 100 mock exam papers for the college entrance examination. I keep my word. Here's the second completed paper, and now I shall proceed with the third. A high school student is live streaming the entire process, ensuring absolute authenticity. Su Jingming was taken aback. 100 papers. How relentless. This individual must excel in the college entrance examination. As Su Jingming explored one live stream after another, 90% of them discussed Liu Hai. At this moment, Liu Hai had become a national hero for the citizens of Xia Nation. After all, nations worldwide were vying for the top global position, and with a citizen of Xia Nation achieving it, there was an immense sense of pride and exhilaration. Jingming, are you watching the live stream? Li Miao Miao approached and sat on the sofa. I saw your gaming status earlier. You were still challenging the Starry Sky Tower, failing repeatedly. Perhaps it's time to take a break. Su Jingming replied, "Your master is truly remarkable. The entire internet is in a frenzy." After all, in the virtual world game Life Evolution, people from all around the globe are participating. In the past, which sport could boast such fervent dedication from so many participants? Su Jingming remarked, "Naturally, the global #1 status of my master incites even greater excitement. I suspect that citizens from the White Eagle Federation, Rome, Rus, and other nations are holding their breath, feeling quite unsettled. Haha, I have just logged off and have already perused the discussions among foreign netizens. Although I hold great admiration for Liu Hai, I must admit I feel somewhat discontented. Li Miao Miao chuckled, acknowledging that every nation has its own legendary fighters. It has been 5 hours, yet remarkably, no one else has surpassed the 3rd level of the Starry Tower. Su Jingming sighed, reflecting on how his master is exceedingly ahead of others worldwide. Jingming, your master is indeed formidable, Li Miao Miao encouraged. However, I believe that you will surpass him in the future. After all, he has trained for nearly 50 years longer than you. Well, my dear wife says, I shall strive to achieve, Su Jingming declared, clenching his fist. Li Miao Miao beamed with joy, her eyes narrowing in delight. The couple engaged in conversation while observing various live streams. Suddenly, Li Miao Miao noticed a live stream that had changed its title and exclaimed, Jingming. It seems the 2nd place in the world has appeared. Has it finally emerged? Su Jingming felt a jolt of excitement. Who could it be? The two promptly made their way to the task space and arrived before the Starry Tower, gazing up at the immense leaderboard. The colossal board now displayed 2 lines of text. World's first, Liu Hai Xia Country. World's second, Tiger Forsen, White Eagle Federation. Chapter 39. Is this fair? Could it really be him? Su Jingming pondered, astonished that the world's 2nd place was from the boxing realm. Li Miao Miao invites you to her personal space. Upon receiving the notification, Su Jingming gently tapped to accept the invitation. On the beach, Li Miao Miao sat on a lounge chair, sipping her drink while examining the profile of Tiger Forsen. Miao Miao, Su Jingming approached, listening to the sound of the waves and inhaling the fresh sea air. He reclined on a nearby lounge chair and began to enjoy some watermelon. Jingming, the information on this Tiger Forsen seems rather chaotic, Li Miao Miao remarked, scrutinizing the various championship titles in boxing. It's quite normal not to understand. The distinctions between boxing and martial arts are substantial, Su Jingming replied with a smile. In the World Martial Arts Competition, there are no age, gender, or weight divisions. Combat occurs with weapons, making the prestige of achieving 1st or 2nd place exceedingly high, along with substantial prize money and appearance fees. However, boxing is categorized into numerous weight classes such as heavyweight, cruiserweight, light heavyweight, and so forth, divided among 4 major professional boxing organizations. Consequently, there are many champions, yet many remain obscure, earning meager fees while often needing to hold other jobs to sustain themselves. Is the income really that low? Li Miao Miao queried, perplexed. Of course, some do earn quite well, Su Jingming responded. For instance, unifying the 4 major organizations' championship belts means being utterly invincible in one weight class. Ascending a weight class and remaining invincible again leads to growing fame and becoming the most dazzling champion of an era, with appearance fees reaching billions being quite normal. Where does Tiger Forsen rank among the many champions throughout history? There may be much debate, but he is undoubtedly the greatest heavyweight champion, Su Jingming asserted. Li Miao Miao continued to examine the profile, stating, he turned professional at 18, claimed the heavyweight world champion title at 20, and retired at 28, having only lost 1 match. Winning all others? At the age of 28, he felt invincible in the boxing arena, retiring to return home and care for his children. Later, he established a boxing gym to teach disciples, yet his efforts in mentoring were met with failure, as none of his students excelled. Su Jingming remarked that in a fit of anger, he made a comeback at 43, competing vigorously for another decade, astonishingly achieving an impeccable record of victories, 10 years without a single defeat. Can one envision a 53-year-old veteran reigning supreme in the heavyweight boxing scene? With a professional career tally of 92 fights, 91 wins, and merely 1 loss, his statistics are indeed formidable, boasting what is deemed the most fearsome punches in heavyweight history. Upon retiring at 53, even the younger generation dared not engage him in a direct exchange of blows. I have heard of a champion with an undefeated career, Li Miao Miao remarked. Indeed, Su Jingming responded, but one must consider the actual dominance. Some champions, while undefeated, have only faced obscure opponents, diminishing their accomplishments. Take my senior brother, Tai Lianyun, for instance. Despite achieving the world #1 title thrice, he pales in comparison to the 3 kings of the martial arts realm. Why? Because the opponents he defeated lacked sufficient strength. Champions must conquer formidable adversaries to truly validate their prowess. This elder champion, having initially retired invincible, continued his remarkable streak of victories in his later years, asserting his dominance even in the most brutal heavyweight category. Su Jingming articulated that his standing in the boxing realm is exceedingly high. What astonished me further was that this elder champion, upon wielding weapons, managed to ascend the 3rd level of the Star Tower in a mere 7 to 8 days, securing the 2nd position globally. Su Jingming expressed admiration. noting that even within various martial arts disciplines worldwide, few anticipated this elder champion's rise to such heights. What are the three kings of the martial arts realm? Are they not formidable? Li Miaomio inquired. One can only surmise that, on a global scale, there are indeed stronger contenders, Su Jingming replied. As time passed, the task space opened, and the Star Tower had been accessible for 38 minutes when Lu Hai from the Summer Nation conquered the third level. Over 5 hours later, Tage Mason from the White Eagle Federation also scaled the third level. Yet, 3 days had elapsed, and the leaderboard remained unchanged with only these two names. Within the virtual world, in Lu Hai's personal space, 5 high-ranking officials from the Summer Nation gathered to pay their respects to him, 4 men and 1 woman. Lu Hai's coach. A refined middle-aged man smiled. It has been many years since we last met. Old leaders, please take a seat. Lu Hai responded courteously. Haha. I am a few years older than Lu Hai, and now, looking at us, we both appear more youthful, the refined man chuckled, with his 4 companions nodding in agreement. Given the significant advancements in human longevity, reaching ages of 160 to 200 years, individuals in their 80s and 90s are considered to be in their prime. Lu Hai's coach. The evolution of life is a vital progression for human civilization, one that the nation places immense emphasis on. Establishing the Bureau of Life Evolution specifically to oversee all matters concerning the evolution of people's lives, the refined man stated. The virtual world games are also managed by the Bureau of Life Evolution. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai immediately grasped the immense authority of this previously undisclosed department. In today's society, the virtual world profoundly impacts people's lives, rendering the evolution of life exceedingly significant, all under the jurisdiction of this Bureau of Life Evolution. Allow me to introduce you to this esteemed individual. This is Director Zhou, our bureau chief, the refined man introduced, gesturing to an elderly figure seated in the center. Director Zhou. Lu Hai felt somewhat constrained in the presence of this esteemed leader. This venerable elder had held a prominent position during Lu Hai's youth. Haha, chuckled Director Zhou. I have long since retired to enjoy my twilight years, never anticipating encountering matters of life evolution. To survive, I became one of the early experimental participants. And by a stroke of fortune, I have managed to endure until today. Over these years, I have been responsible for numerous experiments related to life, evolution, and virtual worlds. Lu Hai listened attentively. Director Zhou presided over the gathering, while the 4 of us assisted in sharing the burden. The refined middle-aged man continued. This is Vice Director Wang Shuqi, this is Vice Director Liang Qian, and this is Vice Director Zhang Tongfang. The 3 vice directors smiled warmly. And the female vice director remarked, Coach Lu Hai, you have brought great honor to our nation, and all citizens of Xiagua feel a surge of pride. Since you became the world's #1, 3 days have passed, yet only 2 individuals have successfully navigated past the 3rd level of the Starry Tower. Although the Starry Tower is merely a personal task within the virtual realm, it serves as a testament to your capabilities. Practical experience has demonstrated that you are at the forefront of the life evolution process. Truly impressive. The Bureau takes pride in your achievements. Another vice director gave a thumbs up. I have merely practiced for several decades more, Lu Hai humbly replied. Director Zhou smiled and said, Coach Lu Hai, our purpose today is twofold. First, we seek your insights regarding our Life Evolution Bureau, which is still in its nascent stages and faces numerous experiential shortcomings. Second, we wish to inquire about what assistance you might require. After all, as the world's foremost individual, we naturally wish to nurture your potential. Good steel should be used where it is most needed. Speak boldly, the refined middle-aged man added. Then I shall speak boldly. Lu Hai pondered for a moment before articulating. I feel somewhat ashamed to have attained the title of world champion. Although the 5 leaders appeared puzzled, they listened calmly. Achieving the global #1 position is partly due to my own experiences. Yet it is also a result of the support I received from the nation on the very first day the virtual world opened. Lu Hai stated, with access to resources, my growth has undoubtedly outpaced those who have had to rely solely on their own efforts. In just 7 days, my strength has significantly surpassed what it was on the first day of the virtual realm. Thus, when the Starry Tower opened, I easily surpassed the 3rd level. However, I had external assistance. Lu Hai emphasized, only 20 individuals nationwide received such support, while over 1 billion others must forge their own paths. You need not feel ashamed. The refined middle-aged man responded. There are indeed 20 individuals prioritized for cultivation domestically, and every nation worldwide nurtures its own elite. To my knowledge, approximately 80 individuals globally have received such support. Yet, since the opening of the Starry Tower, only 2 have successfully progressed beyond the 3rd level, you and that renowned boxing champion from the White Eagle Federation. Support is merely an external force. Its effects manifest gradually over time. The fact that you both have achieved such prowess at an early stage speaks to the strength of your foundations. The refined middle-aged man remarked. Lu Hai nodded. Among the 20 individuals cultivated in our country, I have chosen to focus on the fifth-order shield and blade technique, which requires me to learn gradually. Over time, I will acquire more knowledge and grow stronger. The others receiving support will also experience rapid development. But what of those who do not? One of my disciples, Su Jingming, was the most dazzling figure in the first divine battle on the inaugural day of the virtual world. In that confrontation, he clearly surpassed Gao Chong, Wang Chao, and Dong Su. However, he did not receive the necessary guidance and could only gradually navigate his own path. In contrast, Gao Chong, Wang Qiao, and Dong Su are all martial arts masters who have access to resources, allowing them to progress rapidly. On the first day of the virtual world, Su Jingming was stronger than they were, yet it is likely that within a month, they will all surpass him. Consequently, the majority of the top 20 rankings in Xia country will likely consist of those who have received proper cultivation. Lu Hai remarked, "Is this fair?" The 5 leaders listened in silence. Within just a few days of the game, it became evident that many female competitors and even grassroots players were emerging. Lu Hai continued. However, as those who are cultivated begin to leverage their resources, combined with their foundational advantages, they will advance quickly and overshadow both female competitors and grassroots players. Is this equitable? Chapter 40. The Ember Cup. I have always believed that the cultivation program is unjust to many female competitors and to the much larger population of grassroots players. Lu Hai stated, life evolution should be directed towards the entire populace. If we are to cultivate, it must be the most outstanding and gifted individuals among all citizens of Xia country. Lu Hai looked at the 5 leaders, asserting, I, too, have merely trained for a few decades longer. My temporary lead is insignificant. In terms of talent, there are undoubtedly individuals among the billions in Xia country who are more gifted than I am. From the perspective of utilizing the best resources, it is only logical to invest in those with greater potential. These are my suggestions. Lu Hai added, of course, my vision may not extend far enough. I simply hope to provide the 5 leaders with some reference. The 5 leaders exchanged glances, all smiling. Allow me to clarify, Director Zhou interjected with a smile. The previous focus on cultivating based solely on performance has indeed presented numerous issues. However, we aim to eliminate favoritism and ensure fairness to the utmost extent. As for the claims of unfairness towards female competitors and the broader grassroots players, this is indeed a valid concern. Director Zhou continued, before the era of life evolution, women were physically weaker than men, and the audience for female competitions was smaller, resulting in fewer female professional players. It remains indeterminate who among grassroots players is truly superior. These are the realities we must contend with. The state's cultivation efforts require careful consideration. Director Zhou elaborated, for instance, the 5th level shield and blade technique you selected is derived from the virtual world's mainframe, which, based on your individual shield and blade skills, can simulate the most suitable technique for you at full power for 5 minutes. The virtual world mainframe, discovered on the planet of Ember, is regarded as a treasure throughout the Blue Star Alliance, and operating it at full capacity for 5 minutes requires a significant cost from Xia country. Thus, widespread cultivation is simply infeasible. An elder beside him added, this is a limitation of our conditions. In terms of talent, I believe there are far more individuals among the billion-plus citizens than those on the list who are exceptionally gifted. However, identifying talent among such a vast population requires time. Director Zhou remarked, as for the 20 individuals on the list, they are, in essence, the seeds of potential. Seeds of potential? Lu Hai's thoughts stirred. Your choice of the 5th-tier shield dagger technique and Gao Chong's selection of the 5th-tier gun technique are both derived from the virtual world's host, tailored to your individual combat skills, which are deemed most suitable for you, Director Zhou stated. Throughout your journey of learning and growth, your battle videos will be showcased on the observation platform, allowing countless spectators to witness your prowess. They will glean insights from the techniques of these formidable masters. Lu Hai listened intently. The ordinary populace, even when observing the videos, could hardly compare to those who have undergone training. You are the sparks. The first batch of trained individuals, Director Zhou continued. Based on your subsequent performances, further training opportunities will be available, albeit with a changing roster. Those who excel and demonstrate higher talent will receive more intensive cultivation. Further training? Lu Hai inquired. When will this occur? The refined gentleman smiled. We have scheduled a competition, the Spark Cup, to commence on September 1st, just over a month after the virtual world's opening. Based on the rankings from this national competition, a new group will be selected for cultivation. September 1st, the Spark Cup? Lu Hai remarked. Doesn't that give the previous 20 an overwhelming advantage? They will likely rank at the top of the combat power standings. Those who received resources previously will be excluded from the second batch unless they exhibit extraordinary performance. Individuals like you, Coach Lu Hai, who are now ranked first globally, will naturally receive more substantial support, the gentleman replied with a smile. Among the previous 20, only 2 or 3 may qualify for further cultivation, as the focus will primarily be on new talents. Lu Hai nodded. Do you require any resources yourself? Director Zhou asked. I believe the White Eagle Federation will also place significant emphasis on that old boxing champion. Can we reserve this opportunity for now? Lu Hai replied. I would like to make my requests after the Spark Cup, as I have only trained for 10 days in the virtual world. Very well, we shall temporarily reserve it. Director Zhou acknowledged. I would like to ask for your assistance. Please, Director, Lu Hai responded. I hope you can make your video from the 3rd level of the Star Tower public. I wish for the general public to observe your combat skills, allowing them to learn and grow, Director Zhou expressed. All right, Lu Hai nodded. I will make it public today. I have noticed that you rarely participate in God-tier battles. Director Zhou remarked. In the past 10 days, you have only engaged in 2. I understand that these battles pose little challenge for you. However, participating in 1 each day for a few minutes would be reasonable, allowing other God-tier masters to learn from you. You are the sparks, illuminate more lives. Agreed. Lu Hai replied directly. After all, the request was not too demanding. If he participated in a God-tier battle, he could easily carry the team to victory, concluding it within minutes. By the way, when will the announcement regarding the Spark Cup be made to the 5 leaders? Lu Hai inquired. Today, Director Zhou affirmed. That night, Li Miao Miao lay in Su Jingming's embrace, whispering sweet nothings. Miao Miao, your stamina seems to have improved significantly, Su Jingming teased. This is what we call life evolution. Li Miao Miao shot him a glance, huffing playfully. When I fully evolve, you will truly understand my prowess. Oh, Su Jingming responded, intrigued. Su Jingming obediently responded, declaring that in reality, he would diligently practice the evolution technique, ensuring he would never disappoint his wife. Li Miaomiu resolved not to compete with this man in matters of audacity. Listening to the official live stream from the Summer Nation, she noted that a significant announcement was to be made at midnight. The time is nearly upon us, Li Miaomiao remarked. Su Jingming glanced at the bedside clock. It had already passed midnight. However, he felt no urgency. Learning the news from the official live stream a little later was of no consequence. Already past midnight, Li Miaomiao exclaimed, springing up and crossing over Su Jingming's body to seize the virtual helmet from the vanity. She urged, we must know the important news at once. Don't dawdle. It's not even news from the virtual world's officials. Su Jingming relished the comforting sensation of her warmth, letting out a sigh as he picked up the virtual helmet from the bedside. The two donned their helmets in succession and entered the virtual realm. On the spectating platform, Su Jingming and Li Miaomiao found themselves in the Summer Nation's official live stream, which boasted over 200 million viewers. Given that it was merely an announcement, its allure to the general populace was not exceedingly high. Still, achieving over 200 million viewers was quite impressive. This time, the Summer Nation was hosting the Spark Cup National Tournament, open to all citizens. The host, Lu Xian, elaborated that any team composed of divine-level experts could register. The Spark Cup National Tournament would officially commence on September 1st, running from preliminary rounds to finals over the span of 6 days. During this time, numerous divine teams would clash, with the strong advancing and the weak being eliminated. The official livestream and various media outlets would provide comprehensive coverage. Lu Xian continued. We have confirmed that the world's top player, Lu Hai, will select 4 non-professional players as companions to participate in this Spark Cup National Tournament. Another male host, Jin Fan, chuckled. I am eager to witness Lu Hai's prowess. Will he still secure first place with 4 non-professional players? The virtual world had only been open for 10 days. Yet over 1,000 divine-level experts had already emerged. The Spark Cup National Tournament was still nearly a month away, set for September 1st. And it was anticipated that many more divine experts would arise by then. Lu Xian expressed confidence that the competition would yield even greater variables. Indeed, the current formidable players may be surpassed by the new talents, Jin Fan concurred. Thus, all experts should strive to enhance their strength, preparing to battle the strongest teams nationwide come September 1st. This tournament promised a plethora of skilled competitors and generous prizes. Lu Xian gestured, and a multitude of text appeared beside him, clearly outlining the detailed rules of the Spark Cup National Tournament. Countless viewers scrutinized the information closely, including Su Jingming and Li Miaomiao. The registration period for the Spark Cup National Tournament is from midnight on August 29th to 10 p.m. on August 31st. The tournament will take place from September 1st to September 6th, Registration requirements stipulate that teams must consist of 5 divine-level players. With at least one substitute, the substitute must be of at least the day class level. Prize for the competition, registration details, Chapter 41, Lu Hai's video. Upon entering the main event, participants are guaranteed a reward. Li Miao remarked in astonishment that the champion team would receive a bounty of 500 million Blue Star coins, while the runners-up would be awarded 200 million. The third and fourth places would each garner 100 million. The organization of this competition indeed represents a significant financial commitment. The rewards are undeniably generous, and Su Jingming nodded in agreement. Teams finishing 5th to 8th will receive 30 million each, while those from 9th to 16th will earn 20 million. The 17th to 32nd place teams will receive 10 million. Li Miao expressed her thoughts. After the preliminary elimination, a total of 32 teams advanced to the main event, with a minimum of 6 members per team. At least 192 individuals will share in the prize, ensuring a large turnout motivated solely by the lucrative rewards. Such a grand competition also serves as an unparalleled opportunity for self-improvement. Su Jingming felt a surge of excitement as he envisioned competing against his master Lu Hai, the esteemed senior Lei Yunfeng, and various other formidable experts emerging from across the nation. The mere thought ignited a fervor within him. The more skilled participants, the more thrilling the experience. Su Jingming's anticipation grew. Li Miao then accessed the observation platform, eager to see the various assessments of the competition, when suddenly she exclaimed, "Jingming, your master is live streaming." "Master Dai?" Su Jingming replied casually. "No, it's Master Lu Hai," Li Miao insisted. "Impossible." Su Jingming was incredulous, but upon checking, he discovered a live stream rapidly gaining popularity, ranking second on the entire observation platform, trailing only behind the official stream from the Xia Nation. It was indeed Master Lu Hai's channel. How could he be live streaming? Su Jingming was astonished. His master was known for his aversion to such trivialities. He understood his master's temperament well, an absolute martial arts enthusiast. In his 70s, he dedicated half a year to secluded training, shunning media interviews and live broadcasts, even avoiding family during his retreats. Such a person, live streaming? "Jingming, your master is live streaming, while you have yet to do so even once," Li Miao pointed out. Although some prestigious competitions are publicly broadcasted, those are typically official streams or those of fellow teammates. Su Jingming had indeed never conducted a live stream himself. "My master's nature doesn't seem suited for live broadcasting," he mused as he entered the live stream. In Lu Hai's channel, the viewer count was rapidly climbing, now exceeding 50 million and still rising. After all, over the past 3 days, Lu Hai's popularity had surged, becoming a topic of national discussion. Wow! Su Jingming and Li Miao sat in the stands, observing. What was being played? Su Jingming quickly discerned that it was a video of the battles on the 2nd level of the Starry Sky Tower, with the recording timestamp reading August 1st, 21:05:37. This video was entirely virtual, creating an immersive experience. Lu Hai indeed disliked live streaming, thus, even under pressure from the higher-ups of the Life Evolution Bureau, he chose merely to release the video for the public's reference and learning. The 5 great bears on the 2nd level of the Starry Sky Tower had vanished, leaving only the Bear King. Li Miao watched intently, curious to see how Master Lu Hai would contend with this formidable Bear King, which proved to be quite a challenge. Su Jingming declared that he had fought fiercely and caused the Bear King to bleed to death. In the midst of the battle scene, the enormous Bear King roared fiercely, charging towards Lu Hai, causing the snow beneath to scatter. Lu Hai, a robust figure, stood his ground with a shield in one hand and a knife in the other. As the Bear King approached, Lu Hai stepped forward, his shield intercepting the Bear King's furious lunge with a resounding thud. The Bear King's massive paws struck the shield, yet its bulky body swerved and tumbled aside, crashing into a large tree. "Come again, little bear," Lu Hai taunted, watching the Bear King with keen interest. The Bear King climbed back up and bellowed before charging once more. This time, upon colliding with the shield, it was inexplicably sent tumbling again. Thud, thud, thud. Within half a minute, the Bear King had fallen 3 times, its face bruised and bloodied, and a hint of trepidation flickered in its eyes. After all, its most ferocious attacks posed no threat to the humanoid being before it. How remarkable to redirect force so effectively, Su Jingming observed intently, noting his master's shield techniques had improved beyond what he had learned. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with admiration. He too was practicing shield techniques but found himself lacking in comparison to his master. "I must download this video and study it repeatedly," he thought. As Lu Hai advanced, the Bear King surprisingly took a step back. "Are you afraid?" Lu Hai surged forward, and the Bear King, caught off guard, retreated too late. Lu Hai was already upon it. and with a flash of his knife, he pierced the Bear King's skull, causing its form to dissolve into nothingness. One strike. Is the Bear King gone? Li Miao Miao exclaimed in astonishment. This was the true strength of his master. Su Jingming silently observed when his master sparred with him. He had lowered his physical prowess to match Su Jingming's level. However, after his evolution to a higher tier, his physical capabilities far surpassed Su Jingming's. Augmented by his terrifying combat techniques, allowing him to cleave through even the hard skull of the Bear King with ease. The battle continued as they ascended to the third level of the Starry Sky Tower. Lu Hai, wielding a shield in one hand and a knife in the other, approached a massive tiger that had appeared in the distance. With a roar, the tiger, incensed, leapt towards him. Lu Hai remained calm, observing the tiger's approach. With a ferocious leap, the tiger's claws slashed through the air like razor-sharp blades. Lu Hai merely raised his shield, and the tiger's body twisted, crashing into the nearby vines and grass. Its strength was slightly less than that of the Bear King, though its claw techniques were sharper. Lu Hai stepped forward, and as the tiger struggled to rise from the foliage, a flash of his knife severed its neck, causing the beast to vanish into thin air. After slaying one tiger, more emerged from all directions, dozens of them closing in, among which the Tiger King glared with icy intent. This is becoming interesting. Lu Hai finally acknowledged the seriousness of the situation. One man against a horde of tigers. Armed with a shield, Lu Hai maneuvered through the throng of tigers, each flicker of his knife marking the end of another. After dispatching several tigers, the Tiger King, finally enraged, charged at Lu Hai. Su Jingming recognized its prowess, realizing it far surpassed that of ordinary tigers. After a single clash with the Tiger King, Lu Hai discerned its might and swiftly evaded its strikes, using the other tigers as obstacles to hunt down the weaker ones. The weaker tigers were instead utilized by Lu Hai to obstruct the Tiger King. Although it was an encirclement, those lesser tigers inadvertently became assistants to Master Lu Hai. Li Miao Miao marveled. How peculiar. This is mastery, Su Jingming remarked. Turning enemies into one's pawns. Such is the combat technique that can be acquired upon reaching the state of fluidity akin to water. Now, the master is showcasing it to its fullest. Those ordinary tigers were entirely under Lu Hai's control. However, the master remained cautious. The Tiger King was formidable, and even a moment's negligence could lead to failure. Su Jingming noted that the chaotic battle had persisted for over 10 minutes, and the number of tigers had dwindled to less than 10. With a roar, the Tiger King finally unleashed a furious cry, causing the remaining 8 tigers to retreat. It was now a one-on-one confrontation between the Tiger King and Lu Hai. The clash between them was even more brutal. The Tiger King, remarkably agile and swift, managed to parry the Master's blade techniques. Su Jingming observed that in terms of strength, speed, and agility, the Tiger King surpassed Lu Hai. Yet, Lu Hai's combat skills were far superior. The synergy of shield and blade resembled the yin and yang of Tai Chi, impenetrable in defense and fearsome in attack. Lu Hai chose to forego targeting vital points, instead opting to inflict multiple wounds on the Tiger King, causing it to bleed profusely for over 10 minutes. Only when the Tiger King's strength waned and its agility diminished did Lu Hai land a decisive blow across its neck, slaying the Tiger King. At that moment, the video timestamp read August 1st, 21:38:21. After 38 minutes in the Starry Sky Tower, Master Lu Hai had successfully conquered it. Li Miao Miao exclaimed. He passed it in one go. To ascend to the third level of the Starry Sky Tower, I must undergo comprehensive enhancement. Su Jingming truly realized how far he was from passing the third level. He also downloaded the video, which was invaluable, as the techniques employed by the master with the shield were worth repeated viewings. Following Lu Hai's public display of his triumph in the Starry Sky Tower, 2 hours later, the former boxing champion of the White Eagle Federation, Tiger Forsen, also released his video. Although the virtual world had yet to unify servers across nations, the official livestream of the Summer Kingdom still broadcasted the old championess footage. The old champion wielded dual axes, seamlessly integrating past boxing techniques into a pair of formidable axes. While the battle against the Tiger Pack was fraught with peril, the price of injury was worth the defeat of the Tiger King, which left Su Jingming in awe and admiration. The videos of Lu Hai and Tiger Forsen proliferated globally, leading masters from around the world to repeatedly watch and meticulously study them. Chapter 42. Su Jingming's teammates whoosh. A short spear sliced through the air and at close range. A large bear was caught off guard, pierced in the neck by the spear, vanishing into thin air. The other 4 bears immediately erupted in rage. Having identified the enemy who had thrown the spear, whoosh, 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 one spear after another, as swift as lightning, the figure darted through the forest while continuously launching spears. In less than half a minute, all 12 spears had been thrown, and every last bear lay lifeless. The Bear King roared as it charged out of its cave, revealing a robust man clad in armor, Heng Fong, a former teammate of Su Jingming from the national team. At that moment, he unsheathed a long spear, seamlessly connecting its two segments into a formidable serpent spear. With the spear firmly in hand, Heng Fong fixed his gaze on the Bear King, which had already lunged dangerously close. "Come forth," he boldly declared as he prepared for battle. After a protracted struggle, a somewhat disheveled Heng Fong gazed at the bloodied corpse of the Bear King and smiled. "After more than 3 days since the opening of the Starry Sky Tower, I have finally slain the Bear King on my 9th attempt. Now, I shall venture into the 3rd level." A brief moment later, upon entering the 3rd level, he realized the challenge was exceedingly daunting. Returning to his personal space, Heng Fong gently tapped to contact his dear brother, old Su, diligently training in the martial arts arena. "I see," he chuckled as the image of his friend materialized. "What brings you here, Heng Gongzi?" Su Jingming teased, noting that among their closest companions in the national team, Heng Fong was the most vain. Every morning, he would linger before the mirror, meticulously grooming his hair, even carrying a comb and skincare products on his person. His teammates affectionately dubbed him Heng Gongzi, a title he wore with pride. During their time in the national team, their skills were evenly matched, often collaborating in practice. And they shared a deep bond, residing in the same dormitory along with Yang Qingxua and Zhuang Fu, the latter being somewhat more distanced in their relationship. "You are aware of the Spark Cup national competition, right?" Heng Fong inquired. "Shall we team up for some fun?" "Of course," Su Jingming replied with a grin. "With our combined strength, we are virtually unstoppable. Have you invited the others?" "Not yet. You were the first to come to mind." Heng Fong raised an eyebrow. "We can bring along a Shua, and that makes 3 of us." Su Jingming pondered for a moment and asked, "What do you think of De Xiong?" "De Xiong is a good fellow, and his shield axe technique is quite solid." Heng Fong nodded in agreement. "However, we are lacking an archer. Most of the current elite archers are entrenched within their own circles, and I am not well acquainted with them." "I am also unfamiliar," Su Jingming stated. "There is still time before the competition. We can devise a plan. If it comes to it, we could charge in with 5 warriors." "That works. I trust your judgment." "Old Su," Heng Fong laughed. "Indeed, it is settled then," Su Jingming affirmed. Heng Fong made a gesture of agreement. "I shall seek out a Shua and inform De Xiong," he said before terminating the communication and promptly reaching out to Yang Qingxua, who was honing his skills in the Starry Sky Tower. Upon receiving the call, Yang Qingxua exited the tower. "Su Ge," Yang Qingxua answered. "How about we team up for the Spark Cup competition?" Su Jingming proposed. "Absolutely, I'm in." Yang Qingxua replied with a bright smile. "Who else is on board?" "It's you, me, Heng Gongzi, and De Xiong," Su Jingming informed him. "The archer is still undecided. I believe the 4 of us could take on 5 opponents," Yang Qingxua said cheerfully, pleased to be teaming up with familiar friends. "Don't get too cocky. Our master could easily defeat all 4 of us single-handedly," Su Jingming cautioned, urging for humility and groundedness. "You're right, Su Gu," Yang Qingxua obediently replied. "All right, I'll go find De Xiong now." Su Jingming concluded the call and reached out to De Xiong, Lu Chongyuan, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Bear King on the 2nd level of the Starry Sky Tower. After practicing the giant bear evolution technique, Lu Chongyuan's already imposing physique became even more formidable, now standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 26 centimeters, with his weight significantly increased. Wielding a large shield, Lu resembled a slightly smaller bear. When the Bear King struck with a powerful paw, Lu was sent sprawling despite his shield, yet he quickly rose again, blood staining the corner of his mouth, resolutely enduring the assault. Master Lu Hai's shield techniques were exceptionally skillful. Why did I fall so short? Once more, Lu raised his shield to withstand the Bear King's blows, managing to block 5 of its ferocious strikes. Suddenly, a communication came through. After a glance, Lu temporarily exited the Starry Tower. "Old Su," Lu said with a smile, "are you aware of the nationwide Flameseed Cup competition? How about teaming up with me, Yang Qingxua, and Heng Fong for some fun?" Su Jingming replied. "Among the 4 of us, I suppose my strength is the weakest." Lu chuckled, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. In terms of age, he was the eldest among them. He and Su had once been on the Jiangnan provincial team together. Su was a prodigy, recruited during high school, while Lu had lagged behind in both age and achievements. Despite years of hard work and participation in national team training, he had never been a mainstay. His world ranking peaked at 39, rendering him ineligible for the World Martial Arts Championship. Su, Heng Fong, and Yang Qingxua had all reached the top 8 in world competitions, and all were younger than him. Now that life has evolved, anything is possible. "I've defeated Gao Chong and Wang Qiao," Su remarked. "Do not dwell on past performances." Lu nodded slightly in agreement. All right then, is it settled? Su asked, looking at him. Since you do not mind my presence, I shall join, Lu declared. I will give it my all. Rest assured, Big Bear. I have faith in your abilities, Su assured him. After the communication ended, Lu felt invigorated. His teammates were formidable, and he was determined to work even harder. Initially, he thought his later years would be spent training newcomers at the sports bureau, yet with the advent of the virtual world, he once again raised his shield and axe, embarking on a martial arts journey. Now, with Su Jingming, Hung Fong, and Yang Qingxua, all of whom were talented athletes of the Summer Nation's national team. Willing to team up with him, Lu was filled with fighting spirit. He was determined to exert himself, ensuring he would not hold his teammates back. That evening, Su Jingming dined with Li Miao Miao. You formed a team so quickly? Li exclaimed, surprised. The registration for the competition is at the end of the month. There are still over 20 days left, and everyone's strength will change significantly in this first month of the virtual world. Forming a team is primarily about everyone enjoying themselves and working towards a common goal, Su replied with a smile. Moreover, I have invited my closest brothers. Now that you have 4, you're still one short? Li inquired. We need a sharpshooter, Su responded. With your prowess, I'm sure many would invite you. Haven't you found a sharpshooter? Li asked. Indeed, I have received numerous invitations, all of which I declined, stating that I have already formed a team, Su replied. After all, he was among the top elite experts in the Summer Nation, and many held high hopes for his future. However, none of those who invited me were formidable sharpshooters. Su Jingming shook his head. There are many warriors, but few archers. Indeed, the number of skilled archers is scarce. Among the top 36 experts in the Xia Kingdom, only 3 are archers. Li Miaomiao concurred, noting that elite archers are highly coveted. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. He gently tapped the screen. Suddenly, Su Jingming recognized the man on the other end, a teammate from the national team, though they had limited interaction due to Sun Li being a second-string player. Old Su, I'm here to latch onto your success for the National Fire Seed Cup competition, Sun Li chuckled. Shall we team up? I've been honing my archery skills. Archery? Su Jingming exclaimed in surprise. I thought you were training with dual blades in the national team? I have a natural talent for archery and can pick it up quickly. Let me show you my combat stats. Sun Li eagerly displayed a screenshot of his stats. Archery has reached the 2nd tier. Impressive. Su Jingming praised. What do you think? I can handle close combat with dual blades and ranged combat with a bow. Not too shabby, right? Sun Li remarked. Su Jingming contemplated for a moment. Sun Li had previously been in the 2nd team, while he, Shuo, and Gongzi Hung were in the 1st. Although they weren't particularly close, there were no conflicts either, as they were all teammates. All right. Our team is in need of an archer. You, as our archer, aren't you worried about being assassinated? The other 4 members of our team are myself, Hung Fong, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chongyuan. If you think it's acceptable, shall we finalize this? Upon hearing this, Sun Li expressed mild concern. Lu Chongyuan has competed in the World Martial Arts Championship, right? Isn't he a bit weak? We could find a stronger shield expert. After all, they were acquainted with many national team members. In terms of shield techniques, De Xiong is quite capable. He was just a step away from the World Martial Arts Championship. Su Jingming replied. Moreover, in the virtual world, everyone is embarking on new endeavors, so don't underestimate De Xiong. All right, you're the backbone of the team. I trust your judgment, Sun Li said. Shall we make it official then? Su Jingming inquired. Let us do it, Sun Li affirmed with a nod. Su Jingming, Heng Fong, Yang Qingxua, Lu Chongyuan, and Sun Li established a dedicated battle group. The others were pleased with Sun Li's addition. Despite his archery skills being slightly inferior, he was currently at the 2nd tier and rapidly improving. By early next month, his archery prowess would undoubtedly be more refined. Coupled with Sun Li's formidable combat skills, he would not fear assassins. Chapter 43. 1 month in the virtual world, our bodies do not experience fatigue. For instance, practicing archery. A professional expert in reality might shoot a few hundred arrows in a day. Yet, in the virtual realm, we can fire tens of thousands of arrows continuously without any exhaustion. Furthermore, we can simulate bandits, beasts, and various living targets, even creating scenarios where assassins attack us, allowing for close-range retaliatory shots. With such massive repetition, archery skills naturally improve swiftly. The same principle applies to firearms, sword techniques, or any skill. Practicing tirelessly for thousands of repetitions in the virtual world, coupled with perfect training environments, accelerates improvement significantly. A day in the virtual world can yield growth rates that are dozens of times greater than in reality. In just a month, one can achieve progress comparable to years in reality, and for a genius, it is sufficient to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. The virtual realm presents an opportunity to transform our destinies. In this digital domain, there are no injuries, no fatigue. If one does not strive now, when will one strive? Do you wish to enhance your income? Transform your fate? Seize this rare opportunity within the virtual world. One must be resolute in their self-discipline. Practice diligently, for one cannot practice to the point of demise. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening, and I, alongside Oldley, shall begin our sword training. Starting with 1,000 thrusts. On the observation platform, numerous motivational streamers are fervently shouting, while some streamers broadcast their training sessions in real time. Many individuals are in their training arenas, watching the live streams in small windows, while simultaneously practicing their swordsmanship. Director Zhou, we are comprehensively guiding the populace in martial arts. And geniuses are beginning to emerge from the grassroots level. Director Zhou observes the multitude of live streams, while a secretary reports the situation. With a population exceeding 1 billion, the emergence of some prodigies is entirely natural. Director Zhou remarks that you must all work even harder. This is a pivotal process for human civilization, and our nation must seize this opportunity. The White Eagle Federation, the Roman Nation, and the Cherry Blossom Nation, among others, will also expedite the guidance of their citizens. Yes, the secretary replies respectfully. The major corporate groups have also entered the virtual realm, forming teams to prepare for the National Spark Cup competition. This is indeed a positive development. Director Zhou states, as it will intensify the competition. The secretary nods and subsequently withdraws. Director Zhou gazes out the window. The night is pitch black, and there is not a glimmer of light, only the faint sounds of the waves crashing against the shore. Where will humanity's fate lead us? As Director Zhou contemplates the darkness outside, the future remains obscured, and all we can grasp is the present moment. As days pass, it has now been a month since the virtual world opened. On the evening of August 25th, Su Jingming sits on the sofa in the living room, watching the live stream of Wang Xinggu. Dear family, as of 9 p.m. tonight, the virtual world has officially been open for a month. Wang Xinggu, adorned with an adorable rabbit mask and possessing a charming voice, was a professional host in reality before becoming a prominent streamer. And she remains a highly popular figure in the virtual realm. She has prepared the latest version of the Summer Kingdom Master Ranking, which includes 100 extraordinary masters. Wang Xinggu states that these 100 masters are divided into 4 tiers. The first tier consists of Lu Hai, Lei Yunfeng, and Zhou Yi. The members of the first tier possess unparalleled strength. Any other master from the Summer Kingdom would meet only death before these 3. Their profiles are well known to all, and the ranking includes extensive information. The second tier comprises Zhang Qing, Xiong Tianshan, Tai Lianyun, Feng Baiyu, Zhuang Ziyu, Wang Xiao, Yang Yu, Yu Cheng, Wang Yizheng Bailong, Hua Qingshan, and Chang Qingpeng, 12 individuals in total. The members of the second tier have developed their unique and perfect techniques, allowing them to easily defeat the masters of the third and fourth tiers. The third tier consists of Zhao Fan, Zhang Feng, Gao Chong, Su Jingming, Dong Su, Tengya, Lu Jianfeng, Gu Chong, Heng Fong, and Sun Yuding, totaling 21 individuals. Although the masters in this tier possess some remarkable skills, they remain imperfect, plagued by numerous shortcomings. The fourth tier includes Wu Sai, Wang Qing, Yang Qingshua, Yu Fu, Dai Xiaqing, and Sun Li, amounting to 64 members. The strength of those in the fourth tier is commendable, yet they generally lack signature moves, placing them slightly below the third tier. However, among the current cohort of over 3,600 god-level experts, being ranked within the top 100 signifies the considerable prowess of the fourth tier's elite. Wang Xinggu briefly outlined the rankings before delving into detailed commentary. Su Jingming listened attentively, gaining insights into the present-day god-level experts. Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open, and Li Miao Miao entered the living room, carrying an assortment of freshly harvested vegetables. Jingming, these are some vegetables my parents grew, just picked, she announced, noticing the live broadcast on the screen. Is this the Summer Kingdom's expert rankings? This Wang Xinggu continually disparages Jingming, causing him to fall to the third tier. With a gentle tap on her watch, she abruptly turned off the display. Jingming, don't heed this Wang Xinggu. She is merely a charlatan, and many believe her list is increasingly fabricated. Li Miao Miao took a seat, expressing her views on the vagueness of the current rankings, which had evolved into the notion of 4 distinct tiers. Su Jingming remarked, the categorization into 4 tiers is, in fact, quite fitting. Fitting? Li Miao Miao was taken aback. For instance, those in the second tier include martial arts masters, legendary boxers, and archery prodigies. Over the course of a month in the virtual realm, they have undergone transformations, establishing their own combat systems and developing unique techniques. Compared to them, I still fall short. My shadow-piercing strike has indeed become more refined. Yet possessing merely 2 techniques does not constitute a complete combat system. I genuinely admire their ability to devise such formidable moves and to construct a cohesive system around them. Su Jingming continued. In truth, Gao Chong is also quite formidable. He has developed 3 lethal spear techniques that surpass my own, though his brashness often leads to vulnerabilities. This is why he remains in the 3rd tier, akin to myself. With a mix of humility and reflection, Su Jingming lamented. In the early days of the virtual world, after defeating Gao Chong and Wang Xiao, I believed that my future progress would be exponential. Yet, the reality has proven my naivety. Many have accumulated deeper experience than I, with greater innate talent, crafting their own systematic techniques. My placement in the 3rd tier accurately reflects my true capabilities, and I fully accept that. He acknowledged. In the span of a month within the virtual world, amidst numerous god-level battles, I still find myself lacking. At least I remain among the top 30 in the Summer Kingdom. With effort, I still hold the potential to ascend further. Li Miao Miao intertwined her arm with her boyfriend's, stating, life is inherently filled with ups and downs. Only by enduring the trials of the valleys can one truly appreciate the joy of reaching the peaks. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. With the unwavering support of his girlfriend, he felt a renewed sense of determination. Suddenly, his phone rang. Su Jingming lightly tapped the screen, and a figure emerged before him. It was Sun Li. Hello, Sun Li greeted with a smile. What brings you to call me? Su Jingming replied with a chuckle. Well, it's like this, Sun Li explained. Recently, several large corporations have expressed interest in signing me. For instance, the Jinping Group even visited my hometown to meet me in person. I simply cannot decline. Moreover, I genuinely need to earn some money. You know, after all these years, my income hasn't been substantial. So, I'm sorry, but I must withdraw from the team. Su Jingming fell silent for a moment. Have you spoken to Hong Fong and the others? Please convey my message to them. I have no choice. I need to make a living, Sun Li said before hanging up. Su Jingming remained seated, lost in thought. Just one chapter today. In fact, on the 11th, Tomato had gone on a business trip and had been occupied with meetings, returning home only on the 18th. During the meetings, Tomato had been burning the midnight oil, and today was simply unbearable. Once back, Tomato would return to a regular update schedule. Chapter 44. The last teammate Sun Li sat on his couch, holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling it as he gazed at the crimson hue illuminated by the light. He chuckled lightly. I truly misjudged the situation. I thought that Su Jingming, who ranked 7th in the early days of virtual gaming, was young and full of potential. The Spark Cup competition was bound to be dazzling. Sun Li mused, hoping to ride on the coattails of a promising teammate to reap substantial rewards. Little did he know, it was a false leg to lean on. Now, he is faring worse than I am. At least I've broken into the top 10 archers, though I'm at the tail end. I'm still among the elite archers in Xia country. Sun Li contemplated, realizing that the battlefield was now filled with close combat warriors, making archers a rare commodity. He was far more sought after than Su Jingming. He reflected on how many major corporations were now delving into the virtual world to form specialized teams, which held the most promise for the future. He was proud to have joined the Jinping battle team, led by the formidable Tai Lianyun, with his 3 teammates being of the same caliber as Su Jingming. It was precisely because archers were in such short supply that they sought him out. Sun Li felt invigorated. The captain is Tai Lianyun. He has won 3 world championships in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Nowadays, only the likes of Lu Hai, Lei Yufeng, and Shou Yi dare to claim superiority over him. Buzz. Sun Li glanced at his phone and set down his wine glass before answering the video call. Sun Li, said a silver-haired youth on the other end. Has the money arrived? Yes, I received it, Sun Li replied with a smile. Looking forward to your performance at the Spark Cup competition, the silver-haired youth remarked. This is our Jinping Group's first foray into the gaming industry, and as an archer, you are a crucial part of the team. Sun Li nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Tian, my 4 teammates are exceptionally strong, and I am confident that our collaboration will yield impressive results. Mr. Tian nodded. However, I must remind you of one thing. Our team is still vying for Wang Yi. If she agrees to join the Jinping battle team, you will have to settle for a substitute role. But do not worry, you will not lose a single cent. Mr. Tian, I understand, Sun Li chuckled. If the formidable Wang Yi comes aboard, I will willingly take the role of a substitute. I am quite aware of the gap between us. The silver-haired youth nodded. All right, prepare yourself. The training match will commence in an hour. Understood, Sun Li replied with a smile. However, after hanging up the phone, Sun Li's expression darkened slightly as he scoffed. The formidable Wang Yi? She became a legendary archer on the very first day of the virtual world's opening, and now she is even more terrifying. Currently, the unparalleled archer is Zhou Yi, and right after him are Wang Yi and Zhuang Ziyu. Wang Yi is not only a stunning archer, but also a highly popular streamer. I know several major corporate teams vying for her attention. Is it really that easy to compete for her? I truly envy them. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, has established his own team, disdainful of any corporate collaboration, attracting a group of elite players to join him voluntarily. The formidable Wang Yi, the most powerful female archer, garners immense popularity and is pursued by numerous corporations. Zhuang Ziyu is collaborating with the Tianyin Group, which has built its team entirely around him. Sunli lamented that among archers, only the three of them are so remarkably exceptional. There is no alternative. The tier of archers distinctly places these three far above the rest. For a considerable time, the super archers of Xia country have been limited to just three: Zhou Yi, Wang Yi, and Zhuang Ziyu. All three achieved the rank of legendary archer on the very first day of the qualifying matches, and their prowess in archery is already formidable, having long been included in Xia country's key cultivation roster. After an additional month of rigorous training in the virtual realm, their skills have become increasingly extraordinary. In the living room, after receiving Sun Li's call, Su Jingming opened a screen and added Sun Li to his blacklist. Jingming, don't be upset, Li Miao Miao gently remarked. Su Jingming replied, I should have anticipated this. Sun Li joined my team due to the potential I demonstrated. It's not surprising that he has departed now. Li Miao Miao reassured him, do not blame yourself. Sun Li is merely a petty person. How could you fathom the thoughts of someone so small-minded? If he wishes to leave, it's best he does so sooner rather than later. Today is already the 25th. The month's end is approaching. The skilled players have already formed their teams. His departure at this juncture is truly detrimental. Su Jingming nodded. He did this intentionally, even neglecting to bid farewell to our three teammates. After training together for so long, he leaves without a word of apology. Li Miao Miao remarked, such individuals are best avoided in the future. They are not worth your anger. Initially, when our team was formed, everyone signed contracts, which would have bound him from leaving. However, our team was merely based on a verbal agreement, lacking any contractual obligations or salaries, making it difficult to impose restrictions. Su Jingming stated, since our hearts are not aligned, it's better that he departs. Li Miao Miao agreed. What we urgently need now is a final teammate. At the beginning of the month, many were willing to team up with you, but now, those aspiring for the Huazhong Cup have likely already formed their teams. Where can we find someone now? We should seek out another archer. Let us take our time to figure it out. I will go find a Shua and inform them of the situation. Su Jingming stood and walked towards the bedroom. Li Miao Miao observed this and opened her work group. Sister Kong, Xiao Zhang, please quickly gather all available information on archers. Have they joined any teams? Is there a possibility of extending an invitation? Received. Acknowledged. The two assistants immediately set off to collect intelligence. In the virtual world, within one's personal space, suddenly summoned. What could it be? Hung Fong reclined comfortably on the sofa, holding grapes and gazing out at the breathtaking view of the snow-capped mountains and glacial lakes. Where's Sun Li? Lu Chongyuan and Yang Qingshua sat nearby, casually munching away. Their camaraderie was inherently relaxed. Su Jingming interjected, he has withdrawn from the team. Hung Fong, Lu Chongyuan, and Yang Qingshua were momentarily taken aback. Surely, this must be a jest? Lu Chongyuan, incredulous, noted that today was the 25th. Registration was just 3 days away. And he had decided to leave? How many times had they trained together in harmony? Su Jingming shared a video call he had saved. You should see for yourselves. In the video, Sun Li abruptly stated, please relay this for me. I have my own obligations to attend to, before hanging up. Such a man. His words are as fleeting as the wind. Hung Fong's brow furrowed with frustration. If he intended to leave, could he not have informed them sooner? Even Yang Qingshua, with his generally good temper, felt a twinge of annoyance. The virtual world has only been open for a month, and we have trained together for 20 days. To withdraw now is a waste of our efforts. We were his practice partners. Lu Chongyuan added angrily. His archery skills have improved greatly, but now he suddenly departs. Does he not owe us a word of explanation? Hung Fong fumed. With the competition approaching, he leaves without so much as an apology. Truly, he is ungrateful. Su Jingming remarked, our immediate concern is to find a final teammate. Securing a skilled archer now is exceedingly difficult. Lu Chongyuan shook his head. With registration so imminent, how can we find an archer at this late stage? Hung Fong sighed. Among the top 100 elite archers ranked by Wang Xiangu, only 10 are renowned archers. The strongest is Zhou Yi, followed by Zhuang Ziyu and Wang Yi. The third tier has 2, while the fourth comprises 5. To my knowledge, the only unconfirmed teammates are Wang Yi from the second tier and Fang Sheng from the fourth. Hung Fong continued. Fang Sheng has received numerous invitations from various teams. while Wang Yi is in high demand. The T-Online Group previously offered a staggering 100 million in signing bonuses to recruit her, yet she did not budge. Several prominent corporations are vying for her attention. Everyone recognized the significance of the virtual realm. Wang Yi, the most formidable female archer, commanded considerable popularity, which these large firms coveted. They seek popularity, Yang Qingxuan noted. Without financial leverage, our chances of enticing Wang Yi or Fang Sheng are slim, Lu Chongyuan concluded. Su Ge, aren't you acquainted with Wang Yi? Yang Qingxuan inquired. Merely a few encounters in combat. We lack a deep connection, Su Jingming replied, shaking his head. Let us devise a plan. If we truly cannot find an archer, we may need to recruit another warrior. 5 warriors can still charge forth. A skilled archer would elevate our team significantly, Hung Fang asserted. If we cannot secure even one of the top 10 archers, then inviting a lesser archer would hold little value. Let us divide and strategize. We shall reconvene in 3 days. The registration deadline is the evening of the 31st. Su Jingming stated. Agreed, let us strategize separately. The 4 then dispersed for the time being. Boss, here are the profiles of all the renowned archers we have gathered, totaling 27. Among them, the 10 most famous archers stand out, while the subsequent 17 possess skills closely rivaling those of Sun Li, though they fall short in close combat. Sister Kong remarked. Li Miao Miao gazed at the documents before her, her attention fixated on a name. Wang Yi? Wang Yi is the second best archer, just behind Zhou Yi. In the rankings established by Wang Xinggu, she also belongs to the second tier. Sister Kong continued. Within this tier, only Wang Yi and Zhuang Ziyu are notable archers. Another beauty, she enjoys immense popularity, and many large corporations are vying for her attention. Have we met Wang Yi before? Li Miao Miao inquired. It was Dai Xiaoqing who brought Wang Yi. She is actually a fan of yours and adores your songs, Xiaoxing mentioned. Xiaoqing and Wang Yi are close friends. Li Miao Miao pondered for a moment, asking them to leave, as she wished to have a word with Xiaoqing. All right, Sister Kong, Xiaozong replied as they departed. Li Miao Miao promptly invited Dai Xiaoqing in. Soon, a tall and poised young woman entered Li Miao Miao's personal space. Sister-in-law, what do you need me for? Dai Xiaoqing smiled. Being the daughter of Dai Tongda and a junior of Su Jingming. Chapter 45, The Ultimate Bottleneck. Here is the situation, Li Miao Miao recounted. Your senior brothers are currently in need of a teammate. Is Sun Li really that petty? Dai Xiaoqing exclaimed in indignation. They have trained together for 20 days in the virtual world. To suddenly withdraw? Couldn't they wait until after the Spark Cup competition to recruit another team? What can we do? Li Miao Miao shook her head. Your senior brothers now wish to find an archer as a teammate. If that fails, they will have to settle for another warrior. It would then be 5 warriors charging into the competition. Yet, an archer is essential. Having an enemy archer lurking in the shadows limits their close combat abilities to merely 70%, leaving no room for error. Dai Xiaoqing contemplated. Are you inquiring about Sister Wang Yi's situation? I heard she hasn't settled on a team yet. Li Miao Miao said. Do you know what her thoughts are? Why is she yet to finalize a team? As for Sister Wang Yi, Dai Xiaoqing mused. You know she is a 3-time Olympic archery champion, and currently, she ranks among the top 3 streamers on the observation platform. Her income from donations alone is substantial. She is certainly not lacking in funds. Li Miao Miao listened intently. Understanding Wang Yi's mindset was crucial for deciding how to extend an invitation. Sister Wang Yi still harbors aspirations for her dreams, Dai Xiaoqing stated. She has always sought to master the art of archery. I often spar with her, being an assassin. I hone my own skills while she focuses on her close-range archery techniques. She is truly passionate about perfecting her craft. Your senior brother is the same. Li Miao Miao glanced at her friend's situation. Look at him. He has gone to the Starry Tower to practice diligently again, unwilling even to live stream. Sister Wang Yi, on the other hand, enjoys live streaming. Dai Xiaoqing laughed. Sister Wang Yi has mentioned that when live streaming, under the spotlight of many, her focus intensifies, and her performance improves remarkably. She is indifferent to money, pursuing the pinnacle of archery instead. Li Miao Miao pondered. Why had she not formed a battle team? Perhaps she had yet to find suitable companions. Dai Xiaoqing remarked. I am not entirely certain of her thoughts, but I shall clarify her intentions. Once I ascertain them, I will inform you immediately. Thank you, Xiaoqing, Li Miao Miao replied. Your affairs with your senior brother are my affairs as well. You can trust me to handle it. Dai Xiaoqing chuckled. I will seek out Sister Wang Yi for some sparring right away. On the 3rd level of the Starry Sky Tower, amidst the tropical rainforest, Su Jingming engaged in combat with a pack of tigers as he had done countless times before. 6 large tigers besieged him. Su Jingming's movements had become increasingly agile and his marksmanship swifter, and his defensive techniques had improved significantly. Yet, in the face of the 6 tigers, he still found himself in a precarious situation. At the moment his form shifted, he thrust his spear backward with lightning speed, piercing the neck of one tiger. Then swiftly withdrew his weapon to evade another's pounce. The tiger, now with a gaping wound in its neck, dissipated into nothingness. After vanquishing one tiger, 3 more, even larger, approached from a distance. Su Jingming fought with all his might. After a prolonged struggle, a momentary lapse in concentration allowed a tiger's claw to graze his back. In total, he had dispatched 6 tigers, none of which warranted the Tiger King's intervention. Su Jingming's form transformed into an illusion and vanished from the 3rd level of the Starry Sky Tower. At the base of the Starry Sky Tower, Su Jingming appeared, gazing upward at the colossal leaderboard in the night sky. The immense board displayed only 6 names. The virtual world had been open for a month, and across the globe, only 6 individuals graced the list. Su Jingming reflected, the 3rd level of the Starry Sky Tower is indeed exceedingly challenging. It is no wonder the Blue Star Alliance has no time limit. The top 100 receive rewards. Observing those 6 names filled Su Jingming with longing. 1. Global First, Lu Hai, Xia Nation. 2. Global Second, Tiger Fusen, White Eagle Federation. 3. Global Third, Alan Imi Lienko, Rus Nation. 4. Global Fourth, Tiana Sheila, Baoana. 5. Global Fifth, Lei Yufeng, Xian Nation. 6. Global Sixth, Kuashing Myers, White Eagle Federation. Among them, the eldest was his master, Lu Hai, at 74 years of age. Su Jingming noted that aside from Tiana, the other 5 were all over 40, having long since achieved fame and success. Only Tiana Sheila, at a mere 20 years old, had not yet entered the realm of professional combat. Su Jingming recalled having seen numerous reports about him. Since ascending the Starry Sky leaderboard, Tiana had become a celebrity, featured in various interviews that circulated widely within Xian Nation. Born in the small African nation of Baoana, Tiana was discovered for his boxing talent at 18. Subsequently recruited by the White Eagle Federation. After a year of training, he was recognized for his superior aptitude in mixed martial arts and shifted to that discipline. Before he could make his official debut, the virtual world opened. This prodigious fighter shone brilliantly in the virtual realm, demonstrating an astonishing rate of growth. At just 20, he had conquered the 3rd level of the Starry Sky Tower, securing the 4th position globally. Su Jingming sighed, while the other 5 were older. This remarkable genius was merely 20, lacking any professional combat experience, and yet here he was, at the age of 29, with a wealth of experience in numerous competitions. Su Jingming found himself overshadowed by a rival who had already achieved the impressive rank of 4th in the world. This realization struck him with the profound understanding that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Indeed, the world is replete with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. His master had often stated that to advance through the 3rd tier, one must attain a high level in genetic evolution and combat techniques. Specifically reaching the 3rd tier and subsequently developing a unique combat system through rigorous training. With a gentle touch, Su Jingming accessed his personal combat strength panel, genetic evolution method, heavenly python evolution, intermediate 99, training time, 703 days, cannot be upgraded, body, 135 skills, marksmanship, 2nd tier 99. Footwork, 2nd tier 93, shield techniques, 2nd tier 99, base combat power, 2025 practical combat bonus, 26 total combat power, 2551. He reflected quietly, noting that his evolution method was stuck at intermediate 99, with both marksmanship and shield techniques also halted at 2nd tier 99. This stagnation had persisted for over a week. From his understanding, only a few, including his master Lu Hai, Lei Yufeng, and Shouyi, had reached the 3rd tier in combat techniques domestically, while most remained at the 2nd tier. According to the rankings established by Wang Xinggu, both the 2nd and 3rd tiers have reached the limits of 2nd tier combat skills. Even those who have not attained 2nd tier 99 often hover around 2nd tier 90. The strength of the 2nd tier lies in their systematic mastery of unique skills, which allows them to suppress the rising talents behind them. Many individuals are trapped at their respective bottlenecks, and globally, the number of those stalling at the 2nd tier limit is even greater. Su Jingming mused that, taking the world into account, the transition from the 2nd tier limit to the 3rd tier is exceedingly challenging. He had inquired with his master, who had reiterated that achieving the 3rd tier is essential for the genetic evolution method to have a chance at breaking through to higher levels. Su Jingming found himself troubled by this stagnation, watching as those weaker than him began to catch up, while he felt powerless to advance. His body flowed like water, his spirit interwoven with every part of his being. With a mere thought, his techniques would manifest. Yet, why can I not achieve this? He pondered. This bottleneck ensnared not only Su Jingming but many of the world's elite warriors. Only by breaking through this limitation could one truly embrace boundless horizons and earn a rightful place among the global elite. Chapter 46. The current Qingzaheo Jingming. A sudden transmission from Li Miao broke his reverie. Miao, what is it? Su Jingming's demeanor softened in the presence of his girlfriend. Let us team up with the four of us beautiful ladies, a group of 5. Li Miao exclaimed. Don't worry, Xiaoqing will be with us. It won't be too taxing on you. I'm coming, Su Jingming replied with a smile. He sensed Miao's concern for him, likely aware of his current mood and hoping to lift his spirits through a competitive match. With a swift motion, he accepted Li Miao's invitation and was transported into the battle arena, where he encountered his 4 female teammates, Li Miao, Sister Kong, Xiaozong, and Dai Xiaoqing. Senior brother. Dai Xiaoqing expressed her admiration. Even as a child, Su Jingming had been renowned as a prodigious talent. By the time she entered school and reached her adolescent years, he had already risen to prominence in the global martial arts competitions, establishing himself as one of the world's top practitioners. Xiaoqing. Su Jingming smiled and nodded. Impressive. I noticed that Wang Xinggu has ranked you among the top martial artists, albeit at the bottom. Dai Xiaoqing humbly replied, it's merely a modest position. From a young age, her father, Dai Tongda, had trained her in martial arts, and she possessed considerable talent. By the age of 7, Dai Xiaoqing could make teenagers weep in defeat. Eventually, she became a professional female martial artist, perhaps due to her upbringing in a single-parent household or the rigorous training she endured from an early age. Dai Xiaoqing was exceptionally hard on herself and resilient. In this era of virtual worlds, she had never allowed herself to slack off. Wang Xinggu's recognition of her among the top 100 in Xia country speaks volumes about her dedication. Being in the top 100 in Xia country is truly remarkable. Su Jingming remarked. Perhaps one day, you may surpass me, senior brother. Dai Xiaoqing immediately countered. I still have a long way to go compared to you. Enough chit-chat. Let us hurry up and cue for battle, Li Miao urged, as she and Sister Kong, along with Xiaozong, had already indicated their readiness. Su Jingming and Dai Xiaoqing followed suit. The virtual system began to sort them, with Li Miao and Sister Kong at the daylight level, Xiaozong at the silver moon level, and the 2 of them at the divine level. This team held great promise. Su Jingming chuckled. The invitation to form a team can only include teammates within one major level of difference. Currently, Li Miao was at daylight level 8 stars, allowing her to invite the divine level Su Jingming and Dai Xiaoqing, as well as the silver moon level Xiaozong. Success. The queue is complete. The countdown to battle begins. Let us start. Su Jingming and Dai Xiaoqing felt relaxed, knowing they could easily support the 3 novices. Everyone, focus. I'm going live now, Li Miao announced. Rest assured. Su Jingming, Dai Xiaoqing, Sister Kong, and Xiaozong all appeared noticeably more serious. After all, with countless fans watching, maintaining a good image was essential. Li Miao already had a substantial fan base, and her frequent collaborations with Su Jingming during live streams had attracted even more followers. Although Su Jingming himself did not stream, his girlfriend's broadcasts provided fans with the perfect opportunity to watch him. In the virtual world, Qingzaheo's personal space resembled a magnificent celestial abode perched among the clouds. Boss, the financing has been successful. We now have 3 billion in cash, Zhou Feng said, brimming with excitement. Qingzaheo sat back, savoring a celestial brew while admiring the stunning scenery of his estate, and replied leisurely, stay calm. The virtual world is humanity's greatest economic explosion point. My 3 companies are collectively valued at several billion. By merging these companies, we gain a first-mover advantage. I am willing to invest heavily within the realm of live streaming. We are undoubtedly among the top 10 in the country. 30 billion in financing is just the beginning. Isn't the pressure of the bet a bit overwhelming? Zhou Feng inquired. What if we fail? What do you know? Qingzaheo shot him a glance. In one's lifetime, how many monumental opportunities does one encounter? The virtual world is the greatest opportunity one have ever faced. When opportunity arises, one must act decisively. Now is the time to invest, to sign more and more streamers, to capture an ever-expanding market. You must believe in the influence of the virtual world. Qingzaheo stood, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Mark my words, our company's valuation will continue to soar, reaching hundreds of billions or even trillions. We possess a vast number of live streaming rooms and a multitude of streamers. To possess a substantial influx of traffic is to transmute that flow into revenue. Look, even my brother, who is exceedingly prudent, is contemplating an investment. Qingzaheo scoffed, recalling how he ignored me during my times of adversity. Now, he wishes to invest but only values my company at 50 billion. Let him dream on. Boss, your brother does not require you to gamble, Zhou Feng remarked. A valuation of 50 billion is nothing short of extortion. Qingzaheo retorted, emphasizing the necessity of prudently managing my shares. Otherwise, How could I proceed with the next round of financing? Rest assured, the virtual realm has only just opened its doors for a month, and it is the hottest sector. Our company will expand exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. Before long, you shall realize that the previously stipulated performance requirements for the gamble are trivial. Indeed, the boss speaks the truth, Zhou Feng conceded, offering flattery. Begone. Cheng Zihao waved his hand, and Zhou Feng dissipated. Cheng Zihao sat back, savoring the celestial brew, and could not help but curse. The officials of the virtual world truly know how to profit, aside from the initial gift of wooden cabins and clothing. Everything else, be it attire or sustenance, comes at a price. Even a slice of watermelon or a cup of tea costs money, though the prices are significantly lower than in reality. They are mere virtual data, with almost no actual cost. For instance, this jug of celestial brew? A staggering 100,000. Is it truly so ruthless to overcharge? He took another sip, feeling euphoric, acknowledging that this drink surpassed any earthly beverage in delight. Residing in the celestial abode, enjoying the divine liquor, Cheng Zihao opened the observation platform to study the market's dynamics. He devoted over 5 hours daily to browsing, immersing himself in the fluctuating landscape of live broadcast markets. Has Li Miao Miao started another stream? Cheng Zihao noticed the live broadcast room. He had always kept an eye on her. Within the stream, a battle unfolded. Li Miao Miao was accompanied by 1 man and 4 women, with Su Jingming clad in modern athletic wear, wielding a spear, always at her side. Together, they vanquished their foes. 1 enemy? They attacked together. 3 enemies? They still fought side by side. With Su Jingming's assistance, Li Miao Miao wreaked havoc, continuously claiming victories. Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao? They seem to be enjoying life, Cheng Zihao observed, feeling a twinge of discontent as the joy of recent financing success waned. He yearned to see the woman he desired in a state of despair, crying out for him. Su Jingming's prowess had plummeted to the 3rd tier. He was clearly struggling. Cheng Zihao muttered softly, feeling vexed and dissatisfied. He gently clicked to invite his friend Zheng Bailong. With a flourish, Zheng Bailong appeared within the celestial abode. Boss, what brings you to seek me so suddenly? He inquired with a smile. Dragon brother, I need your assistance. Cheng Zihao gestured towards Li Miao Miao's live stream. There are some past grievances with Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao. I find them intolerable. I have no grand demands. I simply wish to trample their pride in the virtual combat. Zheng Bailong glanced at the live stream, assessing the 5 participants. Only Su Jingming and Dai Xiaoqing possess any divine skill. The other 3 are merely novices. Fear not, it will be effortless to subdue them. Do you want me to help incapacitate them so that the boss can collect their heads? That would be splendid, Cheng Zihao mused, feeling a surge of excitement. They have formed a team of 5. We must also assemble a team of 5 to ensure a higher probability of matching their average combat strength. Zheng Bailong contemplated. We can wait for them to finish 1 match, and when they are ready for the next, we shall also be prepared. All right, you take charge, Cheng Zihao replied. Zheng Bailong promptly called out in the team group chat, Tengya, Old Lei, come assist the boss in a couple of matches. Sure thing, we're on our way. They responded. The Bailong team was backed by Cheng Zihao's company, and it was quite routine for them to accompany the boss in a few matches, occasionally toying with weaker opponents. Chapter 47, Fury Iong. You're at the sun level. You take the lead in assembling the team, Cheng Zihao instructed. Invite me and Dragon Brother along with the other 3. Got it, Iong chuckled. This time Dragon Brother will lead us to victory. Zheng Bailong gestured toward Li Miao Miao's live stream. Before we commence, we must be adequately prepared. Otherwise, it would be disastrous to have the boss suffer a defeat. Dragon Brother, you 3 are professionals. We will heed your guidance. Cheng Zihao had managed his company for many years and had observed countless matches on the viewing platform. Thus he understood the fundamental rules. Since they were enlisting experts to elevate their performance, it was essential to follow their lead. The sharpshooter Tengya remarked, the opposing team consists of 5 players. But the other 3 are inconsequential. The key players are Su Jingming and Dai Xiaoqing. Dai Xiaoqing is currently a formidable assassin on Zhang Qing's women's team. Rest assured. I will ensure your safety, Lei Wenqing assured. The boss aims to decisively humiliate Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao, Zheng Bailong noted, but since this is a live stream, we must be mindful of the boss's reputation and avoid going too far. Cheng Zihao nodded. We must maintain our image. Zheng Bailong continued. Our targets for this match are Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao. Li Miao Miao should be simple enough. Tengya, you will shoot her to severely injure her. But do not kill her. Once she is gravely wounded, boss, you shall personally finish her off with just 1 or 2 strikes. Let's not make it too embarrassing. Considering it's a live stream, I will strike her down before her very eyes, Cheng Zihao affirmed, pleased to be considerate of the viewers. As for Su Jingming, Zheng Bailong frowned. Recognizing the challenge, Even if gravely injured, such a skilled opponent could still pose a significant threat to the boss. I will also wield a bow. Once you have severely injured Su Jingming, I will shoot from a distance of 20 to 30 meters and turn him into a pincushion, Chang Zihao declared proudly. Even if he attempts to counterattack, at that distance, Dragon Brother, you will be able to intercept him. Agreed. It is settled then, Zheng Bailong replied. Boss. All you need to do is follow my lead and heed my instructions, and we shall undoubtedly succeed. With the captain's intervention, defeating Su Jingming will be a breeze. Lei Wenqing chuckled. I could best him one-on-one, let alone with the sharpshooter's assistance. Zheng Bailong remained composed, noting that the opposing team was nearing the end of their match. Once they begin queuing for their next battle, we shall queue up immediately as well. Ion, did you catch that? Cheng Zihao glanced at his bodyguard. Rest assured, boss. I am keeping a close watch on the live stream, Ion replied, his focus unwavering. Soon, Su Jingming and his quartet of female companions finished their match, chatting amiably as they began queuing for the next battle. Bodyguard Ion swiftly pressed the button to queue up. Buzz. Soon, the queue was successfully formed, and the virtual world system assigned them opponents. The 10 participants were ready, and the battle was about to commence. Cheng Zihao, prepare your weaponry. Upon receiving the prompt, Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately chose to enter. Did you all witness that? My final double kill, with the sword flashing like lightning, swiftly vanquished 2 opponents. Li Miao Miao had just finished her match, brimming with excitement as she spoke to the hundreds of thousands of fans in the live stream. Although Li Miao Miao had accumulated over 10 million followers, having several 100,000 viewers online was still quite impressive. All right. I know it was this skilled individual beside me who assisted. Must you reveal it so quickly? Li Miao Miao huffed at the countless comments in the chat. We have achieved 3 consecutive victories, Su Jingming remarked. The more victories we secure, the stronger opponents the virtual world system will automatically match us against. By the end, encountering 5 god-level experts would not be unusual. The further we progress, the more cautious we must be. After 5 matches, I will be satisfied. I am not greedy. Li Miao Miao declared. Xiaoqing, you have no objections, do you? Dai Xiaoqing smiled, replying, I will heed my sister-in-law. And you? Li Miao Miao turned to Su Jingming. My dear wife has commanded, and I am at your service. Su Jingming promptly expressed his willingness. Haha, rest assured, I will not waste too much of your valuable time. 5 matches will suffice. Alas, following you stars, I will soon fall back to my original rank based on true skill. Li Miao Miao began the queuing process. Buzz. Oh. This time the queue is quite swift. Li Miao Miao remarked as the 5 entered the battle preparation area. The battle preparation area was divided into 2 sections, one for their team and another for the opposing team, allowing them to clearly see the weaponry choices of their adversaries. Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao's smiles vanished upon seeing the opposing 5. Cheng Zihao. Both Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao recognized Cheng Zihao among the enemy team. Surrounded by 4 teammates. In the past, Cheng had used various temptations and threats to force Li Miao Miao to abandon her hard-earned account with millions of followers. Even compelling Su Jingming to leave Beihai City and using Li Miao Miao's parents to intimidate and manipulate her. Cheng Zihao on the opposing side wore a triumphant smile, extending his finger in a mock-shooting gesture. Bang! His lips moved, exuding a domineering demeanor. Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao, witnessing the arrogance of their adversary, felt their anger intensify. At this moment, in Li Miao Miao's live stream, hundreds of thousands of fans also took note. Is that Cheng Zihao? The Cheng Zihao of Tiger Shark Group. He has now started a company called White Dragon, with many beautiful streamers under its banner, and has even established a battle team, inviting several top experts like Zheng Bailong. How arrogant of Cheng Zihao is he provoking our Miao Miao? This battle is going to be exciting. Miao Miao has finally met her match. Brother-in-law, this match may be challenging to navigate. Zheng Bailong is a master of martial arts and currently possesses overwhelming strength. Go Miao Miao. Fight through the White Dragon team. Brother-in-law, we believe in you. You can handle this. From a rational standpoint, brother-in-law may struggle this time, with Zheng Bailong and the sharpshooter Ting Ye on the opposing side. The odds of losing are quite high. Do not falter. Annihilate them. The audience watches, yet there lingers an unspoken apprehension at this time. Li Miao Miao and her brother-in-law may be in jeopardy. After Su Jingming and Cheng Zihao equipped their weapons, a remarkable scene materialized before the 10 participants, who transformed into luminous streaks and descended upon the battlefield. The duel commenced. In the ancient battleground, a dilapidated city wall stood amidst a dark crimson terrain, seemingly stained by blood. This barren expanse offered no concealment, the only structure being the crumbling city wall. 10 figures emerged in various positions across the land. The map of the ancient battleground was characterized by its openness, allowing for clear visibility of both allies and foes. Zheng Bailong surveyed the area, marking positions on the internal map and calmly relayed through the team's communication. In this round, do not grant them any opportunities. We five shall regroup at the designated point. Let us move. Understood. Cheng Zihao, with his bow and a knife in hand, swiftly dashed towards the point of convergence. Zheng Bailong and the others followed suit, positioning themselves to safeguard Cheng Zihao, ensuring Su Jingming and his team would not have a chance for a surprise attack. Su Jingming observed this carefully. They were exceedingly cautious, fully aware of their superior strength, thus opting for a collective approach to prevent being taken down one by one. Su Jingming acknowledged Zheng Bailong's prudent nature. Senior brother, what shall we do? Dai Xiaoqing inquired. Miao Miao, you and Sister Kong, along with Xiao Zhang, retreat and ascend the city wall to maintain a safe distance. Xiaoqing and I will charge head-on, Su Jingming declared, believing that a frontal assault offered a glimmer of hope for victory. If they separated, both he and his senior brother would be vulnerable to the sharpshooters. Only by joining forces could they hope to prevail. Dai Xiaoqing nodded. Let us act. Quickly, we must withdraw and not hinder Jingming and the others, Li Miao Miao, Sister Kong, and Xiao Zheng rushed towards the crumbling city wall from different areas of the ancient battleground. Su Jingming wielded dual shields, while Dai Xiaoqing brandished dual daggers, both rushing towards the gathering of 5 adversaries. As they charged, they naturally converged, with Su Jingming slightly ahead and Dai Xiaoqing concealed behind him. Their advance was one born of desperation. Zheng Bailong, witnessing this, chuckled lightly. Without closing the distance, they will only fall prey to the sharpshooters one by one. Indeed, Lei Wenqing remarked. We approach the city wall, with our primary target being Li Miao Miao. This will also prevent Su Jingming and Dai Xiaoqing from engaging freely. Zheng Bailong commanded his 5-member team to hasten towards the city wall, directing their assault towards Li Miao Miao. Zheng Bailong, do you still have any shame? Dai Xiaoqing, sprinting towards them, rebuked, 5 against 2, and yet you resort to such cowardice? Young lady, this is called strategy, Zheng Bailong retorted nonchalantly, accustomed as he was to the mental warfare and trash talk from previous competitions. Bang, bang. A fierce glimmer flashed in Su Jingming's eyes as he suddenly discarded his dual shields. In a swift motion, he retrieved 2 segments of his spear from his back, spinning them skillfully to lock them in place. He dashed forward at the utmost speed, fixating on the sharpshooters. Their collective pace was inferior to his. All right, senior brother, Dai Xiaoqing affirmed. Let us rush forth with utmost speed and engage directly. Look, Su Jingming has even discarded his burdens, she noted. Zheng Bailong remarked that even before the battle commenced, their adversaries had already lost their dual shields. This was the essence of strategy. They were exceedingly swift. Cheng Zihao, feeling a pang of anxiety, exclaimed that they were catching up. Zheng Bailong cast a glance at Cheng Zihao. If it weren't for this novice proprietor at the Silver Moon level, Su Jingming and his companion would not have been able to close the gap so quickly. It is time to engage, Zheng Bailong stated with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, Captain, responded Tingya and Lei Wenqing, their eyes alight with excitement as they began to reap their rewards. Chapter 48, relying solely on oneself. Su Jingming, wielding a long spear, sprinted at full speed, his gaze fixed intently on the enemy's quintet, particularly the renowned archer Tingya. Although the archer's arrows could exceed the speed of sound, Su Jingming was confident that he could evade any shot fired from a distance of 20 meters. The true peril posed by the archer lay in stealthy ambushes and coordinated attacks with allies. When arrows were fired openly, the threat diminished significantly. Unless one were the nation's foremost archer, Zhou Yi, capable of rapid-fire strikes to eliminate an entire team, Tingya was evidently far from such prowess. Brother, once we close in, I am confident I can eliminate the archer, Dai Xiaoqing declared, brandishing twin blades and clad in supple leather armor, her swiftness surpassing even that of Su Jingming. However, her lack of comprehensive protection necessitated that Su Jingming lead the charge while she followed closely behind. I shall create an opportunity, Su Jingming resolved as he surged forward. Suddenly, Zheng Bailong and Lei Wenqing, both formidable masters, remained rooted in place while the archer Tingya, accompanied by Cheng Zihao and bodyguard A Yong, began to retreat, creating distance. With a swish, Tingya unexpectedly loosed an arrow amid their withdrawal. A projectile that tore through the air with the speed of a phantom, aimed to pass by Su Jingming and strike Dai Xiaoqing. Su Jingming deftly blocked the arrow with his spear, deflecting it away. This archer is attempting to kite us while maintaining distance, Dai Xiaoqing communicated via team voice. Proceed according to the original plan, Su Jingming urged as he dashed forward with unwavering resolve. It has been a while since we last clashed, Zheng Bailong laughed heartily, brandishing a pair of large axes while donned in lightweight armor. Typically, he favored heavier armor, but considering Su Jingming and Dai Xiaoqing's speed, the lighter gear was more fitting for this engagement. Zheng Bolong. Su Jingming's focus sharpened as he transformed his spear into a blur, charging toward the opponent. Despite Zheng Bolong's status as a martial arts master, Su Jingming felt no respect for him, harboring disdain for his character. During the World Martial Arts Championship, this individual had resorted to any means necessary to secure victory, employing ruthless tactics. Another martial arts master, Chang Qiping, had suffered a grievous injury during the semifinals. Struck in the groin by Zheng Bolong's kick. Despite protective gear, he had fainted from the pain and ultimately retired from competition. While the martial arts championship was indeed brutal, conscientious masters typically refrained from deliberately sabotaging others' futures or causing permanent disability. Yet, some remained merciless. Su Jingming himself had been struck in the knee, resulting in a shattered and twisted leg that obliterated his prospects. Zheng Bolong's brutal treatment of compatriot Chang Qiping had also drawn widespread condemnation back home. Zheng Bolong publicly clarified that it was merely an accidental kick to the abdomen during their struggle, resulting from both parties shifting positions, which inadvertently struck the opponent in the groin. Such occurrences tend to fade into obscurity without concrete evidence. However, as an insider, Su Jingming was already aware of this senior's dubious reputation. With a thunderous roar, Zheng Bolong charged forward, wielding his dual axes as if they were colossal gates crashing down. Su Jingming immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. From afar, the renowned archer Tengye suddenly unleashed a flurry of arrows, releasing 5 in rapid succession, each as swift as a phantom, aimed at Li Miao Miao, who stood near the ancient city wall. Startled, Li Miao Miao, despite being nearly 150 meters away and training in the highly agile Phantom Cat evolution technique, believed she had ample time to evade. Yet, the 5 arrows, surpassing the speed of sound, flew one after another. As she dodged the first arrow, she sensed the proximity of the second. She managed to evade all 5 arrows through sheer determination. Fortunately, she had been diligently honing her agility over the past month, embodying the essence of the Li Cat. Just as she felt a sense of relief, a terrifying 6th arrow appeared before her. Was there truly a 6th arrow? Li Miao Miao had no time to react. For this last, enigmatic arrow was less than 10 meters away when she noticed it. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and before she could comprehend, the arrow pierced through her thigh, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, a gaping wound gushing blood. How could an archer, boldly shooting from 150 meters away, strike someone practicing the Phantom Cat evolution technique? Li Miao Miao, still intrigued, switched her voice to a mode audible only to the audience, exclaiming how impressive Tengye was, one of the 10 great archers of the Summer Kingdom. Did everyone understand what just transpired? I only saw 5 arrows, yet the 6th appeared right before me. Meanwhile, Tengye, reveling in his success, turned to the excited Cheng Zihao, saying, "Boss, the first target has been neutralized. She's severely injured and won't escape. You should proceed to claim your prize." Truly a master archer, how formidable. Cheng Zihao, exhilarated, replied, "Leave it to me. Yong, let us go." He, along with his bodyguard Yong, dashed towards the fallen Li Miao Miao. Su Jingming found himself in a perilous situation as Zheng Bolong's dual axes descended upon him like a torrential wave, leaving him little room for escape. Lei Wenqing, wielding dual blades and practicing the Shadow Leopard evolution technique, matched the speed of Dai Xiaoqing, engaging in a fierce skirmish focused on defense to avoid overextending. Tengye kept a watchful eye, ready to unleash another arrow at any moment. Miao Miao. Su Jingming's heart ached as he beheld Cheng Zihao rushing towards the fallen Li Miao Miao, filling his eyes with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jingming burst forth, his speed surging as he propelled himself forward in just 2 strides. Zheng Bolong faltered momentarily, for despite training in the Mighty Bear evolution technique and donning lightweight armor, he struggled to match Su Jingming's velocity. How dared he turn his back on me? In an instant, Zheng Bolong relinquished his grip on the axes, his hands moving like shadows to retrieve 2 flying axes from his waist, hurling them towards Su Jingming with deadly precision. As Su Jingming turned his back to Zheng Bolong, he was already prepared, swiftly changing direction while charging forward. The 2 flying axes thrown by Zheng Bolong grazed past him, one narrowly missing his side, while the other tore through the air, inflicting a wound that caused blood to seep through the gaps in his waist armor. Get away. Su Jingming gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his waist, aiming his spear directly at Lei Wenqing. This is bad. Lei Wenqing, terrified, retreated hastily, fearing to confront both Su Jingming and Dai Xiaoqing simultaneously. As he stepped back, Su Jingming pressed on relentlessly. Suddenly, Dai Xiaoqing dashed towards the archer Tengye. Clang, clang, clang. Su Jingming's spear thrusts came incessantly, while Lei Wenqing struggled to defend with his dual blades, unable to prevent Dai Xiaoqing's escape. Tengya, take on Dai Xiaoqing one-on-one. Zhang Bolong commanded through the team voice chat. Old Lei, and I will join forces to severely wound Su Jingming first, then assist you. Zhang Bolong knew all too well that with Dai Xiaoqing's speed, even a momentary delay for Lei Wenqing meant no one could catch up to her. This was dire. Li Miaomio sat on the ground, observing the battlefield. Su Jingming was injured at his waist and had to face two formidable opponents simultaneously. Boss, let me protect you. Xiao Zeng rushed to Li Miaomiao's side, while Sister Kong was still some distance away. But you are the weakest here, Li Miaomiao said helplessly. Help me up. All right. Xiao Zeng immediately complied, helping Li Miaomiao to her feet. Grasping Xiao Zeng's shoulder with one hand and holding her sword with the other, Li Miaomiao stood on one leg. Her icy gaze fixed on the approaching Cheng Zihao and his companion. Li Miaomiao, long time no see, Cheng Zihao approached with a smile. A chill glinted in Li Miaomiao's eyes. With Su Jingming unable to rush to her aid, she could only rely on herself and the sword in her hand. Chapter 49. Fire burning in the chest. Cheng Zihao, accompanied by his bodyguard Ayong, charged towards Li Miaomiao and Xiao Zeng. Meanwhile, on another front, Dai Xiaoqing and the archer Tengya clashed first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tengya moved swiftly, releasing arrows while on the move. For the top 10 archers of Xia country, this was a fundamental skill. Unlike the first day of the virtual world when Lu Jianfeng had easily defeated Wang Yi, such feats were now rare. As each of these archers had diligently honed their agility to rank among the finest in the country, their skills at least at the second tier. Dai Xiaoqing was exceptionally fast, employing the Thunder Serpent evolution technique. Among the 5 evolution techniques available to women, the Illusion Cat evolution was the most agile. But in terms of sheer speed, the Thunder Serpent evolution surpassed it. At this moment, she charged forward at high speed, focusing on the archer Tengya. In a direct one-on-one confrontation, she felt confident against him. No one to protect me, Tengya muttered to himself. Viewing this one-on-one encounter with the assassin as a form of training, he halted his movement, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, fixating on Dai Xiaoqing. As he stopped, the distance between them quickly diminished, 30 meters, 20 meters. Upon entering a range of 20 meters, Tengya released his arrow in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In almost a heartbeat, Tengya fired 3 arrows, his hands moving like phantoms, releasing them in rapid succession. The speed of his archery was unmatched. This was Zhou Yi's signature move, and now nearly all archers in the Xia kingdom diligently practice it. At the moment the opponent released the arrow, Dai Xiaoqing relaxed her grip on her twin blades, her body instantaneously shifting direction as her hands shot forth like lightning. Swish, 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 swish. With both hands unleashed, 6 streaks of light were fired in the blink of an eye. In such close proximity, Dai Xiaoqing managed to evade 1 arrow. But another severed her left arm, while a third pierced through her chest. Meanwhile, the archer Tengya found his chest, throat, and head penetrated by flying daggers. With 6 daggers assaulting him from a close range and no cover in sight, he had no chance to evade and was instantly reduced to a wisp of shadow that dissipated into nothingness. Yet, Dai Xiaoqing could not escape either. Gazing at the wound on her chest, her body transformed into an ethereal form. She watched her senior brother Su Jingming engaged in a fierce battle with 2 formidable foes in the distance. I did my best, she thought. Both Dai Xiaoqing and Tengya vanished from the battlefield. Well, Cheng Zihao, who had been observing this clash, revealed a smile of satisfaction. Previously, Su Jingming's side boasted 2 great masters, while Cheng Zihao's had 3. The odds of 2 against 3 held a slim chance of variance. However, now that Su Jingming was injured and facing the onslaught of Zhang Bailong and his companion, Cheng Zihao believed Su Jingming could not turn the tide. This battle was firmly within my grasp. Su Jingming, after I deal with Li Miaomiao, I shall turn my attention to you, great master. Cheng Zihao laughed heartily. Then gestured to his subordinate, a young, incapacitate that little girl first. Little Zing, the newest recruit who had just reached Silver Moon level and was the weakest in the team, clutched her bow and arrow, knowing she had no chance of hitting a fast-moving target. Boss, I'll fight them, Little Zeng declared, as Li Miaomiao had already retreated several steps. Her back against the city wall. Boom. Bodyguard A Yong surged forward, and Little Zeng immediately released an arrow, which missed and struck behind A Yong. In a panic, she shot another arrow, still failing to hit her target, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Get away. Bodyguard A Yong charged, and with a thud, even though Little Zeng tried to dodge, she was still hurled away by the impact of his shield. So weak, Cheng Zihao laughed merrily, relishing the fury reflected in Li Miaomiao's eyes. Yet at that moment on the battlefield, one individual seethed with even greater rage. Su Jingming struggled to fend off the combined assault of Zhang Bailong and Lei Wenqing with his spear, his waist injury reducing his strength to merely 70%, making defense incredibly arduous. Nevertheless, he felt an inferno of anger igniting within him, growing ever fiercer. The overwhelming influence of a colossal internet conglomerate had once coerced him in Meow Meow. How could such power be so formidable? Meow Meow had awakened from nightmares countless times. And as a martial artist, he found himself utterly powerless. After all, in the realm of reality, he could not even rival the most elite bodyguard robots. Like a stray dog, he could only endure and return to his homeland, with Meow Meow ever by his side. In this age of virtual reality, they still dared to provoke him? Su Jingming. After I deal with Li Meow Meow, I shall come for you, great master. Chang Ziheo's voice echoed in Su Jingming's ears, reverberating through the depths of his soul. Boom. Protecting the delicate Meow Meow, Little Zeng was flung away by a shield, leaving only Li Meow Meow leaning against the city wall, facing Chang Ziheo and bodyguard A Yong alone. Su Jingming felt an intense heat surging within his chest, as if engulfed in flames. Boom. This fire instantaneously seemed to ignite his entire being. In that moment, he could distinctly feel every part of his body burning with fervor. The sinews and muscles became vividly apparent, each muscle vividly manifesting in his mind, and the flow of blood within him quickened, thundering like a rushing river. Su Jingming's skin was alight with tension, veins protruding as the blood surged through them at an accelerated pace. With a hiss, blood even erupted from the veins on his forehead, the ferocity of the blood flow overwhelming the capillaries. His eyes were veiled in a crimson hue. At that moment, the world appeared to Su Jingming as a tapestry of red. The pain in his waist seemed trivial. Every sinew and muscle in his body felt like soldiers ready to heed his command. With a single order, all his strength surged forth. Power and speed erupted in unison. Get out of my way. Su Jingming swept his spear, as if clearing all obstacles, striving to render the world lucid. Lei Wenqing, wielding dual blades, intended to absorb the impact, but the instant they clashed, terror gripped him. Bang! The spear struck against his blades, crushing them before slamming into Lei Wenqing's chest, resulting in an instant cascade of broken bones and torn muscles. Lei Wenqing was propelled into the air, enveloped in a cloud of blood mist. As fragments of flesh and blood gushed from his mouth, his form disintegrating into nothingness amidst the expanse. What? Zhang Bailong was stunned, witnessing Su Jingming sweep Lei Wenqing into oblivion with a single motion. Su Jingming then pivoted his spear, akin to a thunderclap, and struck towards Zhang Bailong. Clang! Zhang Bailong, as always, crossed his axis to block, yet this time a ferocious force bore down upon him, compelling him to involuntarily step back. Impossible! Before Zhang Bailong could contemplate further, Su Jingming transformed his spear into a thrusting weapon. Clang! Zhang Bailong's axes, like shields, once again intercepted. His training under the state's rigorous cultivation evident as he executed his technique flawlessly. Yet he continued to fend off the relentless assault. With each powerful slash, stab, and crash, Su Jingming unleashed a torrent of fury, while Zhang Bailong stumbled, struggling to withstand the onslaught. What is happening? Has he lost his mind? At that moment, Su Jingming was indeed in an unusual state, his skin a dark red, and his eyes bloodshot. It was not the calm execution of technique, but rather a frenzied eruption of power. Die. In that instant, Su Jingming felt unprecedentedly invigorated. The fire burned in his chest, his entire being ablaze, blood bubbling. All his strength aligned with his will. As his mind directed, power followed. Strength, speed, and control of the battlefield far surpassed anything he had experienced before. With his mind ablaze, his thoughts raced with newfound clarity. Thrusting for the 6th time at Zhang Bailong, the spear found its mark in the opening between the axes, piercing his throat. No. Zhang Bailong, despite wielding his axes, found himself unable to block. Disbelief washing over him as the spear punctured his throat. His body transformed into an ethereal wisp, vanishing without a trace. What on earth? Chang Ziheo was utterly astonished. He had anticipated that Zhang Bailong and his companions would severely injure Su Jingming, allowing him to reap the rewards. However, what transpired was entirely unexpected. With a resounding crash, Su Jingming, wielding a long spear, charged at Chang Ziheo with unwavering speed. The tide of battle was irrevocably turning against him. Chang Ziheo quickly grasped this reality. He and his bodyguard, a Yong, were utterly incapable of confronting the seemingly otherworldly Su Jingming. It was imperative to eliminate at least one opponent. Chang Ziheo lunged at Li Meow Meow with his blade, but she swiftly countered with a thrust of her sword, causing Chang Ziheo to retreat in fear. Her swordsmanship was formidable, and despite her grave injuries, she remained a daunting adversary. Chang Ziheo blinked, realizing that he was merely a Silver Moon-level fighter, and Li Meow Meow's skills posed a significant challenge. A Yong, hurry and assist me. Chang Ziheo urged. We must eliminate Li Meow Meow together. initially intending to act alone. He soon realized that time was of the essence, and he could not afford to delay. A Yong, armed with a shield and axe, charged at Li Miao, determined to protect his employer. Suddenly, an arrow flew toward them. Kong Jie had arrived. "Kong Jie, it's your turn," shouted Qing Zihao as Xiao Zhang lay incapacitated, unable to rise, but still offering encouragement to Kong Jie. "Do not worry," Kong Jie reassured confidently. She was no novice like Xiao Zhang, but a formidable sun-level master. Unperturbed by bodyguard A Yong. "Charge." As A Yong deflected Kong Jie's arrows, Qing Zihao pressed forward toward Li Miao, resolute in his desire to ensure at least one kill. Boom. Qing Zihao sensed an impending danger and turned just in time to witness a terrifying streak of light approaching rapidly, which instantly pierced through his body and propelled him against the city wall. It was a spear. The weapon impaled Qing Zihao's abdomen and lodged him against the wall. Chapter 50. Third stage. From 100 meters away, the spear had pierced his body. Bodyguard A Yong stared in disbelief at Qing Zihao, hanging from the wall. He had been focused on deflecting Kong Jie's arrows and aiding in the confrontation with Li Miao, completely unaware that Su Jingming had hurled the spear from such a distance. A spear, flying so far? And with such precision? Qing Zihao lowered his gaze to the spear embedded in his abdomen, astonished at how he had ended up in such a predicament. This was far from the plan he had envisioned. "Qing Zihao," a clear voice rang out. He looked up to see Li Miao, coldly fixed on him. With a single-leg hop, she appeared somewhat comical. Yet her agility was impressive as she leapt several steps before delivering a thrust, a technique Su Jingming had personally taught her. "No." Qing Zihao's eyes widened as the thrust approached, piercing his brow. His form dissolved into nothingness, vanishing entirely. Li Miao stumbled upon landing, grasping the nearby wall for support. But a smile of triumph broke across her face as she addressed the audience in the live stream. "Did you see that? This is what it means to turn the tables. Qing Zihao, in the end, fell to my sword." Of course. The true credit belonged to that spear that had flown through the air. Meanwhile, Kong Jie pressed forward, unleashing a barrage of arrows at bodyguard A Yong. Her archery skills were leagues ahead of Xiao Zhang's, making her a genuine sun-level archer. A Yong was compelled to retreat, as the distance afforded him enough time to defend and evade. As the bodyguard Ayong was forced to retreat, he found himself in a state of confusion. With his boss and the other 3 formidable experts defeated, he stood alone as the sole protector. What was he to do? Suddenly, he spotted Su Jingming approaching from the distance, and his eyes brightened. Su Jingming, unarmed and without any weapons? Ayong's heart raced. After all, he wielded a large shield in one hand and a hefty axe in the other. Even if Su were 10 times stronger, he still held a considerable chance of victory. Calmly, Su Jingming advanced toward Ayong, his eyes still glowing a fierce crimson. In the instant of confrontation, Ayong raised his shield and charged forward, simultaneously swinging his axe. However, Su Jingming's figure blurred momentarily. Ayong widened his eyes in disbelief. His shield and axe had yet to touch the enemy, yet his throat was already crushed, and his body began to dissolve into a mere shadow, vanishing from the ancient battlefield. In that fleeting moment when Ayong lunged forward with his axe, Su Jingming had merely evaded, delivering a swift knife-hand strike with his right hand. The blow was as quick as lightning, landing squarely on Ayong's throat, shattering it. A hand can also serve as a weapon. Watching Ayong dissipate, Su Jingming reflected that when speed and strength are sufficiently potent, even a palm can cleave through gold and stone. At that moment on the battlefield, Su Jingming, the severely injured Li Miao, the unconscious Xiao Zhang, and the bow-wielding sister Kong all wore smiles as they began to fade into the ethereal realm of the battlefield. The confrontation had concluded. Su Jingming and Li Miao's side emerged victorious. Within the confines of the battle space, the 5 members of Qing Zihao's team, having lost the match, awaited the automatic settlement by the game system, which resulted in the loss of a star for each of them. Qing Zihao, however, remained indifferent to such trivialities. The humiliation he faced was profound. He had been pinned to the city wall by Su Jingming's spear and slain by Li Miao's sword. What a disgrace. Boss, do not take this too to heart. In the virtual world, countless battles occurred daily. Even among the elite, we often face defeat. Aside from the globally renowned Lu Hai, who can claim to have never lost, Zheng Bailong remarked. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Numerous entrepreneurs and celebrities have met their demise in virtual confrontations. Apart from yourself, no one will pay much heed. They will discuss it briefly and then forget. This loss was particularly disastrous, especially at the hands of that wretched pair. Su Jingming and Li Miao. Qing Zihao gritted his teeth. Zheng Bailong, Teng Ye, Lei Wenqing, and bodyguard Ayong all murmured in agreement. Dragon brother, how could you all suffer defeat this time? Qing Zihao inquired, directing his gaze at Zheng Bailong. who ranked among the second tier of experts in Xia country. How could you and old Lei lose to Su Jingming? Zheng Bailong furrowed his brow. Captain, you and old Lei joined forces, and Su Jingming was already injured. How could he turn the tide? The sharpshooter Tingya added. It was peculiar at that moment. Su Jingming's eyes were a vivid red, blood streaming from his forehead. His skin flushed. He appeared to be in an extraordinary state, seemingly possessed, with his power and speed significantly heightened. He managed to dispatch me with a single shot. Indeed, his strength and speed were greatly amplified, overwhelming me completely. After enduring several of his shots, I was ultimately slain, Zheng Bailong admitted, perplexed. Is this the legendary combat skill? At the third tier level? Cheng Zihao pondered aloud. In the present day, within the entirety of the Summer Nation, only Lu Hai, Lei Yunfang, and Zhou Yi have achieved the formidable third-tier combat skills. When engaged in battle, these three exhibit remarkable composure, executing their techniques with terrifying precision, unlike Su Jingming, who fights with a frenzied intensity. Zheng Bailong expressed his perplexity, questioning whether Su Jingming's outburst was merely a result of psychological stimulus, leading to a temporary surge in power, or if he had genuinely attained the third tier. Lei Wenqing added, let us observe his future confrontations. Should he continue to exhibit such monstrous prowess, it would indeed signify his ascension to the third tier. Zheng Bailong furrowed his brow, noting that many top-tier experts around the globe remain stagnant at the second tier's limits, leading him to believe that reaching the third tier is no simple feat. He viewed Su Jingming, a young individual, as more likely to be experiencing sporadic bursts of power due to mental strain. Cheng Zihao interjected, regardless of the cause, our defeat was abysmal. In a few days, the Spark Cup competition will commence, broadcasted nationwide. The anticipation will be unprecedented, so let us not falter again. Zheng Bailong and Lei Wenqing exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of anxiety after their encounters with the explosive Su Jingming. In the Spark Cup, would they be able to withstand him? Meanwhile, Su Jingming and Li Miaomiao, along with three others, were also engaged in combat within the battle space, where the game system was tallying results. Well done, Xiaoqing. You performed admirably, eliminating that sharpshooter in a one-on-one duel. Li Miaomiao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Xiaozong, Sister Kong, your contributions to our defense were commendable as well. Yet, the pivotal factor remains Jingming. Her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Witnessing Cheng Zihao impaled and hanging from the city wall, she felt a significant release of pin-up frustration. And as she pierced his forehead with her sword, a sense of exhilarating satisfaction washed over her. Jingming, you are incredible! Li Miaomiao couldn't help but leap onto Su Jingming, wrapping her arms around him like a playful kitten. Brother-in-law is amazing. To achieve this level of prowess, even while injured, capable of defeating Zheng Bailong and Lei Wenqing. How extraordinary. Did brother-in-law just unleash a surge of power? It's as if he transformed into a divine being, his eyes ablaze with intensity. His body must have fully erupted, with blood coursing rapidly, causing his eyes to redden and capillaries to rupture throughout his frame. Li Miaomiao, you must cherish this incredible brother-in-law. Such a powerful figure is undoubtedly the strongest brother-in-law across the internet. Embrace him tightly. Countless comments flooded in, with rewards continuously appearing, and the live stream's popularity surged. At that moment, Su Jingming gently patted Li Miaomiao's head, saying, Miao Miao, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot continue battling. Oh, Li Miaomiao replied, startled. If you have urgent matters, hurry and attend to them. Su Jingming nodded, acknowledging Dai Xiaoqing and the others. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. He promptly exited the battle space, returning to his personal training arena, where he accessed his personal combat power panel. Gene Evolution Method, the Python Evolution Technique, Intermediate 99, Practice Time, 703 days, Non-Upgradable, Body, 135 Skills, Marksmanship, Tier 3, Level 1, Footwork, Tier 2, Level 93. Shield Technique, Tier 2, Level 99, Basic Combat Power, 2700 Combat Enhancement, 30 Total Combat Power, 35, 10 Tier 3, Level 1. Su Jingming pondered silently. The reason for his immediate return to the training ground was to solidify the explosive state he had experienced, allowing himself to become familiar with the techniques of exerting force in that condition. Chapter 51. Consolidating the realm at last, his marksmanship had ascended to Tier 3. Su Jingming felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, many top-tier experts around the globe found themselves stuck at the limits of Tier 2, demonstrating the formidable nature of this bottleneck. He had anticipated being trapped at this impasse for a month or even longer. Yet he was grateful for the earlier-than-expected breakthrough. A smile spread across Su Jingming's face, soon replaced by a look of confusion. However, why did my sensations differ from what my master described? Extending his hand, a long spear materialized within Su Jingming's grasp. summoned 10 bandits with a basic combat power of 2,000. He effortlessly set the parameters, and soon, 10 bandits appeared, some robust and imposing, others slender and unassuming. Yet, each one exuded an air of menace. Attack! The 10 bandits swiftly dispersed, closing in for the kill. Projectiles whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Su Jingming. Boom! Su Jingming's eyes shimmered with a faint crimson hue, his form blurring as he propelled himself forward. In his perception, the movements of the surrounding bandits, along with the incoming projectiles, slowed significantly. Their actions were not actually decelerating. Rather, my reflexes have accelerated, Su Jingming realized. With a swift sweep of his spear, he deftly deflected several darts. Whoosh! At the same time, 5 bandits had already surged close, their coordinated assault featuring knives, guns, and flails converging upon him. Su Jingming sidestepped, evading most of the attacks while his spear moved with purpose. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the 3 bandits nearest to him found their throats pierced. My typical strikes now execute with a speed unmatched. Su Jingming's heart brimmed with joy, his body aflame with vitality, his blood surging. With a mere thought, every part of him responded in kind. His speed and strength had reached unprecedented heights. Most crucially, my reflexes have become swifter. Su Jingming was particularly focused on this aspect. Swiftness of reaction. This grants me the initiative in every exchange. When the enemy strikes, I am already there first, even when confronted by master archers. My evasion capabilities would vastly improve. In the face of a siege, I could easily command the situation. After all, the foes around me had transformed into slow motion, rendering their defeat far simpler. Bang, bang. Su Jingming wielded his spear like a scythe, sweeping away 4 bandits who were thrown aside with force. Boom. With a powerful thrust, he cleaved into a bandit wielding a large shield, driving him deep into the ground, causing him to cough up blood before dissipating into nothingness. Such exhilaration. Although my physical attributes remain unchanged at 135, the explosive power and speed I possess have significantly intensified. Now I comprehend why my master, despite sharing the same physical qualities, could easily dominate me. Su Jingming unleashed his marksmanship with reckless abandon, each bandit falling as mere phantoms. Shadowless strike. At this moment, the shadowless thrust truly embodied its name. Even a bandit with a base battle power of 2,000 could not perceive Su Jingming's draw and retraction. His chest was already pierced. How swift! Su Jingming marveled at his own speed. Even he could only vaguely sense the thrust and the retraction of the long spear. This is what the shadowless thrust is all about. If the enemy sees it, how can it still be called shadowless? The 10 bandits were utterly vanquished, leaving Su Jingming alone in the martial arts arena. Ha 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 ha. Su Jingming laughed heartily, relishing the moment. My master has truly transformed me. He spoke of the body being like water, yet I feel nothing of the sort. I am as fiery as a blazing inferno. My very being seems to ignite, and a mere thought unleashes an explosion of power. Su Jingming reveled in this sensation. If his previous physicality resembled an old car, sluggish at the slightest touch of the accelerator, now he felt as if he were a supercar, surging forth with the lightest press of the pedal. Agile, with terrifying strength and explosive capability. Even his cognitive processes operated at an accelerated pace. His reactions quickened. From the 2nd tier limit to the 3rd tier, it was a complete transformation. I have not changed in other aspects. Merely my marksmanship has ascended from Tier 2 at 99 to Tier 3 at 1, resulting in an approximate battle power increase of 1,000. Su Jingming pondered. No wonder the other masters of the Xia Kingdom are utterly defenseless against my master Lu Hai, Lei Yunfeng, and Zhou Yi. Furthermore, my evolution technique has yet to break through. Raising it to a higher tier would yield even greater enhancements. There is no rush. I shall first solidify my marksmanship before heading to the Starry Tower. With a determined spirit, Su Jingming made his way to the task space. Beneath the Starry Tower, he gazed up at the colossal leaderboard, his eyes settling on the 6 names. Soon, I too shall be inscribed upon this list. With that thought, he dashed into the Starry Tower. However, merely 10 minutes later, he was ejected. The Tiger King was far too formidable. With a single swipe, I was done for. Su Jingming muttered, realizing that he must elevate his evolution technique to a higher tier. In truth, Su Jingming had anticipated that breaching the 3rd layer of the Starry Tower would not be so simple. He had seen the video of his master Lu Hai's attempt. The Tiger King's strength, speed, and agility surpassed even his master-esque capabilities. Lu Hai had exerted all his combat skills to succeed. As for Lei Yufeng, although he had already attained a high-tier evolution technique and possessed a terrifying agility at Tier 3, he too took a considerable time to pass, ranking as the 5th globally. And Zhou Yi, he had yet to succeed. After practicing for a while, Su Jingming's marksmanship had already advanced to Tier 3 at 2. He continued to train, solidifying his marksmanship further before practicing his evolution technique. Su Jingming was filled with fervor. Having broken through his bottleneck, he was finally beginning to ascend once more. As lunchtime approached, Su Jingming devoured his meal with great speed. Was there truly a need for such urgency? Li Miao Miao, sitting nearby, took small bites, bemused by his haste. Why are you eating so quickly today? I'm done. I'm going into seclusion. Su Jingming declared. Miao Miao, there is nothing of great importance today. Do not disturb me. With that, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and dashed toward his bedroom. The virtual world had been open for a month, and his body had already undergone a complete transformation in reality. He ran much faster now, like a gust of wind, swiftly disappearing into his room. Li Miao Miao ate alone, murmuring, nothing of great importance, and he is going into seclusion? It seems he has indeed made a breakthrough. I knew it. In the previous encounter with Cheng Ziheo's team, Jingming exhibited an astounding ferocity, as if flames were surging from his very being, suggesting he had experienced a significant breakthrough. Some even claimed that Jingming was stimulated, resulting in an explosive surge of extraordinary prowess. Such notions of an explosive state are largely mythical. They do not manifest easily. Yet, in the realm of reality, there are indeed rare instances where individuals suddenly unleash a power that far surpasses their usual capabilities. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Although Jingming was undeniably furious during the previous battle, he remained within the confines of reason. After all, it was merely a confrontation in a virtual domain, one that did not breach his rational limits, let alone his physical boundaries. It can be said that Jingming's accumulation of experience was profound enough, with his prior anger acting as a catalyst, igniting a fervent fire within him that shattered his limitations. This initial breakthrough was somewhat unfamiliar, resulting in a chaotic eruption that even ruptured capillaries. Once he becomes accustomed to harnessing his latent potential and solidifies it, such eruptions will come easily. That evening, in her personal space, Li Miao Miao invited Wang Yi and Dai Xiaoqing to accompany her. Although Wang Yi often exuded an air of aloofness, upon seeing Li Miao Miao, she joyfully rushed over to embrace her, overwhelmed with excitement that her idol had invited her. Calm down, Li Miao Miao chuckled, slightly exasperated by the embrace. You are the mightiest goddess archer of our summer nation. You must embody the demeanor of a formidable sorceress. Releasing her hold, Wang Yi settled beside her, gazing at the cerulean sea while indulging in a slice of watermelon. One must be true to oneself. If you like something, embrace it, and if not, why pretend? She remarked. Miao Miao, I absolutely adore your singing. When will you host a singing live stream? You must inform me in advance. All right, I need to prepare for a singing live stream. Li Miao Miao replied. I plan to do it after the Huazhong Cup competition. My sister-in-law's live streams feel akin to concert performances, Dai Xiaoqing interjected. Preparation is indeed quite thorough. When singing, one must immerse oneself fully and relish the experience, Li Miao Miao added. By the way, Archer, I sought you out to inquire about something. Feel free to ask. Miao Miao, I am an open book, Wang Yi encouraged. Li Miao Miao continued. I have heard that many teams have invited you to join, yet you have not confirmed any? Indeed. Wang Yi nodded. Many teams are primarily interested in my popularity. They are backed by large corporations hoping to leverage my fame for advertising benefits. Each time I live stream, I attract millions of viewers, effectively promoting their brands daily. Li Miao Miao acknowledged this. However, what truly matters to me is not the popularity or advertising, Wang Yi declared. I yearn to pursue higher archery skills. I am eager to discover what lies at the pinnacle of archery technique. That, to me, is the most enchanting pursuit. And how does that pertain to your choice of team? Li Miao Miao inquired. That is precisely why I desire formidable teammates, Wang Yi responded. The stronger, the better. Only with powerful allies can a team venture further. This is merely a domestic competition. In the future, if we aspire to compete globally, we must have the strength to confront greater adversaries. Otherwise, one would be eliminated in the first round, lacking even the opportunity to contend with the elite. It is the true clash of the most formidable that truly tests one's mettle and fosters growth. Wang Yi's eyes shimmered with fervor. I understand now, Li Miao Miao nodded. Chapter 52. Wang Yi's inviters. Wang Yi remarked with a smile, our nation's finest, Coach Lu Hai, has chosen 4 civilian competitors as his teammates. Thus, I have taken the liberty to recommend myself to join the esteemed Lei Yunfang's team. However, Lei Yunfang declined, opting instead for 4 civilian participants. Wang Yi sighed. It seems the 2 mentors I admire do not regard me highly, and I find little merit in the other teams. Li Miao Miao chuckled. I believe I comprehend your intentions. Your ideal teammates are the foremost experts from our nation's first echelon. Countless individuals aspire to team up with both Lu Hai and Lei Yunfang. Dai Xiaoqing added with a laugh. Yet both mentors have chosen to select civilian competitors. As for Zhou, he deems it sufficient to have a master archer on his team. Both mentors insist on selecting civilian participants. Wang Yi shook her head. In the Fire Seed Cup competition, perhaps they can excel on their own. However, in future global contests against teams from around the world, will they truly rely on civilian players? Rather than changing teammates later, it would be wiser to choose the most suitable partners from the outset. Do not fret over the two mentors. They may very well join forces in the future. Dai Xiaoqing jested. Tomorrow marks the 28th, and at midnight on the 28th, registration begins. With your team still undecided. Does this imply you will not participate in the Fire Seed Cup? Of course, I will participate. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with determination. Our nation is a land of hidden talents. No one knows what other experts remain undiscovered. Anyone who seeks the pinnacle of combat will not miss the opportunity to witness the clash of the strong. I certainly will not miss it. And what of your team? Dai Xiaoqing inquired. If I cannot find formidable allies, I shall form a team centered around myself, Wang Yi stated resolutely. I will select a team that revolves around my capabilities. Dai Xiaoqing sighed. With so many teams vying for your presence, you possess the privilege of choice. Unlike me, who was ecstatic just to have my master Zhang Qing select me. I jumped for joy and raised my hands in agreement to join. Wang Yi smiled, her ambition evident. Having secured the archery championship at the Olympics during her youth, she has consistently pursued strength, approaching team selection with great care. She envisions a journey with her teammates, unwilling to easily replace them. Wang Yi, Li Miao said, I may be able to find you a team that meets your standards. A team that satisfies me? Wang Yi exclaimed, astonished. You are well aware of my high expectations. Do not rush to a decision. I shall invite that captain to meet you. And you can discuss it then, Li Miao said confidently. Very well, but I must make a decision by 8 a.m. on the 28th, Wang Yi replied. Rest assured. I will introduce you to that captain before then, Li Miao smiled. Surely, they will surpass all the teams currently inviting you. Wang Yi pondered, her curiosity piqued by many thoughts. Then I shall await this revelation. I wonder who it could be. Is it the boyfriend of Kat? He does not seem particularly exceptional. The evening of the 27th approached. In Wang Yi's live streaming room, she is currently engaged in a competitive broadcast, with the viewer count soaring to over 8 million. As the registration deadline approaches tomorrow night, it is anticipated that Sister E will finalize her team soon, although this information remains undisclosed. Sister E has previously affirmed her commitment to participating in the Fire Seed Cup competition. The comments section is abuzz with discussions, as Wang Yi's fans are fervently speculating which team their beloved goddess archer will join. Within the forest map, Wang Yi moves like a wraith, darting between towering trees as she relentlessly pursues her foes. The enemies, while attempting to observe her movements, find themselves retreating in panic. It's over. This supreme goddess archer is terrifying. Her agility surpasses that of any assassin. There is no escape. Fleeing from Wang Yi would spell certain doom. However, maintaining a watchful eye on her slows their retreat. With a swift motion, Wang Yi emerges from behind a tree, unleashing a trio of arrows in a single breath. The arrows soar through the air with astonishing speed, and as the enemies attempt to evade, they swiftly realize that the arrows have already locked onto a specific area. The slightest hesitation leads to calamity, as two arrows pierce through the armor-clad body of one foe, causing him to dissolve into nothingness. Against those clad in heavy armor, targeting the head is imperative, while lighter armored adversaries can be dispatched with armor-piercing arrows. As for assassins, it is said they pose a threat to archers. Yet, as long as the archer maintains a swift pace and keeps a safe distance, it becomes increasingly feasible to eliminate them. As Wang Yi exits the map, she engages with her audience. Suddenly, a substantial donation floats across the screen. Thank you, Chairman Qian, for your generous contribution, Wang Yi acknowledges. There is no need for such donations. Even with your support, I may not choose to join your team. Moments later, another significant donation appears. General Tian, Wang Yi sighs. As several major corporations fervently shower her with donations tonight, the 5 leading teams are all vying for Sister Yi's allegiance, with their executives personally contributing. The total donations from these 5 executives must amount to several million. Such extravagance. Executives, look at me. If you donate 10,000, I will join your team. She jestingly quips. I would even pay 10,000 just to be part of one of the 5 major teams. How preposterous. You think you can infiltrate the pack of wolves? With such donations, it seems Sister E will only join one team, rendering the contributions of the other 4 executives futile. You do not understand. We have nearly 10 million viewers in this live stream, and discussions about your 5 companies serve as an advertisement. Spending a few $100,000 for an ad is hardly a loss for you. Comments flood in. discussing the 5 major teams. Observing the donations, Wang Yi states publicly, regardless. On the 28th, I will undoubtedly finalize my team. At 8 p.m. on the 28th, I will make an official announcement. Sistery, we have been inviting you for over half a month. Do not abandon us, a message from General Tian reads, accompanied by a significant donation. Once the team is confirmed, all of you will be notified. I will not leave you waiting in vain, Wang Yi promises. In a personal training arena, Su Jingming diligently practices the Heavenly Python evolution method, repeating it with utmost focus. Shooting techniques, defensive maneuvers, footwork, and the like all belong to the realm of combat skills. At the heart of these skills lies the mastery of one's body. The greater the control over the body, the more swiftly one can unleash speed, strength, and reflexes. Given the same physical attributes, this mastery is fundamentally enhanced through the evolution method, a transformative process. Booming with energy, Su Jingming immersed himself in the practice of the evolution method, feeling a fiery heat enveloping him, as if he were a blazing fire dragon, shedding his outer shell for a complete metamorphosis. Suddenly, a refreshing coolness swept over him, bringing unparalleled comfort. He opened his eyes and gently tapped his personal combat power panel, revealing a beaming smile. After an extended period of seclusion, he had finally mastered the evolution method. His master had once said that combat skills must reach the 3rd tier for the evolution method to ascend to higher levels. Personal experience is essential. Only by deeply engaging the body and practicing the evolution method can one achieve greater effects. Su Jingming understood that the higher his control over his body, the stronger the evolution method would become. Gazing at his personal combat power panel, he lightly tapped, body, enhanced to the limit. Gene evolution method, Heavenly Python evolution method, high tier 3, training time, 602 days, no further enhancement possible. Body, 190. Skills, shooting technique, tier 3, level 12, footwork, tier 2, level 97. Defensive maneuver, tier 2, level 99. Basic combat power, 3800. Practical bonus, 32. Combat power, 5016. With the evolution method elevated to a higher tier, his physical prowess had also increased. Su Jingming reflected, just 2 days ago, my combat power was merely around 2,500. Now it has surged to 5,000. Indeed, I have grown considerably stronger. With a light heart, Su Jingming exited the virtual realm. At home, the night was shrouded in darkness, deep into the night. Meow Meow. Why are you not in the virtual world at this hour? Su Jingming entered the living room, where Li Meow Meow was enjoying a midnight snack. She glanced up at him and said, I guess someone must be quite hungry, so I had Xiao Wu prepare a sumptuous midnight meal. Xiao Wu, please heat the dishes and bring them over. Yes, responded the robotic butler, Xiao Wu, as it went to warm the food. Su Jingming patted his stomach, chuckling. The breakfast I had this morning seems ages ago. It is indeed time for a meal. You've been rather obsessed these past few days, Li Meow Meow remarked helplessly. Your eating schedule is all over the place. By the way, with such fervent practice, have you made a breakthrough? You're quite perceptive. Su Jingming replied as he approached the dining table and began to indulge in his midnight feast. Did you really break through? Li Meow Meow exclaimed, darting to the table. Her excitement palpable. Though she had suspected as much, it remained mere speculation. Indeed, Su Jingming nodded. What is your combat power now? Li Meow Meow inquired with curiosity. 5,000. Su Jingming said, engrossed in his meal. Wow. Li Meow Meow's mouth formed a perfect circle of astonishment. Chapter 53. The gathering of the team. Su Jingming relished his midnight meal, devouring rice and beef ribs with delight, while Li Meow Meow murmured beside him, 5,000 combat power, and I'm barely over 400, less than a tenth of yours. That is quite disheartening. You are a gifted singer, Su Jingming replied with a smile, glancing at Li Meow Meow. I have been training in martial arts since childhood. As the saying goes, each field has its own expertise. Stop being vain and eat quickly. After dinner, I will take you to meet a stunning beauty, Li Meow Meow said. Who is it? Su Jingming inquired while eating. Our nation's foremost female archer, Wang Yi, Li Meow Meow replied. I've already made arrangements for you. As long as you present your combat stats to her and invite her to join the team, it's almost a sure thing. You've already contacted her? Su Jingming gazed at his girlfriend with admiration. Her efficiency was truly impressive. Come on, eat up, Li Meow Meow urged. All right, Su Jingming responded, quickly finishing his meal. In the virtual world, within Wang Yi's personal space, Wang Yi, hello, Su Jingming said, extending his hand for a handshake. Gun Demon, you are far too courteous. Wang Yi replied, shaking his hand before smiling at Li Meow Meow. Meow Meow, you promised to find me a team that would satisfy me. Li Meow Meow, seated nearby, pointed at Su Jingming. This is the captain of the team I brought. Oh, Wang Yi looked at Su Jingming with curiosity. Gun Demon. Do you have such confidence in inviting me? I've heard from Miao Miao that you're looking for sufficiently strong teammates to compete with teams from around the globe. Su Jingming stated as he showcased his personal combat stats. Do you think my strength is adequate? As Wang Yi examined the displayed stats, she was momentarily taken aback. High-level evolution technique? 3-tiered marksmanship? 5,000 combat power? Her gaze towards Su Jingming became intense. With your strength, once it becomes public knowledge, a multitude of experts will eagerly seek to join your team. I prefer like-minded teammates, Su Jingming replied. My other 3 teammates are long-time close friends. And I am well aware of your character, Wang Yi. You do not care for the immense signing bonuses from large corporations, and your reputation for integrity precedes you. I need a teammate like you. Would you be willing to join my team? I would be delighted to accept your invitation, Gun Demon, Wang Yi said, beaming. By the way, why didn't you invite Zhuang Ziyu? His archery skills are on par with mine. He has already committed to a fixed team. It wouldn't be right to dismantle that, Su Jingming explained. Besides, you are a friend of Miao Miao, and I trust her judgment. Miao Miao, Wang Yi exclaimed, pulling Li Miao Miao into an embrace. You truly are my lucky star. Hey, it's too early to celebrate, Li Miao Miao cautioned. We still need to meet the other 3 teammates and finalize some team details. Let us confirm everything promptly, Wang Yi insisted. Moments later, Heng Fong, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chengyuan arrived at Wang Yi's personal space. Allow me to introduce, this is our team as Archer, Wang Yi, Su Jingming said with a smile, leaving the 3 momentarily astonished. Old Su, are you serious? Heng Fong asked, glancing between Su Jingming and Wang Yi. Wang Yi smiled at the trio. From now on, I hope you will take good care of me during battles and protect this fragile little archer. Awesome. This is incredible, Lu Chengyuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Old Su, you're amazing for securing the strongest female archer. Our team is bound to flourish. It is my honor to join this team, Wang Yi replied. With the captain's strength, he could easily select 4 skilled players and still succeed. Yang Qingxua, Heng Fong, and Lu Chengyuan all turned to Su Jingming. The registration for the Fire Seed Cup competition is approaching, and we should first assess everyone's current capabilities. Su Jingming, calm and composed, declared, as the captain. I shall be the first to divulge. However, he cautioned, this is confidential within the team, so please do not disclose it. With that, Su Jingming revealed his personal battle power panel. 3rd-tier marksmanship, high-tier evolution techniques. Yang Qingxua blinked in awe. Su Gu, your strength is formidable. Lu Chengyuan was also taken aback. 5,000 battle power? I barely exceed 2,000. Heng Fong appeared somewhat dazed, exclaiming, Old Su, you are truly exceptional. My strength may not be overwhelmingly robust. I still lag behind Master Lu Hai and Senior Lei Yunfeng, Su Jingming remarked, but I believe my teammates surpassed theirs. United, the 5 of us have a promising chance of clinching the Fire Seed Cup championship. The expressions of Wang Yi, Yang Qingxua, Heng Fong, and Lu Chengyuan shifted dramatically. Previously, I thought merely placing in the top 10 would be commendable, Lu Chengyuan murmured, yet now it feels as if we could contend for the first position. Only a possibility, Su Jingming cautioned. Let us not grow overly complacent, for on the surface, only Master Lu Hai, Lei Yufeng, and Zhou Yi possess 3rd-tier combat skills. However, if I can break through, perhaps others may as well. We must proceed with caution to reach greater heights. Listening to Old Su, Heng Fong nodded in agreement. Su Gu is absolutely right, Yang Qingxua added. Shua, since when did you become such a flatterer? Lu Chengyuan quipped. When you reach the 3rd tier. I'll flatter you too, Yang Qingxua retorted with a smirk. Li Miao Miao observed the harmonious atmosphere among the 5 teammates and interjected. According to the rules of the Fire Seed Cup, we must submit the prize distribution ratio upon registration. I'm indifferent, Wang Yi stated, unconcerned about the prize. Before the virtual world was launched, she was already a national idol, having earned substantial wealth. After the virtual world opened, she became one of the top 3 streamers on the viewing platform, receiving generous donations. The competition's prize was of little consequence to her. She valued the opportunity to face increasingly formidable opponents. Listening to Old Su, listening to Su Gu, Heng Fong, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chengyuan readily agreed. Then let us divide it evenly, Su Jingming proposed. That is unacceptable, Wang Yi, Heng Fong, and the others almost simultaneously objected. Heng Fong fixed his gaze on Su Jingming. Old Su, your prowess far exceeds ours. Your strength equates to that of all 4 of us combined. Dividing equally would be an affront to us. We would not feel at ease accepting such an arrangement. Let us have a distribution that assures our peace of mind. Yang Qingxua and Lu Chengyuan echoed Su Jingming's gaze. Su Jingming hesitated. Among the 5, Wang Yi was undoubtedly the wealthiest. He and Heng Fong had both achieved success and were not in dire need. Lu Chengyuan and Shua, however, were lacking. Su Jingming still wished to assist his friends. How about we allocate according to strength? Li Miaomiao suggested. The remaining portion shall go to Su Jingming. Su Jingming glanced at his friends. The difference between 16 and 20 was not substantial, and he needed to consider their pride. We also require a substitute player, Su Jingming noted. I will set aside a portion for the substitute. With your strength as captain, our team as substitute player is not significant, Wang Yi remarked. You could carry the team alone. A substitute is unnecessary. Beside them, Li Miaomiao eagerly raised her hand. Could I perhaps be listed as a substitute player? Su Jingming, Heng Fong, Yang Qingxua, Lu Chongyuan, and Wang Yi all turned to Li Miaomiao, nodding in agreement. Having a talented singer as a substitute is quite prestigious, Heng Fong remarked. It is an honor for us to have my sister-in-law as a substitute, Yang Qingxua teased. His spirits significantly lifted since his financial burdens had eased after earning money in the virtual world and his mother's health had improved. In that case, Miao Miao will be the substitute, taking 6. The 4 of you will take 16, leaving me with 30, Su Jingming stated. You can allocate as much to the cats as you wish. We have no objections, Wang Yi chuckled. Su Jingming was indifferent. In this era, strength was paramount. And the more powerful one was, the greater the opportunities to earn money. Since there are no objections, it's settled, Su Jingming nodded. Next, we need to submit our team name during registration, Li Miaomiao said. What shall we call our team? The 5 pondered the team name. We could accept corporate sponsorship. Li Miaomiao suggested. I could arrange for the team to negotiate. It might yield a substantial naming fee that we could share. Is that really necessary? Heng Fong glanced at his teammates and shook his head. I'm not keen on carrying the name of those corporate giants. Let us forget it then, Su Jingming concurred. If we perform well and advance in rankings, the prize money will increase significantly. The champion's prize is a staggering 500 million. Li Miaomiao nodded. So, what shall we name our team? The 5 hesitated over the name. Naming is the most challenging part. I struggled for months to name my daughter, Wang Yi lamented, shaking her head. Why don't you all decide? How about using the name of one of my songs? Li Miaomiao suggested, blinking, for instance, my most popular song. Pearwood. What do you think? Pearwood Battle Team? Wang Yi exclaimed with delight. I adore that name. I've listened to that song on repeat countless times. Sister-in-law's song title is quite elegant. I am in favor, Yang Qingxua immediately chimed in. Me too, Lu Chongyuan added playfully. Agreed. Heng Fong quickly affirmed. Sister-in-law is truly remarkable. Solving one of our dilemmas. Li Miaomiao smiled. I'm merely benefiting. Once our team becomes famous, my song will gain even more recognition nationwide, or even globally. Su Jingming nodded. Now that we've settled the basic registration details, is there anything else? We require a team manager to liaise with the virtual officials. I can take on that role, Li Miaomiao offered. I can handle the minor matters, so you all can focus on the competition. By the way, Wang Yi interjected. I promised all my fans that tonight at 8, I would reveal my team. Can we publicly debut our team then? Su Jingming and the others exchanged glances. All right. Given that the Fire Seed Cup competition is approaching, this will be our team's first public appearance before the tournament. Su Jingming nodded. Chapter 54. The debut inside Sun Li's personal training arena. Director Tian, Sun Li paused his archery practice, gazing at the silver-haired youth on the other end of the communication. Wang Yi has confirmed the news, the silver-haired youth stated. She has confirmed? Is she joining our Jinping battle team? Sun Li inquired. A hint of nervousness creeping into his heart. Although the substitutes still receive ample compensation, participating in the Spark Cup competition is what truly captures public attention, garnering substantial popularity and resulting in generous audience donations. She has explicitly declined our offer, the silver-haired youth remarked, adding that she has also turned down invitations from the other 4 major groups. Oh, Sun Li felt a sense of relief mixed with curiosity. Which team had she chosen to join? She mentioned that it was a secret and that the official announcement would be made at 8 p.m. The silver-haired youth stated. Regardless of her, you are the main player of our team, our sharpshooter. In the Spark Cup competition, it all depends on your performance. With confidence. Sun Li replied, Manager Tian, just wait and see how I perform. The silver-haired youth nodded and ended the communication. Haha, I knew it. The viewing platform ranks among the top 3 in popularity, and with the strongest female sharpshooter, it is no easy feat to secure an invitation. Sun Li said with a proud smile, feeling that everything was as she had anticipated. Yet, she pondered, having declined all 5 major groups, which team had she joined? Sun Li's curiosity piqued, and she resolved to check her live stream at 8 p.m. That evening, at 8 p.m., Sun Li accessed the viewing platform and entered Wang Yi's live stream. As she settled into the stands, she was astonished to see the crowd packed tightly, exclaiming, Wang Yi's popularity is indeed staggering. The audience in her live stream has surpassed 10 million already. This was truly a top 3 broadcaster. Why was my own popularity so low? In terms of strength, I am equally competent, yet my popularity fails to rise. Sun Li felt a mixture of envy and helplessness. It is not merely skill that elevates one's popularity. Take Yang Qishu for example. He diligently cultivates his live stream, entertaining viewers with various antics. Despite being ranked among the top 100 in Xia country, his online audience barely reaches a few thousand, and at most, he struggles to exceed 10,000. Compared to Wang Yi, that is a staggering 1,000-fold difference. Sun Li's own live stream popularity was even lower than Yang Qingshu's. The main issue was that his streams were rather dull. He lacked eloquence and did not possess striking looks, which naturally diminished his allure. I have informed everyone that tonight at 8 p.m. I will officially announce the team I am joining, Wang Yi said, adorned in a custom azure robe embellished with fiery red patterns. With a smile, she pointed to her attire, stating, "This outfit is the uniform of my current team." A uniform? None of the most renowned teams bear this uniform. Yet, it is rather aesthetically pleasing. The audience buzzed with speculation about the team's name. Wang Yi smiled and declared, "Now, let us welcome my 5 teammates." Wow. 5 figures appeared simultaneously beside Wang Yi. There was the stunningly beautiful Li Miao Miao, the composed Su Jingming, the refined Yang Qingshu, the dashing Heng Fong, and the robust Lu Chongyuan, who resembled an upright bear. All 5 were clad in team uniforms. It's Cat. Cat. Many audience members erupted in excited cheers, as Li Miao Miao also boasted over 10 million loyal fans. While Su Jingming had a large following, they were mostly casual fans. How could a low-ranked player like Cat join a team? It seems that substitutes can be as low as the level of a weekday star. And there is Su Jingming. He shone brilliantly in the first divine battle, only to gradually fade into mediocrity thereafter. The other 3 individuals, Heng Fong and Yang Qingshuo, are somewhat renowned. However, who is this tall figure? I haven't seen him before. Lu Chongyuan. He is also a master of extraordinary skill, albeit less known. Various discussions ensue. Wang Yi smiled and remarked, "This individual is surely familiar to everyone. She is my idol and a prodigious singer, our beloved Cat. It is an honor for me to serve as the manager of the team." Li Miao Miao smiled at the audience and added, "I also serve as a substitute player. These 4 constitute the mainstay of our team." Wang Yi stepped to the edge of the group and swiftly introduced them. This tall one is Lu Chongyuan. The most handsome is Heng Fong. The youngest is Yang Qingshuo, and this distinguished figure is our illustrious captain, Su Jingming. Su Jingming, Yang Qingshuo, Heng Fong, and Lu Chongyuan all smiled at the audience, though Lu Chongyuan appeared the most anxious. He had not participated in any world martial arts competitions for many years and had never basked in the limelight, under the gaze of millions. Lu Chongyuan was evidently a bit nervous. "Sister Yi's praise has made me somewhat bashful," Su Jingming chuckled. "However, it is indeed a delightful surprise for our entire team to successfully invite Sister Yi to join us right before the registration for the Spark Cup competition." "I ought to thank the captain for this invitation," Wang Yi replied. At 35 years old, she is the eldest in the team. Technically, she and Lu Chongyuan are of the same age, but Lu Chongyuan's birthday falls in December, while Sister Yi's is in January. "Thank you, Sister Yi, for calling me the most handsome in the team," Heng Fong said with a grin. "In future battles, I shall ensure to eliminate any threat to Sister Yi. I shall also protect Sister Yi," Lu Chongyuan added. "Leave the assassins to me," Yang Qingshuo declared, as the team engaged in casual conversation. Many observant spectators among the audience took note. Wang Yi has joined Su Jingming's team. "This is intriguing," remarked a tall, short-haired woman as she rose from her seat. "We invited her, but she was reluctant to join, ultimately choosing a team centered around her." Beside her, Sun Yuding also stood, saying, "Qingjie. Our team now includes a Yuan. I believe she will surpass Wang Yi in the future. I still have some distance to cover compared to Sister Yi." A Yuan is a youthful girl with baby fat. If Wang Yi is considered the matriarch of the national team, having won 3 Olympic archery championships, then a Yuan is a rising star, having recently claimed the Olympic archery title at the tender age of 17, making her the youngest in the team. Importantly, we have a master. Dai Xiaoqing also stood, expressing her admiration for her senior brother Su Jingming and equally for their master Zhangqing. Master Zhangqing is the most legendary figure in women's martial arts. So she has chosen Su Jingming's team? The stout figure of Tai Lianyun observed this scene. One of the 3 legendary martial artists of Xia country, Lu Hai and Lei Yufeng, have now become mythic figures, ranking among the top 5 globally. While he struggles to maintain his position in the domestic arena, in the country, Lu Hai, Lei Yufeng, and Zhou Yi are undoubtedly in the top 3. Many believe that even Zhang Qing and Xiong Tianshan surpass him, Tai Lianyun. He has been harboring a fierce determination. I shall prove that I am worthy to stand alongside Masters Lu Hai and Lei Yunfang. Tian Yun rose and departed alone. Haha, old Su, your son is quite impressive. Being able to invite the strongest female archer in the Summer Kingdom, remarked Dai Tongda, a dashing middle-aged man with a striking resemblance to Dai Xiaoqing, smiling. He is indeed your disciple. After his physical evolution, Su Hong had transformed into a formidable middle-aged figure, resembling a fierce tiger. Having practiced the tiger strike for 40 years, the essence of the tiger had long since permeated his being. Su Hong nodded, realizing that with Wang Yi joining, their team was now complete, and they could aspire to go further in the Fire Seed Cup competition. Let us hurry to train, Dai Tongda urged. We old fellows need to put in serious effort. If we encounter Jingming, Xiaoqing, and their youthful team and are bested, it would be utterly embarrassing. Yes, we must show these youngsters that experience still has its edge. Su Hong agreed, and the two old friends departed to dedicate their time to training. Chapter 55, The Fire Seed Cup competition. Has Wang Yi lost her senses? Sun Li, feeling somewhat irritable, rose abruptly. How could she choose Su Jingming's team, which consisted of 4 without a single second-tier member? Was it truly because she is a fan of Li Miao? Being eliminated early in the Fire Seed Cup would indeed be a laughingstock. Sun Li felt uneasy, believing that after his departure from the team, Su Jingming's group would struggle to find suitable teammates, resorting to randomly selecting a warrior to barely scrape by, leading to their inevitable elimination in the first round of the Fire Seed Cup. However, now with Wang Yi, Su Jingming's team had gained a significant advantage. Compared to their team, they were still far behind. Sun Li vanished from the stands. Su Jingming's team possesses a configuration superior to mine. Chang Zihao mused from the stands, making comparisons in his mind. My team is centered around Zheng Bailong and Tingya, but Su Jingming is not inferior to Zheng Bailong. And Wang Yi is the second best archer in the Summer Kingdom, second only to Zhou Yi. This is rather troubling. Never mind, there's no need to dwell on these martial artists. Cheng Zihao smiled again. My goal is not to defeat Su Jingming's team, but to promote Bailong, allowing the streamers under Bailong's banner to benefit and gain greater popularity. Big streamers support small streamers. The old guides the new. Even my own team is competing in the Fire Seed Cup. Over the course of a month, Cheng Zihao's company had indeed been flourishing. With a large group of talented female warriors, top-notch experts, and professional coaching, it had attracted many fans. These martial artists are vying for strength, whereas I seek popularity, the collective appeal of all the streamers in my group. We are simply not on the same level. Cheng Zihao thought, feeling buoyant as his company ascended. In the Summer Kingdom, at the Bureau of Life Evolution, Director, the registration for the Fire Seed Cup will commence at midnight tonight, the secretary reported. What is the current status of our top 3 potential seeds? Director Zhou inquired. The first potential seed, Fang Yu, is the most terrifying talent in our Summer Kingdom, with the potential to rival the 4th-ranked Tianyua Zaire, the secretary replied. His strength is steadily increasing, and his halberd is becoming increasingly formidable. When do you estimate he will breach the 3rd level of the Starry Sky Tower? Director Zhou asked. According to previous experience, it is imperative that one's weaponry, combat strategies, and agility reach the 3rd tier, and that the evolution techniques attain a higher level, alongside a wealth of combat experience, to have a chance of success. The first potential seed has only just turned 20. I estimate that within a month, he should manage to progress. The secretary remarked. What about the second potential seed? Director Zhou inquired. The second potential seed, who was just swapped 2 days ago, is now the 29-year-old Su Jingming, the secretary responded. Su Jingming has recently advanced his marksmanship to the 3rd tier and elevated his evolution techniques to a higher level. However, given that he has only just broken through, his shield techniques and agility still have shortcomings. I estimate that he will require about a month to conquer the 3rd layer of the Starry Tower. As for the 3rd potential seed, Zhao Pan, he is merely 18 years of age. His combat techniques and agility have reached 99 at the 2nd tier. He only began studying martial arts after the virtual world opened. Yet within just a month in that realm, he has achieved such a remarkable level. His progress is indeed astonishing, and his talent is formidable. Director Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Continue to monitor the intelligence on all God-tier experts. With the vast population of our nation, it is entirely normal to produce a few extraordinary geniuses. Our goal is to nurture these exceptional talents. Understood, the secretary replied. And what about Lu Hai and Lei Yunfang? Director Zhou added. They are currently the 2 most formidable individuals in our nation. Being one step ahead could lead to a continual advantage. The secretary nodded in agreement. Coach Lu Hai is a well-rounded master in all respects, while Lei Yunfang is renowned as the world's foremost in agility. They are both national treasures. Director Zhou affirmed. For this upcoming Fire Seed Cup competition, we must meticulously gather data. We need not only individuals with formidable power, but also experts adept at teamwork and collaboration. Yes, the secretary acknowledged. You may leave now. The secretary respectfully exited. As time passed, the strength of all individuals continued to evolve. Director Zhou reviewed the detailed information on each participant displayed on the screen, hoping that the intense competition of the Fire Seed Cup would unlock greater potential within them. At midnight on August 29, 2081, the registration for the Fire Seed Cup tournament commenced. In Li Miaomiao's personal space, she, along with Su Jingming and 5 others, gathered. Li Miaomiao sat before her screen, gently accessing the combat space and then the Fire Seed Cup event. The Pairwood team, led by Captain Su Jingming, comprised team members Wang Yi, Heng Feng, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chongyuan, with Li Miaomiao as the substitute and team manager. Li Miaomiao began to input the team information and prize distribution ratios, successfully submitting everything. The 5 of them would also need to agree to the application for it to be valid. I see it, Su Jingming stated as a system prompt appeared, requiring confirmation of the details. Confirm. Agree. Su Jingming, Wang Yi, Heng Feng, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chongyuan each lightly tapped their fingers, confirming the registration information. Soon after, they received a notification that the Pairwood team had successfully registered. At this moment, a total of 159 teams had registered for the Fire Seed Cup tournament. Heng Feng exclaimed, "We were among the first to register, and yet there are already more than 100 teams signed up? That is astonishing. Considering there are nearly 5,000 God-tier individuals in our nation, 100 teams is not excessive," Su Jingming replied. Now, let us discuss the detailed competition process. Li Miaomiao clicked on the detailed process. At midnight on September 1st, the preliminary rounds would commence, selecting the top 30 to advance to the main competition. The teams led by Master Lu Hai and Lei Yufeng would be granted the esteemed titles of the number 1 and number 2 seed teams in the Huazhong Cup competition, thereby bypassing the preliminaries and advancing directly to the main event. Li Miaomiao reflected on this, contemplating the exceptional treatment afforded to these 2 esteemed predecessors. Wang Yi remarked, "After all, in our nation, only these 2 seniors are listed among the stellar ranks." Su Jingming nodded in agreement. "Captain, with your current strength, you are still unable to conquer the 3rd level of the Starry Tower?" Wang Yi inquired. "Your combat prowess surpasses ours by at least double. You could easily take on 5 of us at once." "I have tried and failed," Su Jingming replied, shaking his head. "Senior Lei Yufeng has attained a high level of evolution in his techniques, and his agility is formidable. It took him considerable time to succeed. My own agility still requires improvement. While I could contend with an ordinary tiger pack, facing the Tiger King leading its group would be beyond my capabilities. From now on, you must focus on honing your agility," Wang Yi stated. "Our team's chances of victory depend on you. Only you can confront Lei Yufeng and Master Lu Hai, as we would be unable to withstand them." "Indeed, I shall concentrate on perfecting my agility and shield techniques," Su Jingming responded. Though shield techniques and spear techniques differ in their application, they share many commonalities. Once I achieve a breakthrough, it will also enhance my spear skills. In the early stages of the Huazhong Cup, I shall meet weaker opponents with my shield techniques and refine them. I will only resort to my spear when facing formidable foes. Haha, against weaker adversaries, there is no need for you to wield your spear, Jingming, Heng Feng chuckled. "If you are required to draw your weapon, it signifies our failure. Against Lu Hai, Lei Yufeng, and Shouyi, we would be unable to endure," Lu Chongyuan added. "It is imperative that you step up, old Su. We must also strive to improve. We cannot rely solely on our captain," Wang Yi insisted. "If any of us could break through to the 3rd level, we would have greater confidence even when battling against Lu Hai and Lei Yunfeng's teams." "Do not underestimate the other teams," Su Jingming cautioned. "If I can achieve a breakthrough, there might well be undisclosed experts among them who have also reached the 3rd level." The atmosphere grew tense as everyone considered this possibility. Heng Feng nodded. "No one can ascertain how many experts our nation possesses. It is even possible for breakthroughs to occur right before battle. We must remain cautious. We are not without fear of any opponent," Su Jingming advised. "Now, let us disperse. From now on, our team training sessions will be held at 5 or 6 a.m. each morning, while the rest of the day is free for individual arrangements." "Understood, Captain." The other 5 responded in unison. As time passed, it swiftly became the late night of August 31st, and the registration for the Huazhong Cup had officially closed. The preliminary rounds of the Huazhong Cup were about to begin. Chapter 56. The commencement of the competition in the official live broadcast room of the Summer Nation. The turnout was immense. Su Jingming, Li Miaomiao, Wang Yi, Heng Feng, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chongyuan had all gathered, accompanied by their family and friends, who arrived in small groups at the broadcast room. The number of viewers had already surpassed 800 million and continued to rise, a truly fervent spectacle. Su Jingming marveled at this. Dear viewers in the live room, allow me to introduce as soon as the two hosts, Lu Xian, began speaking at the commentary table. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience, reminiscent of a roaring tsunami. Host Lu Xian smiled and added, I believe our two guests can already sense the fervor of the crowd. Beside me is none other than the current #1 on the Stardust rankings, Master Lu Hai, who is making his debut in a live broadcast today. The imposing figure of Lu Hai sat at the commentary table, exuding a gentle demeanor, his eyes twinkling as he gazed at the audience. Hello, everyone, Lu Hai waved, prompting another wave of thunderous applause. His popularity among fans is immense, yet he has seldom participated in live broadcasts or any events. This marks his inaugural appearance. Ha ha ha, from the stands, Yang Qingshu couldn't help but remark, in our presence, Master usually resembles a majestic lion or tiger. Today, he feels more like a big, docile kitten, happily waving. I'll record that for posterity, just to show Master. Hung Fong replied, How dare you compare Master to a kitten? Honestly, he does have a bit of that resemblance, Li Miao Miao observed. Looking at Lu Hai on the commentary table, with his resolute features, thick hair, and piercing gaze, he indeed appears intimidating, akin to a lion or tiger. Yet at this moment, he is all smiles for the audience, much like an affectionate cat. Did you hear that? Even the sister-in-law agrees. Yang Qingshu chimed in. Then let us keep that to ourselves. I want to tell Master, Hung Fong said, watching closely. He does look like a beckoning fortune cat while waving, Su Jingming remarked. In the preliminary rounds, Master and Senior Lei Yunfang can opt not to participate, which allows them to serve as guests. Once the main competition begins, they can no longer occupy the commentary table. This may very well be their only appearance at the commentary table during the entire Spark Cup. Wang Yi added, If they are eliminated early, there is a chance they could return to the commentary table. Eliminated early? Su Jingming and the others turned to Li Miao Miao. For instance, if Lu Hai and Senior Lei Yunfang were to face each other early on, one of them would inevitably be eliminated, Li Miao Miao explained. What you say is quite reasonable, Wang Yi acknowledged, but according to the tournament structure, the likelihood of them facing each other before the finals is quite low. We should encounter one of them before that. Then we shall eliminate them, Li Miao Miao declared, clenching her fist. As a substitute, I have faith in our team's strength. At the commentary table, Lu Xian continued with enthusiasm. As for this gentleman, he is currently ranked 5th in the Stardust rankings, Master Lei Yunfang. Lei Yunfang bore a scar on his face, his countenance austere and slim in build, seldom smiling. Yet, faced with the soaring audience of 900 million, he managed to muster a faint smile and waved. Master Lei Yunfang's smile seems rather forced, Su Jingming commented. Getting him to smile is no easy feat, Hang Fong nodded. But at least he is making an effort. Make sure to capture that moment. It's a rare sight, Yang Qishu suggested. Lu Xian at the commentary table spoke warmly. It is truly a rare occasion to have both masters here in our live broadcast. Look at this, we now have 900 million viewers. How enthusiastic they are. Do either of you have any words for us? I am quite curious, Lu Hai replied with a smile, this time at the Spark Cup. I wonder if any team will manage to defeat mine. Another eruption of deafening cheers followed. I am looking forward to it. In a fervent exchange, Lei Yunfang spoke of his impending duel with Lu Hai in the Fire Seed Cup. Lu Hai cast a glance at Lei Yunfang, renowned for his unparalleled speed and mastery of the blade. We shall meet in the competition, Lu Hai replied. Ah, even before the Fire Seed Cup has commenced. I find my blood surging with excitement, exclaimed the host, Lu Xian, as the clock approached midnight on September 1st. All teams registered for the Fire Seed Cup were soon to proceed to the preparation area. Meanwhile, Su Jingming, Wang Yi, Hang Fong, Yang Qingshu, and Lu Chongyuan received notifications that the preliminary rounds were about to begin and were instructed to head to the combat space. Let's go, Su Jingming declared, prompting the others to rise in unison. Go, son, cheered Su's mother. Go, dad, shouted Yang Qingshua's son. You are the most handsome. Wang Yi's wife added her enthusiasm. Go, daddy. 3 young girls gazed adoringly at Lu Chongyuan. Mom, you are the best in the world, a girl exclaimed, directing her admiration toward Wang Yi. Li Mu battle team. Invincible. Li Miaomi rallied as Su Jingming and his companions proceeded to the combat space amidst the cheers of their friends and family. Upon arriving at the combat space, the preparation area for the Fire Seed Cup, they were taken aback by the sheer number of participants. So many people, Su Jingming remarked as they materialized in the bustling environment. A total of 821 teams had registered, with the majority of divine-level experts participating, Hung Fong noted. I heard that on the last day of registration, many divine-level experts held live streams to gather teammates. As long as they are divine-level, nobody is picky about forming a team. We find it easy to invite teammates due to our strength and the number of experts we know, Lu Chongyuan added. Many grassroots experts have fewer acquaintances. Some might have only recently reached divine level in the last couple of days, and their abilities may be among the weakest. They often have to openly recruit, and it's quite common for 5 unfamiliar divine-level individuals to barely assemble a team just to join the fray. Su Jingming nodded, acknowledging that while grassroots competitors faced difficulties in the early stages, the vast population of over 1 billion would inevitably increase the number of divine-level experts. Currently, there are nearly 5,000 divine-level practitioners, based on rough estimates, he continued. Wang Yi interjected, among those like you and me, who have undergone professional training. There are fewer than 2,000. The rest are all grassroots competitors, meaning that grassroots players now comprise more than half of the divine-level experts. Professional martial artists have always been scarce, Su Jingming reflected. In the past 30 years, the national martial arts team has only about 300 members combined from both men's and women's teams. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, "Master, master." A handsome young man ran over. Su Jingming squinted to examine the newcomer closely. "Little fatty, you've lost weight?" The young man, brimming with excitement, responded, "Master, I've been practicing the shadow leopard evolution technique, and the weight loss effects are remarkable. Just look at me, aren't I dashing? Many of our female classmates from the previous class are now pursuing me actively, haha. They can just keep dreaming. Now, I, Pang Yun, have the privilege of selection." Su Jingming smiled at his teammates. "Let me introduce you. This is a disciple of mine from Binhai. He used to be a bit chubby and rather lazy, reluctant to train physically, and only learned spear techniques with me using a very light spear. One-on-one private tutoring. I have studied under him for 3 years, and my marksmanship has improved to about 50 or 60%. He has indeed made the right choice." Wang Yi remarked that with the evolution method available now, one's body can naturally evolve to its limits. However, securing a one-on-one session with Su Jingming to learn marksmanship has proven to be quite challenging. Indeed, I have struck gold. Just yesterday, I ascended to the divine rank. Pang Yun expressed with delight, and I immediately boasted in the high school class group, seeking ways to gather some divine rank players to form a team. Regardless, I, Pang Yun, have participated in the first national cup competition of Xia country. Pang Yun, give it your all, Su Jingming encouraged. "Master, I doubt I can pass the preliminaries, but you must give it your best." Pang Yun clenched his fist, determined that even if he could not surpass Lu Hai or Lei Yunfeng, he must at least secure 3rd place. "Just be quiet. Wishing me 3rd place is not a congratulation," Su Jingming retorted, playfully kicking him. Pang Yun laughed as he ran off. "Master, if I get eliminated, I will definitely watch your live stream and send you a reward." He scampered off to join his teammates. "One-on-one private tutoring for 3 years? Hung Fong exclaimed in surprise. "Your time must be quite precious. I remember at the fighting hall, your teaching time for disciples was limited. This was personally entrusted to me by senior brother Fong Xinglong." Su Jingming responded, "And the annual tuition fee is in the 7 figures. As soon as he finished speaking, the preparation space began to echo with sounds. "The preliminaries are about to commence. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. All teams in the preparation space fell silent, and at the moment the countdown concluded, they all vanished. Transported to the battle area for the preliminaries. Chapter 57. Synchronized rankings. The 5 of Su Jingming transformed into 5 streams of light, descending upon a vast wilderness. Su Jingming gazed ahead. In the distance, a formidable alien army was assembling. The pair would battle team. During the preliminaries, your weaponry can be supplied indefinitely, but your stamina and injuries cannot be restored by the system until the preliminaries conclude. Please allocate your stamina wisely." A voice echoed in the ears of Su Jingming and his companions. "In 5 minutes, this orc army will launch an attack. Your task is to completely annihilate this orc army." The Orc Legion comprised 1,000 orc soldiers. The number of soldiers each participating team eliminates will be publicly synchronized. To eliminate all orc soldiers is to eradicate the orc army. Remember, only the 30 teams that finish the fastest will advance to the main event. Su Jingming and his companions immediately began preparing their weaponry. 5 of us against an entire army? Wang Yi remarked. "Fortunately, the weaponry is supplied indefinitely. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to carry enough arrows. Pay attention to the reasonable allocation of stamina," Su Jingming advised. "Everyone must wear armor. Do not wear leather armor. I can see that many orc cavalry are equipped with bows. They are bow cavalry," Yang Qingshuan nodded, "and there are also heavy cavalry." "What kind of massive steeds are those commanders riding?" As Su Jingming and his team selected their weapons and equipment, they scrutinized the distant Orc Legion. The orcs, with their brown skin and hideous features, were predominantly infantry. There were also Snow Wolf light cavalry armed with bows and arrows, as well as more fearsome heavy cavalry. Along with several commanders faintly visible, each mounted upon colossal earth dragons. At this moment, the Orc Legion was also observing the 5 humans. While the commanders had begun issuing orders to their subordinates, the official live stream of the Xia Kingdom had now surpassed 1 billion viewers. It could be said that, at this late hour, the majority of the populace in the Xia Kingdom was engrossed in the official broadcast. 821 divine teams were present. The host, Liu Xian, remarked that each divine team must annihilate an Orc Legion, with only the 30 fastest teams qualifying for the main event, thus having the chance to confront the teams led by Master Lu Hai and Master Lei Yunfang. This preliminary competition mechanism was quite intriguing. Lu Hai nodded in approval, noting that the number of soldiers killed by each participating team would be publicly disclosed. This meant that every team could ascertain the kill counts of others. Even those teams concealing their true strength had to ensure they remained within the top 30. Teams placed beyond the 30th position would need to take greater risks and exert themselves fiercely. Otherwise, even if they defeated the Orc Legion, they would still face elimination. Lei Yufang nodded, observing that the Orc Legion appeared formidable. Liu Xian glanced at the materials in hand and smiled, indicating that the design difficulty of the Orc Legion was such that the vast majority of divine teams would be obliterated, with the pass rate estimated at around 10%. 1 in 10? Lu Hai and Lei Yufang both nodded slightly. Liu Xian continued, if they recklessly pursue speed, the pass rate may further decline. However, there will indeed be 30 teams that succeed. Trust in the computational prowess of the virtual world system. Now, the assault of the Orc Legion commences, Liu Xian announced, observing the live scene behind him. In the wilderness, there was no cover. On one side stood Su Jingming and his 4 companions, while on the other loomed the Orc Legion. The countdown for the Orc Legion's attack began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, a commander from the Orc Legion raised his sword and pointed it towards Su Jingming and his companions, issuing commands in the Orc language. Instantly, the Orc infantry surged forward with a thunderous roar, while the Snow Wolf light cavalry sprang into action. These light cavalry split into 2 factions, flanking Su Jingming's group on both sides. With a whoosh, the Snow Wolf light cavalry on both sides drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows. The sound of arrows raining down was deafening. Su Jingming and his comrades experienced the true essence of being under a downpour of arrows, as 300 arrows descended upon them simultaneously. They were on the move, unwilling to become living targets. Dozens of arrows landed in their vicinity. Ray shields, Su Jingming, Lu Chongyuan, Hang Fong, and Yang Qishu all lifted their shields, effectively shielding the entire team. The sound of arrows striking their leg armor rang out, creating a clattering noise. Fortunately, these are just ordinary arrows. If they were penetrating arrows shot by divine archers, we would be in trouble, Yang Qishu remarked. If each of the 300 Bao cavalry could match a divine archer, only the captain might withstand 1 or 2 arrows. We would all be doomed, Hang Fong added. The infantry will be upon us shortly. Yeah, it will be your turn then, Su Jingming said. Don't worry, Wang Yi nodded affirmatively. The arrows had successfully repelled 3 waves of assault, but the Orc infantry had finally closed in. The distant volleys of arrows ceased, for further shooting would endanger their own troops. The moment had arrived. Su Jingming and Lu Chongyuan each wielded 2 shields, tasked with safeguarding the squad, primarily to protect the skilled archer Wang Yi. The sheer number of Orc soldiers necessitated their simultaneous use of shields for optimal defense. Hung Fong brandished a serpent spear, while Yang Qingshua wielded a silver lance, both responsible for eliminating the nearby Orc warriors. With a furious roar, the Orc soldiers rushed forward, launching an all-out assault. A multitude brandished their spears, while others hurled chain hammers and axes, all directed towards Su Jingming and his companions. With a thunderous clash, Su Jingming raised his dual shields to absorb the impact, causing Orcs on both sides to stagger back, some toppling over. Lu Chongyuan, wielding larger shields, effectively blocked the onslaught from a multitude of Orc soldiers. Amidst the chaos, Wang Yi commenced a rapid-fire barrage of arrows, drawing her bow to a half-circle before releasing 3 arrows simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, 9 arrows were loosed, each finding its mark in the skulls of the Orc warriors. Wang Yi maintained an impassive demeanor, her rhythm precise as she retrieved and shot arrows with relentless efficiency. Only after exhausting 1 quiver would she momentarily pause to draw another, the interval brief. Jie is incredible, Yang Qingshua exclaimed in admiration. Jie is amazing. Hung Fong chuckled, as he wielded his serpent spear alongside Yang Qingshua's lance, felling the encroaching Orc warriors, while Wang Yi's relentless barrage decimated enemy soldiers. Hung Fong and Yang Qingshua found their tasks considerably lighter. Meanwhile, Su Jingming and Lu Chongyuan focused solely on ensuring the safety of their teammates. A relentless tide of Orc soldiers surged against Su Jingming's team, crashing upon them like a ceaseless wave, intent on overwhelming their defenses. Su Jingming's squad stood firm as resilient rocks against the frenzied onslaught of the orc horde. Looking up, Su Jingming noticed the tally of enemy kills displayed high above, revealing the standings of all teams engaged in battle. 1. Zhou Yi's team, Captain Zhou Yi, 205 kills. 2. Xin Zi's team, Captain Zhang Qing, 183 kills. 5. Li Mu's team, Captain Su Jingming, 152 kills. 6. Tian Yin's team, Captain Zhuang Ziyu, 139 kills. 10. Jin Peng's team, Captain Tai Lianyun, 123 kills. 11. Dun Axe's team, Captain Xiong Tianshan, 122 kills. 19. Zhan's team, Captain Fang Yu, 98 kills. 33. Bama's team, Captain Zheng Bailong, 69 kills. 821. Kai Xian's team, Captain Peng Yun, 12 kills. The numbers fluctuated in real time, with the rankings shifting as various teams vied for supremacy, particularly focused on the top 30 positions. Chapter 58, Peng Yun's father. Countless spectators were engrossed in the rankings, eagerly watching the live broadcast of the preliminary matches. The official live streaming space of the Xia Kingdom is remarkably expansive, showcasing 821 distinct live scenes, among which one serves as the main stage. Only 33. Zheng Bailong. You ought to be among the elite of the second tier. Sheng Zihao is indeed feeling a bit anxious. The teammates I have assigned to you are all skilled. And after investing such a significant sum, results must be seen. A position within the top 30 is imperative. No, it must be within the top 28. Sheng Zihao observes the fluctuations in rankings, aware that the two teams in the last positions will inevitably face off against the top seeds, the first and second seeds. Confronting teams led by Lu Hai and Lei Yufang will surely result in elimination. The top 28. Sheng Zihao fixates, having poured resources into this, Zheng Bailong. You must deliver results for me. Simultaneously, Sheng Zihao casts a glance at Su Jingming's team, a group that has hardly invested any funds, yet currently ranks 5th. An unsettling feeling stirs within him. It seems the influence of money is not as significant as he once thought. Go, Ijia. Li Miao Miao amplifies the live broadcast, swiftly enlarging the view of the Pearwood team, allowing her to see clearly as Su Jingming and his team withstand the onslaught of the Orc Legion. Ijia's archery skills are exceptional, Xiao Zeng exclaims, marveling as she effortlessly releases 9 arrows in the blink of an eye, all with astonishing precision. When will I achieve even a fraction of Ijia's prowess? You should first catch up with me, Kong Jia replies with a smile. Currently, Sheng Zihao's White Dragon team sits at 33rd place. I can only imagine how frantic you must be. Li Miao Miao lets out a soft hum. In terms of financial investment, he cannot compete with those large conglomerates, and regarding individual strength, he lacks formidable experts like Lu Hai, Lei Yunfang, Zhou Yi, and Jingming, who can naturally attract top talents to join. His White Dragon team has no promising future. Look, the Xianzi team, featuring Xiaoqing, is formidable. Li Miao Miao's eyes light up as they now rank 2nd. Zhang Qing's dual sword technique is truly magnificent. She boldly navigates through the Orc Legion, rendering their numerical advantage ineffective. Wherever Zhang Qing strides, a multitude of orcs falls before her. Simply magnificent, both Kong Jie and Xiao Zeng are mesmerized. Currently, the primary scene broadcasted in the Xia Kingdom's official live stream is indeed the Xianzi team. This team, comprised of 5 women, presents a strikingly beautiful battle scene. Among them is the sharpshooter Wang Yuan, whose arrows never miss, Sun Yuding's sword and shield tactics, Yuan Yujiao's fierce dual shields, and Dai Xiaoqing's agile dual blades. Most stunning of all is Captain Zhang Qing, who single-handedly confronts thousands, embodying the essence of a warrior. There is no need for her to coordinate with her teammates. She charges headfirst into the Orc Legion, leaving a trail of fallen foes in her wake. What do you two think of Zhang Qing's swordsmanship? The host, Lu Xian, inquires. Xianzi is ethereal. Lu Hai continues to smile. No wonder the Xianzi group was the first to name a team after Zhang Qing. Her dual sword skills truly possess the greatest aesthetic appeal. In terms of swordsmanship within the country, Zhang Qing undoubtedly ranks 1st. Indeed, her swordsmanship is quite remarkable. The typically stoic Lei Yunfang nods in agreement. However, she has already surpassed 40 years. Lu Hai, do you truly refer to her as a girl? When I first knew her, she was merely a middle school student participating in martial arts competitions. Lu Hai retorts, is it wrong to call her a girl? Lei Yufang falls silent, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Hai. This old fellow is over 70. In the presence of professional martial artists, he appears almost as a junior. Currently, the team of formidable archers holds an advantage. Lu Hai continued his commentary, but soon the situation will shift. The cavalry's charge will be swifter and more ferocious than that of the infantry. The heavy cavalry, clad entirely in armor, leaving no part of their form exposed. Makes it exceedingly difficult for the archers to exert their influence. At that juncture, the fate of victory will rest upon the contributions of their comrades. At this moment, in the stands, a dejected young man, Peng Yun, returned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He approached a middle-aged couple. "Son, it was commendable," the woman, possessing both beauty and an air of nobility, remarked. "In the 821st team, your group was not the first to be eliminated. Yet, their performance ranked last overall." Peng Yun settled down, gazing up at their final standing. 821st place, the Happy Battle team, Captain Peng Yun, with a meager tally of 22 enemies slain. This was their ultimate outcome, as the entire team had perished in battle. Peng Yun sighed. In the face of the orc horde's onslaught, it was simply terrifying. The spears came at us from all angles, and hidden weapons like throwing axes rained down upon us. Our shields were barely effective. Managing to slay 22 adversaries feels like an achievement in itself. Yet, look at Senior Zhang Qing and my master Su Jingming. They faced the orc assault with such ease. It posed no real threat to them. As he spoke, Peng Yun gently magnified the combat scenes of Su Jingming's team. Indeed, Su Jingming appeared effortlessly in control. With dual shields in hand, a mere tremor sent waves of orcs staggering back. Wang Yi was well protected, able to shoot arrows at will. "Your master possesses remarkable talent." The middle-aged man beside him commented, nodding in approval. "I have great faith in his marksmanship. I had not anticipated his proficiency with shields as well. Father, you instructed me to practice marksmanship, specifically urging me to learn from Su Jingming. I trained for 3 years, and you mentioned it was unnecessary to focus on physical conditioning." Peng Yun chuckled, looking at the middle-aged man. "Did you know something in advance?" The middle-aged man exchanged a glance with his wife. "This lad," he mused, gazing at his son with a calm demeanor, "you are no longer a child. Some matters are best kept private." "I understand." Peng Yun nodded obediently. The Summer Kingdom is hosting the Torch Cup, while the White Eagle Federation, the Roman Empire, and the Rust Kingdom are also holding their own tournaments, the middle-aged man continued. Each nation merely hopes to seize greater opportunities. Seize opportunities? Peng Yun pondered thoughtfully. The woman interjected with a smile. "Son, focus on honing your marksmanship. Achieving a god-level status after just over a month in the virtual world is something your father and I are quite satisfied with. Continue to strive afterward." "Indeed," Peng Yun promptly replied. Additionally, the middle-aged man observed the scenes of the pair-wood battle team, watching Su Jingming employ his shield techniques against the onslaught. In his view, Su Jingming's combat sequences slowed down tenfold. "Your master is a person worth cultivating a deep connection with. You should engage with him more frequently." "Oh?" Peng Yun nodded obediently, glancing at his father. "What else have you discerned, Dad?" The middle-aged man looked at his son but chose not to elaborate further. In the Bureau of Life Evolution, the official live broadcast of the Summer Kingdom reported that the online audience had reached a staggering 10.28 billion, nearing its peak and still fluctuating. The secretary reported this information. Director Zhou sat before the unfolding scene, observing the presence of over 1 billion spectators. As the system swiftly identified several key figures among them, these individuals were of significant interest to the entire Summer Nation. Among them, one figure stood out. Enveloped in a purple glow, distinctly marked. Director Zhou chuckled upon witnessing this. Mr. Pang is quite rare indeed, as he has chosen to attend the Spark Cup competition. Mr. Pang now spends an average of 22 hours a day in the virtual realm, toiling diligently. His secretary interjected, "However, his health is not a concern. Even if his physical health is assured, his mental well-being must also be nurtured," Director Zhou remarked, gently tapping the screen to connect with another acquaintance, revealing an elderly man. "Brother Fong, is it true that Mr. Pang dedicates 22 hours daily to the virtual world?" Director Zhou inquired. "Isn't that rather exhausting? We have advised him. Yet he pays no heed." The elder responded, "He insists that this is a critical moment, and every second must be seized." "Indeed," Director Zhou nodded. "Ultimately, we must ensure his health remains optimal." "That is certainly the case," Elder Fong agreed, then continued, "Mr. Pang's endeavors are but one thread. The martial experts under your charge represent a far more crucial line, a continuous stream. I hope this Spark Cup competition yields a plethora of talented masters." Director Zhou acknowledged. "Let us strive together. Together we shall," Elder Fong smiled faintly. Chapter 59. Exceptional shielding talent in the wilderness. Hordes of orc warriors fell, dissipating into the ethereal. The ranks of orc infantry dwindled, yet none faltered. They charged with a deafening roar until the last of their number perished. Not a single orc soldier escaped. Su Jingming and his companions were somewhat astonished. "It must be a function of the virtual world's rules," Hung Fong observed. "If these orc soldiers were to scatter in flight, It would pose a considerable challenge for just the 5 of us to eliminate all foes. Be cautious. The light cavalry is commencing their charge, Wang Yi cautioned. The cavalry's assault was far more terrifying than that of the infantry. Su Jingming echoed this warning, scrutinizing the unfolding event. 300 Snow Wolf light cavalry coalesced into a formidable force, initially launching arrows from a distance. Once Su Jingming and his companions raised their shields to withstand the onslaught. The light cavalry sheathed their bows and grasped the spears slung across their snow wolves' backs. Each snow wolf cavalryman brandished a spear and began a rapid charge. Thunderous roars erupted as the cavalry surged forward, spears resembling a forest. "They're so swift, we cannot hope to escape," Yang Qingshu exclaimed in alarm. "I will brace myself at the forefront," Su Jingming declared, positioning himself with dual shields at the vanguard of their formation. Lu Chongyuan, Yang Qingshu, and Hung Fong formed a protective arc behind him, safeguarding Wang Yi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Yi began her archery onslaught. Facing the rapidly advancing light cavalry, she unleashed arrows not in the previous close-range trio, but in a singular, precise manner. Each of her arrows sent an orc rider tumbling from their snow wolf, which nimbly leapt to evade the fallen soldiers. Those who fell swiftly dissolved into nothingness. As they drew nearer, at a distance of 50 meters, Hung Fong hurled a short spear. Swish, swish, swish. Short spears pierced the air, effortlessly penetrating the bodies of numerous orc cavalry, occasionally even striking down 2 at once. Yet, after merely hurling 6 spears, the Snow Wolf light cavalry had already closed the distance. Boom. Su Jingming stood resolute like a rock at the forefront. The charge of the Snow Wolf light cavalry collided against his dual shields, sending the attackers tumbling helplessly to the ground. The technique of using force against force could not compare to that of his master. With his shields held firmly, Su Jingming tilted them slightly, employing small adjustments in his footwork. Any foe that came too close would inevitably strike his shields, causing the snow wolves to be thrown back completely. However, even he could only withstand a portion of the onslaught. Despite being at the front line, he could only absorb 60% of the pressure. Lu Chongyuan, Heng Fong, and Yang Qingshua also needed to hold their ground. While it was essential to hone their footwork and shield techniques, there was a need to leave some foes for their comrades. Su Jingming found himself in the most advantageous position if he unleashed his full combat prowess wielding a spear. He could sweep through the entire orc horde single-handedly. Yet, that was unnecessary. His ambition lay in achieving greater strength, securing a place on the Starry Sky ranking, and ultimately facing off against Lu Hai, Lei Yunfeng, Zhou Yi, and others. Every moment must be seized to refine his abilities and bolster his strength. He was acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and his master, as well as the esteemed Lei Yufeng. Under the relentless charge of the Snow Wolf light cavalry, he endeavored to counter with his footwork and shield techniques. As time passed, the rankings of the respective teams in the skies shifted. The influence of the archers waned. In the viewing area, Cheng Zihao felt a pang of anxiety as Zheng Bailong's prowess in close combat became evident. His White Dragon team had ascended to 20th place. Among the spectators, a silver-haired youth from the Jinping group observed with a nod, acknowledging the formidable strength of Tai Lianyan, while Zhao Fan and Zhang Feng, the talented duo he had selected, also performed admirably. Their rankings surged rapidly, now standing at 7th. However, Sun Li, the archer, was lagging behind. If they could successfully recruit Wang Yi, their team would become significantly stronger. The silver-haired youth furrowed his brow, noticing that Wang Yi's team, with her singular talent, ranked even higher than his Jinping team, placing 6th. How could her team outperform the Zhuang Ziyu team, which boasted several skilled fighters such as Yu Cheng, Zhang Qian, and Wu Sai? Clearly, the Tanin team was stronger. The silver-haired youth felt perplexed and magnified the scenes of Su Jingming's team and Zhuang Ziyu's team simultaneously. Upon closer inspection, the distinction became apparent. What was going on? He frowned, observing that while Su Jingming stood alone at the forefront against the charge of the Snow Wolf light cavalry, in the Tanin team, both Yu Qing and Wu Sai wielded dual shields at the front, managing to match the effectiveness of Su Jingming alone. Su Jingming wielded a shield with such prowess? It was incomprehensible. The silver-haired youth felt a headache coming on. Was there no credible ranking available? The second tier of experts seemed to be outperformed by those in the third tier. Even if the group were willing to invest, they had no idea whom to sign. Su Jingming belonged to the third tier, while Yu Cheng was recognized as a second-tier expert. Wu Sai was also deemed to possess the strength of a third-tier fighter. Could the combined efforts of Yu Cheng and Wu Sai truly withstand the charge of the light cavalry on par with Su Jingming? Time continued to flow. 300 light cavalry, fearless in the face of death. Time and again they charged forth, regrouping after each onslaught, until the last of their number fell. Old Su, you must leave us more orcs, our burden is still too light, Fong remarked with a smile. Conserve your strength. The 5 commanders and the heavy cavalry pose the greatest threat, Su Jingming replied. Soon, you will feel ample pressure. We must still be mindful of our ranking. Wang Yi added. Su Jingming raised his gaze to the standings and stated, as long as we secure a position within the top 20, the rest holds little significance. The 29th and 30th teams would face Lei Yunfang's and Lu Hai's squads in the first round, and that would be disastrous. Su Jingming felt his own team was not yet adequately prepared, wishing to postpone an encounter with their master. Here they come, the final wave. Su Jingming and his 4 companions focused intently as the Orc Legion commanders and heavy cavalry began their charge, orderly advancing only after the light cavalry had been decimated. The thunderous rumble of the heavily armored mounts, akin to armored rhinoceroses, filled the air. These orcs even donned helmets. The sight of nearly 100 heavy cavalry charging at high speed resembled a torrent of steel, causing a tremor of unease among Lu Chongyuan, Fong, Yang Qingxua, and Wang Yi. Captain, you should bear most of the burden, Lu Chongyuan said, his anxiety evident. Use their momentum against them. Do not recklessly withstand their charge. Su Jingming advised. In that moment, Fong, Yang Qingxua, Lu Chongyuan, and Wang Yi felt a sense of reassurance with their captain leading the charge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Yi loosed 3 arrows, which deflected harmlessly off the heavy armor of the cavalry. We need armor-piercing arrows, and we must target their weak points, Wang Yi declared. With that, she produced an arrow with a noticeably larger tip, drawing her bow to its full extent. Locking her gaze on the charging orc heavy cavalry, she prepared and released the arrow. It soared through the air, piercing through the visor of one orc's helmet. Blood splattering from within as the heavily armored orc tumbled from his mount, causing a momentary chaos. With only 2 armor-piercing arrows fired, having felled 2 heavy cavalry. The orc cavalry now surged closer. Be cautious, do not let them overwhelm us, Lu Chongyuan shouted, thrusting with a lightning-quick spear. Fong struck through the visor of a heavy orc cavalryman. Su Jingming, wielding dual shields, stood resolutely at the forefront, utilizing the enemy's force against them, occasionally unleashing his own might, causing disarray within the heavy cavalry ranks. The true terror of heavy cavalry lies in their charge. But we must remain vigilant against those 5 commanders, Su Jingming warned. The 5 commanders, mounted on earth dragon steeds and wielding diverse weapons, some brandishing long swords, others long knives, and still others wielding massive axes, were formidable figures, trailing behind the heavy cavalry, poised to strike. Nearly 100 heavy cavalry surged past, claiming the lives of over 20 of their own. At that moment, the 5 commanders encircled Su Jingming's weary team in a fan-like formation, riding their earth dragons. Boom, boom. Su Jingming's dual shield staggered 2 of the earth dragons, sending them reeling to the side, while the attacks from the other 3 commanders descended upon Wang Yi and her companions. Captain, we too need to hone our skills. In the team voice chat, Wang Yi remarked, just ensure the team finishes within the top 20. Su Ge. Let us observe our performance, Yang Qingxua added. This is merely the preliminary round, Hung Fong concurred. Su Jingming understood that everyone desired to showcase their capabilities. All right, Su Jingming responded. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Chongyuan and Hung Fong, armed with shield and axe, still stood firm, while Wang Yi and Yang Qingxua had already fallen. Was that exhilarating? Su Jingming inquired of his teammates. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating. Hung Fong and Lu Chongyuan exchanged glances and smiled. Only one commander remained. Su Jingming turned to face the commander wielding a battle sword, who mounted a ground dragon and commenced a final, solitary charge. The last one, leave it to me, Su Jingming declared as he stepped forward. The orc commander let out a fierce roar as the ground dragon charged menacingly. Su Jingming deftly evaded, causing the ground dragon to miss its target. With a powerful swing, the orc commander arced his sword towards Su Jingming. Su Jingming advanced, his right hand wielding the shield with conviction, colliding it with the battle sword at the moment of impact, forcefully driving it into the chest of the heavily armored orc commander, sending him hurtling into the air, falling from the back of the ground dragon. Su Jingming charged forward, stomping down. 8 extremes, stomp. With a resounding thud, he struck the orc commander's helmet, causing it to crumple and blood to splatter. The orc commander dissipated into nothingness. The orc legion was vanquished. Su Jingming turned to see Lu Chongyuan and Hung Fong, both somewhat disheveled, as the 3 of them looked up at the rankings, sharing smiles. With a flourish, the trio vanished, leaving the wilderness behind. That strike with the shield. Such power? In the official live stream of Xia Country, Lu Hai and Lei Yunfang exchanged surprised glances. The orc commander's sword strike was formidable, yet Su Jingming's shield had sent the commander flying, indicating an extraordinary force. Has Jingming broken through? Lei Yufeng leaned closer to Lu Hai and whispered. I am unsure, Lu Hai replied, shaking his head. What are the two of you discussing? Might you share it with us? The host Lu Xin inquired with a smile. Lu Hai responded with a grin. We were talking about Su Jingming. His performance with the shield against the Orc Legion was quite impressive. Old Lei and I were just saying that Su Jingming possesses remarkable talent with the shield. Lei Yunfeng blinked in disbelief. You, with your thick brows and bright eyes, are you not embarrassed to fabricate tales in the official livestream? Chapter 60. Lu Hai's veteran team Su Jingming and his companions appeared on the viewing platform. In the face of a massive charge and the close combat of heavily armored warriors, archers indeed faced considerable disadvantages. Wang Yi reminisced about that battle, realizing why Zhou Yi had yet to conquer the third level of the Starry Tower. The assault of the Tiger Pack in the Starry Tower was far more terrifying than the Orc Legion, Su Jingming remarked. Though it ended somewhat chaotically. Our ranking is quite commendable, Yang Qingshua commented, as Su Jingming, Heng Feng, Lu Chongyuan, Yang Qingshua, and Wang Yi gazed at the rankings displayed in the livestream. Firstly, Team Zhou Yi, Captain Zhou Yi, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. Secondly, Team Xianzi, Captain Zhang Qing, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. Thirdly, Team Yunshan, Captain Hui Qingshan, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. Fourthly, Team Jin Peng, Captain Tai Lianyun, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. Fifthly, Team Wu Ling, Captain Fang Yu, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. Sixthly, Team Dun Fu, Captain Xiong Tianshan, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. Seventhly, Team Tian Yin, Captain Zhuang Ziyu, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. Eighthly, Team Sanshu, Captain Feng Baiyu, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. Ninthly, Team Li Mu, Captain Su Jingming, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. 11th, Team Jian Shun, Captain Qin Gu, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. 12th, Team Shuangyu, Captain Gu Chon, number of enemies defeated, 1,000. 25th, Team Bailong, Captain Zheng Bailong, number of enemies defeated, 998. 821st, Team Kai Xian, Captain Pang Yun, number of enemies defeated, 22. Ranking 9th is commendable, Lu Chongyuan remarked. During the final wave, our coordination diminished. As we focused more on honing our individual skills, Su Jingming, along with his companions, reunited with their friends and family. As a substitute team member, he was elated to participate in the main competition. Li Miao Miao warmly welcomed them with a beaming smile, expressing her gratitude for the hard work of the 5 official team members. The objective of the preliminary round had been achieved, and now preparations for the main competition must commence. Heng Feng nodded, stating, in the first round of the main competition, Master Lu Hai and Senior Lei Yunfeng lead teams 1 and 2, respectively. The top 30 teams from the preliminaries will form teams 3 through 32. The format entails a head-to-tail battle, with Team 1 facing Team 32, Team 2 against Team 31, and so forth, culminating in a match between Teams 16 and 17. This arrangement ensures that the more formidable teams advance to the next round. Su Jingming concurred, otherwise. If Master Lu Hai and Senior Lei Yufeng were to compete against each other right from the start, it would diminish the allure of the latter stages of the competition. At the very least, we must allow more teams the opportunity to face off against Master Lu and Senior Lei. Wang Yi remarked, Mother. As Su Jingming approached the area where his mother was seated, where is father? Your father is mysteriously absent. I am unsure of his whereabouts. Su's mother replied with a shake of her head, then smiled. Son, your performance in the match was truly splendid. I watched attentively from beginning to end. Your use of the shield was exceptional, and the Orc Legion could not harm you. Even Master Lu Hai and Senior Lei Yunfeng praised your shield proficiency from the guest seats. Su Jingming was taken aback. They praised my shield proficiency? My marksmanship talent is even greater. I have reached the 3rd tier. I need to practice with the shield more. Grandson, old Master Su approached, giving a thumbs up. You fought brilliantly. Leaning closer, he whispered, Grandson, if I am not mistaken, have you made some breakthroughs? Su Jingming looked at his grandfather in astonishment. Your shield defenses were remarkable. Despite the onslaught of the Orc Legion, you remained unharmed. I have observed several top-ranking teams, and your shield skills seem worthy of the highest accolade. Old Master Su remarked, Trust in my judgment. I can discern even the slightest discrepancy. His confidence was unwavering. Su Jingming sighed inwardly, acknowledging his grandfather's remarkable prowess. In terms of shield techniques, he possessed no particular advantage over others. However, upon reaching the realm of a body ablaze, even when he deliberately restrained his strength and speed, his physical reflexes had already significantly improved. What others perceived as a frightening and perilous impact appeared to him as though it were moving in slow motion. As he honed his shield techniques and diligently practiced various skills, he naturally appeared far more composed than his peers. The competition concluded. Su's mother commented, "Yes. The competition has come to an end. A total of 58 teams successfully advanced, with the last few teams fighting until only one member remained. The other teams succumbed to the onslaught of the Orc Legion. Now that the competition has concluded, why hasn't your father arrived yet?" Su's mother murmured. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted Su Hong appearing in the stands, cheerfully making his way toward family and friends. "Dad," Su Jingming approached. "You performed admirably." Su Hong nodded in approval. "Weren't you supposed to form a middle-aged team with Old Dai and the others?" Su's mother inquired. "Yet, I have scanned all 81 teams, and I did not see your match. Previously, when I asked for your team name, you were evasive, saying I would know once the competition began. But today, I saw no match involving you." Noted, Su Hong gestured toward the commentary booth. At the live commentary booth, host Lu Xian announced, "The preliminary rounds have concluded. Congratulations to these 58 teams for successfully vanquishing the Orc Legion. Although the teams ranked beyond the 30th position cannot participate in the main event, the ability to eliminate an entire Orc Legion with just 5 members has already demonstrated your prowess. The top 30 teams have been confirmed, and the matchups for the first round of the Spark Cup's main event have been established. Please observe the matchup chart. The first round of the Spark Cup will commence tomorrow, September 2nd, at midnight, and our official live stream will continue until 8 a.m. September 2nd, 000. The first match features the Lu Hai Senior Team versus the Changnan Team. The roster for the Lu Hai Senior Team includes Lu Hai, Tian Yixiu, Su Hong, Dai Tongda, Zhou Fan, with substitute player Qiu Yong. The roster for the Changnan Team includes Lu Bo and Lei Chong. September 2nd, 0:30. The second match will follow. A detailed schedule reveals that matches will occur every half hour, spanning 16 matches over 8 hours. The Lu Hai Senior Team? Su Jingming, Li Miao Miao, Su's mother, Old Master Su, Wang Yi, Yang Qingxua, Heng Fong, Lu Chongyuan, and numerous friends and family members were all attentively gazing at the list. "The captain has spoken," Su Hong said with a resigned expression, lamenting, "To avoid sparking discussions, let us keep this confidential and maintain a low profile until the official announcement." "Dad, how did you end up forming a team with Master?" Su Jingming could not help but ask. "To facilitate your entry into the national team. I naturally maintained closer contact with your master, leading to familiarity," Su Hong explained. "Hasn't your master visited Mingwei City before? I hosted him for several days alongside Old Dai. This time, he invited me and Old Dai to form a team, so we both participated." The host Lu Xian, glancing at the list, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Teacher Lu Hai, why did you name your team the senior team?" "Haha, our team is not exactly young." Lu Hai chuckled. "The youngest among us is Tian Yixiu, who is 55 this year. By the way, let me elaborate further. Brother Zhou Fan is even older than I am. He is Zhou Yi's father and is 88 years old. Su Hong is the father of Su Jingming. Dai Tongda is Dai Xiaoqing's father. And Tian Yixiu is Tian Hao's father. Our substitute, Qiu Yong, is my in-law." Lu Hai beamed as he introduced his teammates. Lei Yin felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. "The players I selected do not have the same prestige as Lu Hai's. Zhou Yi's father, Su Jingming's father, Dai Xiaoqing's father, and Tian Zhao's father?" Host Lu Xian was astonished. Zhou Yi, Su Jingming, Dai Xiaoqing, and Tian Xiao had all made it to the main competition this time. "Like father, like son," Lu Hai remarked with a grin. "To all the teams that have qualified for the main event, I must say, if you wish to challenge me, you must first contend with these formidable gentlemen. They are not to be trifled with." Chapter 61. Su Hong's first battle in the third level of the Starry Sky Tower, amidst a tropical rainforest environment. The dim and humid jungle, where vines grew rampant, saw Su Jingming darting through with twin shields in hand, appearing as a phantom. Meanwhile, large ferocious tigers, equally swift and agile, prowled and lunged at Su Jingming, attacking in coordinated precision. Bam! As Su Jingming evaded, he struck one of the tigers squarely on the head with his shield, causing it to stumble and roll before regaining its footing. His body ignited with energy, and with a thought, he unleashed an explosive force. The shield techniques taught by his master leaned towards control, rendering enemies akin to mere chess pieces. Perfectly aligned with the fluidity of movement. Su Jingming mused, "I am different from my master, although I have reached the 3rd tier and my evolution technique has advanced. My body ignites with the force of thunder and fire, erupting at will. Therefore, my techniques with the spear, shield, and footwork should reflect my own style. My shield technique should not be about control, but rather about explosive power. Ultimate explosion." With eyes slightly tinged with crimson, Su Jingming charged forth. His shield strikes sending the massive tigers flying. A jab with the edge of his shield caused one to spew blood and sustain significant injury. It was evident that after his evolution, he was not inferior in physical prowess to these mighty tigers, and his technique was superior. As long as the Tiger King did not intervene, the onslaught of tigers served as excellent practice. 8 extremes, tiger pounce. Su Jingming exerted force through his legs. Leaping forward with blurred motion, his twin shields resembling colossal tiger claws colliding head-on with a lunging tiger. Boom! With the dual shields against the massive tiger, Su Jingming remained anchored in place, his feet sinking to knee depth, yet the tiger was thrust backward, landing with blood foaming from its mouth and nose, twitching silently thereafter. The execution of the 8 extremes tiger pounce was relatively smooth. However, other techniques felt somewhat awkward in their execution. Su Jingming glanced at his personal combat statistics. His shield and foot techniques remained at Tier 2, with a score of 99, clearly indicating that the virtual system deemed his shield technique had not yet reached Tier 3. His Tier 3 spear technique erupted fluidly with each thought, each move flowing seamlessly. Yet, his shield technique barely achieved a semblance of fluidity. Su Jingming silently resolved, I must practice more. If my shield technique were to break through, my control over my body would become even more exquisite. Su Jingming understood this point and continued to engage in fierce combat with the pack of tigers, as the formidable beasts relentlessly attacked him. In the morning, within the confines of his home courtyard, Su Jingming practiced the Heavenly Python evolution method. In the realm of reality, he performed this practice 3 times daily, with each session separated by at least an hour, which proved to be quite effortless. Upon completing one round, Su Jingming's entire body flushed crimson, heat radiating from him. While the energy within him surged and his muscles quivered deeply, the waves of heat emanating from his body surged forth, impacting the surroundings. Li Miao Miao, savoring a steamed bun, observed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, Jingming, when you practice the evolution method, your entire being turns so red that I can feel the heat from several meters away. When I practice, there is hardly any sensation at all. Once you reach a higher level of the evolution method, you too will generate a noticeable aura, Su Jingming responded, feeling as though an immense furnace resided within him, its vigorous warmth influencing his entire being. I am still at the initial stage of the evolution method. There is a long way to go. Li Miao Miao sighed. By the way, in the upcoming matches of the Fire Seed Cup, our first opponent in the main event is Team Qianfan, number 22. Have you reviewed their team profile? What do you think of them? Team Qianfan has only Hao Fan as a former national team member. The rest are all amateur players. And they don't even have an archer among them, Su Jingming remarked. Given their lineup, it's quite remarkable that they are ranked 22nd. Li Miao Miao nodded in agreement. Their team is indeed commendable. Those amateur players are quite exceptional, Su Jingming continued, but they pose no threat to us. That is good to hear, Li Miao Miao replied. In a rural courtyard, a burly young man spoke. Brother, the main event begins tonight. Our opponents are Team Limo. Can we win? A middle-aged man, resembling a seasoned farmer, chuckled. In competition, it's not solely about victory. It's about discovering one's shortcomings and striving to grow stronger. The virtual world has only been open for a little over a month. Players like Su Jingming and myself still hold an advantage, but as time progresses, those of you with talent will have even broader prospects. Brother, you have reached the top 8 in the world. You are also talented, the young man remarked. Haha, your talent surpasses mine, the middle-aged Hao Fan laughed. Regardless, we must acknowledge that Team Limu possesses Wang Yi, one of the top 3 archers in the country, along with Su Jingming, Heng Fong, Yang Qingxuo, and Lu Chongyuan, who all protect her. Collectively, their team is indeed stronger than ours. Approach the competition with a mindset of learning and self-discovery and enjoy the experience. The next great competition will be your time to shine nationally, or even globally. Hao Fan gazed at his younger brother with anticipation. After retiring, he returned to his hometown to take on disciples, among whom his brother, Hao Qianyan, displayed the most potential, even surpassing him as a former national player. Indeed, Hao Qianyan nodded. The main event of the Fire Seed Cup was scheduled to commence promptly at midnight on September 2nd. In the official livestream, a host and 2 guests were present. The opening battle of the Fire Seed Cup features the Lu Hai elderly team against the Changnan team. The host Lu Xin announced with a smile. Let us first interview the 2 teams. The 6 members of the Lu Hai elderly team and the 6 members of the Changnan team stood by. Let us begin with the team of Teacher Lu Hai. The host, Lu Xin, stepped aside and smilingly inquired, Teacher Lu Hai, do you have anything to say to your opponents? Lu Hai gazed at his 5 companions with a smile. The most handsome among them, Dai Tongda, who sported braids, cheerfully declared, Changnan team, we will not go easy on you. If you wish to challenge Master Lu Hai, you must first get past the 4 of us. Remember to respect your elders. The oldest among them, Zhou Fan, chuckled. The best way to show respect is to eliminate you, proclaimed the bald captain of Changnan team, Lu Bo. A moment later, on the snowy battlefield, Lu Bo, stained with blood, shouted, "Stop shooting, stop shooting. Can I have a one-on-one chance?" His 4 teammates had been shot down, leaving him alone. Old Zhou, your archery skills are remarkable. You could certainly compete with the top 10 archers, Dai Tongdao remarked with a grin. The elderly Zhou Fan, holding a bow, replied with a hearty laugh. The rapid-fire technique of Zhou's archery is something I taught him personally. I shall grant you a one-on-one opportunity. The robust and fierce Xie Hong from the senior team added, I am far more formidable than my son, Su Jingming. All right, Lu Bo, with a hint of ferocity, charged forward, silently resolving that he must at least take one down. Otherwise, leaving without a single trophy would be too disheartening. With dual axes in hand, he sprinted across the snowy expanse, each step causing the ground to tremble. Kill! Lu Bo lunged at Xie Hong, feeling a wave of emotion as he realized he no longer had to contend with those terrifying arrows. With a low growl, Xie Hong's eyes glinted like those of a tiger. The brutal tiger evolution technique he had mastered allowed him to unleash terrifying power in just 2 steps. Thrusting forth his shields. This was a move he had honed for 40 years, his lifelong specialty. Compared to Su Jingming, Xie Hong's technique was more pure and direct. Infused with his very spirit and intent. No one can stop my charge. Even if the sky were to fall, I would break through. 8 extremes. Tiger pounce. With a thunderous crash, when Lu Bo's axes met the shields, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, lifting him off the ground and sending him tumbling backward. A flying knife whizzed through the air as Lu Bo fell, slicing across his neck. Dai Tongda, wielding the knife, chuckled from the side. Let me impart a lesson to you, young one. Never trust your opponent in a competition. The Changnan team faced total defeat. Chapter 62. The 8 Extremes Shield Technique. Lu Hai's team emerged victorious. Splendid. Well done. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, and Su's mother, Li Miao Miao, beamed with joy, while the elderly Su laughed heartily. Wang Yi, Heng Fong, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chongyuan all admired the senior's prowess. Only Su Jingming stood in a daze, witnessing the scene before him. His father's shields clashed, erupting with energy and fervor. His eyes sparkled with zeal, making him resemble a living, breathing tiger. With a single pounce, the enemy was sent flying. Images flashed in Su Jingming's mind. In his childhood, his father had patiently taught him the 8 Extremes Tiger Pounce. His father loved this technique. Practicing it daily for 40 years, for him, it had become an integral part of his life. I understand now, Su Jingming murmured softly. Jingming, what's wrong? Li Miao Miao inquired, glancing at Su Jingming. I shall practice at the training ground for a while. Call for me before the competition begins, Su Jingming remarked. We are the 11th match, and there are still about 5 hours left. There is ample time. Li Miao Miao, sensing her boyfriend's state, quickly responded. Su Jingming nodded and vanished from the stands. In the personal training arena, Su Jingming appeared. Nowadays, few choose to stay at the training ground instead of watching the matches. I cherish the art of marksmanship, relishing every maneuver and form. I am captivated by the speed of shooting, piercing through my practice thousands of times each day. I recall when my shooting speed once reached 18 meters per second. I was exhilarated and jubilant in the national team, unable to sleep that night. Su Jingming murmured to himself, I even forsook the fluidity of marksmanship in pursuit of ultimate speed. To this end, I studied anatomical diagrams of the body, delving into the intricate composition of muscles and bones, sketching numerous illustrations of muscular structures. I approached the study of my own physical exertion from a scientific perspective, applying myself with a diligence unmatched even in my academic pursuits. Ultimately, I birthed the shadow thrust. By sacrificing the continuity of marksmanship and protective measures, I achieved an astonishing speed of 25 meters per second. In the World Martial Arts Championship, as long as I find the opportunity to unleash the shadow thrust, my adversaries are destined for defeat. I hold a profound affection for Baji Quan, employing the force techniques of Baji Taizan Kao to create my signature move, the Mountain Breaker. Su Jingming contemplated. Since childhood, I have trained in Baji kicking and wielding large weapons. Among armaments, my heart belongs solely to marksmanship. In the virtual realm, my practice has predominantly centered on marksmanship. As for the shield technique, Su Jingming reflected on the past, recognizing it merely as a tool imparted by Master Lu Hai to enhance my control over bodily strength, a discipline rooted in Taiji. My practice of the shield technique has indeed refined my overall strength control, yet throughout, it has remained just a tool. When I pondered, did I ever cultivate a love for the shield technique? Perhaps only during the moment I executed the Baji Tiger Pounce with the shield. I recall my first divine battle, where I employed the shield technique to perform the Baji Tiger Pounce, sending Sun Yuding flying. My heart was filled with exhilaration and joy. Executing that move carried profound emotions, deeply ingrained from my childhood training in the Baji Tiger Pounce. Su Jingming mused, my father never practiced the shield technique much. It was only after entering the virtual world that he began to train in it, combining the dual shields with Baji. Everything flowed seamlessly. In truth, after my retirement, I gradually integrated Baji into the shield technique. Yet, in the virtual world, I had not continued this journey. My love for Baji remained strong. It was the first martial art I practiced as a child. The Baji elbow, shoulder, back, fist, and palm can unleash power from any position. Su Jingming contemplated the profound nature of the shield technique imparted by my master, masterfully leveraging force against force to control enemies. I have merely brushed the surface, achieving a second-tier proficiency of 99. However, mastery of the shield technique does not necessarily mean it suits me. Regardless of the type of shield technique, my passion must arise from the depths of my heart. In that moment of clarity, Su Jingming realized that without a heartfelt love, how could one perfectly mobilize every part of the body? I shall practice the shield technique, the Baji shield technique. Su Jingming's eyes burned with fervor. He then clicked on the interface to set up a training assistant, and before him appeared a metallic mannequin, designated with a weight of 100 tons. The metallic figure, anchored to its base, likely accounted for half the weight, standing firmly on the ground. It was a complete embodiment of the Baji shield technique. The thought alone ignited a surge of excitement within me. Su Jingming extended his arms, grasping a shield in each hand, and approached the metallic dummy. With his right hand raised, he leaned against the shield and charged directly at the figure. A resounding thud echoed as the dummy trembled slightly, its base shifting backward. He began to loosen up his entire body, repeatedly colliding with the metallic dummy using his right shoulder. After several more impactful contacts, he transitioned to throwing his entire body against the dummy, his chest and back making contact with exuberance. He reveled in the experience, swaying like a bear, occasionally leaning against the dummy from various angles. Each bear-like collision caused the hefty dummy, weighing a staggering 100 tons, to shudder and shift, showcasing Su Jingming's ability to channel his full strength through every part of his body. Weapons, he mused, are merely extensions of the body. The body must first be capable of executing power flawlessly for the weapon to follow suit. He reflected on the fundamental aspect of martial prowess, realizing that mastering bodily strength is the cornerstone of weapon mastery. After delivering hundreds of bear-like impacts to the metallic dummy, he finally paused. The warm-up had concluded, and surprisingly, the bear-like thrusts were rather enjoyable. Gazing at the dummy before him, he prepared to unleash the Baji Bing. His father had a profound admiration for the Baji Hupu, while Su Jingming did not share his father's single-mindedness. He held a fondness for many techniques within the Baji repertoire, with Baji Bung being a particular favorite, rivaling his affection for Baji Hupu. Thudding his foot into the ground, he felt the earth subtly tremble as the dual shields in his grasp collided with the dummy like thunder, propelling it backward by several centimeters and carving a furrow into the ground. The Baji Bing erupted with the force of thunder, quicker and more succinct. Su Jingming delighted in his practice, each stomp causing the shields to crash against the dummy once more, making it retreat yet again by a significant distance. He continuously executed the technique, each strike at close range wielding an intimidating force. Among the practitioners of Baji, the Baji Bung is the most frequently practiced, whereas the Baji Hupu remains relatively rare. The latter is the most ferocious, requiring a considerable distance to unleash its full potential, demanding a burst of speed that propels the entire body forward in a fierce lunge. In combat, opportunities to execute such moves can be fleeting. Much like his first encounter at a divine-level battle, where Su Jingming surged forward unexpectedly as Sun Yuding approached the master archer, the Baji Bing, however, requires no such distance. It can be executed even at close quarters. Su Jingming's sweeping techniques and marksmanship are derived from the Baji Bing. He practiced the Baji Bing relentlessly, delivering over 100 strikes. Baji, cleave the mountain, he proclaimed as he transitioned to a new technique, brandishing the dual shields before the metallic dummy, raising them with vigor. With a resounding whoosh, the right shield was suddenly thrust downward, the right arm gripping the shield resembling a mighty axe, cleaving down with ferocity. The heavens and earth seemed to resonate in unison. Cleaving the mountain. Su Jingming recalled the phrases from the family books on Baji, knowing that ancient practitioners may not have comprehended the body as deeply but instead guided their understanding through imagery. As the edge of the shield struck the metallic dummy, it delivered a blow as sharp as any heavy weapon slash. This cleave, a manifestation of the unity of bodily force, was also a strike laden with gravitational potential from a physical perspective. A resounding thud echoed once more. The metallic effigies bore deep dents upon their chests, trembling slightly with each strike. With a powerful swing, Su Jingming continued his practice, repeatedly bringing the edges of his shield down like a great axe upon the metallic figures. As he trained, an unwitting smile appeared on his face, reminiscent of his childhood when he joyfully practiced Bejequin before a wooden target. In those days, he honed his techniques, shoulder strikes, back strikes, and elbow blows, mastering the 5 deadly moves of Bejequin passed down by his father: Tiger Pounce, Break, Mountain Split, Heavenly Cannon, and Fierce Tiger Climbing the Mountain. While other children engaged in soccer or other amusements, Su Jingming found joy in his practice of Bejequin. After achieving proficiency, he advanced to practicing foot strikes and then the spear. Bejequin remained his most enduring pursuit. Chapter 63. Breakthrough. Su Jingming was training alone in the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, the official live stream of the Xian Nation buzzed with excitement, drawing an audience of over 1 billion viewers for the grand event. Where's Jingming? Su Hong returned to the stands, receiving a warm welcome from the crowd, yet he noted the absence of his son, Su Jingming. He has gone to the training arena, Li Miao Miao informed him. Su Hong was taken aback. Why now of all times? He could practice at any moment. This is the National Fire Seed Cup, a gathering of numerous experts. He may have felt an epiphany, hence his urgent desire to train, Li Miao Miao explained. You old fool, keep your comments to a minimum. Su's mother interjected. Su Hong cleared his throat and asked, did my son watch my match? Su's mother smiled. Rest assured, he did. He left only after watching your performance. That's good. Su Hong nodded with a smile, turning his attention back to the match. As Lei Yifeng was about to take the stage, a renowned master known worldwide. In the Xian Nation's official live stream, countless viewers gathered, brimming with excitement as they watched the competitions unfold. Each confrontation showcased rare encounters between formidable opponents, although divine-level battles occasionally featured skilled fighters. The clash of elite teams was a rare spectacle. Lei Yunfeng's team emerged victorious, with the esteemed elders showcasing impressive footwork. In mere moments, 3 approaching adversaries met their demise. What grace! Praised Yang Qingxua. Zhou E's arrows are truly terrifying, far surpassing those of his father, Zhou Fan. It's akin to a heavy machine gun barrage, remarked Lu Chongyuan. The Xianzi battle team is filled with beauties, Yifeng exclaimed, admiring their beauty and prowess. As the 2nd through 4th matches progressed, clear victors emerged, often resulting in one-sided battles. The disparity in strength between the lower-ranked teams and the top-tier teams was evident. The 5th match featured the Yunshan team against the Bailong team, promising to be intriguing. This is going to be interesting, Yang Qingxua chuckled. Chang Qingpeng from the Yunshan team and Zheng Bailong from the Bailong team have a vendetta. From my research, it seems Zheng Bailong had incapacitated Chang Qingpeng, Li Miao Miao inquired. Wang Yan nodded. Indeed, he left him crippled. The enmity runs deep. Thankfully, in this era of genetic evolution, lost limbs can regenerate. Otherwise, Master Chang Qingpeng would have endured great injustice. In this confrontation, the Yunshan team held a complete advantage. Captain Hua Qinshan, in collaboration with his friend Chang Qingpeng, systematically eliminated each member of the Bailong team, leaving only Captain Zheng Bailong standing alone. What a disappointment! To be eliminated in the first round. Cheng Zihao observed this scene, feeling vexed and helpless. He longed to recruit stronger experts, but was deterred by the exorbitant costs. In the ancient battlefield, Zheng Bailong faced Chang Qingpeng. What a coincidence, encountering you in the first round of the Fire Seed Cup, Chang Qingpeng remarked, his gaze icy. Since his injury rendered him incapacitated, the judgment of outsiders, the strife with his family, and the psychological torment he endured were all too evident. In his 30s, a martial arts master at the pinnacle of his prowess, he had suddenly plummeted into despair. Zheng Bailong, a despicable character, faced no repercussions for his actions. The fighting world had seen its share of scoundrels, some ruthlessly inflicting disabilities or even death upon their opponents. Yet, as long as there was no evidence of intent, the risks inherent in professional competitions shielded them from punishment. Fueled by hatred, Chang Qingpeng even contemplated murder, but considering his young children, he endured it all. Fortunately, the emergence of genetic evolution methods provided a glimmer of hope. Chang Qingpeng, I've long asserted that this was merely an accident during combat. What year passes without incidents? Zheng Bailong chuckled, despite his severe injuries. Indeed, you are stubborn. In the virtual realm, I shall pursue you relentlessly, striking you down at every opportunity. There are many days ahead, we shall see. With a single stroke, Chang Qingpeng thrust his spear into Zheng Bailong's skull, causing Zheng Bailong's form to dissipate into nothingness. Returning to the stands, Zheng Bailong seethed with rage. Damn it, this era has indeed allowed Chang Qingpeng to thrive. We shall see if I fear you. Cheng Zihao approached. Boss, he said. Zheng Bailong quelled some of his anger. Eliminated in the first round, I have little to say. I hereby announce a unilateral termination of our previous contract. Cheng Zihao replied calmly. As the investor, I possess the right to annul the contract based on the competition results. Zheng Bailong regarded Cheng Zihao with a cold smile. Can you recruit someone more formidable than me? What a fool. Cheng Zihao's expression shifted. What did you say? Leave me be. Zheng Bailong waved his hand, blocking Cheng Zihao. With over 1 billion viewers in the stands, he could easily silence others. Without the support of the Tiger Shark Group, Zheng Bailong dismissed Cheng Zihao entirely. His previous courtesy had solely stemmed from monetary considerations. Cheng Zihao, witnessing Zheng Bailong's disappearance, was left in a frenzy of frustration. The competition continued. In the 6th match, Tai Lianyun exhibited formidable strength, with teammates Zhao Pan and Zhang Feng also shining brightly, while Fu Xiao and Sun Li performed steadily, achieving a decisive victory. In the 7th match, a team of formidable grassroots experts, led by Fang Yu and the venerable Lu Jianfeng, showcased their prowess. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a siege spear, Fang Yu effortlessly guided his team to victory. In the 8th match, Xiong Tianshan and Wang Qiao, both utilizing shield axes in perfect harmony, dominated their opponents with unparalleled force. In the 9th match, the master archer Zhuang Ziyu, alongside renowned experts such as Yu Cheng, Zhang Qian, and Wu Sai, secured an effortless victory. However, the 10th match was fiercely contested, with Feng Baiyu's team regrettably succumbing to the coalition of Gao Chong and Yang Yu, as this grand competition captivated the attention of the entire Xia Kingdom. Su Jingming found himself wholly immersed in the art of shield techniques within his personal training arena. Before a metallic dummy weighing a staggering 100 tons, he diligently practiced the profound and devastating 8 extremities techniques: Tiger Pounce, Collapse, Mountain Splitter, Heavenly Cannon, and Fierce Tiger Climbing. Although there exist additional techniques within the 8 extremities lineage, the branch practiced in Mingwei City primarily focuses on these formidable moves, all of which Su Jingming had honed since childhood, mastering each with remarkable proficiency. Bang, bang, bang. The metallic dummy bore numerous scars. With a close-range execution of the Heavenly Cannon, he thrust his dual shields upward with sudden ferocity. If the Mountain Splitter descends like a furious axe, the Heavenly Cannon propels upward in stark contrast. The centrifugal force blurred the speed of his shields, which crashed against the dummy's chin with a resounding impact. The 100-ton figure shuddered, its chin deforming further. After practicing the Heavenly Cannon over 100 times, Su Jingming transitioned to the 8 extremities Tiger Pounce. With each execution, he surged forward 2 steps, elevating his speed to an astonishing 38 meters per second. His figure becoming a blur as a shield struck the metallic dummy with a resounding thud. The dummy was forced back approximately 20 centimeters, carving a trench in the ground. Repeatedly executing the 8 extremities Tiger Pounce, Su Jingming lost count and instead followed his instincts, continuing until he felt a sense of satisfaction before switching techniques. After dozens of iterations, his spirit soared to an exhilarating peak. Once again, he unleashed the 8 extremities Tiger Pounce. His eyes glimmered with intensity as he felt an unparalleled surge of vitality. Each step exploded forth with the force of thunder. In just 2 strides, his speed escalated to 50 meters per second, propelling him like a cannonball launched from a cannon, far more formidable than before, as his shields collided with the metallic dummy. Boom! This impact resonated with a thunderous roar, akin to an explosion. The 100-ton metallic dummy toppled backward, retreating over a meter before losing its balance and crashing to the ground. With this single strike, he had toppled the 100-ton figure. Even Su Jingming himself was taken aback by the ferocity of the 8 extremities Tiger Pounce. Previously, he believed his execution of the technique was satisfactory, but today's performance truly exemplified the smoothness of force application. Immediately, he accessed his personal combat statistics panel: Gene Evolution Technique, Sky Python Evolution Technique, High Level 5, Training Duration, 602 days, Non-Enhanceable, Body, 190 Skills, Marksmanship, Level 3, 31. Footwork, Level 2, 99. Shield Techniques, Level 3, 15. Base Combat Power, 4180 Combat Bonus, 35 Combat Power, 5643. The breakthrough in shield techniques had elevated his marksmanship from Level 3, 20 to 31. Su Jingming smiled, recognizing that the enhancement in shield techniques indeed allowed him to better harness the deeper forces within his body, resulting in an all-encompassing improvement in his combat skills. Many skills are interconnected. Chapter 64, Ascending the Stage. In the official live broadcast area of the Summer Nation, the 11th match is about to commence, yet our captain has yet to make an appearance. Lu Chongyuan suggested. Should we go call him? Do not rush, Li Miao Miao interjected. The previous match has just concluded, and the commentary from the guests will take at least 10 minutes. In truth, the prior matches have been quite captivating, with several teams demonstrating remarkable prowess. Yang Qingshua remarked, "It's possible that we may face them in the second or third rounds." Is Brother Su not watching the matches? Wang Yi chuckled. Our captain is simply confident. Rest assured, once the first round is over, he will review the match footage, Li Miao explained. The official live broadcast schedules a match every half hour, Heng Fong noted. In reality, a single match lasts no more than 10 minutes. The pre-match interviews and the guest predictions and analyses occupy the majority of the time. Once the matches conclude, Old Su will save time by watching the video. Suddenly, Li Miao spotted a figure approaching in the distance, and it was Su Jingming. Jingming, Li Miao called out. Old Su, you finally arrived, Heng Fong laughed. As the captain, you left us here, Lu Chongyuan added. Worry not, I've been keeping track of time, Su Jingming replied with a smile. Arriving 10 minutes early is no issue, right? At that moment, a woman appeared and walked directly towards Li Miao. Hello, Miao, I am Xiao Rong, an assistant from the official live broadcast of the Summer Nation. The woman smiled. Shortly, we will invite all members of the Limu team to the stage. Here are the interview outlines. The host will ask some of these questions, so you may prepare briefly. If there are questions you wish to avoid, feel free to let your teammates respond. She handed a stack of documents to team manager Li Miao. Upon glancing at the documents, Li Miao chuckled. These questions are intentionally provocative. Pre-match interviews must have a hint of tension. Assistant Xiao Rong laughed. Soon, the official live broadcast will extend an invitation to the 6 of you. Should you accept, you will appear on stage. Su Jingming and the others nodded in agreement. I shall not disturb you any longer, Assistant Xiao Rong said before departing. As Li Miao began distributing the interview outlines, each receiving a sheet, Su Jingming took his and smiled. With a billion viewers watching, we must tread carefully, Lu Chongyuan expressed, a hint of nervousness in his voice. While reviewing the interview outline, Su Jingming inquired, is there anything particularly noteworthy from the previous 10 matches? There are many skilled players, Wang Yi replied, and some may even be concealing their true abilities. Su Jingming nodded. We shall review the footage after the matches. Soon, at precisely 5 o'clock, the official live broadcast extended an invitation. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, we are heading to the match. Su Jingming bid farewell to his family. When it comes time for the interview on stage, we must not be overshadowed, Su Hong, his father, advised. In simple terms, it means to speak boldly. Old Su reminded. Concurrently, Wang Yi, Heng Fong, Yang Qingshua, Lu Chongyuan, and Li Miao exchanged brief words with their friends and family before the 6 members of the team simultaneously accepted the live broadcast invitation. Su Jingming and his team appeared at the commentary table. The 6 members of the Pearwood team, please take your seats. Host Lu Xian warmly welcomed them, and the 6 members of Su Jingming took their places in order. At that moment, the 6 members of the Qianfan team also appeared and sat down sequentially. Sister E has made her entrance. Wow, Kat actually made it to the stage. Kat is incredible. She is participating in the National Ember Cup competition, albeit as a substitute. Countless spectators watched, including many fans of Wang Yi and Li Miao. On the commentary platform, a slightly plump female guest smiled and said, I am a fan of Wang Yi and also of Kat. I never expected to have the opportunity to interview you today. First, I would like to ask Kat, how does it feel to be on stage? Not great, Li Miao replied with a smile. I believe you should ask me this question again during the finals. I might be happier then. Finals? Host Lu Xian and another male guest exchanged glances. What a bold statement. Lu Xian chuckled. This is something we must remember and revisit during the finals. The female guest then turned to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, we all know that many teams were vying for your attention, and you made your decision only on the last day before registration. What made you choose to team up with Su Jingming and his crew? Among all the teams that invited me, Wang Yi replied with a smile. My current teammates are the strongest. The strongest? The male guest grinned at Su Jingming. I would like to ask the captain of the Pearwood team, Su Jingming. Do you agree with what Wang Yi has said? The teams that invited Wang Yi include formidable squads led by Zhang Qing and Tai Linyun. The female guest pressed further. Li Miao mentioned taking the stage during the finals. Captain, what are your thoughts? Su Jingming smiled slightly. We are merely making bold claims. We are not that formidable. The other 5 members of the team laughed. Do you, Qianfan team, have confidence in defeating the Pearwood team? The male guest promptly directed his attention to the opposing team. Confidence in victory? Not really, Captain Hao Fan replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with determination. But if they want to win, they'll have to lose a few teeth along the way. The other team members also exuded a fierce fighting spirit. Based on various intelligence assessments, the disparity between the 2 teams was quite apparent, which fueled the Qianfan team's fighting spirit. even if they were to face total annihilation. They would strive to take down 2 or 3 of their opponents. Dear viewers, the 11th match between the Pearwood team and the Qianfan team is about to commence. Host Liu Xin looked at the battle space that had materialized behind him. The map for their confrontation was a forested terrain. In the aftermath of the rain, the forest was a muddy expanse. The 5 members of Su Jingming and the 5 members of the Qianfan team descended simultaneously, some on the ground, others perched in the trees, and a few on the nearby hills, all within a kilometer radius. Gather close to Wang Yi. Su Jingming was positioned on the mountainside, dashing across the hillside while communicating with his team via voice chat. According to the rules of the competition, the voice within the team stated, at the end of each round, the victorious team will be ranked based on their performance in actual combat. Apart from Lu Hai's team and Lei Yunfang's team, which are fixed at ranks 1 and 2, the remaining teams will be re-ranked according to their combat performance. In the second round, there will be 16 teams, with the first facing the 16th and the second facing the 15th. Hung Fang remarked, in our early stages, we must steer clear of the 2 seniors team to seize more opportunities for combat training. If our team could add a 3rd-tier master, we would stand a better chance against the seniors team. Yang Qingshua added, the combat strength of our team is calculated based on each member's performance in the competition. Therefore, even if we intend to conceal our abilities, we cannot mask them too much, or we might end up ranked 15th or 16th. It would be best if you all perform normally. Ideally, you could break through your limits during the fight and reach the 3rd tier. Su Jingming communicated through the team voice, I will act according to the situation. The team members were all earnest. These elite fighters were nearly all trapped at a bottleneck, each yearning to surpass it and elevate their combat skills to the 3rd tier. If that were to happen, their evolution would quicken. Charge, commanded the 1,000 Sails team leader, Hao Fan, brandishing twin blades at his waist and fiercely leading the charge. 4 team members followed their captain into the fray, with no archer among them. They all plunged forward together. Su Jingming, Lu Chongyuan, Heng Fang, and Yang Qingshua had already secured Wang Yi's protection. Hao Fan, being a veteran who had once reached the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Championship, possessed formidable strength. None of those he invited were mediocre. Su Jingming conveyed through the team voice, we are relying on the 3 of you to hold the line. Leave it to us, Heng Fang, Yang Qingshua. And Lu Chongyuan replied, brimming with combat fervor. With a sudden whoosh, an arrow flew through the forest, swift and fierce, marking the official commencement of the confrontation. Whoosh. The middle-aged Hao Fan unleashed a flash of light from his hand, colliding with the arrow with a resounding thud. What astonishing skills in concealed weaponry, Su Jingming marveled. While some veteran competitors exhibited relatively ordinary strength, those who continued to train diligently after retirement had honed their combat skills to an extraordinary level. Charge. Hao Fan pressed on, serving as the spearhead of the team, with his 4 teammates trailing closely behind, heading straight for Wang Yi's position. The forest map spanned merely a kilometer, and Hao Fan had already pinpointed the approximate location of the Pearwood team. At a speed surpassing 100 meters per second, they could already see Su Jingming, Hung Fang, and the others. Throw, commanded the middle-aged Hao Fan. The 4 teammates simultaneously hurled flying axes, launching a barrage of over 10 axes towards Su Jingming and his companions. Each axe blurred through the air, exceeding a speed of 100 meters per second, and soon they were upon Su Jingming and his team. Chapter 65. The first round concludes. Su Jingming expressed his admiration. The 1,000 Sails team lacks an archer, yet each member has mastered exceptional skills in concealed weaponry. Although wielding dual shields, Su Jingming did not use them for defense. Instead, he executed a swift step, allowing 2 flying axes to whiz past him. My greatest flaw currently is my footwork. If I could elevate my footwork to the 3rd tier, my strength would increase significantly. Perhaps then I would be worthy to engage with my master and the esteemed Lei Yunfang. Su Jingming remained clear-headed. Recalling how Lei Yunfang had first displayed his prowess in the virtual world, his footwork had already been terrifying, let alone now, having reached an extraordinary level. The outside world proclaimed that Lei Yunfang possessed the world's foremost footwork, while his master, Lu Hai, was regarded as the strongest in the world. Without reaching the 3rd tier of agility, one becomes merely a target before the venerable Lei Yun. After the breakthrough in shield techniques, my control over physical power has intensified significantly. Like the 8 Extremes Tiger Pounce, I can accelerate to a staggering 50 meters per second in just 2 strides. My leg strength has reached impressive heights, enabling rapid evasion through agile footwork. The crux now lies in mastering bodily balance, a fact that Su Jingming is acutely aware of. Combat skills are interconnected. As more techniques ascend to the 3rd tier, other aspects will likewise become increasingly accessible. For instance, the partial exertion in marksmanship bears resemblance to shield techniques, while the leg strength utilized in the 8 Extremes Tiger Pounce shares similarities with footwork. However, executing the Tiger Pounce requires a full force charge, whereas evasion through footwork involves more intricate multidirectional movements. Bang! Bang! Lu Chongyuan, wielding a massive shield single-handedly, deflects a flying axe. Yang Qishu holds a spear, while Hang Fong grips a serpent spear, both adeptly evading the barrage of axes that descend upon them almost simultaneously, even using their long weapons to parry the oncoming attacks. Just as they narrowly avoid the axes, the 5 members of the Qianfan battle team surge forward. Kill! Hao Fan bellows, brandishing dual blades as he charges first. Kill! Behind him, for others, 3 wielding dual blades and 1 brandishing dual shields, all fearless, rush towards Su Jingming and his companions. From a short distance away, Wang Yi observes this scene, her brow furrowing. Each member of the Qianfan battle team wears light armor, now entangled with their captain. In close quarters, my footwork becomes increasingly complex. My arrows, once released, will likely find their targets repositioned before they arrive. Aware of my presence, they will certainly exercise caution, granting me little opportunity. What a reckless team, Wang Yi ponders as she closes the distance swiftly. If I can get close enough, 1 arrow is loosed, and they will barely have time to move. A fierce determination fills Wang Yi. The archer approaches, and there is no room for error. Otherwise, the chance will slip away. Hao Fan's voice resonates through the team's communication. Yes, master. Yes, brother. Yes, captain. The team members become increasingly frenzied. Aside from Su Jingming, who wields dual shields to deliberately refine his footwork, primarily focusing on evasion and occasionally using his shields for defense, Hung Fong, Yang Qishu, and Lu Chongyuan find themselves in perilous situations. Su Jingming observes the unfolding scene calmly. His teammates require ample pressure. Puff, puff. Both Yang Qingshu and Hao Fan inflict wounds upon one another. Yang Qingshu pierces Hao Fan's left arm with his spear, while Hao Fan counters with a blade that strikes Yang Qingshu's chest. However, Yang Qingshu manages to mitigate the impact, and the blow merely opens a shallow wound, blood seeping but not fatal. Puff. A blade plunges forcefully into Hang Fong's chest. While Hung Fong's serpent spear claims the life of a Qianfan team member, he gazes in surprise at the youth, Hao Qianyun, who pierced his chest. What excellent swordsmanship! Hung Fong admires, confident in his own spear techniques. He deftly dispatches one adversary, yet the other, Hao Qianyun, exhibits unexpectedly ruthless blade skills. In the midst of this admiration, both Hung Fong and the Qianfan team member dissolve into nothingness. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Yi has closed in, unleashing a rapid barrage of arrows at the members of the Qianfan battle team. The members of the Qianfan team found themselves embroiled in close-quarters combat with Su Jingming and his comrades, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves. Within a mere 30 meters, they became entangled in fierce melee, with each arrow flying at supersonic speed. In an instant, 3 members of the Qianfan team fell, including their severely wounded captain, Hao Fan. At this moment, only 1 member remained alive, Hao Qianyun. The arrows now focused solely on him. With a series of resounding thuds, Hao Qianyun unleashed his dual blades, their movements resembling wisps of cloud, deftly deflecting the arrows that Wang Yi had shot in his direction. Is there anyone among you brave enough to face me one-on-one? He challenged, his typically gentle demeanor now tainted with a hint of ferocity. Dare to face me, skilled archer? I shall face him one-on-one, Wang Yi declared, her eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Lu Chongyuan, Yang Qingshu, and Su Jingming momentarily withdrew, harboring a newfound admiration for the last standing member of the Qianfan team, while simultaneously honoring their fallen comrades. Kill! Hao Qianyun's eyes glinted with a subtle crimson hue as he lunged at Wang Yi, his footwork shifting with remarkable agility. Wang Yi stood her ground, unwavering, simply drawing her bow to release her arrows. With astonishing speed, she unleashed 6 arrows in rapid succession. Despite the special nature of her bow, the true terror lay in her exceptional marksmanship. Hao Qianyun, relying on his evasive footwork and defensive dual blade technique, managed to close the distance to within 10 meters of Wang Yi. However, it was too close. He could not deflect the final, 6th arrow. As he dashed forward, Hao Qianyun also hurled his dual blades. The arrow pierced his brow, rendering him momentarily ethereal. Yet, his blade swiftly reached Wang Yi. She narrowly evaded, but one blade grazed her shoulder, leaving a crimson streak upon her soft armor. Even wounded, Wang Yi remained utterly composed, her gaze steady as she turned to Su Jingming and the others. The 4 members of her team dissolved into a phantom presence, departing the battlefield. The Limu team emerged victorious. The Qianfan team, formidable as they were, had all trained in concealed weaponry. In the official live broadcast from Xia country, the viewers were thrilled. with male guests expressing admiration, particularly for Hao Qianyun, whose defensive blade work was exquisite and whose attacks were merciless. Hung Fong had not anticipated the lethal strike that pierced his chest, akin to a venomous serpent, though the Qianfan team was entirely vanquished. They managed to eliminate one member of the Limu team. The final one-on-one encounter between Hao Qianyun and Wang Yi was fraught with peril. Had Hao Qianyun opted to throw a lighter, swifter hand axe instead of his heavier dual blades, he might have claimed Wang Yi's life. The female guests voiced their praise. Juju, Hao Qianyun had no choice. Wang Yi's rapid-fire arrows posed too great a threat, forcing him to use his dual blades for defense. In that final moment, he could only hurl his blades, with no time to reach for the hand axe, remarked a male guest. The female guest nodded in agreement. Wang Yi is formidable as well. She maintained her composure throughout the intense one-on-one encounter, remaining unchanged even when injured. Her stability is what earned her 3 Olympic archery championships, instilling despair in her competitors. The host, Liu Xian, remarked that the virtual world is expansive and humanity is evolving. Wang Yi's archery skills have significantly improved since the past. However, he still falls short of Zhou Yi, and I eagerly anticipate Wang Yi reaching Zhou Yi's level. This is merely a matter of time. A female guest chuckled, noting that experts will gradually enhance their abilities, and Wang Yi will eventually attain Zhou Yi's stature. At that point, Zhou Yi may very well have grown even stronger. A male guest added with a laugh. Su Jingming and his 5 companions appeared in the stands, feeling a sense of shame. Hung Fong expressed his regret, stating that he was the only one from their team who had perished in battle. This is also a form of tempering, Su Jingming reassured him. To fall in battle indicates that the pressure was substantial. Wang Yi nodded in agreement, commenting on the prowess of Hao Qianyun, who seemed to have reached the second-tier limit comprehensively, with a particularly spirited sword technique. Hung Fong concurred, noting her impenetrable defense and the lethal precision of her attacks, which struck like a venomous serpent, without any forewarning. She also appeared younger than them. How does our team's combat power stand? Are we ranked 15th or 16th? Yang Qingxua inquired. You 4 have truly given it your all, Su Jingming replied with a smile. I engaged in combat with one of their members as well. Although I primarily focused on evasion, I counterattacked occasionally and maintained an upper hand. According to the system's evaluation, I should be somewhat stronger than that opponent. Combined with your full-powered efforts, our ranking should be decent and not at the bottom. We truly fought with all our might, Yang Qingxua affirmed. Indeed, Wang Yi nodded, recalling the formidable threat posed by Hao Qianyun, which necessitated their utmost effort. The 5 of them then proceeded towards the gathering of friends and family. My 5 teammates. You've worked hard, Li Miao Miao greeted them with a smile. As a substitute, it feels wonderful to win so effortlessly. In this match, you and the captain were the 2 who had it the easiest, Heng Fong teased. If it was easy, that speaks to your strength. Li Miao Miao proudly linked her arm with Su Jingming's dad. 3 girls dashed towards Lu Chongyuan. Dad, you were amazing, a boy exclaimed as he ran towards Yang Qingxua. Mom, you're so impressive. A girl embraced Wang Yi. Hung Fong, witnessing this, covered his head, enviously observing. Everyone seems to have children now. How enviable. Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao exchanged glances, momentarily longing for a child of their own. Amidst the relaxed and festive atmosphere, Su Jingming and his friends enjoyed watching the subsequent matches. By 8 a.m., the first round of the National Fire Seed Cup competition had concluded, with all 16 matches finished, thereby determining the 16 victorious teams. In the official live broadcast room of the Xia country, host Liu Xian glanced at the luminous screen before him, smiling as he addressed the audience. The first round of the Fire Seed Cup competition has been completed, and the virtual world has evaluated the practical combat capabilities displayed by each team. The Lu Hai team and the Zhou Yi team have been designated as Team 1 and Team 2, respectively, while the other teams have been ranked according to their combat strength. Liu Xian glanced behind him, revealing the ranking of 16 teams. 1. Lu Hai Senior Team, Captain, Lu Hai 2. Lei Yun Fong Battle Team, Captain, Lei Yun Fong, 3. Shield Axe Battle Team, Captain, Xiong Tianshan. Team Power, 18,104. Thunder Battle Team, Captain, Gao Chong, Team Power, 16,985. Golden Phoenix Battle Team, Captain, Tai Lianyun, Team Power, 16,966. Zhou Yi Battle Team Captain, Zhou Yi. Team Power, 16,667. Big Fish Battle Team, Captain, Chen Yu. Team Power, 15,910. Floating and Sinking Battle Team, Captain, Lu Jiuzhou. Team Power, 15,809. Immortal Grace Battle Team, Captain, Zhang Qing. Team Power, 15,738. Heavenly Sound Battle Team, Captain, Zhuang Ziyu. Team Power, 15, 635-11. Wuling Battle Team, Captain, Feng Yu. Team Power, 15, 590-12. Pearwood Battle Team, Captain, Su Jingming. Team Power, 15, 380-13. Cloud Mountain Battle Team, Captain, Huaqing Shan. Team Power, 15, 120-14. Sword Pure Battle Team, Captain, Qin Gu. Team Power, 13, 860-15. 100 Sparrow Battle Team, Captain, Qin 1. Team Power, 13, 872-16. Frost Whisper Battle Team, Captain, Gu Chong. Team Power, 13, 560. In the second round of the competition, the matchups remain the same, with the first team facing the last. Team 1 will battle Team 16, and Team 2 will face Team 15. Lu Xin remarked. This is the matchup schedule for tomorrow. Alongside, the battle schedule was also displayed. Zhou Battle Team ranked 6th, while Immortal Grace Battle Team ranked 9th. Which was indeed surprising. Lu Xin chuckled, noting that on one hand, some skilled players were concealing their true abilities, and on the other, as the competition progressed, the rivalry grew fiercer, promising an exhilarating contest tomorrow. The live broadcast of the first round of the Spark Cup competition concluded here, with the next segment hosted by my colleague, Sister Wan Ning, focusing on tracking the elite players. Currently, the official live broadcast of Xia Country features programs around the clock. At this moment, the audience began to disperse rapidly. After such a lengthy viewing, everyone felt fatigued. As the competition reached its later stages, the viewership had already dwindled to 800 million. This was largely due to the online time limit of 8 hours for those under 16. As these children were reluctant to expend all their allotted time merely spectating. I'm heading to my personal space, Su Jingming announced. As the other 5 members of the Pearwood Battle Team also rose. I can't shake the feeling that I'm a husky lost among wolves. Li Miao Miao mused silently as she blended in Su Jingming's personal space, through the expansive glass windows. The breathtaking view of the icy lake atop the snow-capped mountains was visible. The 6 members of the Pearwood Battle Team settled onto the sofa. While watching the matches earlier, I took the opportunity to review the videos of the previous bouts, Su Jingming stated, and I discovered some formidable opponents. Are there third-tier masters? Wang Yi inquired, her eyes lighting up. Su Jingming waved his hand, and the rankings of the 16 teams appeared beside him. I have scrutinized some key battles in slow motion, he nodded. And I can confirm that Xiong Tianshan from the Shield Axe Battle Team has achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd tier during the match. Although his evolution method has not reached an advanced level. However, tomorrow, he has a considerable chance of successfully advancing his evolutionary technique. Zhang Qing of the Immortal Grace Team, Tai Lianyun of the Golden Rock Team, and Feng Yu of the Wuling Team are all suspected of having broken through. Su Jingming remarked. Suspected of breaking through? The team members looked at Su Jingming. The probability that they have indeed broken through is at least 80%. Although I might be mistaken, Su Jingming continued. Of course, there may be other hidden masters in the competition that I have yet to notice, but as the second round of battles unfolds, their true strengths will inevitably be revealed one by one. We are scheduled for the 5th match tomorrow against the Golden Rock Team. On September 3rd, at 200 hours, the Golden Rock Team will face the Pearwood Team. Right now, our focus must solely be on the Golden Rock Team, Su Jingming asserted. Sun Li is on the Golden Rock Team, Hong Fong coldly interjected. That little scoundrel. We spent over half a month training him as a free sparring partner, surrounding him to hone his close combat archery skills. He mastered it, and yet he slipped away before the competition began. Empty words, indeed, Lu Chengyuan added in frustration. We now have a stronger Yijie, Yang Qingshua chuckled. That Sun Li must be feeling quite disgruntled. Wang Yi smiled. I will make sure to perform well during the competition. Sun Li is hardly worth mentioning, Su Jingming stated. He is the weakest among their ranks. We must be particularly wary of Tai Lianyun, Zhao Pan, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Cheng, especially my senior brother Tai Lianyun, who was once one of the 3 legends of the martial arts world in Xia, having claimed the title of world champion 3 times. Su Jingming said solemnly. Speaking of which, in the World Martial Arts Championship, he holds the record for the most titles won by someone from Xia. Hong Fong nodded. Feeling the pressure, senior brother Tai Lianyun is the most diligent and tenacious trainee I have ever seen. He trains so intensely that he has worn out his shoes and now practices barefoot. Regardless of how cold it gets, he trains without shoes all year round. His feet covered in thick calluses. He trains in the morning, at night, and even wakes in the middle of the night to practice. It seems that martial arts is his sole focus in life. The younger disciples who had been part of the national team felt this deeply as well. Yang Qingshua remarked. Su Gu trains with great dedication, but senior brother Tai Lianyun is truly a madman. It is precisely for this reason that he has inherited the shield and blade techniques of our master the most, Su Jingming added. Moreover, I have a feeling he may have already broken through. If he has transcended to the third tier and evolved to a higher level, we must give our all in this battle. Indeed, everyone present nodded in agreement. Zhao Pan and Zhang Feng are both on par with me, Hung Feng acknowledged. They are much younger than I, with terrifying potential. Indeed, Lu Chongyuan noted. Zhao Pan is 18 this year, and Zhang Feng is 20, both grassroots competitors. They have reached their current level of prowess in just over a month in the virtual world. Their talent is truly astounding, Li Miaomia remarked. The Golden Rock team's choice of these two exceptionally gifted young men shows their ambition. They have even brought in Tai Lianyun as the captain. Zhang Qing's shield techniques are somewhat superior to mine, Lu Chongyuan nodded. He is a defender who is nearly flawless. In the personal quarters of Tai Lianyun from the Golden Rock team, a forest surrounds the residential area, where the 6 team members and the team manager sit on wooden benches. Our opponent in the second round is the Pearwood team, the silver-haired youth said. Turning to Sunli. Sunli, you were originally teammates with Su Jingming. Please share any intelligence you possess. Sunli nodded and remarked. I have had little interaction with Wang Yi, but I am well acquainted with the other 4. In terms of matching capabilities, Hung Feng is comparable to Zhao Fan. So one must be cautious of his spear technique. Yang Qingxua is slightly weaker than Zhang Feng. Lu Chongyuan is somewhat inferior to Zhang Qing, displaying more clumsiness. Our team leader is undoubtedly superior to Su Jingming. The silver-haired youth nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The short and stout Tai Lianyun sat there, expressing indifference as he stated. My junior brother Su Jingming appears to have possibly broken through to the third tier. A collective gasp resonated among the attendees as they turned their attention to Tai Lianyun. A breakthrough to the third tier? Zhao Fan, a somewhat youthful and spirited individual, could not contain himself, exclaiming, in the preliminary round and the first round of the competition. He only relied on his shield. Can we be certain he has made such a breakthrough? He is remarkably composed. His shield defense is impeccable, and his timing and evasion is flawless. Tai Lianyun replied coolly. However, my junior brother is known for his violent and rapid style. He has never been one to adopt a steady approach. Only through a breakthrough in combat skills can one exhibit such unwavering steadiness in the face of various challenges. The silver-haired youth nodded solemnly. You make a valid point. I have observed many team members and also believe Su Jingming has demonstrated remarkable steadiness this time. Most importantly, in both the preliminary and first rounds, he did not even utilize his marksmanship. Tai Lianyun responded calmly. I have been observing him since he joined the national team. My junior brother possesses astonishing talent in marksmanship. Considering all aspects, I deduce he has most likely broken through to the third tier. I can assert that when I departed from the Limu battle team, he had not yet achieved this breakthrough. Sun Li remarked. So it was after your departure that he made his breakthrough. Tai Lianyun affirmed. Very well. He is now under my charge. The rest of you shall handle the others. Understood, Captain. The rest of the team responded promptly. The silver-haired youth watched this scene with satisfaction, feeling that his wisest choice was appointing Tai Lianyun as captain. Regrettably, he was unable to recruit Wang Yi. Chapter 67. Am I not a part of martial arts? In the realm of reality during midday. In a large factory on the outskirts of Tianjin City, the expansive space was mostly vacant, save for a few tables and equipment in the corner, along with 2 maintenance robots. Within this vast factory, a short and stout man stood barefoot, holding a shield in his left hand and a knife in his right. With a swift motion, he stepped forward, his figure blurring as he shot out over 10 meters, executing a powerful slash that split the air with a resounding crack. With another step, he propelled himself forward again, smashing his shield with a force that echoed through the air, advancing through a series of slicing and smashing movements. The silent man practiced diligently, his feet causing the factory floor to tremble, as the sounds of his strikes reverberated throughout the vast space. Though these movements appeared simple, any expert observing would be astounded. The momentum generated by his movement seamlessly transformed into the force of his knife strikes or the impact of his shield, rendering each blow extraordinarily formidable. Most terrifying was the fact that, for this stout man, these techniques had become as instinctive as eating or drinking, requiring no conscious thought whatsoever. Suddenly, the factory door creaked open, and a plump woman entered, carrying a large lunchbox. Upon her entrance, the door closed automatically behind her. Senior brother, the woman called out with a smile. Tai Lianyun halted, turning to see her smile. He set down his shield and knife and approached her, asking, my dear, what are we having today? Of course, it's your favorite, she replied. A slightly plump woman approached a corner table, extracting layer upon layer of small lunchboxes, which she placed on the table, showcasing an array of 5 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a generous portion of rice. The aroma was delightful, and she felt a pang of hunger. Tianyun, washing his hands briefly at the sink nearby, sat down and began to eat voraciously, devouring his meal with great speed. You see, even with a virtual world where you practice for 16 hours a day, you still continue in reality? His wife remarked. You neglect our children and the business affairs. Isn't that why I am here? Tianyun chuckled. You encouraged me to join the Jinping battle team, and I did. Besides, our family is already financially secure. We can let business matters unfold naturally. As for our children, my dear wife, I appreciate your hard work. I've always known who you are and married you with that understanding. His wife replied with a hint of resignation. But you're not young anymore. Nearing 40. Will you toil like this your entire life? My love, while you perceive it as toil, I find immense joy in it, Tianyun responded. The pursuit of being the world's best, the thrill of aiming for supremacy, is incredibly exhilarating. To encounter a formidable opponent and devise ways to vanquish them. Each time I surpass a rival, it is a wondrous experience. His wife nodded. Do you have confidence for the second round? None whatsoever, Tianyun admitted. My junior, Su Jingming, is a true prodigy. If he hadn't been so extraordinarily gifted and entered the global martial arts tournament too early, with just 2 more years of accumulation, he would likely be poised to claim the world title by his early 20s. As for me, among my master's numerous disciples, my talent is merely average. A realization I came to long ago. But you have secured the world title 3 times, the most in all of Xia country, his wife pointed out. That is because I trained with unparalleled fervor, Tianyun replied. I practiced both morning and night. Aside from sleeping, I was almost always training. When my body grew weary, I would practice basic techniques. Once I recovered, I would focus on strengthening my physique. Even during meals, my thoughts were consumed by martial arts, and in my dreams, I envisioned the same. Naturally, I became one with the martial techniques. His wife observed him, feeling the intangible pressure he emanated. Your master was extraordinarily gifted. Claiming the world title even in old age, and Lei Yunfang was a marvel, achieving world-class agility from the outset. As for me, I stumbled along the way. Losing to numerous opponents, Tianyun lamented. Yet, I managed to surpass each rival, ultimately earning title after title. I believe I may temporarily lag behind. But the ultimate world champion will undoubtedly be me. His eyes sparkled with fervor. After all, while they are merely practitioners of martial arts, I am an embodiment of martial arts. His wife smiled at this scene, recalling a night at the national team's training ground when she witnessed him practicing with a knife, barefoot, and felt an undeniable attraction. I believe in you. You will surely be the world champion, she said. Becoming the world champion is not the most enchanting part, Tianyun contended. The most captivating aspect lies in the journey toward that title, defeating one formidable opponent after another. After finishing lunch, Tianyun resumed his solitary practice with the shield and knife within the confines of the workshop. It requires a formidable inner strength to endure such solitude perpetually. That night, the second round of the Huazhong Cup national competition commenced. The competition had begun. The 6 members of the pairwood battle team gathered together, seated in the stands, observing the thrilling competition underway. In the first match, the Luhai senior team faced off against the Frost Whisper team. Father and the others are not as relaxed as in the first round, Su Jingming observed. The Frost Whisper team boasts several skilled players, including Gu Chong and Lian Shuang. Li Miao Miao remarked, 4 against 5 is still somewhat insufficient for Uncle. In this match, the 4 seasoned players of the Luhai senior team demonstrated impeccable teamwork and mastery of their techniques. However, after the expert archer Zhou Fan was forcefully brought down by the Frost Whisper team, the tide turned against them. The battle continued until only Su Hong, wielding dual shields, remained. Finally, Master Lu Hai made his move. The remaining 2 members of the Frost Whisper team coordinated to besiege Master Lu Hai. With a swift motion, a blade flashed, simultaneously slicing through both adversaries, cleaving their heavy and light armor, resulting in their demise. Victory belonged to the Lu Hai senior team. This is the world's #1, exclaimed host Lu Xin, unable to contain his excitement. To cleave through heavy armor with a single stroke and eliminate 2 opponents at once is truly terrifying. Male guest Jean Fan remarked that no other expert could withstand even a single strike from him. Female guest Zhu Wenqing added with a smile, as of now, only 6 individuals worldwide have passed the 3rd level of the Starry Sky Tower. Master Lu Hai accomplished this a month ago, right at the tower's opening. His prowess far surpasses that of anyone else on the leaderboard, not to mention ordinary experts. In the next match, the renowned Lei Yunfang was set to compete, recognized as the world's foremost master of agility. Host Lu Xian noted, he and Master Lu Hai have yet to engage publicly in the virtual world. The second match featured Lei Yunfang's team against the 100 Sparrows team. Lei Yunfang's chosen 4 teammates appeared somewhat lackluster. Hung Fong observed, though Master Lu Hai selected grassroots players. Each possesses formidable skills. Lei Yunfang's selections are rather mediocre in comparison. With just Lei Yunfang, victory is assured, Wang Yi commented. Su Jingming also watched intently. Lei Yunfang's 4 companions barely managed to restrain 2 opponents. Dressed in a blue outfit and carrying 2 swords, Lei Yunfang's movements seemed casual but were astonishingly swift. In the haze of his speed, he rapidly closed in on each adversary. Each approach was marked by a decisive blow. Despite carrying 2 swords, drawing just 1 was sufficient. The 100 Sparrows team found 3 of their members forced to converge and confront Lei Yunfang, yet he easily dispatched all opponents with a single blade. The members of the 100 Sparrows team couldn't even graze Lei Yunfang's attire. While his teammates eliminated 1 opponent, Lei Yunfang single-handedly took down 4, concluding the match. How can his agility be so formidable? Su Jingming thought, captivated by the display. His own agility was stuck at level 2. While Lei Yunfang had reached level 3 as soon as the virtual world opened, growing increasingly extraordinary, Su Jingming perceived it as a form of art. With just 2 steps, it seemed as though the very fabric of space shifted. The 3rd match featured the Shield Axe team against the Sword Pure team. Qinggu, a remarkably talented grassroots expert from the Sword Pure team, would surely grow with enough time, Su Jingming mused. However, his opponent was the experienced Xiong Tianshan, who had already advanced to level 3, leaving the Sword Pure team with little hope. It was a match characterized by overwhelming victory. In the 4th match, the Thunder team faced off against the Cloud Mountain team. "My heavens!" exclaimed Yang Qishu, wide-eyed. "They're fighting like mad." Hung Fong also expressed astonishment. Su Jingming observed with a serious demeanor. This match was unexpectedly thrilling, a fierce contest with no clear victor. Among the 5 players from Xi'an Nation who have ever claimed the title of champion in the World Martial Arts competition, 2 are Yang Yu and Gao Chong. Lu Chongyuan remarked that their teamwork is formidable. Although Hua Qingshan and Chang Qingpeng from the Cloud Mountain team have not achieved world champion status, they are both martial arts masters. Remarkably, their synergy did not falter in the least. The crux of both teams lies with Gao Chong and Yang Yu on one side, and Hua Qingshan and Chang Qingpeng on the other. The other teammates were evidently less skilled. The strength of the 2 teams was closely matched, hinging on their performance in the moment. Su Jingming discerned the tactical exchanges as both sides maneuvered and strategized. This battle uniquely lasted over 9 minutes, culminating in Hua Qingshan being the last man standing, his arms severed. The Cloud Mountain team emerged victorious, while the Thunder team was eliminated. This match was the most evenly matched of the preceding 4. Wang Yi expressed her admiration. "The next match will be ours," Su Jingming stated, with Wang Yi, Hung Fong, Yang Qingshu, and Lu Chongyuan all brimming with fighting spirit, their eagerness ignited by the preceding 4 bouts. Chapter 68, Pearwood Team vs. Golden Falcon Team. In the official live broadcast room of Xi'an Nation, a sea of people gathered, marking this as a national spectacle. At precisely 2 p.m., host Lu Xian announced, "Let us welcome the Golden Falcon Team and the Pearwood Team." The 6 members of both teams took their places on stage. Familiar with the routine. During my previous discussion with our 2 distinguished guests, I was eagerly anticipating this match, Lu Xian remarked. On one side, we have the nation's premier female archer, Wang Yi, and on the other, one of Xi'an Nation's 3 legendary martial artists, Tai Lianyun. This encounter promises to be exceptionally riveting. Male guest Jean Fan interjected with a smile. "I believe the Golden Falcon team holds a significant advantage. Just look at how Xiong Tianshan has progressed." When these 2 teams clash, it tends to display a one-sided dominating performance. I doubt Tai Lianyun's strength is inferior to that of Xiong Tianshan. Female guest Zhu Wenqing, gazing curiously at the stout Tai Lianyun, asked, "Master Tai Lianyun, may I boldly inquire if you have attained the 3rd tier?" Tai Lianyun, seated with a gentle smile, replied, "After the match commences, everyone will know. It appears we must maintain some secrecy until the battle." Zhu Wenqing chuckled. Zhao Fan, the male guest, turned to the slightly youthful Zhao Fan. "I heard that you only began learning martial arts weapon combat after entering the virtual world. Is that true?" "Indeed," Zhao Fan nodded. "I had not trained before." Countless spectators gasped in astonishment. "In just over a month in the virtual world, you've reached such a level?" The members of the Pearwood team, including Su Jingming, exchanged impressed glances, recognizing the emergence of extraordinary talents as martial arts weapon combat became a national pastime. "You have performed exceptionally well in the preliminary rounds and the 1st match," Jean Fan noted. "And I believe that knowing you only started learning after the virtual world open will surely attract even more fans." "Thank you," Zhao Fan replied humbly. "Now, let me inquire about the captain of the Pearwood team." Host Liu Xin gazed at Su Jingming, regarding him with a newfound admiration. Our nation's inaugural divine battle, which I had the honor to host, showcased Captain Su Jingming's exceptional prowess. I wonder if today Captain Su possesses the confidence to vanquish the Jinping team? Of course, I do, Su Jingming replied with a smile. Jingming, do you exude such confidence? The typically reticent Tai Lianyun interjected, his gaze fixed on Su Jingming. Is it due to your exceptional archer comrade, or your own abilities? Su Jingming met Tai Lianyun's gaze, responding with a smile. I eagerly anticipate facing you, senior brother. Tai Lianyun smiled back. I share your anticipation. Both captains sensed a potential breakthrough in each other, regarding one another as formidable rivals. The atmosphere suggested an imminent clash between the two leaders. Male guest Jin Fan remarked. I have heard that Sun Li of the Jinping team was originally a member of the Limu team. For a considerable time, Sun Li trained alongside Su Jingming and his companions, correct? Indeed, Sun Li responded modestly. One could only say it was a matter of fate. Hung Fong added. Our Limu team is not bound by contracts. Our collaboration is based solely on mutual promises. However, some individuals prioritize monetary gain over commitment. It is better this way. Those with differing paths should not conspire together. Sun Li's expression darkened. This was the official live broadcast for our nation. Over 1 billion viewers were tuned in. Yes, we are not bound by contracts, Sun Li affirmed, which is why, despite having an archer of my caliber, the Limu team still sought Wang Yi. In that case, I see no reason to remain there. Sun Li, do you still have any shame? You were the one who left first. Lu Chongwan gritted his teeth, nearly resorting to profanity had it not been for the live broadcast. I received Captain Su Jingming's initial invitation on the morning of the 28th, the very last day of registration. Without hesitation, I accepted. Wang Yi smiled, revealing that Su Jingming's junior, Dai Xiaoqing, had long been a friend of hers. Sun Li felt compelled to obscure the truth in front of 1 billion viewers. Otherwise, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Please, both teams, prepare yourselves. The match is about to commence. Host Liu Xin did not intervene, allowing the tension between the two teams to unfold, only reminding them as the time drew near. Both teams rose, locking eyes with each other. The battleground, a modern urban map, lay before them. Su Jingming observed the densely built environment with a slight frown, as it posed challenges for an archer. Fear not, there are suitable combat strategies for all 5 map scenarios, Wang Yi reassured. Subsequently, both teams sequentially selected their weaponry and equipment. Once all selections were finalized, the 10 participants entered the combat arena. The modern city appeared vast, yet the actual combatable area was confined to merely 1 kilometer. Furthermore, as time progressed, the operational space would shrink, compelling the teams to engage in battle. In a national competition of the caliber of the Huozhong Cup, no team could indefinitely evade confrontation. Ultimately, even those who hide must fight. So it is better to engage fervently from the outset. Su Jingming found himself atop a 6-story residential building, crouched low and hidden behind the protective railing, cautiously surveying his surroundings. There is a point suitable for ambush, relatively close to my position. Wang Yi's voice resonated through the team's communication channel. As she marked the location on the team map, after countless battles, she had become thoroughly acquainted with the ambush zones across the 5 maps. Gather at the point. Su Jingming instructed over the team's voice channel, adding, be wary of any surprise attacks from the Jinping team during our assembly. Understood, Captain, came the unified response from the team as they began to converge. Meanwhile, the Jinping team mirrored their movements. Tai Lianyun had taken refuge within a house, peering cautiously through the edge of the curtains. After assessing the positions of his teammates on the map, he marked a location. Let us gather at the point. We may encounter the enemy en route, so watch out for the hidden arrows from the sharpshooter in the ambush by Yang Qingxua. Yes, Captain. The 4 members replied in unison. The two teams exhibited starkly contrasting styles. Su Jingming's team was centered around the sharpshooter, while Jinping's sharpshooter, Sun Li, held a lesser position due to his comparatively inferior archery skills, yet he excelled in close combat. Thus did not require excessive protection and could be regarded as a specialized warrior. Inside the residential building, Wang Yi donned soft armor beneath a layer of flexible athletic attire, bearing 6 quivers on her back. During the preliminary rounds, the virtual game permitted unlimited gear replenishment to counter the Orc Legion. However, in actual combat, weapons and equipment had to be predetermined, and only those chosen could be carried, necessitating consideration of weight. The number of arrows a sharpshooter could carry was limitless, provided they could bear the load. Thus, it was a matter of personal capacity. Excessive quivers, however, would hinder agility and archery performance. Carefully, Wang Yi set down 2 quivers within the house, marking it as her first backup point. With a swift motion, she exited the house and quietly descended the stairs, emerging from the building to hastily traverse along the edge of the residential structure towards the nearest point. In a matter of mere meters, she arrived at an inconspicuous shop on the third floor, where she deposited another 2 quivers, her second backup point. This feels much better, she thought, shouldering the last 2 quivers as she confidently made her way to the rooftop of the street-facing shop. Peering through the railing's angles, she began to meticulously observe her surroundings. The buildings around this commercial area were relatively low, allowing her to clearly see all approaching visitors. Patience was her ally as she awaited her teammates. "I've arrived." Yang Qingxua was the first to infiltrate the area. Wang Yi scanned the various vantage points on the rooftop when suddenly her eyes brightened. She spotted a figure darting past a street corner approximately 200 meters away, cautiously advancing in a specific direction. Swiftly, she knocked an arrow and moved to another vantage point, focusing intently on that direction. Indeed, the figure zipped past with remarkable speed. Instinctively, Wang Yi calculated the enemy's pace. In her mind, the 300-meter space around her manifested vividly the enemy's advancing speed, the distribution of nearby buildings, and the influence of the wind. Everything was strikingly clear. That's the spot, she resolved, dashing forward before leaping from the rooftop. In midair, she drew her bowstring taut, forming a perfect arc as her expression remained stoic, fixated on that designated area. With a swift release, she let fly a piercing, armor-piercing arrow. Whoosh! The piercing arrow imposes a significant burden on the body, allowing for the release of only one at a time, necessitating a brief respite before the next shot can be taken. However, the strength of this arrow is exponentially greater. The arrowhead is exceedingly heavy, and as it travels at supersonic speed, it rips through the air, generating a shockwave that instantaneously shatters the glass door of a distant building. At that moment, a figure swiftly passes through the other side of the glass door, and the arrow strikes him with precision. What on earth? Zhang Feng moves with a ghostly grace, advancing rapidly while staying close to the building, making it exceedingly difficult for the sharpshooter to spot him, even when he is occasionally seen. Hitting him proves to be a formidable challenge. Yet, as he traverses along the wall of the building, reaching the glass door, bang. The sound of shattering glass has yet to reach his ears when the arrow has already arrived. Zhang Feng senses the disturbance in the air, sending a chill down his spine, prompting an instinctive twist of his body. Whoosh! The arrow grazes his abdomen, leaving a gruesome gash, with blood gushing forth in torrents. Chapter 69. The eruption of Su Jingming. Wang Yi gracefully descends onto the street, darting back into a nearby shop. "Sister Yi, impressive," Yang Qishu exclaims in admiration. "I struck Zhang Feng. He is not dead, but likely gravely injured," Wang Yi communicates through the team's voice channel. Following the arrow's impact, Zhang Feng swiftly retreats to the adjacent building, finding an entrance to enter. Once inside, he glances down at his abdominal wound, where the fabric of his clothing and armor lies in tatters, revealing a substantial injury. Having cultivated his evolution technique to such a degree, he manages to staunch most of the bleeding through muscular contractions. Nevertheless, the wound is too severe, prompting Zhang Feng to tear at his clothing to commence dressing the injury. "How could I be hit when I was moving so swiftly and hugging the wall?" Zhang Feng remarks, perplexed. "Everyone, be cautious. I have been shot by Wang Yi and sustained an abdominal injury. My strength is likely reduced to 50%, he relays through the team channel, marking a specific area on the team map. Is it truly possible to hit him? The official live broadcast of the Summer Kingdom leaves the host and guest astonished, with countless viewers erupting in disbelief. Host Lu Xin promptly replays the previous events in slow motion. Male guest Jean Fan observes, exclaiming, "Wang Yi was on the rooftop of the shop, able to survey all directions. Zhang Feng exposed himself for but a fleeting moment at this intersection. The distance was approximately 200 meters. Wang Yi quickly locks onto the second intersection, and indeed, Zhang Feng reveals himself once more, albeit only for an instant." Jean Fan points at the screen showing Wang Yi as she leaps from the rooftop, soaring through the air to this precise location, releasing the arrow mid-flight. This arrow slices through the air, traversing nearly 200 meters, penetrating the glass just as Zhang Feng appears on the arrow's trajectory. A nearby female guest, captivated by the entire slow-motion sequence, exclaims, "Zhang Feng was actually varying his speed throughout, slowing down every few seconds and occasionally accelerating. Yet, from the moment Zhang Feng exposed himself to when Wang Yi's arrow struck him, merely 122 seconds elapsed. Of that, half a second was spent in the arrow's flight. Truly outrageous. Zhou Yi's bow resembles a heavy machine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage." Male guest Jean Fan praises, while Wang Yi is akin to a long-range sniper rifle, seizing any opportunity that presents itself. The audience is equally thrilled. In the midst of the battle, Wang Yi's rewards soared dramatically. As one of the top 3 prominent streamers on the viewing platform, her combat style has always attracted a considerable fan base. Whether it be her close-range rapid fire or her astonishing long-distance sniping, coupled with her captivating beauty, watching her livestream is truly a feast for the eyes. During this particular match, Wang Yi was far ahead in the amount of rewards collected among the 10 contenders. As Zhang Feng suffered severe injuries, both teams grew increasingly vigilant. Suddenly, as Hung Feng cautiously advanced, he turned a corner and encountered the equally cautious young man, Zhao Fan. The two exchanged astonished glances, mere meters apart. Too close. With a fierce determination, Hung Feng gripped 2 short spears in his hands, while Zhao Fan wielded a crescent blade. The moment their eyes met, Hung Feng instinctively hurled his 2 short spears. Zhao Fan, however, with a flash of resolve, lunged forward, dodging one spear and deflecting the other with his crescent blade. Upon throwing his spears, Hung Feng immediately retreated, drawing 2 segmented snake spears from his back. With a swift motion, he connected them seamlessly. The clash of metal rang out as Hung Feng's snake spear intercepted the furious strike of Zhao Fan's blade. Yet the force of the attack compelled Hung Feng to stagger backward involuntarily. Without hesitation, Zhao Fan continued his relentless assault, striking again and again. Each blow was like a tempest, fierce and unyielding. Hung Feng found himself overwhelmed, struggling to defend against the onslaught. How could the force of his strikes be so tremendous? Hung Feng could hardly believe that Lu Chongyuan, who practiced the giant bear evolution technique, wielded an axe with less ferocity than Zhao Fan's swordsmanship. Zhao Fan's blade was ferocious and boundless, each strike flowing into the next like an unstoppable tide. With 16 consecutive strikes, Hung Feng's defenses were shattered, leaving him vulnerable for the 17th blow, which cleaved through his chest. The blade pierced his armor and body. Stunned, Hung Feng stood motionless as his form began to dissipate. Have I lost? He could hardly fathom the reality. Zhao Fan gazed at Hung Feng's vanishing figure. A flicker of regret crossing his youthful face. I felt I was so close to breaking through. This strike could have been even more powerful. In the official live stream of the Summer Kingdom, this fierce confrontation was replayed in slow motion, showcasing Zhao Fan's astonishing 17 relentless strikes that ultimately felled Hung Feng. At just 18 years of age, Zhao Fan had only begun his martial arts journey after the virtual world opened following his college entrance examination. Host Lu Xin marveled at his rapid growth, sensing that in just a few days, he would surpass even further. Just a week or so ago, Wang Xinggu had ranked Zhao Fan as the top contender in the 3rd tier of the Summer Kingdom's expert rankings. However, it seemed that in such a short time, Zhao Fan had advanced significantly, now standing among the foremost in the 2nd tier. Incredible. I too commenced my martial training upon the advent of the virtual world. Yet I remain a mere Silver Moon novice. The disparity between individuals is staggering. After more than a month in the virtual realm, how could he become so formidable? The experts tracking program had interviewed Zhao Fan, as well as his friends, family, and classmates. It was indeed true that he had never trained before. The comments section is flooded with countless remarks, all marveling at this 18-year-old prodigy. Within the modern urban landscape, both teams have gathered completely. Did Hung Feng fall to Zhao Fan in a one-on-one confrontation? Su Jingming, Wang Yi, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chongyuan were taken aback. Zhao Fan's growth has indeed been rapid. Wang Yi nodded, stating that they are now at a 4 against 5 disadvantage. But fortunately, Zhang Feng, although not dead, has diminished strength. Lu Chongyuan concurred, emphasizing the need for caution regarding Zhao Fan. Yang Qing added, Brother Tai Lianyun is someone to be wary of, after all. He is one of the 3 legendary martial artists of the Xia Kingdom, once alongside Lu Hai and Lei Yufang. His prowess may far surpass that of Zhao Fan. I will confront Tai Lianyun. You all should manage the others, Su Jingming proposed. With Sister Es deterrence, we remain confident, Lu Chongyuan asserted. A formidable archer can compel the opponent to conserve energy, ever wary of sneak attacks. I am also eager to ascertain Zhao Fan's true capabilities. Yang Qingxua, known for his shadow leopard evolution technique, is celebrated for his agility. Even against stronger foes, he is confident in his ability to delay and entangle them. They approached the scene. Wang Yi peered out the window, observing the 5 opponents advancing swiftly. Tai Lianyun wielded a shield and a sword, leading the charge, followed by Zhao Fan and Zhang Feng, with Sun Li bringing up the rear. Su Jingming, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chongyuan hastily descended the stairs and emerged onto the street, rushing into a shop, as remaining on the street would render them targets. Tai Lianyun, noticing their movements from a distance, chose not to engage them on the battlefield they had established, instead ordering his team to locate and eliminate Wang Yi. As Tai Lianyun commanded, The team advanced rapidly, turning without acknowledging Su Jingming's trio, slipping into the shop. Quite cautious indeed, Su Jingming observed, looking upwards. Sister E, they have entered the shop. On the rooftop, Wang Yi, with her quiver on her back, swiftly ran to the corner and silently leapt down, quickly relocating to another building along the street. Captain, Wang Yi has left the shop, Sun Li, hiding at the back, reported, having caught a glimpse of her moving to the adjacent gray residential building. The visibility from the nearby structure is considerably poorer. Immediately, Tai Lianyun ordered an attack on Su Jingming and his companions. In the spacious shop, Wang Yi posed a significant threat. In the adjacent building, her threat level diminished greatly. As long as the team avoided detection, it would be challenging for Wang Yi to find an opportunity to strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The five swiftly darted towards Su Jingming and his companions. Junior brother. Tai Lianyun charged ahead, shield in one hand and sword in the other, advancing boldly. Senior brother, Su Jingming, holding a shield in each hand, eagerly anticipated Tai Lianyun's approach. In recent days, he had practiced footwork, especially after a breakthrough in his shield technique, and had begun to sense the direction for further breakthroughs. His legs could generate rapid force, capable of propelling him at speeds of 50 meters per second within 2 strides. The key lies in how to perfectly harness this footwork. I hope you can provide me with a challenge. Su Jingming stepped forward proactively. With a swift flash, the blade in Tai Lianyun's hand sliced through the air as if parting water. Su Jingming faintly heard the sound of the air being cleaved as the blade approached him. With a deft maneuver, Su Jingming raised his shield to gently deflect the force while simultaneously adjusting his footwork to evade the crashing blow from Tai Lianyun's shield. You have indeed made a breakthrough, Tai Lianyun remarked, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Your swordsmanship is remarkable. Su Jingming could ascertain that Tai Lianyun's sword techniques had advanced. Yet the threat posed by his shield techniques and physical prowess was not as formidable. With a fervent spirit, Tai Lianyun unleashed his shield sword technique. As a key talent nurtured by the nation, the intricacies of my self-developed fifth-order shield sword technique are unparalleled. I have rigorously trained in the virtual realm and in reality, achieving a breakthrough in my sword techniques, though my shield techniques remain unrefined. Only through the harmonious integration of shield and sword can one attain true perfection. Tai Lianyun mused. It is only then that I can fully harness the formidable might of the fifth-order shield sword technique. My junior possesses extraordinary shield techniques, capable of completely countering my strikes. Truly a rare opponent. Tai Lianyun unleashed a flurry of dazzling maneuvers from the fifth-order shield sword technique, launching an unrelenting assault. Su Jingming, armed with dual shields, simultaneously defended and evaded. Recognizing the rarity of his opponent and hoping for his brother's assistance to enhance his footwork, the adversaries conjured in the virtual realm boasted impressive strength and speed. Yet their techniques and combat intelligence fell short. True masters often unveil unexpected tactics in battle. As Su Jingming and Tai Lianyun clashed, Yang Qingxua and Lu Chongyuan engaged in combat with Zhao Fan, Zhang Qing, and Zhang Feng, while Sun Li remained poised in the distance, ready to unleash arrows. Suddenly, Wang Yi burst forth from the residential building, releasing an arrow with precision. Zhang Cheng, wielding 2 large shields, had long been prepared, successfully blocking the incoming projectile. In rapid succession, Sun Li fired 3 arrows at Yang Qingxua, who found himself in a precarious position, just as Zhao Fan struck with his blade. The force of the strike sent Yang Qingxua tumbling several feet backwards, prompting Lu Chongyuan to raise his dual shields in defense as Zhao Fan and Zhang Feng closed in for the attack. Despite sustaining an injury to his abdomen, Zhang Feng was still able to pose a considerable threat. Sun Li is far too familiar with our techniques. Facing him is excruciating. Yang Qingxua urgently conveyed through the team's communication channel. Sun Li's armor-piercing arrow struck Lu Chongyuan's knee. Though protected by heavy armor, the impact disrupted Lu Chongyuan's stance, allowing Zhao Fan to seize the opportunity and slash at his leg, toppling him to the ground. Sun Li continued to unleash arrows towards Yang Qingxua, who found himself in dire straits. Wang Yi also joined in shooting arrows, yet Zhang Cheng, steadfast with his dual shields, fully shielded Zhao Fan and Zhang Feng. Captain, I can't hold on much longer, Lu Chongyuan exclaimed as he fell to the ground, desperately attempting to protect his head with his shield against the incoming weapons. His voice laced with urgency. This Zhao Fan is relentless. Yang Qingxua evaded and deflected the arrows with great effort. Su Jingming, having overheard the team's communication, lamented. The pressure from my brother is still insufficient. Although his footwork had erupted in a fierce display, speed alone was not enough to elevate it to the 3rd tier. Enough. Su Jingming suddenly erupted with vigor. Boom, boom. His feet seemed to unleash a thunderous explosion, propelling his speed to unprecedented heights, leaving Tai Lianyun who was still engrossed in his assault, utterly astonished. Su Jingming's velocity surpassed all expectations, rendering Tai Lianyun unable to pursue. "Quick, evade!" Tai Lianyun shouted in alarm. Zhao Fan, Zhang Feng, Zhang Qing, and Sun Li simultaneously turned their gaze, only to behold a dark red, blurred figure rushing towards them. Its speed akin to that of a terrifying demon. This was dire. Zhao Fan and Zhang Feng swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing, clad in heavy armor and the slowest among them, raised his dual shields in a bid to withstand the impending onslaught. Bang! The figure, dressed in dark red armor, closed the distance with startling speed and executed a simple yet devastating technique known as the 8 Extreme Shield Break. With a mighty thrust of his right-hand shield, he unleashed an overwhelming force that crashed into the heavily armored Zhang Cheng. While heavy armor can deflect numerous weapon attacks, it is most vulnerable to powerful weaponry. The force of Su Jingming's shield strike, coupled with the explosive power of a high-level evolved body, was simply unfathomable. Bang! Zhang Qing, wielding 2 large shields, was sent soaring into the air, a mist of blood erupting from him as his internal organs were shattered, his very essence reduced to nothingness, leaving only his shields spinning away into the distance. The fleeing Zhao Fan, Zhang Feng, and Sun Li trembled in fear. And even the iron-willed Tian Lianyun felt her legs weaken at the sight. An expert in heavy armor had been obliterated? What madness was this? Am I seeing things? The official livestream from Xia Country erupted with over 1 billion viewers in shock, their collective astonishment crashing over the stream like a tidal wave. Yet, on the battlefield, the dark red, demon-like figure was far too swift, closing in on the injured Zhang Feng in just 2 strides. Bang! Zhang Feng was sent hurtling backward. Blood mist rising as he too was rendered to nothingness. Countless viewers gasped in horror once more. Another one gone. This is insane. Su Jingming's gaze shifted to Zhao Fan, who felt as if he were a rabbit caught in the sights of a tiger. Despite his own strength, the menacing aura of Su Jingming was overwhelming. After Su Jingming fully unleashed his power, particularly the fiery might of his form, his presence eclipsed even that of Lu Hai. With each step echoing like thunder, he closed the distance to Zhao Fan in mere moments. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Fan halted, preparing to counter with a blade. Bang! The demon-like figure surged forward, smashing his shield down upon him as if the very heavens were collapsing. Zhao Fan was propelled backward with a force akin to a cannonball, his body dissolving into a mist of blood before vanishing entirely. Sun Li, stationed at a distance, had already fled at great speed. "Sun Li is in your hands," Su Jingming declared, turning his attention to Tian Lianyun. "Understood, Captain," she replied, as Lu Chongyuan, Yang Qingshuo, and Wang Yi, equally astonished, could not help but respond with enthusiasm. Pursuing Sun Li, Tian Lianyun gazed at Su Jingming, her expression tense. At that moment, the entire official live stream of Xia Country had reached a fever pitch, with countless viewers in a frenzy. Is this really Su Jingming? Foolish Wang Xinggu claimed Su Jingming was in the 3rd tier. Good heavens, how could he be so formidable? His shield is utterly terrifying. Su Jingming's support contributions soared as if a volcano had erupted, continuously climbing higher. Chapter 70. Unmatched Ferocity, Su Jingming. For countless individuals in Xia Country, Su Jingming holds a uniquely significant place, although his strength has been declining over the past month, and many claim he ranks among the 3rd tier of experts in the Summer Nation. Su Jingming undoubtedly deserves the title of a household name. The first divine battle in the virtual realm showcased Su Jingming as the most dazzling star, its fervor rivaling that of the illustrious Fire Seed Cup tournament. The audience vividly remembers Su Jingming and eagerly anticipates his future performances. However, since he does not livestream, viewers can only catch glimpses of his battles through third-party platforms, causing his brilliance to fade and his popularity to wane. Yet today, what a spectacle! This is the essence of combat. Such mastery of shield techniques is truly impressive. While others merely defend, Su Jingming's shield is unparalleled in its ferocity. Unmatched. Unmatched. Su Jingming. Countless comments flooded in. The audience felt goosebumps, their hearts racing with excitement. In the stands, Lu Hai sat observing from afar, a smile spreading across his face. I knew his talent was extraordinary. He has finally broken through. However, his shield techniques and combat style are entirely different from what I taught him. One might even say they are diametrically opposed. A thought crossed Lu Hai's mind. Have I taught him incorrectly? Have I delayed my disciple's progress? It is understandable. When the virtual world first opened, Lu Hai was the only one who managed to ascend to the 3rd tier in every aspect. With no other examples to draw from, he could only impart his strongest techniques to his disciple. Meanwhile, Lei Yun, sitting in the stands, radiated excitement as he realized that his evolution had clearly reached a new height, finally discovering a worthy opponent. Zhang Qing, the captain of the Xianzi team and senior brother to Xiao Qing, observed the unfolding spectacle with a smile, reveling in the escalating thrill of the tournament. The burly Feng Yu remained silent as a mountain, quietly watching everything unfold. In the modern urban battle map, Tai Lianyun gazed at Su Jingming before him, feeling as if a mountain pressed down upon his chest, the pressure driving him to the brink of madness. Rationality screamed at him that Su Jingming was too powerful, far beyond Tai Lianyun's capacity to withstand. When the disparity reaches a certain magnitude, combat becomes impossible. Yao Fan, despite his own excellence, was sent flying like a cannonball, disintegrating into nothingness beneath Su Jingming's shield. This was the staggering gap in physical prowess, the immense difference in bodily strength. Be careful, senior brother, Su Jingming called out. Careful? You want me to be careful? Tai Lianyun's years of rigorous training anchored his feet to the ground. He refused to retreat. Junior brother, unleash your full strength. Let me see what you can do. Tai Lianyun declared. Full strength? Su Jingming's foot shifted. Boom. The explosive force of his kick against the ground was terrifying. Clad in dark red armor, Su Jingming descended with a speed that blurred his figure. In the face of such terrifying velocity, Tai Lianyun had no time to evade. The massive shield came crashing down, and all Tai Lianyun could do was raise his own shield in defense, sheltering himself behind it. Bang! With a resounding impact, Tai Lianyun was sent sprawling like a billiard ball, crashing into the wall of a nearby residence, shattering it, and sending debris tumbling down. Tai Lianyun fell inside the dwelling, and Su Jingming observed this scene unfold. Such a formidable senior, yet I am unable to unleash my utmost strength. With just a single move, the progress smash. You cannot withstand it, Su Jingming silently reflected. The progress smash, while a seemingly simple technique, possesses a speed that is terrifyingly swift due to Su Jingming's remarkable advancement. His strike is a culmination of deep-seated physical power, explosively channeled in an instant. Even though Tai Lianyun had received national training and mastered intricate techniques like the 5-stage shield dagger technique, he still found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Strength and speed are the true measures of one's realm. The same body can unleash greater power and swifter speed, which is the essence of high-level physical exertion. Take the 3rd stage of spear techniques, for instance. It allows for an eruption of terrifying power and speed while wielding a long spear. The 3rd stage of shield techniques similarly entails a formidable burst of strength and speed. When an individual can unleash such strength wielding various weapons, it signifies an increasingly refined mastery over their own body. When one reaches sufficient prowess, any weapon they grasp can yield an explosive 3rd-tier level of force. Shield technique? Have I managed to defend? Tai Lianyun emerged from the rubble, his eyes ablaze with fervent excitement. Confronted with Su Jingming's progress smash, akin to a high-speed train barreling forward, Tai Lianyun was possessed by a singular thought. I must hold my ground. His knife technique had reached the 3rd tier, indicating that certain aspects of his physical exertion had attained this level. Driven by this intense determination, the shield in his hand indeed erupted with sufficient power. Although he still faced a vast disparity compared to Su Jingming, he managed to absorb enough of the impact, mitigating the force to avoid being utterly crushed. Su Jingming gazed at Tai Lianyun. Junior brother, I must thank you for facilitating a breakthrough in my shield technique. Tai Lianyun, with a shield in one hand and a knife in the other, stepped out of the dilapidated building. I shall demonstrate the might of the shield and knife in unison, the harmony of yin and yang. Even if your physical prowess surpasses mine, defeating me shall not be so simple. The harmony of yin and yang? Su Jingming looked at his senior with anticipation. Senior brother, it seems I must take this seriously. Tai Lianyun returned Su Jingming's gaze. Boom. Su Jingming transformed into a shadowy crimson blur in an instant. Once again, such terrifying speed. Facing this onslaught, Tai Lianyun found no refuge. Only the option to confront it head-on. Su Jingming propelled himself forward with 2 swift steps, feeling the air's resistance intensify. As he neared Tai Lianyun, he unleashed a ferocious strike with both shields. No matter what techniques your shield and knife possess, the vast range of my dual shields allows me to strike directly. Just as my father advised, regardless of the enemy's techniques, one must simply charge forward. Su Jingming held deep respect for his senior, which is why he employed the 8 extremes tiger pounce this time. Bang! Tai Lianyun was still knocked back, but he forcibly withheld the urge to spit blood. Whoosh! Su Jingming showed no signs of mercy, propelling himself forward like a thunderclap. His speed surpassed that of Tai Lianyun's retreating flight. Tai Lianyun's expression changed as he realized that before he could even land, Su Jingming had leapt into his path. Boom. This time, Su Jingming soared into the air, raising his right shield high as if wielding a massive axe. With the momentum of his leap, his waist and abdomen became the axis of his body. With a surge of power, the right shield transformed into a streak of light, cleaving downwards. In the state of being hurled backwards, Tai Lianyun could only brace himself with his shield, unable to dissipate the force, and he took the blow head-on. With a tremendous impact, he crashed into the ground. Creating a significant indentation, the cement surface was shattered, leaving him ensconced within a deep pit. The earlier flight had provided some cushioning. Yet this time the strike was against the unyielding cement, unleashing an explosive force that reverberated through Tai Lianyun's body. In an instant, countless bones shattered, blood suffused his armor, and he coughed up crimson droplets along with fragments of his own flesh. "Junior brother, you are stronger than I now," Tai Lianyun managed to utter, his form beginning to waver into the ether. Su Jingming observed the scene unfold. Even the fusion of yin and yang is insufficient, he mused. The combination of the 8 extremities Tiger Pounce and the Mountain Splitter had vanquished his senior brother. It seemed that only by evolving his techniques could he hope to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. "Incredible! Su Jingming, I adore you. From now on, I shall be your fervent admirer." The thrill of Su Jingming's technique surpassed even the exhilarating encounters of Lu Hai and Lei Yunfeng, an overwhelming display of ferocity. Countless comments flooded in, as the audience was utterly captivated. Su Jingming's combat was a sheer delight. With a resounding clash of shields, adversaries disintegrated into nothingness. Even Tai Lianyun, with the 8 extremities Tiger Pounce and Mountain Splitter in tandem, succumbed to the void. This was pure, unadulterated beauty in its rawest form. Within the modern urban landscape, Su Jingming gazed into the distance where Yang Qingxua, Lu Chongyuan, and Wang Yi had long since encircled Sun Li. Arrows had pierced his arms and thighs, leaving him slumped against the wall as he confronted the trio before him. "Humph, feeling quite pleased with yourselves, are you?" Sun Li sneered at Yang Qingxua and Lu Chongyuan. "I never anticipated that the seemingly honorable Su Jingming would reveal himself to be such a scoundrel." Yang Qingxua, Lu Chongyuan, and Wang Yi exchanged startled glances. Su Jingming's prowess had evidently surpassed the limits of evolution. Sun Li chuckled. "He has likely been hiding his strength for quite some time, reveling in my downfall when I withdrew from the team. Had he revealed his abilities sooner, I would never have left." Even his teammates are kept in the dark. Su Jingming is truly a base individual. In an instant, an arrow shot forth, piercing Sun Li's mouth and through his skull. Lu Chongyuan and Yang Qingxua turned their gazes to Wang Yi. "I cannot bear to listen any longer," Wang Yi declared, lowering her bow. Chapter 71, Feng Yu of the Wuling Team. On the spectator stands, Zhao Fan, Zhang Feng, and Zhang Cheng of the Golden Peng Team, along with their silver-haired team manager, watched as Su Jingming dispatched Tai Lianyun and witnessed Sun Li's demise. "Su Jingming is extraordinarily powerful," Zhang Feng remarked. "His strength is absurd. Even the team leader is no match for him. He has likely approached the prowess of seniors Lu Hai and Lei Yufeng." Zhao Fan, despite being a prodigious talent, felt a profound sense of disparity at that moment. The silver-haired youth interjected, "Su Jingming is indeed formidable, yet there remains a gap between him and Lu Hai and Lei Yunfeng. Both of those predecessors successfully traversed the 3rd level of the Starry Sky Tower, a feat notoriously arduous. You have all witnessed the footage of Lu Hai and Taish Fusen from the White Eagle Federation conquering it. Lu Hai expended immense effort to prevail, while Taish Fusen's success was somewhat fortuitous, barely scraping through. Indeed, only those who have braved the 3rd level of the Starry Sky Tower can truly be considered close to Lu Hai. The towering figures in the martial arts realm of Xia country are represented by these two, yet even now, the mountain that Su Jingming represents looms high before them. Captain." Zhao Fan and the others rose, the silver-haired youth also standing to greet Tai Lianyun. "My junior brother is truly formidable," Tai Lianyun remarked with a joyful smile. "This battle has also led to my own breakthrough. Soon, my evolution technique will ascend to a higher tier." Having achieved breakthroughs in both shield and sword, Tai Lianyun felt confident that his evolution technique would follow suit. It is imperative to cultivate a rapport with Tai Lianyun. Once he achieves his breakthrough, he will rank among the top elite of Xia country. The silver-haired youth mused, contemplating the challenge of inviting someone of greater strength than himself. At that moment, Sun Li arrived, yet the others merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from standing to greet him. Only the team manager and captain warranted such respect. "It is my fault." Sun Li approached, reflecting on how Su Jingming concealed his true strength so adeptly that even as a teammate, he remained oblivious to it. His schemes were exceptionally cunning. Perhaps he had already been strategizing for the Ember Cup competition, deceiving not only his opponents, but also his allies. "My junior brother is not of such a character," Tai Lianyun interjected, shaking his head. Sun Li was taken aback, falling silent. He achieved fame at a young age, dedicating himself to relentless practice. Like me, he trusts solely in his own strength, indifferent to schemes and machinations. Tai Lianyun continued, asserting that his focus was on rigorous training, believing that true strength would naturally lead to victory on the world stage. One would be better off investing their thoughts in enhancing their power rather than devising plots. The captain concurred. After all, I was not well acquainted with him before. Sun Li nodded in agreement. You are in the second team, so naturally. You are not familiar with him, Tai Lianyun lamented. My junior brother possesses even greater talent than I. It is indeed enviable. Though he spoke of envy, a glimmer of competitive spirit shone in Tai Lianyun's eyes. Having faced defeat this time, he vowed to reclaim victory in the next encounter. Among the 5 principal members of the team, Sun Li indeed appeared weaker, lacking potential. The silver-haired youth contemplated this, realizing that enlisting him was merely a temporary measure for the Ember Cup competition. The results were evidently mediocre, necessitating the search for another sharpshooter. After today's competition, he would terminate the contract with Sun Li, thus saving some funds. As the principal party, there were clauses that allowed for contract termination based on competition results. Jingming, you performed admirably. Su Hong patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. Your final 8 extremes Tiger Pounce and Mountain Splitter were executed beautifully. All thanks to your teachings, father. Su Jingming replied with a smile. Su Hong let out a hearty laugh, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment as he observed his son flourishing under his guidance. In a joyful atmosphere, Su Jingming and his many friends began to watch the 6th match of the second round, Zhou Yi's team versus Wu Ling's team. Zhou Yi is truly impressive, Yang Qingshua remarked in admiration. His arrows, released with such speed, possess a might that surpasses even my penetrating bolts, Wang Yi remarked. Su Jingming added, with the enhancement of physical prowess and a higher realm of mastery, each arrow shot with ease can be truly formidable. Once you break through, Sister Yi, you too shall achieve this, perhaps even surpassing it. The Wu Ling team faced insurmountable challenges. They had lost more than half their members before reaching Zhou Yi. Hung Fong shook his head in lamentation. The 5 members of the Wu Ling team battled valiantly as they approached Zhou Yi, contending not only with the 4 members of Zhou Yi's team, but also with the terrifying barrage of arrows. Zhou Yi did not retreat. Instead, he stood several dozen meters away, facing them head-on, unleashing arrows with precision. The esteemed elder Lu Jianfeng had abandoned his assassination attempt, choosing instead to engage the other members of Zhou Yi's team. Su Jingming assessed, Zhou Yi's allies possess rather mediocre abilities. Remarkably, all 4 of Zhou Yi's companions had been vanquished by the members of the Wu Ling team, leaving only their captain, Fong Yu. Fong Yu confronted Zhou Yi, declaring, "It is just you and I now, a fair one-on-one." "One-on-one?" Zhou Yi replied, donning a quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder as he prepared for the duel. Fong Yu, a towering figure clad in heavy armor, bore 6 short halberds on his back and wielded a siege spear. He charged toward Zhou Yi with ferocity, who responded with a relentless barrage of arrows. "Is this Fong Yu?" gasped the astonished audience. Each of Zhou Yi's arrows surpassed the might of Wang Yi's penetrating bolts. Logically, even if they didn't pierce through the armor, they should have impaired Fong Yu's speed. Yet, Zhou Yi's arrows merely grazed Fong Yu's heavily armored form, seemingly doing nothing to hinder his advance. Only when aimed at Fong Yu's head did he employ his halberd to deflect them, successfully blocking all 12 arrows without sustaining injury and closing the distance to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was forced to retreat. He utilized evasive maneuvers while continuing to shoot. In an instant, Fong Yu discarded his siege spear and drew 2 short halberds, launching them forward with incredible speed. The 2 halberds, each weighing several pounds, broke the sound barrier, far surpassing the power of Zhou Yi's arrows. What terrifying strength! Su Jingming marveled. Can I throw a halberd with such velocity? Mastery and technique and sheer force were imperative. As the 2 supersonic halberds approached, Zhou Yi managed to deflect one arrow but had to evade the other, which grazed his body, tearing through his armor and flesh. With a clang, after hurling the 2 halberds, Fong Yu merely raised his arms to shield his head, successfully blocking Zhou Yi's arrows. Seizing the broken siege spear from the ground, Fong Yu charged once more. In his wounded state, Zhou Yi could not match Fong Yu's speed, struggling to evade while shooting. Yet, Fong Yu pressed forward, his siege spear slicing through Zhou Yi's form like a bolt of lightning, causing him to vanish into thin air. The Wu Ling team triumphed. Fong Yu emerged unscathed. In the official live broadcast from the Summer Kingdom, countless viewers fell into silence. Even the host and 2 guests were at a loss for words. Zhou Yi had lost, and in such a devastating manner. Did Fong Yu truly eliminate Zhou Yi in a one-on-one encounter? Wasn't it stated that Lu Hai, Lei Yufang, and Zhou Yi were the strongest trio? Countless spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. The host, Lu Xian, glanced at the prompt before speaking. In the previous match, we were astounded by Su Jingming's formidable strength, and in this match, we are even more astonished that Shou has suffered defeat. Being vanquished by Fang Yu in a one-on-one duel. At just 20 years of age, Fang Yu is an amateur competitor. And it is indeed surprising that an individual from the grassroots level could eliminate Shou within a month of the virtual world's opening. The throwing daggers he launched were the most ferocious projectiles I have witnessed in this tournament thus far. Male contestant Jin Fan pointed to the slow-motion replay, noting that the virtual world had determined the peak speeds of these two daggers to be 393 meters per second and 407 meters per second, both exceeding the speed of sound. It is noteworthy that these are not mere arrows, but daggers. What immense strength must one possess to hurl such lethal projectiles? Akin to cannonballs? At merely 20 years of age, Jin Fan could not help but remark, this reminds me of the current 4th-ranked competitor on the Starry Sky rankings, Tian Yanhua. He is also 20 years old, and I believe Fang Yu's innate potential can be compared to that of Tian Yanhua. As the audience erupted in shock and excitement, members of the Limu team felt the pressure mount. This Fang Yu is undeniably formidable. Yang Qingshua stated, Su Ge. Aside from you, the rest of us on the team would be unable to withstand even a single strike from him. Su Jingming watched with anticipation in his eyes. It is such opponents that make for a thrilling battle. In the 7th match, the Dayu team faced off against the Tianyin team. This contest was comparatively ordinary, lacking any particularly dazzling opponents. After a grueling struggle, members of the Tianyin team, Zhuang Ziyu, Yu Qing, Wu Sai, and Zhang Qian collaborated effectively to secure victory, albeit at a steep cost, with only Zhang Qian remaining on the battlefield. The 8th match featured the Fuchin team against the Xianji team. In this encounter, the members of the Xianji team showcased their talents to the fullest. Sun Yuding, archery expert Wang Nuan, Dai Xiaoqing, and Yuan Yujiao all exerted themselves fiercely. But Captain Zhang Qing had not yet revealed her true strength. Only after 2 of her teammates had fallen did she truly unleash her prowess. Wielding dual swords and moving with the swiftness of a phantom, she navigated through the enemy ranks, her blades flashing with deadly precision, leading to the complete annihilation of the Fuchin team. Zhang Qing's swordsmanship was akin to that of a celestial swordsman, both breathtakingly beautiful and ruthlessly lethal. It was effortless for her to crush an entire team. Wang Yi remarked, Zhang Qing must have undergone a breakthrough. Su Jingming concurred. Both her swordplay and evolution techniques must have advanced, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so effortless. Amid their discussions, at the commentary table, host Lu Xian glanced at the prompt before her and smiled, declaring, the second round of the Huazhong Cup tournament has concluded with all 8 matches finished. The virtual world has also calculated the combat prowess exhibited by each team. The Lu Hai team and the Lei Yunfang team remain ranked 1st and 2nd, respectively, with the other teams ranked according to their combat strength. As she spoke, a massive ranking chart appeared in the live broadcast scene. 1. Team 1. Lu Hai's elderly team, Captain, Lu Hai, 2. Team 2. Lei Yunfang's battle team, Captain, Lei Yufang, 3. Team 3. Shinzi battle team, Captain, Zhang Qing. Team strength, 21, 284. Team 4. Wuling battle team, Captain, Fang Yu. Team strength, 21, 135. Team 5. Limu battle team, Captain, Su Jingming. Team strength, 21, 087.6. Team 6. Shield axe battle team, Captain, Xiong Tianshan. Team strength, 18, 932.7. Team 7. Yinshan battle team, Captain, Hua Qingshan. Team strength, 16, 228. Team 8. Tianyin battle team, Captain, Zhuang Ziyu. Team strength, 16, 035. The battle schedule was also revealed. September 4th, 2000, 00, first match, Lu Hai's elderly team versus Tianyin battle team. September 4th, 01, 00, second match, Lei Yunfang's battle team versus Yunshan battle team. September 4th, 02, 00, third match, Xinzi battle team versus Shield axe battle team. September 5th, 03, 00, fourth match, Wuling battle team versus Limu battle team. The members of Limu battle team gazed at the rankings. Our opponent tomorrow is Fang Yu's Wuling battle team? Li Miao Miao exclaimed in astonishment. Su Jingming observed, his fighting spirit surging within him. Fang Yu, is he truly worthy of my marksmanship? Conversely, the members of Wuling battle team also scrutinized the battle schedule. Tomorrow's 4 matches, the other 3 should be one-sided. Only our opponent is Limu battle team. The pressure weighed heavily on the team members. Elder Lu Jianfeng chuckled and nodded. Our opponent is Su Jingming, that enigmatic little fellow. Su Jingming. Fang Yu, who was as silent as a mountain, fixed his gaze on the battle schedule and declared, tomorrow, I shall crush him. Chapter 72. Heat of promotion in the Summer Nation, Life Evolution Bureau, at 4 in the morning. The sound of waves echoed. Secretary Guo gently knocked on the door. Come in. A voice emanated from within, and the door opened automatically. Bureau Chief. Secretary Guo observed Bureau Chief Zhou seated at his desk, engrossed in the replay of the matches before him. Secretary Guo, he began, the second round of the Spark Cup competition has concluded, and the 8 strong teams have been determined. Shall we proceed with the media promotion as per our usual customs? Promoting the matches and these skilled individuals is indeed the norm, Bureau Chief Zhou smiled, but we must also be adaptable. For instance, tomorrow's 4 matches. The first 3 are unlikely to spark much controversy, but the 4th is different. Both teams are strong enough to serve as an excellent topic of discussion. We must intensify the promotion for the 4th match, particularly for Fang Yu and Su Jingming, elevating their publicity rating to level 1. Level 1. Secretary Guo was taken aback. Currently, only Lei Yufeng holds such a high promotional rating. With such intense scrutiny, could this lead to their downfall? Su Jingming may be fine, but Fang Yu is merely 20. I worry about overexposure. Bureau Chief Lu Hai's promotional heat is top tier, widely recognized. Bureau Chief Zhou countered with a smile. I have yet to see him suffer from it. A true master possesses a resilient disposition. If they can be easily ruined by overexposure, their future prospects are bleak. If they are to be destroyed, then so be it. Understood, Secretary Guo respectfully replied. The time afforded to us in the Blue Star is limited, Bureau Chief Zhou murmured. We must seize every moment to cultivate a new generation of masters. Our strategy in the Summer Nation has already been quite moderate. The Sakura Nation is likely to be tenfold more frenzied. I comprehend. Secretary Guo nodded, indicating that he would promptly assign tasks according to the first-level publicity standards. Director Zhou also nodded in agreement. That morning, Su Jingming gathered with his family for breakfast, as family meals had become predominantly centered around the morning meal. Following a night spent in the virtual world of gaming, breakfast was filled with lively conversation. Grandson, your rewards from today's match are impressively high, exclaimed the elder Su, who was particularly sensitive to such accolades, lamenting that one match had garnered over 10 million in rewards, of which they would only receive a little over a quarter. Isn't that considered low? The elder Su replied, his eyes widening. Beside them, Li Miao interjected, it's because people have become accustomed to witnessing extraordinary performances in elite battles. The bar for rewarding has been raised significantly. Even in the Fire Seed Cup competition, achieving a reward of 1 million is quite rare despite outstanding performances. Su Jingming's match yesterday, which attracted over 10 million in rewards, is likely the highest since the inception of the Fire Seed Cup. She continued. Fang Yu's victory over Zhou garnered only around 3 million. That was foolish, the elder Su remarked. Rewards are meant to stimulate the audience's excitement. For instance, my grandson did exceptionally well by initially facing off against the 3 members of the Jinping team. Each kill heightened the audience's thrill, and after dispatching all 3, their excitement soared. Only then did he engage with Tai Lianyan, who faced an audience already sufficiently thrilled to reward him generously. Fang Yu, on the other hand, did not showcase his strength until engaging Zhou one-on-one. When he finally unleashed his power, it was overwhelmingly ferocious. Yet the audience was still in shock by the time he had already defeated Zhou. The match concluded before they could react, leaving them no time to reward him. The elder Su shook his head, lamenting that he failed to grasp the art of garnering rewards. To secure rewards, one must engage and allow the audience ample time to express their emotions. Su Jingming raised his thumb in appreciation. Li Miao marveled. Grandfather, I have streamed before, but I never considered these aspects. You've barely streamed compared to me, the elder Su replied, shaking his head. In my prime, I streamed for at least 5 hours daily, year-round without respite. After so many years, these skills are fundamental. Alas, I lack the prowess of my grandson's gun and shield techniques. Had I possessed such talent, I could easily rank among the top 3 streamers on any platform. Sometimes, it's not merely about showcasing all your might to captivate attention, the elder Su continued. One might even deliberately craft scenarios to evoke the desired combat atmosphere, thus completely igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Deliberately crafting? Su Jingming and Li Miao inquired, puzzled. Most viewers are aware when you're performing. Yet if your match brings them joy and exhilaration, they will appreciate your stream, the elder Su explained. In essence, during a live stream, you are the performer, tasked with delivering an extraordinary show. Whether it be anger or roaring, these are all part of the performance. If executed well, the audience will reward you. Li Miao nodded in understanding. I see, but I cannot emulate it. Su Jingming shook his head, stating, the martial arts and weapon combat are my lifelong pursuits. Old Master Su glanced at Su Jingming and remarked, Perhaps this is the reason for your formidable strength. However, the so-called lifelong pursuit is not exclusive. You can enhance the allure of your matches while simultaneously striving for martial prowess. Su Jingming furrowed his brow, finding the notion rather cumbersome. Sometimes, it does not require an act. Merely altering certain combat techniques can elevate the spectacle, the old master continued. I have no shortage of money, Su Jingming replied, clearly reluctant to expend effort, especially since he had not yet initiated a live broadcast. Indeed, even my eldest grandson has not embarked on live streaming. Sighed the old master as he shook his head in resignation. It is a pity that I have dedicated my life to broadcasting martial arts. Yet no one has inherited my legacy. Su Jingming and Li Miao Miao exchanged glances, both smiling. Neither of them could replicate such an endeavor. Su Jingming was more focused on martial arts, disinterested in live streaming, while Li Miao Miao, prior to the virtual world, only streamed once a month. Nowadays, she primarily engaged in live gaming, reserving her singing for occasions that required thorough preparation. Father, are you yearning to impart your streaming expertise once more? Su Hong chuckled, munching on a meat bun while observing his father. You once wished to teach me. None of us have ever lacked for money. The old master replied with a shake of his head. When you find yourself in need, you will realize this is a valuable skill. At that moment, the wall-mounted screen was broadcasting news about the National Fire Seed Cup tournament. A major upset had occurred in the second round. Iron Lianyun, a three-time world martial arts champion, had been effortlessly defeated by Su Jingming. The family gathered for breakfast turned their attention to the news, which displayed footage of the battle. Su Jingming appeared as a demonic figure, wielding his shield with precision, dispatching 3 members of the Golden Eagle team with ease and sending Iron Lianyun crashing into a nearby residence. 4 out of the 5 members of the Golden Eagle team, including their leader Iron Lianyun, fell to Su Jingming's might. In Pahai City, Chang Zihao stood proudly before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, surveying the bustling cityscape below. Alas, compared to the celestial abodes of the virtual world, this new office still leaves much to be desired, he lamented. Meanwhile, the program playing on the wall-mounted screen was discussing the elimination of Su Jingming and Fang Yu. I have greater faith in Fang Yu. He decisively vanquished Zhou Yi in a one-on-one confrontation. Who is Zhou Yi? For a considerable time, he ranked among the top 3 martial artists in Xia country. Fang Yu's ability to defeat him certainly qualifies him for a position among the nation's elite. As for Su Jingming, his victory was merely over Iron Lianyun, who pales in comparison to Zhou Yi. Did you not watch the match? Su Jingming dominated with his shield. It was a complete rout. Iron Lianyun could not even allow Su Jingming to showcase his full potential. Moreover, he is 29 this year and possesses international competition experience, far surpassing Fang Yu in terms of knowledge. Indeed, he is 29, while Fang Yu is merely 20. Now, that is true talent. Let us refrain from further discussion and take a look at some of Fang Yu's background information. This is first-hand data from our program team. The program commenced showcasing Fang Yu's growth journey. Boss, Zhou Feng interjected with a puzzled expression. What is going on? Today, it seems that news about Su Jingming and Fang Yu is everywhere, with various programs discussing them. After all, the Fire Seed Cup tournament captures the attention of the entire nation, came the response. Cheng Zihao, however, remained indifferent and remarked, in the 3rd round of the competition. There are a total of 4 matches, and the only contentious one is the bout between Su Jingming and Fang Yu. It's only natural for there to be some debate surrounding it. Yet, this Su Jingming has truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Cheng Zihao scoffed. A kid who retired due to a broken leg has somehow risen to prominence in this era of virtual reality. But in Xia Nation, there are hidden talents everywhere. It has been just over a month, and already Fang Yu has emerged. I believe that in a few more months, there will be dozens, if not hundreds, of Fang Yus. By then, Su Jingming will be nothing. The boss was right. Past professional players were once the prodigies among millions worldwide. Now, with a global population of 7 billion competing, many past prodigies can hardly be considered exceptional anymore. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Yet, he furrowed his brow as he watched the program and remarked, Boss, I've been gathering information about various live broadcasts, and I can't shake the feeling that today's discussions surrounding Su Jingming and Fang Yu are a bit exaggerated. After all, one defeated Tai Lianyun, and the other overcame Zhou Yi. How much discussion would there be if they were to be eliminated? Cheng Zihao frowned. Enough about Su Jingming. It's truly disheartening. Zhou Feng understood his boss's disdain for Su Jingming. Let us focus on our company, Cheng Zihao instructed. This is a pivotal time for our live streaming company's rapid growth. The Spark Cup competition has evidently stirred national enthusiasm. The public's interest in martial arts and live broadcasts has significantly surpassed previous levels. Indeed, Zhou Feng obediently replied. In a bar during the day, Sun Li sought solace in alcohol. He glanced at the screen, which was divided into two segments, one showing Su Jingming defeating Tai Lianyun, and the other displaying Fang Yu besting Zhou Yi. The host continued to exuberantly narrate. Why are Su Jingming and Fang Yu everywhere? Sun Li's eyes reddened with frustration. Fixated on the screen. The greedy Jinping group has cast me aside right after the match? How despicable. Seething with anger and indignation, he thought, if it weren't for them, I would still be part of Su Jingming's team. The prize money alone would be greater than what your Jinping team offers. These large corporations are all the same. Sun Li tilted his head back and drank, filled with resentment. Chapter 73. Fireflies. As the nation eagerly anticipated the commencement of the third round of the competition. The official live stream of Xi'an Nation had already attracted a substantial audience 30 minutes before the event. In the stands, the 6 members of the pairwood team sat together. Captain, Wang Yi smiled, in various programs. You and Fang Yu are being hailed as the 2 most gifted prodigies of Xi'an Nation. Among the top-tier experts, you and Fang Yu are the youngest. You are 29. And he is 20. Hung Fang added. Many programs are stating that the winner of this match will be regarded as the #1 prodigy of Xi'an Nation. He is younger than I am. Su Jingming shook his head. I have years of experience as a professional martial artist, while he is a practitioner from the folk community. Even if I win, it would merely demonstrate that I am currently stronger than him. It does not qualify me as the #1 prodigy. Fang Yu has also trained in martial arts since childhood, establishing a solid foundation, Yang Qingshuo remarked. The virtual world has been open for just over a month, which is equivalent to several years of professional martial arts experience. We cannot claim he lacks experience. There is no need to discuss potential or talent, Su Jingming remarked. All those are mere illusions. I only believe in the strength that is manifested, just like my master, Lu Hai, who is currently the best in the world. Perhaps in 6 months, he will still hold that title. In terms of strength, I still have some distance to cover compared to my master and the esteemed Lei Yunfang. Su Jingming spoke calmly. In another section of the stands, the 6 members of the Fang Yu team were present. A middle-aged man stated, Our team's weakness lies in the absence of a sharpshooter. However, the opposing team has Wang Yi, a formidable archer. We must find a way to evade their advantage, otherwise, you may not even have a fair chance to compete against Su Jingming, constantly being targeted by Wang Yi's arrows. When Xiao Fangyu engages with Su Jingming, he can only exert 70% of his power. Lu Jianfeng nodded. We must devise a way to eliminate Wang Yi, even if it means risking our lives. The remaining warriors pose no threat to Xiao Fangyu. Dad, uncle, master, grandmaster, Fangyu said, do not worry. With my evolved technique, I can run faster than Wang Yi even in heavy armor. Taking down Wang Yi will not be a challenge. Listen to your grandmaster, Fangyu's father admonished. In a moment, I will challenge Su Jingming directly and see if he dares to accept, Fangyu stated boldly. Lu Jianfeng chuckled. This kid, there's a familial bond. He certainly has a fondness for Fangyu. Fangyu's father continued, our team is among the strongest in the domestic Xingyi community, with countless eyes upon us. Therefore, we must create conditions for you to at least have a fair battle against Su Jingming, showcasing the prowess of our style. What era are we in? Now is the time to embrace all schools of thought. Do not always think about Xingyi, Fangyu countered. Su Jingming also practices Bejiquan and has even learned Tai Chi from the esteemed Lu Hai. Fangyu's father glared but understood how to respond. All right. Xiao Fangyu is right. Do not dwell too much on the merits of Xingyi, Lu Jianfeng laughed. Lu Hai is excellent. Anything useful for oneself should be embraced. Xiao Fangyu, just go ahead and fight. Give it your all. Yes, Fangyu replied. He held the utmost respect for his grandmaster. Firefly Star. This planet is where humanity from Blue Star has discovered a multitude of extraterrestrial relics. Currently, numerous spaceships are floating above Firefly Star, resembling a cosmic fleet, each adorned with the emblem of the Blue Star Alliance. Among them, one spaceship bears both the Blue Star Alliance flag and the national flag of the Summer Kingdom. Inside the vessel, a middle-aged man strolled through the corridor. Professor. Other researchers encountered in the corridor expressed profound respect for this man. The middle-aged man glanced at the display screen, which was showcasing programs from Blue Star. Xiao Wu, the middle-aged man addressed. Professor, a young researcher promptly approached, eager to listen. This Su Jingming and Fangyu. I have heard their names multiple times today. Are they currently the 2 most renowned geniuses in the country? The middle-aged man inquired. The young researcher nodded. Indeed, both possess tremendous strength and are the youngest among the strongest, one being 29 years old and the other merely 20. Their potential is boundless. Boundless potential? The middle-aged man nodded slightly and continued forward. As he traversed the corridor, passing through one expanse after another, he soon arrived at his private domain. A colossal spherical structure emerged before him. The middle-aged man approached the floating sphere, which opened a portal. He stepped inside, and the door sealed shut behind him. Within the sphere, approximately 10 meters in diameter, the man stood at the center as radiant beams of light began to manifest within the architectural marvel. With a commanding voice, he issued a directive. A hum resonated, and his consciousness swiftly descended into a vast network structure, entering the virtual realm of Blue Star. "Welcome back home, Professor Wong," echoed in the virtual environment, which offered no hindrance to his entry. Upon entering, Professor Wong, well acquainted with the surroundings, promptly located the observation platform and arrived at the official live broadcast room of the Summer Nation. In the audience area of the live stream, Professor Wong observed the host on stage alongside a multitude of viewers, all hailing from his homeland. It was indeed a lively scene, eliciting a smile from the professor. Not far from the platform, Director Zhou was seated beside the father of Peng Yun. With significant authority, Director Zhou immediately recognized Professor Wong, enveloped in a purple glow. "Xiao Peng, come, I shall introduce you to someone." Director Zhou stood up. "Oh." Peng Zhe, curious, followed suit. The two approached Professor Wong. Upon noticing their arrival, the professor promptly rose. "Director Zhou, allow me to introduce you to Peng Zhe." Director Zhou smiled, "A hero of our Summer Nation. Xiao Peng, this is Professor Wang Qi, our esteemed leader on Firefly Star. I have heard of you, Professor. You have endured much while residing on Firefly Star," Peng Zhe remarked earnestly. "I hold great admiration for scientists like you. Conditions have improved significantly, with both living and experimental environments vastly enhanced. Moreover, through the virtual realm, one can occasionally connect with family." Professor Wong regarded Peng Zhe with curiosity. "Your name has reached my ears, Peng Zhe. Truly remarkable. Although we serve on different fronts, we both contribute to our nation." Peng Zhe nodded in agreement. "It is rare to see you here on Blue Star, witnessing the Torch Cup competition," Director Zhou chuckled. "After all, this signifies the evolution of life, the future of humanity." Professor Wong looked towards the commentary platform. "I have also heard that today features a duel between two exceptionally gifted young individuals." "Indeed," Director Zhou affirmed, "according to the virtual world as calculations, they are currently the top two in potential talent within our Summer Nation. Fang Yu cultivates the Violent Tiger evolution method, possessing a compatibility rating that is uniquely over 100, reaching an astonishing 103. "Over 100? Professor Wong exclaimed, astonished. "In terms of evolutionary method compatibility, reaching 100 is typically the limit. Surpassing 100 indicates an evolution beyond the method itself." Su Jingming, on the other hand, excels in combat skills, demonstrating rapid improvement, Director Zhou elaborated. Having only recently surpassed the 3rd tier, his marksmanship has already achieved a level 30 breakthrough. One possesses extraordinary physical talent, while the other is highly skilled in combat techniques. Professor Wong remarked with amusement. "This competition promises to be intriguing." Peng Zhe interjected, "I once watched Su Jingming's matches in reality, and I found his marksmanship to be incredibly instinctive. I even had my son become his apprentice, learning marksmanship under him for 3 years. Mr. Peng's vision is truly extraordinary." Professor Wong inquired about the current capabilities of his son. With a hearty laugh, Peng Zhe replied, "In this preliminary round of the Fire Seed Cup, my son is the captain of the Happy Team, which unfortunately ranks last." "The Happy Team?" Professor Wong chuckled, nodding his head. "To participate in the Fire Seed Cup is already a mark of reaching a divine level. They are among the earliest elite practitioners in our Summer Nation, which is commendable. If they continue to grow, I believe there is hope for them to break through that barrier." "I share your hopes, but the path is exceedingly difficult," Peng Zhe sighed. "The top-tier talents like Su Jingming and Fang Yu will undoubtedly break through that level. However, if my son manages to achieve it within 50 years, I will be eternally grateful." "Do not underestimate your son," Director Zhou commented. The three men shared laughter while watching the live broadcast. The competition commenced. Countless spectators, including high-ranking officials and ordinary citizens, as well as elite practitioners like Su Jingming, intently observed the matches. This was a confrontation between the pinnacle teams of the Summer Nation. In the first match, the Lu Hai Elder team faced the Tianyin team. Despite the presence of the divine archer Zhuang Ziyu and skilled practitioners like Yu Qing, Wu Sai, and Zhang Qian, when pressured to act, Captain Lu Hai of the Elder team decisively turned the tide of battle. The Lu Hai Elder team triumphed, becoming the first team to advance to the semifinals. In the second match, the Lei Yufeng team clashed with the Yushan team. Although the Yushan team, featuring the exceptional combination of Hua Qinshan and Chang Qingping, was impressive, they lacked any practitioners who had broken through to the 3rd tier, resulting in a sweeping victory for the Lei Yunfeng team. Indeed, there are no surprises. Both veteran teams won effortlessly, Yang Qingshan marveled. Their opponents had not reached the 3rd tier, Su Jingming observed, noting that there was no threat to the teams led by the two veterans. The third match pitted the Xianzi team against the Shield Axe team. Although Xiang Tianshan of the Shield Axe team had indeed achieved a breakthrough to the third tier, his recent advancement left him unable to master high-tier evolution methods in time. Thus, he faced a one-sided defeat against the Xianzi team, who were dominated by Zhang Qing's dual swords. As the third round of matches approached its conclusion, the final contest loomed. Li Miao felt a twinge of anxiety as they prepared to face the Feng Yu team. Let us give it our all, Yang Qingshua gritted his teeth. We must eliminate them, Lu Chongyuan added, while Wang Yu remained silent, her demeanor brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. Prepare to take the stage. Su Jingming glanced at the system prompt and immediately stood up. Chapter 74, Su Jingming and Feng Yu. The 6 members of Su Jingming rose, accepting the invitation from the Summer Nation's official live broadcast. With a flourish, Su Jingming felt the scenery shift, and they found themselves on stage. The host, Lu Xian, beamed as he guided the 6 members of the Pearwood team. Please take your seats. At that moment, the stands erupted with a thunderous cheer, a sound that astonished Su Jingming. The cheers equally surprised Yang Qingshua, Heng Feng, Lu Chongyuan, and Li Miao, as they had not experienced such fervent applause during their previous appearance. Li Miao leaned closer to Su Jingming and whispered, Jingming, it seems you have gained many fans since the last battle. Su Jingming could hear the multitude calling his name. Su Jingming, Gun Demon Su Jingming, Shield Demon Su Jingming. The cacophony of cheers was overwhelming. Although he had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, the number of attendees was relatively modest. Such thunderous applause quickened Su Jingming's heartbeat, revealing the popularity of the Limu team. The host, Lu Xian, was accustomed to this spectacle. As the 6 members of the Limu team took their seats, the 6 members of the Feng Yu team arrived, greeted by another eruption of cheers. With over 1 billion viewers, the sound was indeed formidable. The broadcast studio had attempted to mitigate the auditory onslaught, ensuring the volume remained bearable. Both teams enjoyed a substantial following. Lu Xian, smiling, turned to the elder of the Feng Yu team, Lu Jianfeng. Greetings, Elder Lu. Hello, host, Lu Jianfeng replied with a warm smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. Lu Xian remarked, I recall your first encounter in a divine-level match, where you faced Su Jingming. Now that you are teammates with Feng Yu, could you share your thoughts on both players? Lu Jianfeng chuckled heartily. In that inaugural divine-level battle, my first assassination attempt was directed at Su Jingming. That lad's reflexes are astonishing, and his shooting speed is remarkable. I nearly lost my life attempting to take him down. He is indeed formidable. I believe he can withstand some of Feng Yu's attacks with his spear. Yet the ultimate outcome will surely see our team victorious. Elder, your confidence is commendable, Lu Xian observed, turning to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, as the sole marksman on both teams, do you feel confident about this match? Feng Yu is quite strong, Wang Yi nodded. However, if his vital points are inadequately protected, a single arrow can spell his doom. At that moment, Feng Yu, seated nearby, furrowed his brow and looked towards Su Jingming. Su Jingming sensed Feng Yu's gaze and met it. Their mutual stare was charged with the intensity of their high-level evolution, creating an oppressive aura that reverberated throughout the audience. Even the host, Lu Xian, noticed this charged exchange and spoke up. Host, I would like to ask Captain Su Jingming, Feng Yu interjected. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, as it was rare for a team member to seize the initiative. Certainly, you may ask, Lu Xian replied. Feng Yu, towering over Su Jingming with a more imposing presence, fixed his gaze on him and said, Captain Su Jingming, I concede that your team holds an advantage with the presence of marksman Wang Yi. It would be regrettable if his presence hindered our full potential in this battle. A hush fell over the arena as Feng Yu continued. Thus, I propose a one-on-one duel between us on the battlefield, free from any interference from our teammates. The crowd erupted with excitement. A one-on-one duel. The prospect of a direct confrontation was exhilarating. Su Jingming seemed perplexed. Despite having the advantage of a marksman, Feng Yu was challenging him to a personal duel. Feng Yu's cunning was evident, attempting to compel his opponent to relinquish their advantage. The audience buzzed with anticipation, eager to witness the earth-shattering clash between these two titans. On stage, the host Lu Xian sensed something amiss and remarked, the rules of the competition dictate a duel between two teams. The sharpshooter is also an advantage of the Limu team. How can one concede? Indeed, I can concede, Feng Yu replied coldly. Lu Xian, the host, appeared somewhat taken aback. Concede? The 6 members of the Limu team turned their gazes toward Feng Yu. The other 5 members of the Wuling team also looked at him, puzzled. Yet none dared to refute his words. I can concede this match, but only under one condition, Feng Yu continued, fixing his gaze on Su Jingming. You and I shall engage in a fair one-on-one duel. After determining the victor, our side will concede. What exactly are you aiming for? Fang Yu's father inquired through the Team's voice channel. To concede in a competition just like that? Master, uncle, father, Fang Yu addressed his teammates through the voice channel. I have never cared about winning or losing in competitions. My pursuit has always been to become the strongest in the world. Under the scrutiny of over 1 billion people, I am eager to partake in a life-and-death struggle against Su Jingming, free from any interference. I believe this battle will greatly aid my growth. Even if I lose, I wish to fight this duel. Lu Hai and Lei Yunfang, the two esteemed seniors, have already surpassed the 3rd level of the Starry Sky Tower. I am not their match yet. Su Jingming is the most suitable opponent for me at this stage. I crave a profound life-and-death battle. The other members of the Wuling team exchanged glances and nodded slightly. We are all here to nurture Yu. If he needs this battle, we shall heed his wishes. Lu Jianfeng stated through the team voice channel. This lineage has always devoted itself to cultivating Fang Yu. They recognized his talent when he was young and dedicated themselves to his training, even refraining from allowing him to participate in martial arts competitions too early, fearing that his underdeveloped strength might be shattered by the world's top experts. The advent of the virtual world has allowed Fang Yu to grow rapidly in experience, reaching astonishing heights. On stage, host Lu Xian reiterated, one cannot concede in this match. This is an agreement between Su Jingming and myself. Su Jingming, let us engage in a life-and-death struggle free from any interference. Afterward, our Wuling team will concede this match, Fang Yu declared, looking intently at Su Jingming. I eagerly anticipate our confrontation. The team captain Wang Yi, along with Hung Fang, Yang Qingxua, and Lu Chongyuan, all regarded Su Jingming. Li Miao also gazed at her boyfriend. I do not require your concession, Su Jingming said to Fang Yu with a smile. For we shall defeat you and seize victory ourselves. As for a one-on-one, interference-free life-and-death duel, I am looking forward to it. Fang Yu's eyes lit up. Let the other teammates engage in battle first. Afterward, we shall face off, Su Jingming proposed. Very well, Fang Yu replied, excitement brightening his expression. Both teams, please prepare. The battle is about to commence, host Lu Xian announced after glancing at the prompt. With a whoosh, both teams vanished, heading to the combat space preparation area. Each side selected their weapons and gear in turn. Su Jingming donned his lightweight armor, wielding a spear and dual shields, his equipment having undergone transformation as his evolutionary techniques reached a higher tier. For instance, while the design of the lightweight armor and battle boots remains unchanged, their weight has escalated to 150 kilograms. Such an increase in weight, with the form remaining constant, signifies a rise in density, thereby significantly enhancing the armor's defensive capabilities. This type of lightweight armor is essential to withstand even a standard arrow shot from a high-tier archer utilizing advanced evolution techniques. Consequently, the weight of weapons and shields has also been proportionately increased. Otherwise, they would feel excessively light. With the evolution of the body, both bone density and muscle density have undergone substantial enhancement. Su Jingming selected his gear and contemplated that although his physique had not changed at all, his weight had exceeded 3 times that of his pre-evolution state. His bones were harder than alloy, and his muscles more resilient than steel wire, capable of unleashing such formidable force, naturally resulting in a higher weight. The map depicted an ancient battlefield? Su Jingming glanced at the minimap and then at Fang Yu, who was similarly observing him. 10 streams of light descended upon the map's landscape. The host, Lu Xian, watched as the 10 individuals chose their weapons and equipment, and he elucidated, I would like to impart a common understanding. Upon reaching a high tier in evolution techniques, one's physical capabilities dramatically enhance, resulting in an increase in the weight of selected weaponry and armor. Lightweight armor typically ranges from 120 to 200 kilograms, while heavy armor exceeds 600 kilograms. If the armor is too light, its defensive capabilities would be inadequate against peers of the same caliber. How absurd. With my silver moon level strength, I could hardly walk in armor weighing 600 kilograms. Even divine experts seldom dare to don such heavy gear. Have you not heard? It must be of a high-tier evolution technique. When shall I attain such strength? To wear 600 kilograms of heavy armor and yet achieve a speed of 100 kilometers per hour? Countless onlookers marveled. On the ancient battlefield, the 10 streams of light descended and dispersed across the area. The structures here were limited to the remnants of ancient city walls. Beyond these walls lay an unobstructed expanse of dark red earth, reminiscent of blood. After Su Jingming and Fang Yu landed, they stood approximately 200 meters apart, gazing at each other from a distance. Let us engage in a skirmish first. The battlefield will be left to the captain and the others. Wang Yi communicated via the team voice channel. They understood that the current disparity with the captain was too great. They existed on entirely different levels and did not need to collaborate directly. Attack. Block their advance. Aware of the archers, the battle between the two teams erupted instantaneously. Yet, both sides instinctively avoided confronting the two captains. Su Jingming and Fang Yu scrutinized each other, recognizing the necessity of eliminating the opposing archer. Senior Lu Jianfeng and his comrades charged recklessly towards the archers. This was the ancient battlefield, where all positions were visible without obstruction, making the encirclement of the archers relatively straightforward. Protect Sister Yi, Yang Qingxua, Lu Chonyuan, and Heng Fang aimed to impede their adversaries. Let's commence the brutal skirmish. One side striving to hinder while the other sought to assassinate. If they could intercept the opponents, Wang Yi could seize the opportune moment to strike. However, faced with four fearless experts intent on assassinating Wang Yi, Yang Qingxua and his companions found their task exceedingly difficult. Amidst the chaos, team members from both sides fell in quick succession. Ultimately, Wang Yi succumbed to the coordinated assault of Lu Jianfeng and Fang Yu's senior disciple. Yet in her final moments, she managed to eliminate 3 adversaries through her teammates' cooperation. With heavy injuries, Heng Fang and Yang Qingxua remained standing, while their 4 adversaries lay vanquished. Su Jingming and Fang Yu, listening to the sounds of their teammates' fierce battles and witnessing the chaos unfold, refrained from intervening until the 4 members of the Wuling team were entirely defeated, leaving only Heng Fang and Yang Qingxua of the Limu team. Indeed, a skilled archer possesses an undeniable advantage. Fang Yu murmured, "Now, it is our turn, is it not?" Su Jingming, wielding dual shields, regarded his opponent intently. Fang Yu's gaze turned icy as he gripped a formidable siege spear, charging forward with tremendous force. The ground trembled beneath him. Clad in the heaviest armor currently available in the Xian nation, weighing an astonishing 800 kilograms, he was a paragon of strength. Perfectly attuned to the ferocious evolution of the violent tiger, boasting an impressive compatibility of 103. To him, this weighty armor felt fitting. Coupled with his own weight of 300 kilograms, the spear he wielded surpassed a ton in total weight. The sheer velocity at which he sprinted was terrifying, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. In the span of 200 meters, he swiftly covered the majority of the distance. As Su Jingming observed his opponent drawing closer, he sprang into action, and with a thunderous sound, his feet propelled him like a bolt of lightning, his speed eclipsing that of Fang Yu. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow of dark crimson, surging forward to meet the challenge.